Reborn after being killed by his stepbrother, Qin Hao finds himself back at the engagement scene of 1980. His stepbrother, eager to become a son-in-law, offers the beautiful but fallen heiress to Qin Hao. It is at this moment that Qin Hao realizes his stepbrother has also been reborn, intent on seizing the fate that was once his. Armed with the memories and experiences from his past life, Qin Hao strives to change his destiny in the early 80s, guiding the fallen heiress towards the pinnacle of success. As tensions rise, Qin Hao navigates the treacherous waters of family and ambition, determined to reclaim his rightful path and thwart his stepbrother's plans. With every step, he uncovers the true nature of those around him and the hidden agendas at play. In this gripping tale of rebirth and redemption, will Qin Hao succeed in rewriting his fate, or will he fall victim to the very forces he seeks to overcome? Chapter 1. Rebirth and Marriage Exchange. Mother, I no longer wish to be betrothed to Lin Yuxin. I intend to become a son-in-law at the Han family. You foolish child. What nonsense are you spouting? Lin Yuxin is a genuine young lady, raised in a prestigious family in the provincial capital. How could you forsake her, and instead, aspire to be a son-in-law to them? What are you thinking? The harsh voice shattered the previously joyous atmosphere. Qin Hao regained his senses and found his stepbrother Qin Ziming and his stepmother Wang Damei engaged in a fierce argument. It was at this moment that Qin Hao realized he had indeed been reborn, returning to the autumn of 1980. In his previous life, Wang Damei had forced him to marry Han Lili for a bride price of 200 yuan, thus becoming a son-in-law to the village secretary's family. Within the Han household, he had no standing and was treated like a beast of burden. Moreover, Qin Hao discovered that Han Lili was unfaithful, carrying another man's child. The Han family sought a son-in-law merely to conceal their shame, aiming to find a scapegoat to shoulder their burdens. Unable to endure such humiliation, Qin Hao promptly filed for divorce. Fearing disgrace in the village, the Han family thrust 100 yuan into his hands as hush money, forbidding him from revealing the affair. Disinterested in further entanglements, Qin Hao took the money and ventured into the county to seek his fortune, ultimately becoming a renowned wealthy man. Those unaware believed Qin Hao had achieved such success through the Han family's assistance, envying him immensely. His cousin Qin Ziming, captivated by Lin Yuxin's beauty, chose to marry her. However, after their marriage, Lin Yuxin forbade any intimacy, nearly resulting in a violent confrontation. Lin Yuxin's engagement to Qin Ziming was merely a facade to shield herself. Following the vindication of Qin Hao's father, the family regained its former glory, and Lin Yuxin, no longer bearing the stigma of being the child of a reactionary, soon planned to return to the provincial capital to resume her life as a wealthy heiress, seeking to divorce Qin Ziming. Yet, he adamantly refused, leading to endless disputes. Perhaps out of guilt, Qin Hao's father accepted Qin Ziming as a son-in-law and entrusted him with a portion of the family business. However, just a few years later, the Qin family suddenly fell from grace. Qin Ziming deteriorated from a wealthy son-in-law to a destitute beggar. Desperate, he returned to the village, languishing in despair. Upon witnessing Qin Hao's prosperity, attributed to the Han family, Qin Ziming regretted his past choices, his heart consumed by a potent mix of anger and jealousy. One day, while Qin Hao returned to the village to pay respects to his mother, Qin Ziming approached him with homemade explosives. With a loud bang, both Qin Hao and Qin Ziming perished. Upon reopening his eyes, Qin Hao found himself back in this moment. Now, Qin Ziming had abandoned Lin Yuxin, fixating on becoming a son-in-law to the Han family. Something was amiss. Could it be that he too had been reborn? Mother, you don't understand. From the very first moment I laid eyes on Han Lili, I fell in love with her. She is the perfect counterpart I have always envisioned. I am resolute in becoming a son-in-law to the Han family, Qin Ziming declared with unwavering determination. He was acutely aware that Qin Hao's success was due to the Han family's backing, allowing him to amass wealth during the early days of reform. With the Han family's support, he had outpaced others in business, achieving significant profit. Without their assistance, how could a mere elementary school dropout like Qin Hao rise to such heights? Did he possess the acumen for commerce? Now that fate had granted him a second chance, Qin Ziming was determined to seize Han Lili and secure his place in the Han family. With their support and his own abilities, he was confident that his future achievements would far surpass those of Qin Hao. However, while transforming his own destiny, Qin Ziming also sought to unleash the resentment from his previous life, allowing Qin Hao to experience a truly tragic existence. Brother, please support me. Is that all right? Qin Ziming pleaded with Qin Hao earnestly. I have no objections, as long as you find joy, Qin Hao replied, a flicker of amusement dancing in his eyes. It was now certain that Qin Ziming had also been reborn. Since he wished to eagerly serve the Han family, Qin Hao would certainly oblige. Ziming you. Wang Damei began to interject, but was promptly interrupted by Qin Ziming. Mother, since Qin Hao has already agreed, please refrain from speaking. Allow me to handle this matter. Just then, a flurry of footsteps approached from outside. The village secretary Han Guohua arrived with Han Lili. Qin Ziming's face brightened, and he rushed to greet them. Father, you and Lili have finally arrived, Qin Ziming beamed. Upon hearing this, Han Guohua and Han Lili stood in stunned silence, exchanging incredulous glances at Qin Ziming. Had the second son of the Qin family lost his senses? Addressing him as father right off the bat? What is going on here? Han Guohua steadied himself, fixing a serious gaze upon Wang Damei and her son. With no alternative, Wang Damei reluctantly relayed Qin Ziming's intentions to become a son-in-law to the Han family. Nonsense. What do you take my Han family for? To change the groom at the last minute after everything was settled? If this gets out, where will I? Han Guohua, save face. Han Guohua was furious, finding this ludicrous situation utterly unprecedented. Father, I genuinely adore Lili. I vow to cherish her for life. Plop. Qin Ziming steeled himself, ready to sacrifice everything for his future, and knelt before Han Guohua. Father, if you grant me this wish, I will forego the 200 yuan bride price you promised my family. I only seek to become your family's son-in-law. This. Han Guohua and Han Lili exchanged knowing glances, a hint of sharpness flashing in their eyes. Such a fortuitous offer. Very well, it is rare to find such sincere intentions. I believe you will treat my daughter well. Han Guohua feigned reluctance. He then shifted his tone, stating, let us sit down and discuss the engagement and wedding arrangements for Ziming and Lili. Yes, father, let us go inside to talk. Qin Ziming exclaimed with joy, eagerly ushering Han Guohua and Han Lili into the main room. 20 minutes later. Agreed. Let us finalize the engagement, and now let the two children go obtain their marriage certificate, with the wedding to follow in 5 days. They have already taken a liking to each other. The sooner, the better. Wang Damei, her voice raised and a beaming smile adorning her face, accompanied the father-daughter duo, Han Guohua and Han Lili, as they strolled toward the courtyard. At the rear, Qin Ziming walked with an unmistakable air of satisfaction, cheerfully addressing Qin Hao. Qin Hao, when Lin Yuxin arrives, make sure to engage her in a good conversation. It would be splendid if you two could become a couple. That way, our family would celebrate a double joy. With that, he hurriedly dashed ahead, entirely oblivious to the subtle glint of cunning in the eyes of Han Guohua and Han Lili. They resembled two cunning wolves cloaked in sheep's wool, having successfully lured away a little lamb. Just as Qin Ziming and the others departed, a crisp and puzzled voice echoed from outside the courtyard. I just ran into Qin Ziming. He mentioned he is going to obtain a marriage certificate with Secretary Han's daughter, Han Lili. Does this mean that my betrothed has now become you? Chapter 2. 2 conditions before her voice faded. A strikingly beautiful woman entered the courtyard. It was Lin Yuxin. She stood tall, possessing a gentle oval face, a refined nose, and a mouth reminiscent of cherries. Particularly, she exuded an air of noble elegance that was entirely unparalleled by any village woman. The person you are now engaged to is indeed me, Qin Hao replied. Such an absurd situation would have caused any other woman to flee at the first opportunity. Yet, Lin Yuxin not only showed no intention of leaving, but instead scrutinized Qin Hao and responded nonchalantly, that is acceptable. Had it not been for Qin Fu's reprimand leading to repercussions, she would have remained in the provincial city, living the life of a wealthy heiress. Upon her arrival in Nanting village, the local men could scarcely contain their excitement, flocking to the village entrance for a glimpse of her beauty. Each day, a throng of men hurried to Lin Yuxin's residence, leaving her terrified and unable to act. In desperation, she devised a plan for a sham marriage to evade the advances of these idle suitors. I do not care whom I marry. I can relinquish everything, provided you agree to 2 conditions. Lin Yuxin's voice was cold, akin to the brisk autumn breeze of September, bringing a chill to Qin Hao. Go ahead, Qin Hao said. First, after we marry, you cannot touch me without my permission. Second, should my family be vindicated one day, you must agree to divorce me. Upon hearing these 2 conditions, Qin Hao did not hesitate and immediately replied, all right, I agree. To others, these stipulations might seem excessively harsh. However, for Qin Hao, they held no significance. He harbored no inappropriate desires for Lin Yuxin. She sought a shield, and he shared the same intent. Only through marriage could he establish his own independence and finally break free from that wretched household. Compared to the beginning of his previous life, this situation was far more favorable. Do you truly agree? Lin Yuxin fixed her gaze on Qin Hao, attempting to discern sincerity in his eyes. Yet, she found nothing. Qin Hao slowly spoke. I have one requirement as well. Upon hearing this, Lin Yuxin's eyebrows knitted slightly, as if she had anticipated something, and coldly replied, you need not voice any excessive demands. Qin Hao continued unabashedly. After we marry, I will handle matters outside, while you manage domestic affairs. You will be responsible for household chores. Is that acceptable? Is that all? Lin Yuxin was taken aback. She had expected Qin Hao to make some outrageous demands, but was surprised by the simplicity of his request. Very well, I agree. Their eyes met. Lin Yuxin observed keenly, noting the stark contrast between Qin Hao's gaze and the lecherous stares of others. His eyes were devoid of emotion, resembling a piece of wood. Something felt amiss. Was it that Qin Hao had issues, or did her charms simply fall short? Do you have other matters to attend to? Qin Hao asked, noticing Lin Yuxin's unwavering gaze. Tomorrow at 10 in the morning. I will be at the village team office waiting for you to obtain the introduction letter. With that, Lin Yuxin left without looking back. As she departed, Qin Hao entered an old house. This had been his former residence, but before he could reminisce, an old man entered, hands clasped behind his back. Xiao Hao, why did she leave so quickly? Did she not agree? If it didn't work out, just let it go. No need to get worked up. We can find someone else for you, the old man consoled, patting Qin Hao's shoulder. Qin Hao gazed at the familiar figure before him, his heart swelling with emotion. He had finally seen his father again. Memories surged forth. In his previous life, he had lived in a happy family, with parents who cherished him deeply. However, everything changed when his mother passed away from illness, and his father, Qin Weimin, brought Wang Damei and her son into their home through an introduction. Their once ordinary life was shattered. The household was entirely under the control of his stepmother. At merely 12 years old, Qin Hao was coerced to drop out of school and work in the fields to earn labor points, just like the other village adults. Any treats at home were reserved for Qin Zimming, leaving Qin Hao to face scolding even for a mere glance. Qin Weimin witnessed his son's plight and felt heartbroken, arguing with Wang Damei, but ultimately, he was met with scorn. He could only secretly use his savings to provide Qin Hao with a little extra. Later, when Qin Hao ventured beyond the village, Qin Weimin continued to toil for Wang Damei and her son, never living to see Qin Hao return to take him to the provincial capital for a better life. This became a burden on Qin Hao's heart. In this new life, he would never allow such a tragedy to unfold again. Dad, just as Qin Hao was about to speak, the curtain was lifted and Wang Damei strode in. Seeing only Qin Zimming and Qin Weimin in the room, her expression darkened. What is going on? Qin Hao, did you not manage to secure Lin Yuxin? Zimming has given you such a great opportunity, and you squander it? You are nothing but a waste of food. You cannot even seize an opportunity. Wang Damei unleashed a barrage of harsh words at Qin Hao. Having lost the 200 yuan betrothal gift from the Han family and the dowry from Lin Yuxin, she vented her frustration entirely on Qin Hao. Qin Weimin quickly intervened. It takes two to tango. They must both be compatible. You cannot place all the blame on Xiao Hao. Perhaps you could help him find someone else. Find someone else? What family would want to marry off their daughter to a useless fellow like Qin Hao? Wang Damei shot a fierce glare at Qin Weimin. He recoiled slightly, shaking his head with a sigh. Even Qin Zimming felt that Lin Yuxin had deemed Qin Hao unworthy, which filled him with a sense of satisfaction. After all, in his previous life, Qin Zimming had married Lin Yuxin, but now, it seemed that Qin Hao's chance had ended before it had even begun. Clearly, without the assistance of the Han family, Qin Hao was nothing. Mom, I recall that the second daughter of Uncle Li's family is also looking for a match. Why not inquire about her for Qin Hao? Li Er's girl may not be the brightest, but she would surely be a suitable match for him. Though he had failed to win Lin Yuxin, Qin Zimming was determined not to let Qin Hao off so easily and concocted a devious plan. Upon the mention of her son, Wang Damei recalled the young lady Li Er and murmured to herself, perhaps it is suitable. That girl has always been rather simple-minded. Old Li mentioned that whoever is willing to marry her will receive a dowry of 50 yuan, which seems quite fitting for Qin Hao. Mother, you should speak to them first thing tomorrow. Qin Zimming urged eagerly. He could hardly contain his anticipation for Wang Damei to expedite the matter. so that Qin Hao could soon take Li Er as his bride. Absolutely not. Suddenly, Qin Hao's clear voice rang out. What? Wang Damei was taken aback, her expression lengthening in dismay. She had been contemplating how to persuade old Li to increase the dowry, envisioning a substantial profit. However, Qin Hao's unexpected interjection shattered her train of thought. What do you mean, not needed? Have you grown wings, perhaps? Let me remind you, as long as you remain under this roof, your marriage is my decision to make. Besides, aside from her simplicity, Li Er has no significant flaws. She possesses the necessary attributes and will not hinder your lineage. Wang Damei proclaimed imperiously, resolute not to let a golden opportunity slip away. A little negotiation for 100 or 80 yuan in dowry should pose no great challenge. Qin Hao interjected once more. I insist it is unnecessary. I have already come to an understanding with Lin Yuxin, and we shall obtain our marriage certificate tomorrow. Chapter 3. Obtaining the marriage certificate. You two are together? Upon hearing these words, Wang Damei was momentarily taken aback. She never anticipated that Lin Yuxin would take a liking to Qin Hao, this country bumpkin. At this moment, only Qin Ziming was fully aware, understanding that Qin Hao must have acquiesced to Lin Yuxin's two conditions. Reflecting on his own past, Qin Ziming couldn't help but feel that Qin Hao's future was bound to be grim. The thought of it brought a sinister smile to Qin Ziming's face as he mockingly said, Congratulations, Qin Hao, for marrying the stunning Lin Yuxin. You shall have a life filled with blessings. Qin Hao, however, scoffed internally, recognizing that Qin Ziming's fortune far surpassed his own. Dear brother, although being a son-in-law may not sound appealing and is prone to gossip, Han Lili's father is the secretary of our brigade. Once you marry her, you will want for nothing and live a life of ease. Qin Hao emphasized the word marry deliberately. In the past, he had been powerless in this household, forced to endure humiliation just to survive. This had emboldened Wang Damei and her son, Qin Ziming, to act without restraint. However, with his rebirth, Qin Hao would no longer indulge them. Upon hearing his words, Wang Damei's complexion shifted from green to pale, especially at the audacity of Qin Hao mocking her son. Enraged, she pointed a finger at Qin Hao's nose and scolded, You little brat, if you can't speak properly, then don't say anything at all. Do you believe I want to tear your mouth apart? Don't think that just because you found someone, you can show off. Let me tell you, our family has no money for your wedding dowry or any wedding preparations. You'll have to steal or rob to gather what you need. Beside her, Qin Weiman looked at Wang Damei and advised, Children getting married shouldn't be too shabby. Shut up. Don't you know how difficult things are for us? If you have money, you can provide for yourself. Wang Damei retorted before turning her attention back to Qin Hao. Tomorrow, tidy up the side room. Consider it your wedding chamber. I will give you a new quilt, and there are plenty of unused pots and pans in the storeroom. Just take what you need so that the villagers won't gossip about how, as your stepmother, I didn't care for your wedding. But I must make it clear that once you are married, we will each fend for ourselves. There will be no extra food to support your wife. If you go hungry, you will just have to endure it. Wang Damei said coldly. Then, turning her expression softer, she took Qin Ziming by the arm and headed towards the east room, saying, Ziming, you are about to get married, and I will help you prepare. Watching the mother-son duo depart, Qin Weiman turned to Qin Hao and said, Xiao Hao, don't be anxious. I will talk to her again tonight. We can't let her make things too difficult for you. Dad, it's fine. Qin Hao firmly rejected. You know Wang Damei's true character. It would be pointless to argue. Once I get the certificate, I'll separate from her. Qin Weiman nodded, murmuring, That is fine. That is fine. He then turned and walked outside. Dad, Qin Hao suddenly called out to him. What is it? Qin Weiman asked. After a moment of contemplation, Qin Hao replied, Dad, in a few years, when I have developed well, I will take you to the provincial city to enjoy a better life. Huh. Hearing this, Qin Weiman was left dumbfounded. Qin Hao had not even graduated from elementary school and had only ever worked in the fields. Even marrying Lin Yuxin wouldn't change much. Qin Weiman knew that Lin Yuxin's father had been criticized, which adversely affected her standing. Qin Hao could hardly expect any help from them. Moreover, for someone from the countryside like them, even getting a job in a county factory was already a stroke of good fortune. The thought of moving to the provincial city was beyond imagination. Qin Weiman did not take Qin Hao's words to heart. Regardless of whether he could achieve it, it was a gesture of filial piety. He casually replied, All right, I'll wait for that day. The next morning, Qin Hao arrived at the brigade office as promised. From a distance, he spotted a tall figure standing at the entrance. He hastened his steps towards Lin Yuxin. "You are quite punctual. Let us head inside." Lin Yuxin assessed Qin Hao and said. A short while later, with their introduction letter in hand, Qin Hao and Lin Yuxin made their way to the Civil Affairs Bureau of the commune. Soon, they obtained their marriage certificate, embossed with gold on a red background. Qin Hao felt a surge of joy within. With this document, he could finally establish his own household openly. He would no longer have to endure the incessant meddling of that loathsome mother-son duo. "You go back and wait for me. I need to return home to collect some things," Lin Yuxin stated. Qin Hao inquired, "Is there a lot to take?" "I'll accompany you." After a brief pause, Lin Yuxin agreed. "All right, with two of us, it should be manageable in one trip." The two walked side by side back to Lin Yuxin's residence. It was located in the most remote area of Nantang village. For someone like Lin Yuxin, who had been sent down, not living in a cow shed was already a significant improvement. In the courtyard, there was one main house and two side rooms. Besides Lin Yuxin, several other girls who had experienced similar fates resided there. Qin Hao stood outside, waiting as Lin Yuxin entered alone. This scene caught the attention of the other girls, who quickly followed her inside. "Yuxin, you really got married? Even if you seek a peaceful environment, isn't this too great a sacrifice? Is there no better solution?" "Yes, even if you must marry, shouldn't you at least find someone with a similar background? I know that guy from the village, the old Qin family. He has a stepmother and a younger brother. He is basically a punching bag at home. How miserable will your life be marrying him?" The girls chattered incessantly, expressing their concerns for Lin Yuxin. Lin Yuxin smiled faintly. It was merely a sham marriage, and she couldn't reveal the truth to them just yet. "Regardless, I have already obtained the certificate. What happens next can be discussed later. At least now that I am leaving. Those people won't bother me anymore, and I can live in peace." Upon hearing this, the girls exchanged glances, feeling a pang of discomfort. Lin Yuxin approached her bed, rolled up her bedding, and tied it with a piece of grass rope. She bundled a few clothes and books in a bed sheet, and finally added a patterned enamel basin. These constituted all her belongings. Subsequently, under the gaze of the crowd, Qin Hao shouldered his bedding roll and carried a bundle, while Lin Yuxin held a basin, and the two departed in this manner. "Alas, Yuxin has made a tremendous sacrifice," lamented a girl. When others get married, even the most impoverished make some effort to celebrate, donning red attire and offering prayers to the heavens, following certain customs. Yet, for Qin Hao and Lin Yuxin's wedding, there was not a single thing. It is indeed quite tragic. As Qin Hao and Lin Yuxin walked side by side into the village, they immediately captured the attention of the elderly residents. TSK. "Little Hao, you could at least have prepared a new outfit and some wedding sweets for your bride. Why is there nothing at all?" "Oh dear, given Wang Damiai's character, it would be a miracle if she could prepare anything. The old Qin family has truly embarrassed themselves to an extreme." Some nosy individuals even trailed behind the couple, pointing and laughing, treating them as a source of amusement. Before long, nearly everyone in the village was aware of the situation. More and more people rushed over to observe the spectacle. Even upon reaching the entrance of the old Qin family's courtyard, these onlookers remained gathered outside, craning their necks to peer inside. Under the scrutinizing eyes of the crowd, Qin Hao maintained a calm demeanor, leading Lin Yuxin as they boldly stepped through their front gate. Observers were astonished to see Lin Yuxin enter so readily, and they began to murmur, "How peculiar. Is this truly a wedding? It resembles nothing more than picking up a stray. Lin Yuxin is indeed foolish. What capabilities does that poor lad Qin Hao possess? It is truly a case of a delicate flower being placed in a pile of manure, coupled with a sharp-tongued mother-in-law. Has she not leapt into a burning pit?" Chapter 4. The Qin family farce in the courtyard. Qin Weiman was seated on a small stool. Upon noticing Qin Hao entering with Lin Yuxin, he hastily rose and approached them. "Uncle," Lin Yuxin greeted. Qin Hao announced, "Dad, we have obtained our marriage certificate. From this moment on, she is my wife." "Splendid, splendid." Upon hearing this, Qin Weiman's expression brightened, and he hurriedly fumbled in his pocket. However, in the next moment, the smile on his face froze, transforming into an awkward grimace. The reason was simple. Qin Weiman's pockets were utterly empty, devoid of even a single coin. "Young lady, The inability to present any form of a meeting gift left Qin Weiman feeling quite ashamed. Yet, Lin Yuxin did not wish to embarrass him. With a gentle smile, she remarked, "Uncle, I have married Qin Hao, and we are now family. There is no need for such formality." She then turned to Qin Hao and inquired, "Where will we be residing?" Qin Hao pointed towards the side room and replied, We will stay here. Come, let me show you inside so you can set down your things. With that, Qin Hao strode ahead, while Lin Yuxin followed closely, cradling a ceramic basin. At that moment, Wang Damei rushed out from the main house, adopting the demeanor of a domineering mother-in-law, and sarcastically exclaimed, "Oh dear! Whose new bride is this? How could she be so lacking in manners? She has come to my home and hasn't even greeted me, the mother-in-law, before I had to come out personally. Truly, what a disgrace." Lin Yuxin furrowed her brows slightly. Although she had married Qin Hao, it was merely a facade. She had no intentions of acknowledging this woman as her mother-in-law. Qin Hao shared the same sentiment. Moreover, even if it were a genuine marriage, given Wang Damei's demeanor, she was unworthy of the title of mother-in-law. Qin Hao immediately stepped forward, casting a glance at Wang Damei, and coldly stated, "You are not my biological mother. She does not need to greet you." They continued towards the side room, carrying their belongings. Wang Damei had intended to assert her authority over Qin Hao and Lin Yuxin, but was unexpectedly rebuffed. Infuriated, she quickly stepped forward, blocking their path. "You little brat. How dare you speak to me like that? Listen, if Lin Yuxin does not call me mom today, neither of you will set foot in my house. I will throw you both out." This scene elicited laughter from the onlookers outside, turning the courtyard of the Qin family into a stage for entertainment. The marriage lacked a banquet, firecrackers, or even a single red flower. The most amusing part was that as soon as the new bride entered the courtyard, Wang Damei, the mother-in-law, began to create a scene. Wang Damei was indeed formidable. She sought to establish her authority the moment the new bride stepped through the door. Laughter echoed as spectators commented on the impending chaos within the Qin household. "It's a veritable cauldron of drama. Lin Yuxin, you still have time to reconsider." Voices of ridicule continued to resound from outside. "What are you laughing at? This is our family matter. Do we need your commentary? Are you all so idle? Hurry up and get lost." Wang Damei, hands on her hips, pointed towards the courtyard entrance. Despite the jeers of dozens, she remained unfazed, her voice booming, drowning out the others. "Enough. There are enough spectators. Let the two kids enter the house quickly. It's embarrassing to linger here." Qin Weiman, having lived in the village for most of his life, recognized many faces. With so many people around to witness their misfortune, he felt utterly humiliated and tugged at Wang Damei's sleeve, whispering, "What is so embarrassing? The new bride has arrived, yet Qin Hao, this little brat, doesn't he even let her call me mom? Isn't he the one who should feel ashamed? Does he think marriage has given him wings? Soon, he will be riding on my back. I must teach him a lesson." Wang Damei forcefully shook off Qin Weiman's hand, raising her palm to strike Qin Hao's face. "You ungrateful wretch, I will teach you a lesson today." She was oblivious to the change in Qin Hao's expression. For him, the word mother was a sacred taboo, and no one was allowed to insult it. At that moment, a surge of rage ignited within him. The package slipped from Qin Hao's grip, crashing to the ground. With a resounding slap, the courtyard fell into an eerie silence. In an instant, all eyes were on Qin Hao, who had delivered a sharp slap to Wang Damei's face, leaving her dazed and stunned. Qin Weiman stood in shock, staring at Qin Hao in disbelief. Only Lin Yuxin's previously cool gaze revealed a subtle shift, her lips curving into a faint smile. After a moment, Wang Damei finally regained her composure, covering her face in disbelief. "You hit me? You dare strike me? You wretched woman, I have tolerated you for far too long. If you dare to refer to me as mom again, the next time will not be just a slap." Qin Hao replied coldly, I will fight you." Wang Damei, known in the village for her sharp tongue, had never been on the losing end. Now, after being publicly slapped by Qin Hao, she lunged at him, ready for a confrontation. At this moment, Qin Weiman snapped back to reality. If this continued, their family would become the laughingstock again. He hurriedly stepped in, wrapping his arms around Wang Damei's waist. "Enough. Stop making a scene. Don't you think we've embarrassed ourselves enough? Let go of me. Today, it's either him or me, and I will have my revenge." Wang Damei struggled and shouted. Regardless of her screaming, Qin Hao appeared unfazed, picking up the fallen package and turning to enter the side room, with Lin Yuxin closely following. "You little wretch. Come out. I will make you pay for this. Stop. I beg you. There are so many people watching. Do you not feel ashamed?" Qin Weiman clung tightly to Wang Damei, pulling her towards the main house. Even as she continued to struggle and curse, she was finally dragged inside, where she began to quiet down. Thus, the farce of the Qin family came to a close. Let us depart, for there is nothing to behold. The vast throng gradually dispersed. As Lin Yuxin stepped into the side room, her delicate brows instinctively furrowed. She had encountered poverty before, yet she had never witnessed such destitution. In this room, even a mouse would leave in tears. Gazing at the empty space, Lin Yuxin turned to Qin Hao and suddenly inquired, "What shall we have for dinner tonight?" Chapter 5. The Mountain Expedition. Upon hearing Lin Yuxin's words, Qin Hao instinctively rummaged through his pockets. Alas, he could not produce a single cent. Most of the money he earned had long been taken by Wang Damei, and the food supplies were securely locked away in the main house. After having a confrontation with Wang Damei earlier, his intention to procure some food from the main house seemed rather futile. After a moment of contemplation, a plan quickly formed in Qin Hao's mind. The adage, "Rely on the mountains to eat from the mountains, rely on the water to eat from the water," resonated with him. The northeastern climate and soil conditions were particularly conducive to mushroom growth, and the nearby forests were teeming with various wild mushrooms. Although mushrooms were abundant, there were also over 100 varieties of poisonous ones. During times of food scarcity, many villagers ventured into the mountains to forage for mushrooms to satiate their hunger, but their inability to distinguish edible mushrooms from toxic ones often led to tragic outcomes. Coupled with the complex environment of the woods and the presence of wild beasts, villagers had entirely abandoned the idea of foraging. A saying thus emerged in the village: "Better to be idle at home than to venture into a place of danger and disdain." However, this posed no significant challenge for Qin Hao. In his previous life, he had engaged in the trade of various mountain goods and had participated in hunts, thus acquiring considerable experience in identifying and gathering wild produce. The fact that no one dared to venture into the mountains implied a lack of competition. As long as he possessed the skill, he could harvest a bounty of treasures from the mountains, either for his own consumption or to exchange for money. "You stay here and rest for a while. I will go to the mountains and find some food," Qin Hao declared, placing his bedding and bundle on the kong. He then shouldered a large basket and set off. After Qin Hao departed, Lin Yuxin did not remain idle. Gazing at the empty, dust-laden little earthen house, she began to tidy up. It was hard to believe that Lin Yuxin, once the cherished daughter of the family, had ever done such chores. However, the unpredictability of life had led to her father's sudden misfortune, resulting in her being sent here for reformation. Yet, this did not cause her to submit. She steadfastly believed that a ray of hope would eventually illuminate her path. In the mountains, sunlight filtered through the treetops, casting dappled patterns on the ground. The air was fragrant with the scent of earth, accompanied by the melodious songs of birds and the rustling of leaves. This serene environment uplifted Qin Hao's spirits. Mushrooms, considered a delicacy of the mountains, were in their prime during this era, as the limitations of cultivation meant that they were predominantly wild. September marked the peak season for mushrooms, with an array of varieties scattered among the grass and beside the stones. Carrying his basket along the winding mountain path, Qin Hao meticulously observed the mushrooms around him. Many folk methods for identifying mushrooms were, in truth, unreliable. Vibrant colored mushrooms were often deemed poisonous, yet some edible varieties also bore bright hues. Certain toxic mushrooms bore striking resemblances to edible ones, making it challenging to distinguish between them based solely on appearance, aroma, or color. However, having lived a previous life, Qin Hao was well aware of which mushrooms were safe to consume. Thus, he selectively gathered familiar varieties such as shiitake, lion's mane, and chicken leg mushrooms, all of which were delectable whether stewed or stir-fried. Before long, the basket on his back grew heavy with his harvest. Not yet satisfied, Qin Hao resolved to collect more, intending to keep a portion for himself while selling the remainder in the county town. It was essential to note that such mountain delicacies were scarce in the town and highly sought after. After laboring for over 2 hours, the basket was finally full. He glanced at the sky, preparing to descend the mountain. Just as he was making his way down, a glimmer caught his eye. Not far away, nestled within a dry thicket, lay a nest of wild chicken eggs. This was a rare find. In this era, chicken eggs were a highly valued commodity, with prices hovering around 0.78 yuan per pound, making them quite expensive given the current living standards. Moreover, the supply of eggs was extremely limited, and villagers rarely consumed them. Even gifting 2 eggs was considered a significant gesture. Wild chicken eggs were not only scarce, but also boasted superior nutritional value, often unavailable for purchase even with money. He carefully placed the wild chicken eggs in the basket, filled with mushrooms to cushion them against the jostling of his trek back home. By the time he returned, It was already past 4 o'clock. Upon entering, Qin Hao noticed a large bowl of rice and 3 potatoes sitting on the stove. Where did this rice and those potatoes come from? He inquired. Your father brought them just now, sneaking in as if afraid someone in that house would see him. I told him not to, but he put them down and left. Lin Yuxin's voice resonated from within the house. Hearing this, Qin Hao shook his head with a sigh. He then called out, Come out and see what I've brought back. At his words, Lin Yuxin quickly emerged. Upon seeing the basket brimming with mushrooms and the 8 wild chicken eggs, her eyes widened in astonishment. Did you really gather all of this from the mountains? She exclaimed. Of course. Qin Hao replied with a smile, placing the eggs in a basin. How about we prepare mushroom soup and stir-fried eggs with scallions for dinner? Sounds great. Lin Yuxin nodded enthusiastically. She recognized the varieties of mushrooms in the basket. She had savored them before her father's misfortune, and the delicious taste lingered in her memory. The wild chicken eggs made her mouth water, and she could hardly recall the last time she had enjoyed such a sumptuous meal. Why don't you go to the yard and pick a couple of scallions and a handful of cilantro, and then wash some mushrooms? Qin Hao suggested casually. Upon hearing this, Lin Yuxin's smile faltered, and a surge of anger welled up within her. Why should I? I just finished cleaning the house. While she could accept doing household chores, she did not appreciate Qin Hao instructing her to work. Didn't I also go into the mountains? Otherwise, how would I have gathered these mushrooms and wild chicken eggs? It would only be fair for us to prepare dinner together, she retorted. Qin Hao filled a basin with clean water, washing away the grime from his face and hands. Seeing Lin Yuxin standing there, unmoved, he inquired once more, Do you truly wish to eat or not? Lin Yuxin felt an overwhelming desire to upend a basin upon the head of this infuriating man. Yet, the thought of the sautéed mushrooms and scallion fried eggs awaiting her that evening proved irresistible. Reluctantly, she acquiesced. Soon, Lin Yuxin returned with fresh scallions, cilantro, and mushrooms, all meticulously washed and placed upon the countertop. Qin Hao took charge of the preparations, heating oil in the wok. He added the sliced mushrooms, stir-frying them until they released their juices, followed by the addition of water until it reached a boil. Seasoning with salt and soy sauce, he finally tossed in the scallions and cilantro before removing the pot from the heat. In no time, the kitchen was filled with an enticing aroma. Although the soup contained no meat, the wild mushrooms were a rare delicacy, rendering the mushroom broth as rich and flavorful as chicken soup, a feast for the senses. Subsequently, Qin Hao cracked 2 eggs into a bowl, whisked them, and scrambled them with the scallions in the pan. The 2 dishes were then served in succession. At this moment, Lin Yuxin could hardly contain her anticipation, her mouth watering at the delightful scents. How fragrant! I am about to indulge. Chapter 6. Mushroom soup. As Qin Hao and Lin Yuxin were enjoying their meal in the side room, Qin Ziming and Han Lili, having just concluded their date, strolled into the courtyard with expressions of sheer delight. Earlier that afternoon, they had meandered through the commune, dined at a restaurant, and purchased numerous delightful items. Observing Du Meihua spend money like water only solidified Qin Ziming's belief in the Han family's substantial wealth. Moreover, with the prospect of soon winning the affections of a wealthy heiress, assuming the role of chairman of the group, and becoming the richest man in the province, Qin Ziming felt an uncontrollable surge of excitement welling up within him, wishing only that time would hasten. Upon entering the courtyard, he was greeted by a rich and enticing aroma. What a delightful scent! He initially presumed it was his mother preparing something delectable. However, he soon realized that the fragrance wafted from the side room. What could Qin Hao be secretly indulging in? Intrigued, Qin Ziming stealthily approached the window of the side room and peered inside. A figure was outside. Lin Yuxin spotted the shadow immediately and let out a startled cry. Qin Hao glanced back and chuckled. It's nothing. Perhaps just a stray dog passing by. Wait here. I'll fetch some hot water to scare it off, ensuring it never dares to linger by the window again. Hearing Qin Hao indirectly refer to him as a stray dog, Qin Ziming's face darkened. He pushed open the door and strode in. Upon seeing Qin Hao and Lin Yuxin feasting on scrambled eggs and mushroom soup, he exclaimed, So that's why the courtyard smelled so heavenly. You two are hiding here indulging yourselves. Just as he finished speaking, Qin Ziming's gaze fell upon a large basket brimming with mushrooms and a bowl filled with wild chicken eggs in the corner. He quickly pieced together the situation. Surely, Qin Hao had gathered them from the mountains. How could they dare consume mushrooms from the mountains? They might as well be courting death. Qin Ziming scoffed coldly and turned to exit the side room. Lin Yuxin was about to express her outrage at being criticized without cause. But Qin Hao stopped her, saying, Let us ignore him and continue eating. It will be unpleasant if it gets cold. Indeed, Lin Yuxin nodded and resumed her meal. Upon seeing Qin Ziming return from the side room, beaming with delight, Wang Damei, puzzled, inquired, "Ziming, what were you doing in there? Why are you so cheerful?" Qin Ziming replied smugly, "Mother, guess what I just saw? They are eating poisonous mushrooms gathered from the mountains. They must truly be courting death. Who is eating poisonous mushrooms?" Qin Weiman, seated on a bench, immediately asked. "Who else but Qin Hao and Lin Yuxin?" Qin Ziming retorted. It won't be long before they meet the same fate as the old Feng family from a few years back. Qin Ziming's chilling laughter echoed. Years ago, the old Feng family of 5 perished after consuming poisonous mushrooms they had picked from the mountains. With no chance of rescue even upon reaching the hospital, this incident had terrified the entire village, deterring anyone from foraging for mushrooms since. How could this child consume such things? Wang Damei lamented. Perhaps he thinks he has a long life ahead. "Father, you should hurry to see him one last time." Upon hearing this, Qin Weiman could no longer remain seated. He rushed out, eager to stop Qin Hao. Qin Ziming watched his father's retreating figure, relishing the misfortune, and remarked to Wang Damei, "Mother, look at how frightened he is. Just hearing that his son is eating mushrooms sends him running." Wang Damei cast a disdainful glance toward the door and declared, "It would be better if that boy perished. Then everything in this house would belong to you. Come, let us go see. That little brat slapped me earlier, and I have yet to settle the score." Recalling the slap she received ignited her fury. "Mother, what do you mean? Qin Hao slapped you?" Qin Ziming gasped. Wang Damei recounted the events. Although she was not entirely justified, Qin Ziming paid little heed to such details. "Mother, let us go now. I'll take care of him once and for all." With that, Qin Ziming seized Wang Damei's hand, storming toward the side room. Meanwhile, Qin Weiman entered the side room, and indeed, he immediately spotted Qin Hao and Lin Yuxin savoring mushroom soup. "Stop drinking that. Are you trying to throw away your lives?" Qin Weiman's face turned ashen as he rushed forward to snatch the bowls from their hands. Qin Hao, taken aback, realized his father must have misunderstood. He quickly explained, "Dad, these mushrooms are not poisonous. Besides, we've been eating them for a while. If they were toxic, we would have perished by now." Lin Yuxin nodded in agreement, adding, "The mushrooms Qin Hao gathered are safe. I've eaten them at home before." Hearing this, Qin Weiman finally felt a sense of relief. "That is good, but I must remind you to be cautious when foraging in the mountains," he advised earnestly. "I understand, Dad. I'll be careful," Qin Hao replied with a nod. "What do you mean careful? Are you implying that I, as your stepmother, am too harsh on you? That I've forced you to search for food in the mountains?" A harsh voice interrupted, and Wang Damei and Qin Ziming entered the room. "Qin Weiman, do you see this? This is your beloved son. I serve you both in this house, and yet I receive no gratitude whatsoever." Before Qin Weiman could respond, Qin Hao shouted, "Shut your filthy mouth. Since you entered my home, who have you served? Do you even have the audacity to say such things? Qin Hao, you dare to insult my mother in front of me?" Qin Ziming roared, his face contorted with rage. His biological mother had been slapped by this little beast, and now Qin Hao was brazenly insulting her in his presence. The accumulation of new grievances and old grudges propelled Qin Ziming to settle the score with Qin Hao once and for all. "I will make sure you regret this today." With that, Qin Ziming charged at Qin Hao. In a previous life, Qin Hao had been caught off guard and perished at the hands of Qin Ziming's treachery. Having learned the depths of his ruthlessness, Qin Hao was determined not to grant Qin Ziming a second chance to strike. As Qin Ziming barreled toward him, Qin Hao quickly reacted. The two engaged in a fierce struggle, exchanging blows, with Qin Hao seizing the opportunity to deliver a flurry of punches to Qin Ziming's face. With a few strikes, Qin Ziming's face became a mosaic of bruises, his nose and the corners of his mouth bloodied. "Qin Hao, how dare you strike my son?" Upon witnessing her son suffer such a grievous defeat, Wang Damei could no longer contain herself. She charged forward, reaching out to claw at Qin Hao's face. In response, Qin Hao blocked Qin Ziming's punches with his arm and then delivered a kick to Wang Damei's abdomen. "Ah!" Wang Damei cried out in pain, rolling on the ground. In an instant, the entire room descended into chaos. Lin Yuxin hurriedly moved the scrambled eggs and mushrooms to the corner of the earthen Kong, especially the 6 eggs in the basin, to prevent them from being affected. "Stop fighting. Everyone, cease this madness." As the situation escalated beyond control, Qin Weiman urgently shouted. However, his words were seldom taken seriously. Now that both parties were consumed by rage, They paid no heed to his pleas. Frustrated by his ineffective attempts to intervene, Qin Weimin stamped his foot, discarded his smoking pipe, and rushed to break up the fight. He pulled Wang Damei away, separating Qin Hao and Qin Ziming, declaring, "Enough. Stop this at once." Chapter 7. Each to their own. The hell with it. I can't endure this life any longer. I'll end it all. As Qin Weimin pulled her away, Wang Damei collapsed to the ground, her disheveled hair framing her tear-streaked face as she wept loudly. "Qin Hao, you little wretch, I will have my vengeance." Qin Ziming, who had been pulled aside, pointed at Qin Hao and hurled curses at him. "This family bears the surname Du, and if anyone is a wretch, it's you." Qin Hao retorted coldly, showing no mercy. "You." Qin Ziming was left speechless by the retort. "Qin Weimin, did you hear that? Your son is insulting Ziming. You must discipline him right away. Otherwise, none of us can expect to live peacefully." Wang Damei rose from the ground, pointing at Qin Weimin and shouting in anger. Qin Weimin's expression darkened. It was impossible for him to lay a hand on Qin Hao. Yet, facing the aggressive Wang Damei, he was at a loss for how to respond. Suddenly, Qin Hao stepped forward with a cold smile, declaring, "If you wish to live unhappily, then let us separate our households now. From this day forth, you two can do as you please. Just do not bother me or my father." Given the severity of the situation, a separation was the wisest choice. Otherwise, who knows how many more troubles would arise in the future. Separate? How naive of you. Upon hearing the suggestion of separation, Wang Damei was the first to jump in. "If it weren't for my tireless efforts to manage this household over the years, you'd be out there gnawing on tree bark and eating grass. You want a separation? I'll give you nothing." Qin Ziming chimed in with a forced smile. "This family belongs to our father, not to you. What right do you have to speak of separation? If you desire to separate, then pack your things and leave." At that moment, Qin Weimin took a deep breath and exhaled heavily. He turned to Wang Damei and said solemnly, "Look at the chaos you've caused in this home. Now that Xiao Hao is married, I believe today is the right time to separate our households. From now on, each shall live their own lives." Upon hearing this, Wang Damei was momentarily stunned. However, even if Qin Weimin agreed, she could not concede. "When did it become your place to speak? I am in charge of this household, and if Qin Hao wants a separation, he must first return the money I've spent raising him over the years. Otherwise, he can forget it." Wang Damei's attitude was resolute. It should be noted that Qin Hao was currently the only laborer in the family. With his marriage to Lin Yuxin, this meant 2 sources of income, and they could expect to receive 2 wages each month. How could she possibly let go so easily? Wang Damei dropped a remark and turned to leave, not forgetting to drag Qin Weimin with her, fearing he might linger and bring up the separation again. Qin Ziming followed closely behind, casting a fierce glare at Lin Yuxin on the comm. He then coldly sneered at Qin Hao. "Don't think that just because you married Lin Yuxin, you'll have an easy life. Sooner or later, you'll be the one crying, you dog couple. I spit." Sitting on the Kong, Lin Yuxin heard Qin Ziming's insults and immediately furrowed her brows, retorting, "What is wrong with you? Why are you cursing me? I haven't done anything to provoke you." Qin Ziming glared at Lin Yuxin, wanting to say, "You've provoked me in countless ways." Especially recalling that fateful night in his previous life, he felt a pang of discomfort. The force of that kick still haunted him. Yet, Qin Ziming restrained himself from speaking, fearing that it might raise suspicions with Lin Yuxin and Qin Hao. After all, in his view, he was the only one who had been reborn. Qin Hao and Lin Yuxin were not. Exiting the side room, Qin Ziming slammed the door shut with a loud bang. Qin Hao stood in place, letting out a helpless sigh. Perhaps after his mother's passing, Qin Weimin had been striving to provide him with a complete family. However, it wasn't necessary to go to such lengths. Primarily, Wang Damei and Qin Ziming were not good individuals at all. At that moment, Lin Yuxin suddenly spoke, interrupting his thoughts. "I had heard about the significant conflicts in your family, but I never anticipated the situation to be so complex." Sigh. Qin Hao sighed again. After all, his marriage with Lin Yuxin was a facade, and there was no need to explain anything further. "Now that you have experienced it firsthand, if you find it unbearable, we can divorce at any time," Qin Hao said nonchalantly. Upon hearing this, Lin Yuxin frowned, her eyes rolling dramatically. "I never said that. Although the old Qin family has a troublesome Wang Damei, at least there is Qin Hao to bear the brunt. At least she wouldn't have to endure the harassment from those men as she did before." The night grew deeper. Lin Yuxin sat at the edge of the Kong, pulling aside the curtain to gaze quietly at the night outside, showing no signs of wanting to sleep. Her beautiful eyes occasionally stole glances at Qin Hao. Qin Hao was still busy, placing the mushrooms from the basket in a safe spot to avoid being ravaged by mice while he slept, for the loss would be significant. After finishing this task, Qin Hao noticed Lin Yuxin's subtle movements. How could her little thoughts escape his notice? It was nearly time for bed. You sleep at the head of the Kong, and I'll sleep at the tail. And we won't disturb each other. Saying this, Qin Hao took his bedding to the tail of the Kong. He then stripped off his clothes and climbed under the covers without any unnecessary movements, not even casting another glance at Lin Yuxin. After a long while, Lin Yuxin finally heard Qin Hao's deep snoring and quietly let out a sigh of relief. She observed Qin Hao's movements while gently removing her outer clothing and quietly lying down, tucking herself in. The night passed. The next morning, the first rays of sunlight streamed through the window. Qin Hao awoke from his slumber. As he opened his eyes, he saw Lin Yuxin already dressed, neatly folding the bedding, freshly washed, and walking into the room. "You're up so early?" Qin Hao asked. Lin Yuxin glanced at Qin Hao and nodded. Qin Hao smiled faintly and climbed out of bed. While getting dressed, he instructed Lin Yuxin, "Please make some breakfast for me. After we eat, I need to head to the county town." "You." Lin Yuxin bit her lip, a hint of anger flashing across her face. "Here we go again. You open your eyes just to order me around." Having finished dressing, Qin Hao noticed Lin Yuxin hadn't moved and immediately said, "Don't forget our agreement." As part of this mock marriage, Lin Yuxin was to take on the household chores. "I truly owe you one." Lin Yuxin glared at Qin Hao. "There's nothing to eat at home, just some leftover mushroom soup from last night. You can make do with that." "Fine. I'm not picky." As Lin Yuxin went to prepare the hot soup, Qin Hao freshened up and examined the basket containing 20 pounds of mushrooms. At that moment, the soup was already heated. "I will head to the county town shortly to sell these mushrooms for some money. If I do not return by noon, feel free to do as you wish. Should you venture outside, do remember to lock the door securely to prevent that troublesome duo from causing any mischief." While savoring the soup, Qin Hao reminded her. Chapter 8. County Town. After finishing breakfast, Qin Hao set off towards Yuhua County, carrying a bag. Yuhua County is a large county, spanning over 3,000 square kilometers with a population exceeding 400,000. Furthermore, its primary industry is highly developed, housing numerous heavy industries. The lifestyle in rural areas starkly contrasts with that of worker families, as the former barely earns a living. At that time, rural laborers could only earn about 30 to 50 cents for 10 work points, with monthly earnings barely reaching 10 to 15 yuan. In contrast, ordinary workers in the county earned over 30 yuan a month. If a family had even one worker, it was sufficient to support the entire household, and with 2 workers, their living conditions were significantly superior to others. Due to the vast disparity between the two, countless rural young women dreamt of marrying someone from the city, while men eagerly sought to become workers in the city, hoping to escape agricultural life and enjoy better days. Yuhua County is over 20 li away from Nantang village. In those days, villagers primarily relied on their own 2 legs for transportation. After walking for over an hour, Qin Hao finally arrived in the county town. Compared to the desolate rural areas, the county town buzzed with life, filled with laughter and joy. This was Qin Hao's second visit to Yuhua County, his first being after leaving the Han family to seek a livelihood in the county. Hence, he was quite familiar with the town's circumstances. Qin Hao skillfully made his way to the match factory's residential area, where the residents were employees of the factory and their families, possessing considerable purchasing power. Upon entering the courtyard, he looked around and finally found a prominent spot to place the basket he was carrying. Indeed, displaying his goods attracted attention quickly. Soon after, a young woman approached and inquired, "How much are these mushrooms?" 8 jiao per gene, plus 1 gene of grain coupons. Qin Hao replied, having calculated the price to be considerably cheaper than that at the supply and marketing cooperative, while still allowing him a profit. Upon hearing the price, the woman appeared intrigued. "These mushrooms are freshly picked from the mountains. Each one is plump and vibrant," he continued, swiftly picking a few mushrooms and offering them to her. "Sister, please take a look before you decide." After examining the mushrooms and complimenting their quality, she said, "These mushrooms do look great. I'll take 2 genes." "All right, that will be a total of 6 yuan, plus 2 genes of grain coupons," Qin Hao confirmed. The woman paid him and left with the mushrooms. With the first sale completed, the market for his mushrooms was fully opened. The crowd around him grew larger. The mushrooms from the mountains were indeed exceptional, large and fresh, And since Qin Hao had selected only the best specimens yesterday, no one could find fault with them. Before long, the entire basket of mushrooms was sold. Qin Hao found a quiet corner to tally his earnings, totaling 16 yuan and 20 jeans of grain coupons. The 1980s were a time of abundant opportunities, where one could make a fortune by exploiting information gaps, essentially, transporting goods from areas of surplus to those of scarcity, often yielding substantial profits. This method had enabled many individuals to amass wealth during that era. After leaving the Han family and accumulating some initial capital in the county town, Qin Hao had made his first fortune through this very strategy. On his way back, Qin Hao also stopped by the supply and marketing cooperative to purchase some rice and cooking oil. He returned home shortly after 1 o'clock in the afternoon. Upon seeing the empty basket transformed into various food supplies, Lin Yuxin was pleasantly surprised. "Did you sell all the mushrooms you took this morning?" "Yes, they are all gone," Qin Hao replied, pulling out 2 stacks of cash to present to Lin Yuxin. "I made a total of 16 yuan and 20 jeans of grain coupons. I bought some items at the cooperative on my way back, and I still have this left. Please find a place to put it." Lin Yuxin was utterly astonished as she accepted the money and coupons. In a big city, she might not have thought much of this amount, but in a remote village, 16 yuan was more than the monthly income of most villagers. This was merely what Qin Hao had earned in the morning, sparking her curiosity about him. She had anticipated that this rural farmer possessed some business acumen. After drinking some water and taking a short rest, Qin Hao shouldered his basket again, preparing to head out. "Are you going back to the mountains?" Lin Yuxin asked. "Yes," Qin Hao nodded. "You stay at home and rest. I can manage on my own." "I never said I wanted to go with you." Lin Yuxin rolled her eyes and chose not to engage further with him. Meanwhile, Qin Ziming and Wang Damei sat on the Kong in the East Room, beaming with joy after a shopping spree at the commune. They laid out their purchases on the Kong, both delighted with their haul. "Ziming, although our family's circumstances are not as prosperous as Secretary Han's, we cannot allow them to look down upon us. Let us see if we are missing anything. I can buy more." Among their items were a brand new black Zhongshan suit, a pair of shiny leather shoes, a set of red wedding decorations, 2 large red towels, 2 thick red quilts, as well as toothpaste, toothbrushes, soap dishes, and other assorted necessities. "That should be everything. Uncle Han said he has prepared all the items needed for the wedding, and we are just waiting for the day when they come to pick me up." As a son-in-law, the tradition had shifted. No longer was it a man marrying a woman, but rather a woman marrying a man. The entire sequence of the wedding was thus reversed, as Han's family would come to escort Qin Ziming. Of course, any children born afterward will carry the Zhao surname. Sighing deeply, Wang Damei felt a mix of emotions. Although her son was marrying into a good family, the fact that he was a son-in-law brought her embarrassment. Moreover, the 200 yuan betrothal gift had vanished. Every time she thought of it, a wave of sorrow washed over her. Nevertheless, determined to secure a happy future for her beloved son, Wang Damei gritted her teeth and said, "Son, over the years, I've quietly saved 200 yuan for you. Take it all. Once you enter the Han household, spend freely where necessary. Better to appear generous than to invite disdain." With that, she rose, opened the cabinet, retrieved a small wooden money box, and handed Qin Ziming a neatly folded handkerchief containing the carefully preserved banknotes. Clutching the money, Qin Ziming's eyes gleamed with excitement as he declared, "Mother, once I join the Han family, their influence and connections will surely pave my way to distinction. When I've amassed great wealth, I shall bring you to the provincial capital to live in comfort and honor." Chapter 9. The Wild Chicken. Upon hearing Qin Ziming's words, Wang Damei gazed at him with affectionate eyes and declared, "All right, mother awaits your fortune to honor me." At that moment, a thought struck Wang Damei, prompting her to leap off the earthen bed and venture into the courtyard. She spotted Qin Weiman seated on a stool, smoking and basking in the sun, and immediately shouted, "Old man, in 2 days, Ziming is getting married. And you still have time to smoke? Don't you think you should lend a hand? You're so carefree every day. What do you want me to help with? Haven't you both taken care of everything?" Qin Weiman retorted, "Are you just going to sit there and do nothing?" Wang Damei placed her hands on her hips and insisted, "Hurry up and notify everyone in the village that Ziming is getting married, so they can all come. I'm counting on their gifts." Qin Weiman opened his mouth, hesitating before saying, "We Haven Tea even prepared a feast for the guests. If they come after giving gifts, and we let them leave without a meal, doesn't that seem unreasonable? What's unreasonable about that? We Haven Tea even received the bride price yet, and you want to host a feast? That would be a tremendous loss. When they arrive, I'll take them all to the Han family's place. Their banquet can certainly accommodate everyone. Wang Damei had already devised a plan. She was determined to make up for the 200 yuan shortfall in the bride price. In the end, she would keep the gift money for herself while enjoying the banquet at the Han family's expense. This way, it would all be pure profit. That doesn't seem right. Qin Weiman's face darkened. Clearly reluctant. Don't overthink it. Just do as I say. Wang Damei barked again. Fine, fine. I'll go, Qin Weiman replied, grabbing his smoking pipe and heading outside. Watching his retreating figure, Wang Damei coldly remarked, "He is just like that useless son of yours. Just seeing him is infuriating." As Qin Weiman walked out of the house and along the village path, he went from door to door announcing Ziming's upcoming wedding. Ever since Wang Damei arrived, the Qin family's reputation in the village had plummeted. In the past, it was already a rarity for the Qin family to attend weddings or funerals. As for giving gifts, that was utterly out of the question. Consequently, over the years, they had grown increasingly distant from the villagers. At this moment, as Qin Weiman made his rounds, he felt uncertain, unsure if he would be sent away. However, to fulfill Wang Damei's task, he had to muster the courage to announce their joyous occasion. To his surprise, everyone responded with cheerful congratulations and assured him they would attend. This delighted Qin Weiman immensely. After completing his circuit, he hurried home to share the good news with Wang Damei. "See, I told you. Once I notified them, they all promised to bring gifts. If I hadn't gone around, we would have missed out on such a significant sum." Wang Damei beamed with pride. Nantang village boasts nearly 200 households, and in recent years, the starting gift amount for weddings has been 50 cents. This adds up to nearly 100 yuan. In the evening, in the side room, Qin Hao returned with 30 pounds of mushrooms. He planned to sell them in the county town the following day, which would yield a considerable profit. Indeed, the beginning of this life was far better than the last. A smile crept across Qin Hao's lips at the thought. In his previous life, after his divorce, he moved to the county town and struggled to find work. He eventually joined a group of small vendors to learn the trade. His first venture was selling sesame oil and sesame paste. With no source of goods, most of his earnings were taken by suppliers, leaving him barely able to make ends meet. Although it was easier for Qin Hao to earn money in this life, the fundamental prerequisite remained. He needed to accumulate his initial capital. Thus, he decided to continue selling mushrooms. After deducting personal labor costs and efforts, selling mushrooms could yield around 10 yuan a day, which was already a significant profit. After all, how much could a laborer earn in a day? In the following 2 days, the entire Qin family was bustling with activity. Wang Damei was making the final preparations for Qin Ziming's wedding, while Qin Hao continued his daily routine of mushroom picking. Today, fortune smiled upon him once more as he discovered signs of wild chickens in the forest. Knowing that wild chickens have their own territories, Qin Hao promptly retrieved a bundle of thin rope and gathered some small insects to set multiple snares nearby. After completing his preparations, he did not linger but continued his mushroom harvesting, as wild chickens typically forage in the early morning and evening. Staying close would yield nothing but idle waiting. Moreover, without a hunting rifle, his chances of success with traps relied heavily on luck. Whether he would reap a reward depended on fate. By evening, as the sun began to set, Qin Hao's basket was filled to the brim. Satisfied, he decided to check if he had caught any wild chickens. Wiping the sweat from his brow, he followed the direction of his memory toward where he had set the traps. Half an hour later, 3 large wild chickens hung from his waist, their beautiful feathers glistening in the golden glow of the sunset. His luck was excellent. If sold, they would fetch a handsome sum. Currently, the market price for ordinary chicken meat was around 1.2 yuan per pound, while the wild chickens he had caught could easily command 3 to 4 times that price. A wild chicken typically weighed between 2 to 3 pounds, meaning each one could sell for at least 10 yuan. This was certainly a quicker way to earn money than selling mushrooms. Upon returning home, the sky had darkened. Lin Yuxin was busy preparing dinner at the stove. With newfound wealth, their meals had improved significantly. The steaming buns and a selection of chopped vegetables awaited the pot. As Qin Hao pushed the door open, he patted the wild chickens at his waist and grinned. "Look what I have. Wild chickens. Did you catch these in the mountains?" Lin Yuxin's eyes widened at the sight of the 3 wild chickens. Since her demotion, she hadn't eaten chicken meat, although some families in the village raised chickens and ducks. Those were treasured possessions kept solely for laying eggs, not for consumption. At present, upon seeing the 3 wild chickens, she was utterly tempted. Qin Hao placed 1 wild chicken in the corner and said to Lin Yuxin, "We shall keep this wild chicken for our meal tomorrow. while I will take the remaining 2 to sell in the county. All right. Lin Yuxin nodded without hesitation. As long as she could save her chicken meat, she would adhere to Qin Hao's arrangements. Then hurry and cook. I feel as though I might starve, Qin Hao remarked while filling a basin with clean water, washing up as he spoke. Okay, I will be right there. This time, considering the wild chickens, Lin Yuxin chose not to argue with Qin Hao over being instructed to do chores. After retrieving the steamed buns, she began to heat the oil in the pan and stir-fry the chopped vegetables. Chapter 10. Gift giving. On the following morning, as dawn broke gently, the Qin family courtyard and the main house were adorned with lanterns and decorations, radiating an atmosphere of joy. Wang Damei had cut out numerous auspicious characters, which were affixed everywhere, filling the house and courtyard with festivity. In stark contrast, the quiet side room seemed out of place amidst this lively scene. Shouldn't we at least put up one decoration in the side rooms? What will people think if they come and see this? Qin Weimin remarked as he observed the bustling Wang Damei. The previously cheerful Wang Damei's face suddenly fell. What are you talking about? It's a waste of money. After placing the last auspicious character, she turned without a glance and entered the main house. Inside, Qin Ziming had already donned a sharp Zhongshan suit and put on brand new leather shoes. At that moment, he was applying hair oil. Gazing at himself in the mirror, Ziming, hurry up and get ready. Guests will be arriving soon. Wang Damei, now dressed in a vibrant red outfit, eagerly awaited the villagers to bring her gifts. From today onward, my life of luxury is about to begin. Qin Ziming gazed at his reflection, filled with dreams of a bright future. Today is a wonderful day. All my wishes will come true. In his excitement, Qin Ziming struck a pose he believed to be quite cool, humming a cheerful tune. Once both mother and son were dressed, they settled in the main hall, awaiting guests. Wang Damei took out a fresh ledger, ready to record the monetary gifts when they arrived. However, as the sun climbed higher, the courtyard remained eerily empty, devoid of any guests to offer their congratulations. Wang Damei anxiously peered outside and commanded Qin Weimin, "What's going on? It's well past the hour, and not a single person has shown up. You should go out and see what's happening." Qin Weimin, puffing on a cigarette, strolled down the empty village road. The desolate path felt cold and uninviting. Sighing deeply, he understood the situation all too well. The villagers who had promised to come were merely paying lip service. They had no intention of attending the wedding. Realizing this, Qin Weimin's expression darkened. On what should have been a joyous occasion for their family, not a soul had come to offer their well wishes. Those villagers were likely hiding at home, waiting to witness the spectacle of his family's misfortune. As the silence outside lingered, Wang Damei could no longer contain herself and rushed outside. "What is going on? Didn't you say they all promised to come? Where are they now?" Wang Damei questioned coldly. Qin Weimin sighed in resignation. "They may have promised, but if they don't show up, what can we do? You always prevent me from going to others' homes when they have matters, and even when I do go, I go empty-handed. Now that it's our family's turn, what do you expect them to do? It's a miracle they're not laughing at us. Every family has to give money when attending events. Do you realize how much that would cost? Are you out of your mind?" Wang Damei pointed a finger at Qin Weimin, angrily rebuking him. Still feeling unsatisfied, she vented her frustration on the villagers. These unscrupulous people. If they don't want to come, then they shouldn't have promised anything. Not a single decent person among them. They are all great deceivers. They made me so happy for days for nothing. May their whole family suffer. The thought of nearly 100 yuan in gifts going to waste made Wang Damei's heart ache, and she stomped her feet in anger. Until now, she still did not see her own faults. Instead, it was the villagers who had deceived her feelings. Wait. Suddenly, Wang Damei had a thought and turned to Qin Weimin. "I remember, 3 years ago, when old Lu's son got married. You attended and even gave 5 cents as a gift behind my back. Why aren't they coming to return the favor? Hurry and go check on old Lu's family. They wouldn't want to return the gift, would they?" Wang Damei pushed Qin Weimin. Just then, a figure appeared on the village road. As Wang Damei recognized the visitor, a smile blossomed on her face. It was Lu Xiaoli, the second son of old Lu. "Uncle Du, Aunt." Lu Xiaoli approached with a beaming smile and exclaimed, "Congratulations. Congratulations. Today is Brother Ziming's wedding day. My brother said that when he got married, Uncle Du also came with a gift. He had to work in the production team today and couldn't make it. So he sent me to convey his congratulations and bring along the gift." As he spoke, Lu Xiaoli pulled out 5 cents from his pocket and handed it over. Upon seeing this, Wang Damei's smile froze. "Only 5 cents? 3 years have passed, and not a single cent has increased? Yet, Wang Damei could not comprehend that even this seemingly insignificant 5 cents was only given because Qin Weimin had shamelessly gone around notifying everyone the day before. Otherwise, they might not have even offered that. Qin Weimin mechanically accepted the 5 cents, forcing a smile. Xiaoli, come in and have some wedding candy. No. Lu Xiaoli waved his hand and said, Uncle Du, I still have a lot of work to do at home, so I'll be leaving now. With that, he turned and walked away. Clearly, the bond between the Lu family and the Qin family had come to an end, with no further obligations. What does old Lu's family mean by this? Coming over to give just 5 cents. Do they think our family is begging? Wang Damei was furious, snatching the 5 cents from Qin Weimin's hand and stuffing it into her pocket. In the side room, Qin Hao and Qin Wan were having breakfast. Today was Qin Ziming's wedding day. When Lin Yuxin got up in the morning, she happened to see Wang Damei sticking up auspicious characters everywhere. Since it had nothing to do with us, I plan to go out later. If you find it noisy, you can step outside for a bit. Qin Hao said while biting into a steamed bun. I'll leave in a moment, Lin Yuxin replied, casting a glance at Qin Hao. During these few days since moving in, she had come to clearly see how harsh the main house was. The elder son's wedding was a bare affair, while the younger son's marriage was lavishly prepared. What kind of family could produce such shocking disparities? Fortunately, Qin Ziming had temporarily switched brides, allowing her to feign marriage with Qin Hao. Otherwise, facing a person like Wang Damei daily, Lin Yuxin felt she would lose her sanity before she could even propose a divorce. After finishing breakfast, Qin Hao procured a burlap sack and placed 2 wild chickens within it. He then quietly set off, carrying a basket on his back and the sack in his arms. Lin Yuxin tidied up the dishes and also left the house. At that moment, only Qin Weimin and the mother-son duo remained in the Qin residence. The 3 of them sat in the main room, their faces etched with sorrow, devoid of any semblance of joy. On the occasion of Qin Ziming's marriage, a mere single villager had come to extend congratulations, bringing shame upon the family. Qin Ziming seethed with resentment, unable to restrain his curses. You superficial beings, once I achieve success, none of you will have the privilege of basking in my glory. At that time, I shall make you regret your actions profoundly. Indeed, son, my dignity relies on your success. Work diligently so that those people will rue their past judgments. Wang Damei added, equally incensed. Qin Weimin observed the mother and son in silence, his head bowed. He pondered in confusion how his family had descended into such a state. Chapter 11. A woman marries a man. At 8 o'clock in the morning, outside the Qin family's courtyard, 2 tractors arrived, transporting a throng of people, accompanied by the lively sounds of drums and music, instantly enlivening the atmosphere. Upon hearing the commotion, Wang Damei's eyes sparkled as she rose from her chair, urging Qin Weimin to hurry and set off firecrackers to welcome the bride. A smile blossomed on Qin Ziming's face. Soon, he would be entering the Han family, making everything else seem trivial in comparison. Crackling firecrackers filled the air as Qin Weimin ignited them in the courtyard. After a cloud of smoke dissipated, Han Lili, clad in her wedding attire, entered the courtyard, surrounded by a large crowd. The onlookers outside had increased in number, including those villagers who had promised to bring gifts but had not yet shown their faces. After all, it was a woman marrying a man, a truly novel occurrence. In the history of Nantang village, this was unprecedented. They, too, were following the example of the Qin family. Did they want to contribute money? Certainly not. But they had to witness the spectacle. Furthermore, Han Guohua had orchestrated an extravagant wedding, borrowing 2 brand-new tractors, and even hiring a professional MC from the commune for 5 yuan, emphasizing a grand display. This filled Han Lili with confidence as she held a bouquet of flowers, walking with an air of grace. However, as the wedding procession entered the courtyard and beheld the vast space occupied only by Qin Weimin and Wang Damei, everyone was taken aback. What was this situation? Yet, recalling the Qin family's reputation in the village, they quickly understood. Everyone wanted to laugh, but had to stifle it. Nevertheless, the villagers outside, who had gathered to watch the spectacle, couldn't contain their laughter. Haha, thank goodness I didn't come. How embarrassing. On such a joyous occasion, the old Qin family is represented by just the 2 of them, with neither the eldest son nor his wife in sight. Why would anyone attend a wedding for someone becoming a son-in-law? Even if it were a biological brother's wedding, it would be too shameful, let alone that it's a step-family situation. The mockery echoed throughout the courtyard, leaving Qin Weimin wishing he could vanish into the ground. What was wrong with becoming a son-in-law? Did it bother them? Wang Damei, unfazed, felt no shame. Instead, the presence of the villagers only fueled her anger. I invited you all to bring gifts, and none of you showed up. Now you come to mock us? It's as if you're deliberately trying to make things difficult for my family. Get out of my sight, or I might just throw a bucket of slop on you. I could have treated you all to a feast. With that, Wang Damei pretended to grab a garbage bin, aiming it toward the villagers watching the commotion, completely disregarding that it was her son's joyous day and forgetting that the new bride, Han Lili, was watching nearby. At that moment, Han Lili's once joyful expression turned cold. How did she end up with such a disgraceful mother-in-law? She stormed inside, confronting Qin Ziming, who was sitting on the Kong, and coldly said, "Aren't you going to go manage your mother? Look at what she's doing outside." Inside, Qin Ziming was anxiously waiting for Han Lili to take him away. When he saw her burst in, coupled with the noise from Wang Damei outside, he grew increasingly anxious. He dashed out of the house, shouting to Wang Damei, "Mom, what are you doing? Don't ruin my wedding." Wang Damei, her face taut with irritation, turned and replied, "Ziming, I invited them to bring gifts, and they didn't come. Now they're here to mock you at our doorstep. Shouldn't I stand up for you? All right. Mom, stop making a scene. Let them say whatever they want." Qin Ziming quickly pulled Wang Damei close. Despite his reluctance, he had no choice but to comply when his son intervened. Wang Damei begrudgingly placed the garbage bin back down. The wedding ceremony continued smoothly. Han Lili maintained a stern expression throughout, completing the process as directed by the MC. Finally, she took Qin Ziming's hand, quickly leading him towards the courtyard exit, eager to escape this place of gossip. The bride and groom are getting in the car. With the MC's enthusiastic shout, Qin Ziming eagerly climbed into the back of the tractor. Under the sunlight, he beamed with joy, standing side by side with Han Lili, instantly becoming the focal point for all present. In that moment, Qin Ziming felt a swell of pride and happiness. He had taken the crucial first step toward becoming wealthy. Amidst his elation, he turned to Han Lili, speaking in the gentlest tone he had ever used. "Lili, you look truly beautiful today. Get away. On the day of our wedding, how can your mother still behave like that? Acting out in front of so many people. If your family has no shame, mine still does." However, Han Lili's face remained devoid of expression, still fuming over Wang Damei's antics. Had anyone else criticized Wang Damei, Qin Ziming would have defended her immediately. Yet, in Han Lili's presence, he felt compelled to endure. After all, he needed the support of the Han family to ascend to wealth. Qin Ziming quickly donned a smile, gently reassuring her, "My mother has always been like this. Please don't take it to heart. I'll talk to her later, and I promise she won't embarrass us like this again." "Fine, but you better keep your word." With Qin Ziming's assurances, Han Lili's displeasure eased slightly, and she managed to muster a strained smile. Once Wang Damei, Qin Weiman, and the others had climbed onto the tractor, the music resumed, and the wedding procession triumphantly returned to the Han family home. In the expansive courtyard of the Han family, tables and chairs had been arranged, with a number of guests already seated, eagerly awaiting the arrival of the bride and groom to commence the banquet. Before long, the procession returned amidst the sounds of firecrackers and applause, and Han Lili and Qin Ziming stepped into the center of the courtyard to receive the guests' blessings. At that moment, Han Yongxiang, Han Lili's younger brother, approached Qin Ziming with a cheeky grin, saying, "Gaining entry into my Zhao family won't be so easy. You'll have to pass my test first." Qin Ziming was well aware that Han Yongxiang was not to be underestimated. In daily life, with the support of the formidable DUI Shuji Han Huazhong, Han Yongxiang has become the local tyrant of Nantang village. To avoid any trouble from Han Yongxiang, Qin Ziming had prepared a red envelope in advance and handed it over, saying, I understand. Han Yongxiang tucked the red envelope into his pocket, but still had no intention of letting Qin Ziming off the hook. "What is a mere red envelope worth? If you wish to enter the Han family, then you must gift me a bicycle." As he spoke, he pulled out a piece of paper from his pocket and displayed it before everyone present. It boldly stated, "Qin Ziming gifts Han Yongxiang a brand new Yongzhou bicycle." In the lower right corner, there was a designated space for a signature of confirmation. Chapter 12. The controversy of changing titles. Qin Ziming could hardly believe his own eyes. A bicycle was indeed a valuable commodity, with a brand new one costing over 180 yuan. He had not even crossed the threshold of the Han family, nor had he received any betrothal gifts. Yet he was expected to contribute a bicycle? Was this not a blatant mockery of him? "Yongxiang, please stop this nonsense. Let's discuss the bicycle matter after the wedding." Qin Ziming managed to force a smile. However, Han Yongxiang displayed his displeasure, retorting, "Who do you think I'm joking with? I am my sister's biological brother. If you cannot even part with a bicycle for me, I truly doubt you will treat my sister well once you enter our Han family." The neighbors and relatives around them whispered and pointed, causing Qin Ziming's face to flush with embarrassment. Meanwhile, Han Lili and Han Guohua stood silently beside them, clearly tacitly approving of Han Yongxiang's actions, perhaps even having been aware of them beforehand. Qin Ziming hesitated, but Han Yongxiang was unyielding, thrusting a pin into his hand. "Hurry up and sign. Do you still want to enter the Han family? If we delay, it will all be your fault." Given the circumstances, Qin Ziming had no choice but to grit his teeth and affix his signature. He consoled himself internally, "Damn it. If I have to buy it, so be it. After all, the money I will earn in the Han family will be uncountable. A bicycle is nothing." Once Han Yongxiang left, satisfied, the wedding ceremony officially commenced. Soon, it was time for the title-changing segment. Qin Ziming and Han Lili knelt before Han Guohua and his wife. "Dad," Qin Ziming called out to Han Guohua, his voice resonant and full of emotion. Even his biological father might not receive such a warm greeting. Han Guohua nodded with satisfaction, producing a red envelope. "From this day forward, you are my Qin family's son-in-law. Once you enter the Qin family, you are to be a virtuous husband, supporting your wife and nurturing children. If you perform well, our Qin family will certainly not treat you poorly. Dad, rest assured, I will do my best." Qin Ziming was overwhelmed with thoughts of future wealth and prosperity, especially upon hearing Han Guohua's promise of not treating him unfairly, which almost brought tears to his eyes. Excitedly, he bowed 3 times to Han Guohua. This display of respect further pleased Han Guohua, who promptly thrust the red envelope into Qin Ziming's hand. Meanwhile, Duke Guotao felt a twinge of discomfort. After raising Qin Ziming for over a decade, he had never witnessed such behavior from him. Wang Damei pouted in dissatisfaction. Her beloved son, whom she had painstakingly raised, was being reprimanded by Han Guohua, causing her heart to ache. Soon after, Han Lili and Qin Ziming approached to present tea to Wang Damei. Standing upright, Wang Damei adopted an arrogant demeanor. Witnessing this, Han Lili felt irked and half-heartedly called out, "Dad, Mom." In stark contrast to Qin Ziming's earlier resounding voice, her own was barely audible. "Your voice is too soft. I can hardly hear you." Wang Damei frowned, wanting to impose her authority on Han Lili. Han Lili's expression darkened further as she glanced at the host. The host, having experienced Wang Damei's antics before, unhesitatingly urged, "Your voice is fine. We all heard you. Now, hurry up and give the red envelope." Under pressure, Wang Damei reluctantly produced a thin red envelope and handed it to Han Lili. Upon merely touching it, Han Lili felt the meager contents, which could scarcely exceed 5 cents. It was worth noting that Han Guohua had given Qin Ziming a generous 10 yuan. Han Lili's face turned icy as she tossed the envelope back at Wang Damei, coldly stating, "Auntie, what do you mean by this? A few cents for a title change? Is this how a mother-in-law behaves? Haha, I think it would be better to not change titles at all and just call you Annie." Only Wang Damei could engage in such antics. Laughter erupted from the crowd at Han Lili's words, causing the expressions of the Han family and Qin Ziming to darken. "Mom, what are you doing? Are you intentionally trying to embarrass me?" Qin Ziming questioned sternly. Wang Damei had initially prepared a 5 yuan red envelope, but after witnessing the Han family's reprimand towards Qin Ziming, she felt displeased. Consequently, she hastily wrapped a smaller envelope, hoping to get by without losing any money. However, her little trick was unexpectedly exposed by Han Lili. Yet, Wang Damei remained unrepentant, her face betraying no shame. "What's wrong with a few cents? It's not about the money, is it? Mom, stop it. Didn't you prepare a 5 yuan red envelope? Hurry and produce it." Qin Ziming sensed the rising anger from the Han family members, especially from Han Lili, who looked as though she would skin him alive. Just one more misstep, and the Han family might reject him altogether, ruining everything. "Ziming, why are you turning against your mother? Have you forgotten your roots now that you have a wife?" Wang Damei intended to lecture Qin Ziming, but he had no time to listen to her ramblings. He directly reached into Wang Damei's pocket, retrieving another envelope and handing it to Han Lili. "Lili, my mom must have mistakenly taken the wrong one. Please don't take it to heart." Qin Ziming feebly defended himself. Han Lili was no longer interested in hearing anything further. She took the envelope, refusing to spare Wang Damei or Qin Ziming another glance, and turned to leave. Qin Ziming hurriedly followed her. After the ceremony concluded, the banquet commenced, But the atmosphere had drastically soured. Guests were abuzz, discussing the earlier incident with the red envelope, mocking the Qin family and Wang Damiai's antics. Though it had nothing to do with the Han family, it nonetheless caused them to lose face in front of friends and relatives. Han Guohua maintained a stern expression throughout, while Han Lili did not even participate in the toasting segment, turning away to return to the bridal chamber. Seeing the situation had deteriorated so badly, Qin Ziming found Wang Damiai and lamented, "Mom, why did you have to create such a scene? At present, the Lao Qin family has nearly regarded me as an enemy." Wang Damiai exclaimed indignantly, "Mother, this is all for your benefit. Just look at the harsh words spoken by Han Guohua. How unpleasant they are. What does it mean when he says a wife should sing while her husband follows, and that a wife should guide her children? If I do not stand up for you, the Han family will truly treat you like a soft persimmon, and you will suffer the consequences. Mother, I am the son-in-law. There is nothing wrong with what he says." Qin Ziming replied in a deep tone, "From now on, you should meddle less in my affairs and refrain from causing me further trouble, if you please." "Fine, fine. It seems I have only made matters worse for you. From now on, I shall not concern myself with your matters. Do as you wish." Wang Damiai retorted angrily. Qin Weiman, standing beside them, could feel the mocking gazes of those around them directed their way. He whispered to Wang Damiai, "Let us go. The wedding banquet is nearly over, and we should head home." Wang Damiai, already simmering with frustration, pushed Qin Weiman aside, saying, "Home? What are you talking about? We haven't even finished the meal. We should eat our fill before leaving. Otherwise, it would be a loss." With that, she pulled Qin Weiman to a table reserved by the Han family and began to eat heartily. One could easily mistake her for someone who had not eaten for several days, which drew laughter from those around them. Chapter 13. Supporting the family at present, Qin Ziming could not concern himself with Wang Damiai. He hastily rushed into the new house. The immediate priority was to placate Han Lili. "Dear wife, please do not be angry. My mother simply mixed up the red envelopes and is not very articulate, which led to this misunderstanding. Do not take it to heart," Qin Ziming coaxed. "Can one truly mix up red envelopes? It seems more like a childish trick. In front of so many people, she only offered a few coins as compensation. If I had not brought it up, I would have to endure this loss myself. She is clearly doing this on purpose." Han Lili crossed her arms, fuming. "How could that be? It was genuinely an accident. In a few days when we visit my home, I will have her personally apologize to you. Let us set this matter aside." Qin Ziming leaned closer to Han Lili, gently resting his hand on her shoulder and lightly shaking her. He wished to pour out all his tenderness to win her over. "Humph, this is your last chance. If there is a next time, I will not be so forgiving." Han Lili did not pull away from Qin Ziming's grasp, but instead turned to face him. Their eyes locked, and in that moment, Qin Ziming felt a surge of warmth envelop him, along with a faint fragrance emanating from Han Lili. This sensation made his blood race. Although her features and figure were slightly inferior to Lin Yuxin's, she was still a remarkable beauty among the crowd. In his previous life, she had been foolishly taken for granted by that scoundrel, Qin Hao. However, in this lifetime, Qin Ziming had resolved to savor every moment. Particularly, the thought that Han Lili had been Qin Hao's wife in the past filled him with excitement. As his hand gradually slid down, he attempted to encircle Han Lili's waist, seeking to advance further. Suddenly, Han Lili broke free from his embrace and exclaimed, "What is the rush? The guests are still outside. We must attend to them first." Right. Qin Ziming nodded in agreement and headed outdoors. Inside, he was brimming with impatience, wishing for the guests to depart swiftly so as not to hinder his grand intentions. Thus, he failed to notice the peculiar expression on Han Lili's face, nor did he see her gently caressing her abdomen. Meanwhile, Qin Hao arrived in the county town. Coincidentally, it was market day, and the bustling marketplace was filled with people. He sought a crowded spot and exchanged a few pleasantries with a nearby vendor, who then kindly allowed him a small space. He placed a wild chicken on a burlap sack and arranged a basket of mushrooms beside it. "This mountain produce looks quite good. How much for it?" At that moment, an elderly couple passed by and halted to observe. Recognizing Qin Hao's attire as that of a villager, they inquired further. After a brief exchange, the couple purchased a wild chicken for 10 yuan and 2 pounds of mushrooms. Within the span of less than 2 hours, both wild chickens and the basket of mushrooms were sold out, netting a total of 45.6 yuan and 32 jin of food stamps. Qin Hao did not rush home, but instead ventured into the supply and marketing cooperative to acquire some seasonings, along with tools such as a sickle and an axe, before heading back. As he passed a bicycle repair shop, he abruptly stopped. Outside the shop lay a disorganized heap of tools and bicycle parts. Qin Hao's eyes immediately fell upon a segment of a black inner tube. This inner tube, when cut into rubber strips, could be fashioned into a slingshot. While a hunting rifle may be beyond my means at present, possessing a slingshot could be quite beneficial. While foraging for mushrooms, I could also hunt for small game, thereby supplementing my income. Though I may not be able to tackle larger wildlife, catching rabbits, wild chickens, and squirrels should pose no problem. These small creatures not only fetch a decent price, but are also a rare delicacy. Selling them in the county town would surely attract attention. Having made up his mind, Qin Hao swiftly approached the shop, picked up the inner tube, and tugged on it a few times to ensure its integrity. How much for this inner tube? He inquired of the middle-aged man who was repairing a bicycle nearby. What do you need that for? The man asked, eyeing Qin Hao. My bicycle tire got punctured by a nail, and I wish to repair it myself. Qin Hao fabricated an excuse. In these times, bicycles constituted the primary means of transportation, especially in the county town, where many households owned one. Consequently, numerous individuals possessed basic repair skills, with puncture repairs being particularly common. However, many preferred not to bother or lacked the necessary tools, resulting in the proliferation of bicycle repair shops. All right, 1 yuan will do. Very well, Qin Hao nodded, paid the sum, and departed with the inner tube in hand. On the way, he purchased a few strands of fine copper wire to use for binding the slingshot's rubber. Now, the materials for making the slingshot were nearly complete, with only the fork missing. Once home, he would simply need to venture into the mountains to find one. In the side room of the Qin residence, upon seeing Qin Hao return with an assortment of tools, Lin Yuxin frowned slightly. Are you planning to harvest every mushroom on the mountain? I have heard from the village elders that the mountains nearby are rather unsafe. Aren't you afraid of being taken by a tiger or a bear one day? Qin Hao shrugged and replied. Of course I am afraid, which is why I am not venturing too deep. I am only exploring the vicinity. Once I have the funds, I shall acquire a hunting rifle, and then I need not fear tigers or bears. You have quite the imagination. If you truly encounter one, you might not even have the chance to fire a shot. Lin Yuxin rolled her eyes. What can I do? If I do not earn money, what will we eat? My meager wages have already been taken by Wang Damei. Qin Hao lamented. He knew all too well that once the money entered Wang Damei's pocket, it would be impossible to retrieve, even at the cost of her life. Lin Yuxin initially intended to mention that she would collect this month's subsidy tomorrow, which she could use. However, Qin Hao's voice interrupted her. Moreover, as a man, I cannot keep asking you for money. Even if this is a sham marriage. Once I enter the mountains, I will exercise caution. You need not worry. Upon hearing this, Lin Yuxin fell silent, yet the light in her eyes flickered with a hint of admiration for Qin Hao. You ignite the fire while I fetch water to prepare the wild chicken for plucking. This evening, we shall savor a delightful stew of wild chicken and mushrooms. With that, Qin Hao grasped a wooden bucket and ventured into the courtyard to draw water. Just as he was about to carry the water back to the side room, a series of footsteps echoed from outside. Wang Damei and Du Guotao returned from the wedding. Qin Hao, you little rascal, where did you disappear to this morning? On the day of Ziming's wedding, you dashed off without so much as a word. You've made our family the subject of ridicule. Upon seeing Qin Hao, Wang Damei's pent-up frustration from the day was instantly unleashed. Chapter 14. Crafting a slingshot. Qin Hao cast a sidelong glance at Wang Damei and remarked, What does your son's wedding have to do with me? How can it not concern you? He is your brother. Wang Damei retorted loudly. Enough. I still need to prepare dinner. I don't have time to argue with you. With that, Qin Hao grasped a bucket of water and made to leave. Xiao Hao. We are heading to Lao Han's house for a banquet and brought back some dishes. Would you like me to save you some for dinner? Seeing that the two were about to bicker again, Du Guodao hurriedly interjected, holding several packages of food wrapped in craft paper to shield them from one another. There's no need, Dad. I will be having something far better tonight, Qin Hao replied. Haha, you truly do have a knack for boasting. Wang Damei scoffed. Qin Hao was penniless. Even if Lin Yuxin was wealthy, what good could they possibly feast upon? No matter how exquisite, it could not compare to the banquet at Lao Han's house. At that moment, in Wang Damei's eyes, Qin Hao was merely putting on a brave front. Deep down, he yearned for food, yet maintained a facade of indifference. Qin Hao, my son is now at Han's house, and the food he eats daily will be beyond your reach in this lifetime. You and Lin Yuxin can just go on starving. Wang Damei beamed with satisfaction at Qin Hao. Although she was unaware of how Qin Ziming's future would unfold, Living at Lao Han's house would undoubtedly be better than the life of a rural peasant like Qin Hao. Thus, Wang Damei took great pleasure in flaunting this to him. Upon hearing these words, Qin Hao nearly burst into laughter. There was indeed no way to refute this point. After all, scraps were not meant for human consumption. After dinner, while there was still light, Qin Hao took an axe and stepped outside. Not long after searching the nearby hillside, he spotted a desiccated old tree known as Lao Guiyan, or fire glaze tree. In the future, this type of wood would often be used to make prayer beads. The withered tree before him had a decayed exterior, and peeling back the bark revealed a fine, red heartwood within. Qin Hao swung his axe and felled the old tree. He then began to search for suitable Y-shaped branches to serve as the frame for his slingshot. Soon, he found 3 suitable branches, which he cut down and brought home. In the kitchen, Qin Hao sat on a stool, employing a saw and a knife to craft the 3 slingshot frames. After a simple peeling process, he smoothed out the rough edges and adjusted the lengths as needed. Before long, the 3 frames were complete. Next, he retrieved a half section of an inner tube from a bicycle and carefully sliced it with a knife, cutting it into strips approximately 30 centimeters long and 1.5 centimeters wide to serve as the slingshot's pouch. Having played with slingshots for several years in his past life, Qin Hao possessed ample knowledge regarding their construction. The cutting of the strips was particularly crucial. Any burrs or notches could easily lead to breakage during use. Once the strips were cut, Qin Hao bound them with fine copper wire. After a mere 15 minutes, all 3 slingshots were formed. Finished, Qin Hao exclaimed, eager to take the slingshot outside. He picked up a few small stones from the ground, pulled back the slingshot, and aimed at the trunk of a large tree some 10 meters away. With a satisfying snap, he loaded the slingshot, drew back, and released. His movements were remarkably fluid, and the small stone struck the tree trunk with precision. After several more attempts to find his rhythm and confirm that both his technique and the slingshot were in order, Qin Hao returned inside with satisfaction. He organized the gear needed for his trip into the mountains the following day and retired early for the night. Later that evening, at Han's house, after a full day of bustling activity, Han Guohua and Zhao Sufan finally found a moment of respite as the guests began to depart. They settled down on the earthen Kong in the main room to tally the gifts they had received. After a brief period, Zhao Sufan exclaimed joyfully, "We've finally counted it all. 147. 50 yuan in total." Standing beside her, Qin Ziming gazed at the thick wad of cash and felt a surge of glee. Indeed, the old Qin family possesses immense strength. With such a generous sum of gifts, even the local officials attended the banquet today. It seems that leveraging the old Qin family's influence, I am destined to become the wealthiest man. At that moment, Han Lili yawned and said, "Mom and Dad, if there's nothing else, I'm going to bed." Having been pregnant, she was exhausted after a long day. Upon noticing her fatigue, Han Guohua nodded and replied, "Go on, then." Seizing the opportunity, Qin Ziming's eyes lit up as he added, "Mom and Dad, I will accompany Lily to the room. You should rest early as well." Suddenly, Zhao Sufan recalled something and hurried after them, leaning close to Han Lili's ear to whisper, "My dear, do be careful tonight." Han Lili nodded and replied softly, "I understand, Mom." Qin Ziming, listening intently, did not think much of it. After all, it was their wedding night, and perhaps it was just a mother's concern for her daughter, worried that the young couple might be too reckless and end up hurting themselves. Eagerly, Qin Ziming followed Han Lili back to their new room. She slipped off her outerwear and sat on the Kong, casting a deep gaze at him as she lifted her foot. With a broad smile, Qin Ziming rushed forward to help her remove her shoes and socks, revealing her delicate, fair feet. In the next moment, Han Lili entwined her legs around his waist, one hand gently resting on his shoulder. This gesture sent a shiver down Qin Ziming's spine, and he felt a rush of blood surge through him as he instinctively lunged to embrace Han Lili. "Be gentle," Han Lili playfully admonished. "Of course, I will be gentle." Qin Ziming assumed Han Lili was inexperienced and feared that he might hurt her if he was too vigorous. Little did he know, Han Lili was merely trying to protect her belly. "Come here." Han Lili playfully beckoned him by hooking her finger under his chin, a small action that nearly ensnared his very soul. In a flurry, they shed each other's clothing. 3 minutes later, Han Lili rose, donned her nightgown, and shot a disapproving glare at Qin Ziming, her brow furrowed. Useless. Just a waste. Feeling unsatisfied, she delivered a swift kick, sending him tumbling out of the bed. Qin Ziming sat askew on the Kong, feeling dejected. He had thought himself quite impressive just moments earlier, yet Han Lili had recoiled from him with such palpable disdain. Just then, however, his gaze fell upon the quilt beneath them, the very one that had borne witness to their recent intimacy, and he noticed, with jarring clarity, the absence of blood. His mind reeled. A hollow, ringing dissonance filled his skull. The lack of blood spoke volumes, and Qin Ziming understood its implications all too well. Clenching his jaw, he growled, voice low and taut. "Explain yourself, now. What is the meaning of this? Why is there no blood?" Chapter 15. The son-in-law Han Lili cast a casual glance at Qin Ziming and retorted, "What's the matter? Does it concern you?" With that, she nestled into her blankets, declaring, "Turn off the light. I am going to sleep." Observing Han Lili's retreating figure, Qin Ziming felt a surge of frustration, yet he could not muster the courage to seek clarity. Reluctantly, he extinguished the light and lay on the bed. As the night deepened, sleep eluded him. He had thought that becoming a son-in-law was already a dismal fate, but to his dismay, he had ended up with a second-hand spouse. Although he struggled to swallow his resentment, for the sake of future wealth and prosperity, he knew he must endure. "Once I become affluent, the first thing I shall do is sever ties with this wretched woman." The next morning, as dawn broke, the voice of his mother-in-law, Zhao Sufan, echoed from outside their new home. "Ziming, are you awake? The wedding banquet's yard isn't cleaned up yet. You need to tidy it." The incessant calls jolted Qin Ziming from his dreams of grandeur. Having no recollection of when he had finally fallen asleep, his eyelids felt heavy, and his mind was foggy. "I heard you, Mom. I'll be there soon," he replied reluctantly, dragging himself out of bed. Beside him, Han Lili remained oblivious, not even bothering to open her eyes as she turned over to continue her slumber, as if everything was none of her concern. Upon hastily dressing, Qin Ziming stepped outside, only to be struck dumb by the sight before him. The tables, chairs, and utensils from the previous day's banquet lay scattered in disarray across the yard. This was not a case of unfinished tidying. It was a complete neglect of the task. Zhao Sufan handed him a cloth and a broom, instructing, "Clean the yard, wipe down the tables and chairs, and put them in the storeroom. Take the dishes to the kitchen." After issuing her commands, she departed. Qin Ziming let out a long sigh. Such chores had always been beneath him at home. After nearly an hour of labor, he finally accomplished Zhao Sufan's assigned tasks and was about to retreat to his room for a brief respite when she reappeared. "Ziming, do you not see more work to do? I told you to take the dishes to the kitchen. Could you not have washed them while you were at it? They're piled up in the kitchen. How will you prepare breakfast later?" Zhao Sufan expressed her dissatisfaction. "Mom, I got caught up in the work. I'll wash the dishes right away." Qin Ziming forced a smile as he hurried to the kitchen. Just when he believed he could finally rest after washing the dishes, reality dealt him another harsh blow. Zhao Sufan called for him again, instructing him to fetch water and start a fire for cooking. He could only comply, suppressing any complaints. "Mom, yesterday my father told me to learn from Captain Liu at the production team. Should I go after breakfast?" Qin Ziming seized the opportunity to mention this matter. This was his only chance to escape the relentless household chores, for he could only imagine the multitude of tasks awaiting him otherwise. "How would I know? Ask your father at mealtime. Your current task is to prepare breakfast," Zhao Sufan retorted with a glare. "All right." Qin Ziming finally saw a glimmer of hope, and even the act of preparing breakfast became a more earnest endeavor. Meanwhile, as Qin Hao rose from his slumber, Lin Yuxin was already in the kitchen preparing breakfast. The morning meal consisted of a bowl of plain porridge, a steamed bun, and some pickled vegetables, which Qin Hao quickly devoured. After finishing his meal, he slung a basket over his shoulder, carrying agricultural tools he had purchased, and prepared to head up the mountain. "Be careful on the mountain," Lin Yuxin unexpectedly advised him. Over the past few days, she had come to recognize that Qin Hao possessed good character. He proved to be a man of his word. They shared a bed on the Kong, and he had always behaved honorably, showing no inclination towards impropriety. His only flaw was his tendency to assign her household chores. However, this was an agreement made before their sham marriage, so it was not a significant issue. Thus, Lin Yuxin was quite content with Qin Hao as her nominal husband and hoped he would not encounter any unforeseen troubles. "Just remember to lock the door while you're home. Wang Damei has been busy preparing for her son's wedding and hasn't caused us any trouble lately. But now that her son is at the Han family, she may shift her focus back to us and could stir up some trouble," Qin Hao cautioned. Though he had slapped Wang Damei last time and had a confrontation with her and her son, he understood that the matter was far from over. Given Wang Damei's temperament, she would not let such a significant loss go unaddressed. As Qin Hao traversed the forest, he gathered mushrooms while keeping a vigilant eye on his surroundings, anticipating the appearance of game. Before long, he spotted a dove perched on a nearby tree branch, cooing softly. The dove's tender meat was not only delicious but also nutritious, fetching a decent price in the county. Moreover, it was one of the small creatures that Qin Hao could easily hunt with his slingshot. Upon spotting the dove, he stood still, carefully placing his belongings on the ground. He retrieved a small stone and, holding the slingshot cautiously, approached stealthily while searching for the optimal angle to strike. Having selected his shooting position and distance, Qin Hao slowly drew back the slingshot. With a soft pop, the small stone shot forth, accurately striking the dove on the head. For such a small animal, the slingshot's force was sufficient to deliver a fatal blow upon impact. The dove plummeted from the branch, its legs and wings twitching in its final moments. Qin Hao moved swiftly to retrieve the dove, producing a sharp knife to slit its throat and allow it to bleed out. This step was essential. Otherwise, the blood would congeal within the flesh, compromising both its quality and flavor. Additionally, hunting with a slingshot ensured that the dove remained presentable for sale, avoiding any unsightly damage. After processing the dove, Qin Hao placed it into his satchel and continued foraging for mushrooms in the forest. Not long after, he successfully caught a second dove. A few hours later, he descended the mountain, carrying a basket filled with mushrooms and 5 doves he had hunted. Lin Yuxin had finished her breakfast and tidied up the house. Subsequently, she went to the commune to collect her subsidy. As she walked back into the Qin family courtyard, she remained blissfully unaware of a pair of eyes intently watching her from the shadows. Before Lin Yuxin could reach the door of the side room, the main room door suddenly swung open, and Wang Damei rushed out in a flurry, exclaiming, "Yuxin, wait a moment." Lin Yuxin slightly furrowed her brows, her cold, clear gaze fixating on Wang Damei as she inquired, "Is there something you need? You went to collect the subsidy today, didn't you? Hand it over." Wang Damei adopted the demeanor of an elder, extending her palm in anticipation of receiving the money. Chapter 16. The Heist of Money. My money. Why should I give it to you? Lin Yuxin cast a scornful glance at Wang Damei. She was well aware that Wang Damei intended to make her comply, just as Qin Hao had done before, surrendering her entire salary. However, Lin Yuxin was not a pliable person to be manipulated. She was far from falling for Wang Damei's tactics. "What do you mean your money? Since you married into the Qin family, your finances are now the Qin family's finances. In our family, the rule is that all earnings must be handed over for collective management. If you refuse to comply, are you planning a rebellion?" Wang Damei's eyes bulged with fury, her voice sharp and piercing. "Do not impose your family's rules upon me. I am not swayed by such nonsense. Let me make it clear. I have no money." Lin Yuxin circumvented Wang Damei and headed towards the side room. "Hey, this is outrageous. If you do not hand over the money today, you can forget about leaving." Wang Damei seized Lin Yuxin's arm, preventing her from moving. Lin Yuxin struggled fiercely to break free, and the two engaged in a fierce tug of war. Their commotion soon attracted the attention of the neighbors. Many gathered around, peering over the walls, craning their necks to witness the spectacle. A confrontation between a daughter-in-law and her mother-in-law was indeed a rare drama. Oh no, it looks like it might escalate. They've only been peaceful for a few days, and now Wang Damei is back at her bullying ways. Should we intervene? I fear Lin Yuxin might not stand a chance against this cunning woman. Let us just observe for now. The crowd murmured, their interest intensifying as more people arrived to watch. Wang Damei clung tightly to Lin Yuxin, grappling with her for quite some time, but gaining no advantage. Unable to contain her anger any longer, she cursed, "How dare you be such an unfilial daughter-in-law, standing up to me, your elder? Did your parents never teach you to respect your in-laws? It's no wonder you were sent for re-education. With your behavior today, a prison sentence would be a fitting punishment for you." Lin Yuxin could not tolerate anyone speaking ill of her parents. She retorted sharply, "I do not recognize you as a mother-in-law. Since coming into your household, what have you ever provided for us? Not even a red envelope for a name change. Stop pretending to be a mother-in-law before me. Moreover, Qin Hao has long since severed ties with your family. You expect me to hand over my subsidies for you to manage? Dream on." With that, Lin Yuxin forcefully broke free, pushing Wang Damei away from her shoulder, sending the latter sprawling to the ground. Wang Damei, taken by surprise, tumbled onto her backside, grimacing in pain. Not only did she hit the ground hard, but she was also subjected to the gaze of dozens of onlookers, which further humiliated her. "You little wretch, how dare you strike me?" Wang Damei snarled, rising from the ground with a menacing glare directed at Lin Yuxin. Today, you shall learn who truly holds power in this household. The two resumed their struggle. With a rip, Lin Yuxin's sleeve tore, exposing her fair arm to the air. At that moment, Qin Hao returned from the county and, noticing the crowd gathered outside, quickly realized something was amiss. He rushed into the yard, just in time to witness Wang Damei tearing Lin Yuxin's clothing. Enraged, he shouted, "What are you doing? Qin Hao has returned." The drama was only just beginning. His wife was being bullied, and one could only wonder how he would deal with Wang Damei. But she's still his stepmother. What could he possibly do? The murmurs in the crowd grew louder as anticipation heightened. Qin Hao pushed Wang Damei aside, shielding Lin Yuxin behind him. "What has happened?" "She wants me to hand over my subsidies." Just a few words, and Qin Hao comprehended the entire situation. He glared fiercely at Wang Damei, declaring, "You truly have no shame. Her money is her own, and it is not for you to control." "Nonsense. As long as you live in this house, all the money you earn belongs to this household. I demand it. What are you going to do about it? If you don't give me the money, I will take it out on her." Wang Damei retorted aggressively, although she had just fallen. Having torn Lin Yuxin's clothing was a small victory for her. The large rip meant that Lin Yuxin would have to spend money on new clothes. Since she refused to hand over her funds for safekeeping, Wang Damei relished the thought of making Lin Yuxin pay for it. Having come to this conclusion, Wang Damei felt a surge of satisfaction. Qin Hao, however, had no intention of wasting further words on this troublesome woman. He knew that unless he physically reprimanded her, she would never learn her lesson. Even if his marriage to Lin Yuxin was a mere facade, he could not allow her to be bullied by Wang Damei. Just as Qin Hao took a few steps forward, Lin Yuxin grasped his arm. "I will deal with her myself," she asserted. "No need. I can handle this." With that, Lin Yuxin turned and strode into the side room. Moments later, she emerged wielding a sharp pair of scissors. Upon seeing Lin Yuxin approach with the scissors, Wang Damei's expression shifted to one of panic. She could only imagine the dire consequences if those scissors were to pierce her flesh. Wang Damei ducked while exclaiming, "What? What do you think you're doing? Have you lost your mind? If you hurt me, not only will you owe medical expenses, but you'll also go to jail." Lin Yuxin did not pursue the fleeing Wang Damei. Instead, she headed straight for the main room. Arriving at the cabinet beside the earthen bed, she opened the door and began to recklessly cut up the clothes inside. She continued her frenzied assault until not a single intact piece remained. As the sound of scissors snipping echoed from within, Wang Damei's curiosity piqued. When she peered into the room, she immediately began to lament, "Oh my goodness! What a calamity! How could you cut up all my clothes, even those that my son just bought for me? How am I supposed to live now?" "You can do whatever you wish. Let me remind you, Lin Yuxin is not to be trifled with. This is merely a lesson. If there is a next time, I'll demolish your house." Lin Yuxin emerged holding the scissors, striding confidently back to the side room amidst the astonished gazes of the crowd. Qin Hao stood there, momentarily stunned, unable to comprehend the unfolding events. In his previous life, he had little interaction with Lin Yuxin, merely hearing of her fiery temperament. Today, her actions indeed proved to be audacious. Particularly striking was the sight of Wang Damei weeping inconsolably on the threshold, a truly gratifying spectacle. The onlookers, once captivated by the unfolding drama, instinctively recoiled. Who could have anticipated that the ethereal Lin Yuxin would unleash such formidable wrath, reducing the cunning Wang Damei to tears? At last, someone had the ability to reign in Wang Damei. She had it coming for her previous tyrannical and unreasonable behavior. Now, she had been thoroughly dealt with. One could only wonder if she would dare to bully others again in the future. The Qin family household was becoming increasingly lively. The crowd lingered, reluctant to depart, eager to witness more of Wang Damei's current humiliation. Inside, Lin Yuxin prepared to change out of the torn garment she wore. However, in her haste upon entering, she had forgotten to lock the door. Just as she removed her clothing, Qin Hao walked in unexpectedly. Chapter 17. The heartless individual. In an instant, that flawless silhouette was perfectly presented before my eyes. Particularly striking were the pair of ample curves, concealed behind her arms, tantalizingly elusive and utterly captivating. Qin Hao found himself momentarily entranced. Sensing the gaze upon her, Lin Yuxin hurriedly shielded her chest with her clothing. "You need to leave." Qin Hao reluctantly averted his eyes and began to retreat, saying, "I had no idea you were changing. I will leave at once." "Hurry up and go," Lin Yuxin exclaimed, her teeth clenched in irritation. Once outside, Qin Hao closed the door gently and sat alone on a kitchen stool, savoring the exquisite image he had just witnessed. A few minutes later, Lin Yuxin emerged from the room, her eyes glinting with cold fury as she fixed her gaze upon Qin Hao, seemingly wishing to tear him apart. Qin Hao's lips twitched in embarrassment as he stammered. "I didn't mean to intrude. Had I known you were changing, I would never have entered." Lin Yuxin glanced at the scissors resting on the counter, issuing a warning to Qin Hao. "You had better not have done that intentionally. If you dare harbor any improper thoughts, those scissors are not merely for cutting fabric. They can be used for much more." "Wow, that is quite fierce." Qin Hao involuntarily gasped. Initially, he had planned to simply apologize. But Lin Yuxin had now threatened him. "I won't indulge this," he thought. "Rest assured, I have no interest in women with modest figures," he retorted with a cold scoff. Lin Yuxin was nearly incensed to the point of tears. It was not truly her modesty that vexed her, but rather the realization that Qin Hao had likely seen everything and was now deliberately provoking her. As this realization struck her, tears welled up in her eyes, and she found herself crying over Qin Hao's teasing words. Qin Hao was momentarily taken aback. Lin Yuxin had not shed a tear when bullied by Wang Damei, yet here she was, reduced to tears by his jest. This left him utterly perplexed. After all, what man could bear to witness a beautiful woman weep before him? "I was only joking. I swear I only saw your back and nothing else," Qin Hao hurriedly explained. "What do you mean by nothing else? What more were you hoping to see?" Lin Yuxin felt a surge of embarrassment, and the tears that had been lingering in her eyes finally fell. "I don't want to see anything, nothing at all." Qin Hao, at a loss, raised his hands in a gesture of surrender. Lin Yuxin, already filled with grievances, felt even more wronged by Qin Hao's teasing. With tears brimming in her eyes, she lamented, "Your stepmother has bullied me, and now you too. I cook for you every day, and you're a heartless cad." Seeing Lin Yuxin, now a weeping mess, Qin Hao gained a new perspective on her. Moments ago, she had wielded scissors, turning the garments of Wang Damei, the most notorious woman in Nantang village, into tatters, asserting that she was not one to be trifled with. Yet now, she was sobbing like a wronged bride. A stark contrast that was almost too great to comprehend. Little did Qin Hao know that Lin Yuxin's strength was a facade she maintained for others. Otherwise, given her background and appearance, she would surely be bullied mercilessly. Only this way could she ensure that most people would keep their distance. "Fine, I am heartless and a scoundrel. Is that sufficient? Please stop crying," Qin Hao said with a grimace. "You are indeed a scoundrel." Lin Yuxin wiped her tears and turned back into the room, retrieving a sewing kit to mend her torn clothing. Qin Hao peered in and remarked, "With such a large tear, what is the point of stitching it? I'll head to the county town in a few days and buy you a new outfit as compensation, if that is acceptable." "Absolutely not. Get out." Lin Yuxin shot him an exasperated glare. Rejected. Qin Hao could only withdraw his head and began washing some sweet potatoes in the kitchen. Upon returning from his walk, Qin Weiman sensed a heavy atmosphere as he entered the courtyard. He hastened back inside, finding Wang Damei sulking on the calm. Upon noticing Qin Weiman's arrival, she exclaimed, "You old fool finally decided to come back? Why don't you just die out there? Look at what they've done to me. All our clothes are ruined. How am I supposed to get by now?" Following Wang Damei's gaze, Qin Weiman finally noticed the heap of tattered garments in the corner of the room. At that moment, they were all in shambles, a pitiful sight indeed. Among them were not only Wang Damei's clothes, but also his own, which had suffered the same fate. What on earth happened? Who did this? Qin Weiman asked, his heart aching. Who else could it be? It was your precious son and daughter-in-law. I asked that little vixen to give me the subsidy money to manage, to prevent them from squandering it without saving for the future, and what does she do? She accuses me of meddling and ends up tearing into me, then takes the scissors and ruins our clothes. They're both conspiring against me. If you don't help me settle this today, I want to let it go, Wang Damei shouted, distorting the truth and crying uncontrollably. She was genuinely upset. It pained her to see the clothes, which had cost money to acquire, rendered unwearable, necessitating additional expenditures for replacements. This was truly a heavy blow. What do you need with Yuxin's money? Our household has only just settled down for a few days, and you insist on stirring up trouble? Qin Weiman frowned. You old hag, what do you mean by that? Isn't it for the sake of this family? So now I'm to blame for that too? I can't endure another day in this household faced with Qin Weiman's reproach. Wang Damei threw herself onto the calm, throwing a tantrum. Qin Weiman sighed heavily, his expression darkening. What are you standing around for? Go find them and make them pay for the damages. My clothes. Watching Wang Damei's dramatic display, Qin Weimin felt a headache coming on. I want to go. This isn't their fault at all. What am I supposed to ask them to compensate for? With that, Qin Weimin turned and exited the room. You useless piece of work. I can't rely on you for anything. Upon the return of Qin Ziming tomorrow, I shall resolutely ensure that he thoroughly confronts Qin Hao and Lin Yuxin. Witnessing Qin Weimin depart in such a manner, Wang Damei rose from her bed, vociferously cursing at his retreating figure. She placed all her hopes upon Qin Ziming. Initially, she believed that with Qin Ziming's marriage into the Laohan family, he had secured a formidable support. However, Wang Damei could never have fathomed the tribulations her precious son faced within the Laohan household. Chapter 18. Discovering anomaly. After Qin Ziming finished cooking breakfast, he had intended to casually mention the matter of the production team to Han Guohua during the meal. However, he never had the opportunity to sit at the table. Just as breakfast was ready, his mother-in-law Zhao Sufan directed him to clean the main room. By the time he completed the cleaning, Han Guohua had already eaten and left for work. Ziming, hurry and eat your breakfast. And wash the dishes afterward, Zhao Sufan instructed. Looking at the remnants of the meal left on the table, Qin Ziming felt little appetite. He could only endure his hunger and wash the dishes thoroughly. Quite efficient this time, Zhao Sufan remarked with a smile as she approached. Mother, does that mean? Eager for praise, Qin Ziming seized the moment to inquire about the production team. Yet, before he could finish his sentence, Zhao Sufan interrupted. What is it? First, go wash the clothes in the yard. Upon reaching the yard, Qin Ziming was met with a large basin overflowing with clothes, including undergarments. At that moment, he felt a wave of nausea wash over him, akin to swallowing a fly. Ziming, you are in charge of these clothes, Zhao Sufan said languidly. Mother, but Qin Ziming had hoped that upon arriving at the Qin household, he would embark on a life of privilege. Little did he expect that reality would deliver a harsh slap to his face. On his very first day, he found himself reduced to a servant in the Qin family, performing tasks he had never done in his life. And this was merely the beginning of the morning. The thought of what lay ahead was daunting. Noticing Qin Ziming's hesitation, Zhao Sufan's expression soured. Why are you so chatty? Hurry up and wash. There is still a mountain of chores waiting for you. She chastised. You've only received one compliment, and already you start complaining. With that, she turned and walked away without a backward glance. Watching her retreating figure, Qin Ziming clenched his teeth in frustration, wishing he could confront her. Taking a deep breath, he muttered to himself, Heaven bestows great responsibilities upon a person, but first, one must endure trials and labor. For the sake of future riches and glory, I shall persevere. After fortifying himself with a dose of motivational wisdom, he began washing the clothes. By 9 o'clock, he was still diligently at work. It was then that Han Lili awoke from her slumber. After freshening up, she stepped into the yard, and, upon seeing Qin Ziming washing clothes, demanded, I'm hungry. Make me breakfast. Seeing Han Lili reminded Qin Ziming of the events from the previous night, and his simmering anger flared anew at her command to prepare breakfast. Breakfast time had long passed. Who was to blame for her waking up so late? He continued washing, pretending he hadn't heard her. Did you hear what I said? Go make me breakfast. Han Lili insisted, approaching him and raising her voice. Can't you see I'm busy? I'll make it after I finish the laundry, Qin Ziming replied reluctantly. Being pregnant. Han Lili's emotions were already unstable. Her irritation boiled over upon sensing Qin Ziming's disregard, and she pointed at him, angrily exclaiming, I told you to make me breakfast right now. Will you go or not? Hearing the commotion, Zhao Sufan rushed out. What is going on? Why are you raising such a ruckus so early in the morning? Finding support in her mother's presence, Han Lili, with a pained expression, recounted, Mom, I asked Ziming to make me breakfast, but he insists on washing clothes and won't he listen to me. Zhao Sufan's face hardened as she reprimanded, Ziming, what is the matter with you? On your first day in our home, you treat my daughter like this? If this is how it's going to be, will you be riding on our backs for the long haul? Mother, I'm washing clothes. I told Lili I would make breakfast after I finished, Qin Ziming replied, struggling to suppress his frustration. Don't you know what is more important? Make breakfast for Lili first, then come back to wash. The clothes won't be ruined if left in water for a bit. You really don't understand, do you? Now, stop talking and go make breakfast. Zhao Sufan pointed at him, scolding. Understood, Mother, I will go now. Qin Ziming could only swallow his anger and head to the kitchen, casting a final glance at the mother and daughter duo. Inwardly, he steeled himself, thinking, you two will regret this. When I achieve success, I'll make you serve me breakfast on your knees. After breakfast, Han Lili strutted into the yard. Seeing Qin Ziming still laboring over the laundry, she shot him a challenging glance. We'll see if you dare disregard my orders again. With that, she intended to return indoors for another nap. However, just a few steps in, she was suddenly overwhelmed by a wave of nausea. Ugh! Han Lili managed to hold back, preventing herself from vomiting, but the sound was loud enough for Qin Ziming to hear. He dropped the clothes and rushed over. Lili, what's wrong? He asked, concern etched on his face. Ugh. As soon as she spoke, the urge to vomit surged again. She clamped her mouth shut, forcefully pushing past Qin Ziming and retreating indoors. Witnessing this, Qin Ziming stood frozen in place, a sudden sense of foreboding creeping into his heart. Could it be that Han Lili is? Not again, he thought, struggling to accept the possibility. If Han Lili were truly, he felt a wave of despair wash over him. Yet, he tried to remain optimistic, hoping that perhaps Han Lili was merely feeling unwell. He discreetly observed her every move throughout the day to confirm his suspicions. After a full day of watching, Qin Ziming noted that Han Lili was constantly hungry, yet each time she ate, she felt nauseous afterward. Additionally, her trips to the restroom were frequent. Most telling was her perpetual fatigue. Aside from eating and using the restroom, she seemed to spend all her time lying on the bed, barely moving. These signs left Qin Ziming's scalp tingling, and he felt as if his head were spinning with uncertainty. He was eager to seek clarification, yet he found himself devoid of any spare moments. Whether engaged in work or en route to it, his day was consumed. Not until evening did Qin Ziming find a moment's respite. Utterly exhausted, feeling as if he had been worked to the bone, with no capacity to consider other matters. It was only upon seeing Han Guohua returning from outside that he felt as if he had stumbled upon a lifeline. He hurriedly approached, calling out, Dad. Dad. Ziming, is there something you need? Han Guohua glanced at him and inquired. Dad, you mentioned yesterday that I should accompany Captain Liu at the production team for some learning. When shall I go? Though the work at the production team might not be particularly easy, having a father-in-law who served as the village secretary offered a certain level of assurance. Even if it proved to be taxing, it would surely be preferable to being worn out at the Han household. Chapter 19. A miserable existence. Han Guohua smiled gently, patting Qin Ziming on the shoulder, and said, I've already arranged everything for you. Captain Liu will put your name down, and your work points will be calculated as usual. You just need to show up occasionally. You can help your mother with the household chores at home. Upon hearing this, Qin Ziming was momentarily stunned, left standing there in a daze, unsure of how to respond. It wasn't until Han Guohua was about to step into the house that Qin Ziming regained his senses and hurried after him. Is there something else? Han Guohua asked, slightly furrowing his brow. Father, Qin Ziming hesitated, gathering his courage to ask, I noticed that Lili seems a bit off today. She's been feeling drowsy and has been vomiting after eating. Is that so? Han Guohua paused, a flicker of concern crossing his eyes. After a moment of contemplation, he replied, could it be that she was exhausted from the wedding festivities yesterday and has fallen ill? Really? Qin Ziming sensed the subtle shift in Han Guohua's expression, and unease crept into his heart. What do you mean, really? What do you think it is? Han Guohua's demeanor shifted, his voice becoming grave. After years of serving as the secretary of the brigade, his authority was not something to be trifled with. His words sent a chill down Qin Ziming's spine. And no, it's nothing, Father. Lili must truly be unwell. I was just asking casually. Seeing this, Han Guohua's tone softened considerably, and he began to impart wisdom. Since Lili is unwell, you must take on the responsibilities of our family during this time. Work diligently at home, so Lili can rest without worry. Do you understand? I understand, Father. Qin Ziming nodded earnestly. All right, continue your work, Han Guohua said, turning without a glance back as he entered the house. Qin Ziming remained still, feeling an inexplicable discomfort, unable to articulate his thoughts. Just as he was pondering, a voice called from inside the house. Ziming, why are you just standing there? Your father is home. Why aren't you in the kitchen preparing dinner? Okay, I'm on it. Qin Ziming shook his head and dashed into the kitchen. After finishing dinner, he still did not get the chance to sit at the table until the entire Han family had finished eating, leaving him to pick at the leftovers. Qin Ziming had little appetite, yet after a day of scarcely eating, he felt he might not survive to see the day he becomes wealthy if he did not replenish his strength. Reluctantly, he took the remaining 4 steamed buns and stepped into the yard to nibble on them. Meanwhile, Wang Damei sat on the kong, gazing at the pile of tattered clothes, her heart heavy with frustration. Let's buy a couple of new clothes later. Let's have dinner first, Qin Weiman suggested. All you do is eat. Do you think missing one meal will kill you? Wang Damei retorted. How can I buy clothes? We barely have enough money as it is. Do you know how much you earn? She launched into a tirade directed at Qin Weiman. Qin Weiman lowered his head, falling silent. Where would he find the money? As the custodian of farming tools in the production team, he opened the storeroom early each day to distribute labor tools, then collected them again in the evening. The work was light, but the points earned were meager, barely enough to support the family. It was merely an extra income, aside from what Qin Hao earned. Even so, all of it was handed over to Wang Damei for safekeeping. Look at you, silent again. I told you to confront that brat for compensation, and you came back with not a penny. Useless. Want to eat, huh? Fine. Just wait. Wang Damei's frustration boiled over as she jumped off the Kong and headed to the kitchen. A moment later, she emerged with 2 cold steamed buns, placing them before Qin Weiman. This is your dinner for today. Take it or leave it. With that, Wang Damei grabbed her coat and made to leave. Where are you going? Qin Weiman asked, concerned she might cause trouble elsewhere. I'm going to find my son to vent my grievances. What do you think? Wang Damei shot him an exasperated look. She wished to confront Qin Hao and Lin Yuxin, but alone, she felt too weak to challenge them directly. Back home, she could not swallow her anger. And Qin Weiman was of no help. Therefore, she placed all her hopes on Qin Ziming, or she would not sleep well that night. Ziming just got married. It's not right to disturb him. Besides, he will be back tomorrow, won't he? Qin Weiman reasoned. Mind your business. Just eat your buns. Wang Damei snapped, then pushed through the door and left home. Arriving at Han Guohua's residence, Wang Damei saw Qin Ziming sitting on a bench, nibbling on a cold bun. The evening breeze had turned chilly, and he sat there in the cold, consuming his meager meal. Wang Damei felt a surge of shock and heartache rushing over to him. Ziming, why are you eating buns outside? It's so cold. Where's your vegetable dish? Mother, what brings you here? Upon seeing Wang Damei, Qin Ziming felt a wave of grievance wash over him, his eyes reddening. Finally, he had encountered family. Qin Ziming intended to share the struggles of the old Qin family, to vent his frustrations. Yet, considering Wang Damei's temperament, he feared it would only escalate into a scene. If it drew unfavorable opinions from the Han family, the repercussions could be severe. With this in mind, Qin Ziming swallowed his words, forcing a smile, and said, I'm not that hungry, just having a bite. Wang Damei narrowed her eyes, not believing a word. What family isn't hungry that they would only eat 4 buns? She knew her son well, and seeing his current state, she immediately understood that Qin Ziming must have been mistreated by the Han family. Her anger surged within her, ready to explode. Just then, a voice came from the kitchen. Ziming, the dining table isn't cleared yet. Where have you gone to slack off? It was Zhao Sufan, sounding displeased. Mother, I am eating mantu in the courtyard. I will come over to tidy up shortly. Qin Ziming called out lightly towards the kitchen. Ziming, I am not criticizing you, but it has already been over 10 minutes. Have you not finished eating yet? You must learn to eat faster in the future, as there is a mountain of chores awaiting your attention. Zhao Sufan continued to scold him as she walked out of the kitchen. At that moment, she caught sight of Wang Damei, standing in the courtyard. Initially taken aback, she soon greeted her with a beaming smile. Ah, dear mother-in-law, why didn't you give us a heads up? Wang Damei shot her a cold glare, having heard every word clearly. Her son was accustomed to being well-fed and taken care of at home, and now, after just one day at the Han household, he was subjected to such treatment, which infuriated Wang Damei, causing veins to throb on her forehead. Zhao Sufan. Just as Wang Damei seemed ready to explode, Qin Ziming reacted swiftly, dropping the mantu in his hand and pulling her outside the courtyard. Ziming, what are you doing? Why are you dragging me? Wang Damei shouted loudly. Shoo, shoo, shoo. Mother, please hold your tongue. Let us speak outside. Qin Ziming urged Wang Damei to quiet down until they were several meters away. And upon noticing that Zhao Sufan had not followed, he let out a long sigh of relief. Oh my, I beg you, please do not cause a scene at their home. Otherwise, my entire life will be ruined. Chapter 20. Envy. Upon hearing these words, Wang Damei was left questioning whether she had misheard or if Qin Ziming had lost his sanity. How could he still speak up for the old Qin family after enduring such mistreatment? My son, are you truly all right? If you continue to stay with the old Qin family, it will ruin your life. Isn't this just a form of disguised abuse? You may have come to their home as a son-in-law, but you are not there to be their servant. Wang Damei expressed her indignation. Ever since Qin Ziming aspired to be a son-in-law, he had been extolling the virtues of the old Qin family, believing that their connections would lead to his future success. Yet, in light of his current dire circumstances, there was no sign of prosperity on the horizon. It was likely that even if the old Qin family prospered, they would not include Qin Ziming in their fortunes. Mother, please do not concern yourself with me. I am well aware of my own path. My current endurance is merely a precursor to future glory, Qin Ziming asserted with conviction. He firmly believed that his present tribulations within the old Qin family mirrored the experiences of Qin Hao in his past life. If Qin Hao could endure, then so could he, Qin Ziming. But seeing you like this pains me. Wang Damei lamented. Mother, these are merely trifles. Hurry home. Once I earn a fortune, I will come to bring you joy, he reassured her. After comforting Wang Damei, Qin Ziming turned to leave. Just as he took a couple of steps, he suddenly turned back and said, By the way, Mother, tomorrow I will be visiting with Han Lili, so please prepare some delicious dishes and buy some meat. I am absolutely craving it. Upon hearing this, Wang Damei felt her heart ache anew. I understand. I will prepare a grand meal for you tomorrow to replenish your strength. Meanwhile, Qin Hao and Lin Yuxin had been in a silent quarrel, not having spoken to each other all day. As the sun set outside, Lin Yuxin merely cast a glance at Qin Hao, showing no intention of preparing dinner. Qin Hao, aware of the underlying tension, refrained from instructing her. Instead, he busied himself in the kitchen. After skillfully preparing a squab and cleaning some mushrooms, he began to simmer a fragrant soup in a cast-iron pot. Before long, the irresistible aroma of the squab soup wafted throughout the house. The wild mushrooms and squab were both exquisite delicacies, and their combination resulted in a soup that was exceptionally flavorful, rich in color and aroma. A few slices of ginger, several Sichuan peppercorns, and a dash of salt were all that was needed to create this rare delicacy, both nutritious and healthy. Moments later, the squab soup was ready. Qin Hao also cooked 6 sesame pancakes and brought them into the room. Noticing Lin Yuxin still sulking, he couldn't help but smirk slightly to himself. He then sat across from her and began to eat heartily. The squab soup was simply divine. Qin Hao took a sip from his bowl and exaggeratedly smacked his lips, creating a loud sound. At this, Lin Yuxin furrowed her brows, her eyes glinting with annoyance. She was already quite tempted by the delicious smells. Had it not been for her pride, she would have rushed to the table long ago. She thought to herself that she could hold out a little longer, but alas, her stomach had other ideas. A series of embarrassing growls emanated from her belly. Hearing this, Qin Hao chuckled and said, All right then, are you starving? Why don't you eat first, and then continue sulking afterward? You are such a jerk. Lin Yuxin shot him a fierce glare before picking up a pancake and digging in. At the same time, Wang Damei returned from the old Han family. Upon entering the courtyard, she was immediately greeted by the delicious aroma wafting from the side room, awakening her own hunger pangs. She hurried to the door and peered inside. There, she saw Qin Hao and Lin Yuxin sitting on the kong, enjoying sesame pancakes and soup. Thinking of her son gnawing on cold steamed buns earlier at the old Han family, Wang Damei was infuriated. She could hardly bear to see Qin Hao and Lin Yuxin feasting so heartily. Do you two even know how to live? Is it necessary to indulge in such lavish meals? Wang Damei barged into the room, her tone dripping with sarcasm. Do we really need your permission for what we eat? Just go and find somewhere else to be. You're only ruining my appetite, Qin Hao retorted, taking a large bite of his sesame pancake. Huh, once you've spent all your money. Don't expect to eat a single grain from our home, Wang Damei admonished sharply. I never expected anything from you anyway, Qin Hao scoffed, adding, You can barely afford 2 dishes for yourself throughout the year, yet you gaze enviously at others enjoying better fare. Wang Damei was momentarily at a loss for words, as Qin Hao had struck a nerve. She usually pinched every penny, never daring to treat herself to such sumptuous meals. Now, being mocked by Qin Hao, she felt utterly humiliated. Who said that? She rummaged through her pocket and brandished a meat coupon in front of Qin Hao, declaring, See this? It's a meat coupon. When Ziming returns tomorrow, our family will feast on meat, leaving you two to envy us. Wang Damei surmised that Qin Hao had surely prepared this meal using the subsidy Lin Yuxin received, but she doubted the amount was significant. Even if Qin Hao and Lin Yuxin enjoyed a lavish meal today, they would certainly not be able to afford meat tomorrow. No family could sustain such extravagance. In this way, she felt she had regained some dignity. However, just as Wang Damei felt triumphant, she suddenly sensed something amiss. Qin Hao seemed far too composed, even wearing a smirk of derision. What are you laughing at? Wang Damei couldn't help but ask. Nothing. Just wondering why a single meal of meat warrants such a display. Should we prepare braised pork tomorrow and let you come sniff it too? Qin Hao replied with a teasing smile. You're still eating braised pork? You must be joking. Wang Damei didn't believe a word he said. Enough already. Just leave. Your presence is ruining my appetite, Qin Hao said tersely, shooing Wang Damei away as if she were an unwelcome pest. And he closed the door behind her. Back in the main room, Wang Damei sat on the Kong, seething with anger. Qin Weiman glanced over, having heard the quarrel from the side room. Aware that Wang Damei and Qin Hao had clashed again, he hesitantly asked, Why did you go and argue with Xiao Hao again? What? Are you implying that I'm the troublemaker? As I passed by earlier, I observed them indulging in sesame pancakes and simmering soup. They seemed utterly inept at managing their daily lives, prompting me to inquire about their situation. To my dismay, he mockingly ridiculed our family for never having tasted fine delicacies, claiming he would prepare braised pork tomorrow just to provoke us. Wang Damei asserted with unwavering confidence. Upon hearing this, Qin Weiman fell silent, seated on the stool, and lit a cigarette. He could not help but feel that Qin Hao lacked the skills necessary for a fulfilling life. If this continued, it would not be long before he and Lin Yuxin would be left to fend for themselves. However, before he could decide whether to offer counsel to Qin Hao, Wang Damei produced a meat coupon and tossed 5 yuan onto the table. What is the meaning of this? Qin Weiman inquired, his face a portrait of confusion. It had been years since he had witnessed such generosity from Wang Damei. Tomorrow, Ziming would be bringing Han Lili home, and I want you to go to the supply and marketing cooperative to purchase a pound of pork belly and some additional vegetables. I intend to prepare a sumptuous meal for Ziming and his wife. I shall surely make that little rascal envious. Chapter 21. Pregnancy. As dusk descended, Lin Yuxin cast a glance at Qin Hao and suddenly inquired, During dinner, you mentioned that we would have braised pork tomorrow. Is that true? Although the meat of the dove was quite delectable, it was clear that the allure of braised pork was far greater. Of course, I will head to the county tomorrow to sell the remaining 2 doves and the mushrooms. By the way, what else would you like me to buy? I will procure it all, Qin Hao replied with a smile. Lin Yuxin glanced at the tattered and filthy curtain hanging at the window and remarked, You should find a way to get some fabric coupons and purchase a new curtain. I can no longer bear the sight of this one. All right, I will keep that in mind, Qin Hao agreed. Also, shouldn't you be heading to the production team to work? It wouldn't be good to avoid it for too long. Lately, people have been saying that you've married and stopped working altogether, Lin Yuxin continued. She was not well acquainted with Qin Hao's past, but since their sham marriage, he had not been seen laboring at the production team. Initially, it was understandable, as they had just married and a few days of rest were reasonable. However, as time passed, it was inevitable that others would start to gossip. Lin Yuxin herself was also required to participate in labor at the production team. More importantly, they lived next to Wang Damei. If she learned that Qin Hao had earned a considerable sum, she would undoubtedly cause a ruckus. You are right. I will go to the production team tomorrow. Qin Hao nodded in agreement. He then burrowed into the covers and drifted off to sleep. Meanwhile, Qin Ziming trudged into the bridal chamber. His body weary from a long day of labor since morning. Exhaustion enveloped him, and as soon as he laid the bedding, his head barely touched the pillow before he fell into a deep slumber. After a while, Han Lili entered the room. She observed Qin Ziming, confirming he was sound asleep, before leaving the room to head to the main house. Mom and Dad, Qin Ziming is sleeping like a log, Han Lili announced as she settled by the Kong. Why do you have to wait until so late to discuss matters? Lili needs more rest. Zhao Sufan looked at Han Guohua with confusion. After a moment's contemplation, Han Guohua coldly questioned, I need to ask you both, what is going on? Ziming has only been here for a day, and he has already noticed something off with Lili. He was asking me questions in the yard when I got home from work. He is starting to suspect. Upon hearing this, Zhao Sufan and Han Lili's expressions darkened. I didn't expect that Qin Ziming would be so perceptive, just like his mother, Wang Damei, Zhao Sufan muttered. Dad, this morning after breakfast, I was in the yard. It was absolutely nauseating, and I couldn't hold it in. You can't blame me for that. Besides, if he discovers it, so what? What can he do to us? Han Lili retorted defiantly. He may not dare to do anything, but if it escalates and causes a stir throughout the village, the repercussions would be too great. How would I advance then? Han Guohua cautioned. Is there news from above? Upon hearing this, Zhao Sufan and Han Lili's eyes brightened. It should be soon, in a little while. The organization will have me submit an application, and at the very least, I can secure a position as the deputy secretary of the commune. This moment is particularly crucial. I've already intimidated Ziming. He should not think too much about it. You two need to keep a low profile and avoid causing any trouble, Han Guohua sternly advised. Rest assured, Dad, there will be no more slip-ups. They both nodded in agreement. After an undetermined time, Qin Ziming groggily awoke. He turned to the side and found the space beside him empty. Although there were signs of someone having slept there, Han Lili was nowhere to be seen. Has she gone to the restroom? Qin Ziming thought, aware that Han Lili frequently visited the bathroom, especially at night. However, as his hand inadvertently brushed against the bedding on her side, he felt an unsettling chill. It was evident that Han Lili had been gone for quite some time. Suddenly alert, Qin Ziming quickly donned a jacket and prepared to search for her. Upon opening the door, he was startled to see Han Lili hastily returning from outside. Why are you standing at the door in the middle of the night? You scared me to death, she exclaimed, taken aback by his presence. I noticed you were not in bed and feared something might have happened, which is why I came to look for you, Qin Ziming explained, reaching out to support her. Han Lili brushed him off and wrapped her coat tighter around herself as she walked back inside, saying, I just went to the restroom. What could possibly happen? Are you daft? Qin Ziming silently followed her. At that moment, a stalk of straw caught his eye, inadvertently stuck to the back of Han Lili's coat. You. Qin Ziming intended to warn her, but abruptly closed his mouth. The more he contemplated, the more he sensed something was amiss. This was a significant issue. Going to the restroom could be a plausible excuse, but he knew that the restroom did not harbor any straw. It was evident that Han Lili was lying. This revelation reignited the suspicions within Qin Ziming's heart, and he resolved to uncover the truth behind the matter. As the night passed and dawn had yet to break, Qin Hao rose from his slumber. After freshening up and consuming a light porridge, he reported to the production team and joined the others in the fields. Following a morning filled with labor, Qin Hao returned home, had a quick meal, and took a short nap. With a basket on his back, carrying the doves, he made his way to the county market. After selling everything, he happily held onto the 36 yuan he had earned and proceeded to the supply and marketing cooperative. He did not enter immediately, as purchasing pork and fabric required coupons, which he did not possess. However, this was not a significant obstacle. He merely needed to find a ticket dealer to exchange for them. In this era, ticket dealers persisted despite prohibitions. Ultimately, their existence provided practical solutions to many pressing issues. In some families, with numerous members, the rationed food was far from sufficient. What could they do? One cannot truly expect the entire family to subsist on nothing but the cold winds of the Northwest, can they? At such times, they would exchange household oil coupons and cloth tickets with ticket vendors for food coupons. Qin Hao lingered at the entrance for a moment. Before long, a man approached with quick strides. Hey there, looking to exchange tickets? He inquired. Do you have meat tickets or cloth tickets? Qin Hao asked in a hushed tone. The man replied just as quietly, 5 pounds of grain for 1 pound of meat, 3 pounds of grain for 1 foot of cloth. After pondering for a moment, Qin Hao responded, I would like 2 pounds of meat tickets and 10 feet of cloth tickets. No problem. Follow me, the man said, leading Qin Hao into a narrow alley where they completed the exchange. With the meat tickets and food coupons in hand, Qin Hao ventured into the supply and marketing cooperative. Chapter 22. Purchasing meat within the supply and marketing cooperative, large rolls of fabric were neatly arranged on the counter, categorized into high, medium, and low grades. A high-quality fabric set would cost over 100 yuan, typically affordable only to city dwellers during wedding preparations, who would then seek a tailor to craft garments. Such an outfit would indeed exude elegance. However, Qin Hao merely desired to create bed curtains and found the low-grade coarse burlap somewhat unsatisfactory. Ultimately, he opted for medium-grade fabric. How much is this fabric? Duwen inquired, summoning a sales clerk. The clerk, casting a disdainful glance at Qin Hao's shabby attire, assumed he was merely inquiring about prices, likely a villager visiting from the countryside. With an air of superiority, she remarked, You can't afford this fabric. Just look at the cheapest coarse burlap. Qin Hao was well aware of the character of such individuals. In this era, the sales clerks at the supply and marketing cooperative held secure positions, highly coveted for their benefits. Not only could they reap some advantages, but their salaries were also among the best at the time. Consequently, these clerks often exhibited an arrogant demeanor, treating customers as if they were beggars. Even the posted work regulations included a prohibition against mistreating customers. Disinclined to engage in a dispute, Qin Hao pointed to the medium-grade fabric and stated, I want this one. The clerk, growing impatient, replied, It's 6 mao per foot. Do you want it? 10 feet. Qin Hao responded without hesitation. The clerk stared at him in astonishment. Purchasing fabric in the county was no simple task, let alone buying 10 feet at once. Fabric tickets were limited in supply. Do you have fabric tickets? She asked, puzzled. Qin Hao promptly produced 10 feet worth of fabric tickets, waving them before her. Now, can you sell it to me? Since you have tickets, of course, she replied. The clerk unfurled the fabric, measured the appropriate length with a wooden ruler, and marked it with chalk before cutting along the line. Now, give me 2 jin of pork, make sure it's fatty. The price was 8 mao per jin. In this period, the cost of pork varied based on its fat content, with fatty cuts priced significantly higher than lean meat. Lean meat and bones were undesirable, as bones offered little value and lean meat lacked flavor. There was a saying at the time, lower your head to chop meat, raise your eyes to regard others, indicating a hierarchy among meat buyers. When purchasing a piece of fatty meat, one would invariably hold it aloft, inspecting it from all angles, as if to broadcast their acquisition. With only meat and fabric in hand, Qin Hao departed the cooperative, heading back to the village. These 2 items had cost him 7 yuan and 60 mao. Reflecting on this, Qin Hao couldn't help but lament. In any era, money is easy to spend but difficult to earn. At the Han family courtyard, Qin Ziming approached the main house, where Zhao Sufan was seated, cracking sunflower seeds. Mom, Lily and I are heading back to my home. I've nearly finished my chores. I'll complete the rest when I return. All right, go back then. Zhao Sufan conceded, albeit somewhat reluctantly, as it was a rare occasion for her to agree. Thank you, Mom, Qin Ziming said, his face lighting up. He then turned to Han Lili, who was also cracking seeds, and urged, Lily, stop that. Let us get ready to leave. However, Han Lili remained indifferent, seemingly not having heard him. Lily? Qin Ziming called again. What are you shouting at me for? Han Lili snapped, glaring at him. You can go back alone. I'm tired and going to sleep. With that, she stood and walked toward the new house. Mom, Lily. Qin Ziming glanced helplessly at Zhao Sufan, hoping she might persuade her. Yet, Zhao Sufan remained oblivious, finally managing to say, if Lily is tired, let her sleep. You should return early. Don't linger at home too long. Qin Ziming was frustrated. He had already endured hardships at the Han family. Now he had to return alone, even on a visit home? If word got out, he would surely be ridiculed by neighbors. Let me return early. I absolutely refuse. Let us see if you can survive without me. Muttering angrily, Qin Ziming made his way back home. Oh dear, son, daughter-in-law, you're back. Hearing footsteps in the courtyard, Wang Damei emerged from the main house with a beaming smile. Her joy was not directed at Han Lili. Ever since learning of Qin Ziming's troubles at the Han household, she had hardly slept the previous night, eagerly awaiting her precious son's return. However, upon seeing only Qin Ziming return alone, her expression faltered. She scanned the surroundings, but Han Lili was nowhere to be found. Where is Han Lili? Why didn't she come back with you? She asked, confused. She didn't feel well, so I came back by myself. Qin Ziming, wary of inciting Wang Damei's ire toward Han Lili, refrained from revealing the truth. Good riddance. When your father returns with meat, you'll be the only one to eat. Wang Damei rolled her eyes. Since the Han family had treated Qin Ziming poorly, she certainly harbored no fondness for Han Lili. Grabbing Qin Ziming's hand, she led him into the house, lamenting, Ziming, you must help me stand up to them today. I can't bear the bullying any longer. That little wretch ruined all my clothes with her scissors, and now I only have this one outfit left. I haven't changed in 2 days. Qin, how that little beast even scolded me last night, Wang Damei said, her voice filled with sorrow, tears welling in her eyes. Ziming, when you're not home, everyone can bully me. Hearing this, Qin Ziming could hardly contain himself. He had endured bullying from the Han family, and now his mother was facing the same? Mom, I will definitely support you. I'm going to confront that little beast Qin Hao right now. With that, Qin Ziming strode toward the side room and shouted at the door, Qin Hao, come out here. After calling several times without response, he grew increasingly frustrated. In the side room, Lin Yuxin, absorbed in her book, initially intended to ignore Qin Ziming's shouts, but as the volume escalated, she could no longer overlook it. She found it utterly impossible to concentrate on her studies. Lin Yuxin furrowed her brow, set down her book, and opened the door. She gazed at the furious Qin Ziming and the smug Wang Damei, and calmly remarked, do not shout any longer. Qin Hao is not at home. After speaking, Lin Yuxin did not afford Qin Ziming and Wang Damei the opportunity to respond. With a loud bang, she closed the door once more. Chapter 23, Deliberate Provocation. This left Qin Ziming and Wang Damei both in a state of bewilderment. How could they possibly believe Lin Yuxin's one-sided account? Where could Qin Hao be if not at home? Moreover, Lin Yuxin was complicit in bullying Wang Damei. She pretended as if nothing had happened, thinking she could escape unscathed. Since Qin Hao was absent, it was time to deal with the despicable Lin Yuxin. With this thought in mind, Qin Ziming stepped forward, ready to kick the door open and storm into the side room. "What are you doing?" Suddenly, the voice of Qin Weimin echoed through the courtyard. He rushed over, blocking Qin Ziming's reckless actions. If he kicked the door down, it would surely cause chaos within the household. "Qin Hao and Lin Yuxin bullied my mother, and I must settle the score with them today." Qin Ziming protested indignantly. "That's all your mother's," Qin Weimin began to explain. But Wang Damei would not grant him that opportunity. She immediately shouted at him, "You old fool, I've been bullied. My son comes home to help me seek justice, and you want to allow it? Ziming, there's no place for your mother in this family anymore." Wang Damei began to sob. At that moment, she suddenly noticed that besides some vegetables, Qin Weimin was missing something. Her expression shifted as she hurriedly asked, "Why is there only vegetables? Where's the meat I asked you to buy?" Qin Weimin shook his head. "I couldn't find any." Upon hearing this, Wang Damei's face fell. "You useless man. I gave you money and tickets to buy meat, and you couldn't even manage that." Qin Weimin explained that the supply and marketing cooperative hadn't sold meat for several days, and what could he do about it? In this era, consuming meat was an extravagant affair, not merely due to the high prices of pork, but also because of its limited availability. Especially in their remote area, purchasing power was lacking. Hence, it was not unusual for the cooperative to be out of pork for days. After all, even if there was meat available, few would buy it unless it was a holiday. "What will Ziming eat tonight?" Wang Damei questioned. Hearing that no meat had been bought, Qin Ziming's face fell with disappointment. He had been looking forward to a hearty meal, but instead, there was only a plate of vegetables, which was hard for him to accept. "Just make do with the vegetables for now. Next time I get meat, I'll call you back," Qin Weimin said helplessly. At this, Qin Ziming felt like crying. Given his status in the Qin household, he didn't know when he would have the chance to come back for a proper meal. "Mom, what am I supposed to eat?" He looked longingly at Wang Damei. Wang Damei, at a loss, was suddenly interrupted. Qin Hao returned from the county town, carrying 2 pounds of pork in one hand and a 10-foot roll of cloth on his shoulder. "What are you doing at my doorstep?" Seeing Wang Damei and the others standing at the side room's entrance, he sensed trouble brewing. They were likely plotting something against him. Upon seeing Qin Hao, Qin Ziming initially wanted to confront him. However, upon noticing the pork in his hand, his eyes widened in disbelief. "You bought meat?" Wang Damei, equally astonished, pointed an accusing finger at Qin Weimin. "Didn't you say the cooperative had no meat? Then what is that in his hand? Did he steal it or rob it?" "You old fool. Since when did you and that little brat Qin Hao become partners? I gave you money, and you still couldn't bring back meat. What? Are you reluctant to buy meat for my son to eat?" Wang Damei assumed that Qin Weimin and Qin Hao had colluded, intentionally not buying meat to provoke her and her son. "When did I deceive you? There really was no pork for sale," Qin Weimin replied, feeling aggrieved. He quickly turned to Qin Hao and asked, "Xiao Hao, where did you buy this pork?" Qin Hao glanced at the three of them and replied honestly, "I bought it in the county town." "See, I didn't lie to you," Qin Weimin said to Wang Damei. "Shut your mouth." At this moment, Wang Damei was even more infuriated. Clearly, Qin Hao was deliberately seeking trouble. He had gone all the way to the county town to buy meat just to provoke her. "Ziming, did you see that? Qin Hao is trying to ride on our necks. He went to the county town just to annoy us." Wang Damei felt wronged once more. With a cold glare, Qin Ziming glared at Qin Hao and said, "If you dare to bully my mother again, I'll settle both old and new scores with you." Originally intending to confront Qin Hao, now that he had returned, Qin Ziming showed no restraint and prepared to take action. "You two are insane." Qin Hao shot a glance at Wang Damei and Qin Ziming, scolding them. Since Qin Ziming wanted to fight, Qin Hao would not back down. He placed the pork and cloth aside and assumed a fighting stance. The last time in the house, he hadn't had the chance to vent his frustrations, and now was the perfect opportunity to teach Qin Ziming a lesson. Both were preparing for a brawl. "Stop it," Qin Weimin interjected sternly, standing between them. This family was descending into chaos. In the past, they merely exchanged sharp words. Now, it seemed they were ready to resort to violence at the slightest disagreement. "Xiao Hao just came back from outside, and hasn't he provoked any of you? Why do you insist on picking a fight with him?" Qin Weimin reproached Wang Damei and Qin Ziming. "How is that not provocation? Lin Yuxin ruined my mother's clothes. And this matter is closely tied to Qin Hao. Qin Ziming shouted angrily. Exactly. Either compensate me with 50 yuan, or don't think you can get away with this. With her son backing her up, Wang Damei refused to back down, pointing at Qin Hao and reprimanding him. Qin Hao retorted without hesitation, I don't have any money. If you want to make a scene, go ahead. If it comes to that, let us just split up and live our own lives. Then we won't have to deal with so much nonsense. Qin Hao glared at Wang Damei and Qin Ziming, picked up the pork and cloth, and turned to enter the side room. Qin Ziming was infuriated by this exchange, and Wang Damei began to wail, Look at this, son. That little brat Qin Hao is determined to go to war with us. How did I end up with such an ungrateful wretch? After all these years as a stepmother, I haven't even received a kind word. I might as well be dead. Chapter 24, Braised Pork. Enough. Enough. Let us discuss this in the house. The commotion caused by Wang Damei and Qin Ziming left Qin Weiman at a loss, so he could only drag them both inside to avoid attracting the attention of the neighbors, who might come over to witness the drama. He simply could not afford to lose face. You useless old man. You couldn't even buy meat. My daughter and I have been bullied by your son. And you still show him favoritism. How could I have been so blind to marry you? Upon entering the house, Wang Damei unleashed her fury upon Qin Weiman. However, no matter how much she raged, it could not conjure up pork. As soon as Qin Hao stepped into the side room, Lin Yuxin immediately emerged upon hearing the noise. When she saw the whole piece of pork, her eyes sparkled with excitement. You really bought me back? Since arriving at Nantang village, she had never eaten pork. Now faced with it, she felt an overwhelming craving. Indeed, I also brought back some fabric. Qin Hao handed Lin Yuxin a 10-foot length of cloth. She accepted it, and, upon touching it, realized the quality was quite high and the price would not be cheap. What a pity it would be to use such fine fabric as curtains. As long as the quality is good. Qin Hao smiled and continued, You hang the curtains while I prepare the braised pork. At that moment, he was not inclined to discuss anything else. On his way back from the county, he had been contemplating the method for making braised pork. Not only was Lin Yuxin craving it, but he too longed for meat. Without further ado, Qin Hao hurriedly took the meat to the kitchen. He boiled a pot of water, cut the pork belly into pieces, and cooked it until tender. He then added vegetable oil and rock sugar to the pot, sautéing until the sugar turned a light brown. Next, he tossed in the pork belly, stirring evenly, and finally added scallions, ginger slices, soy sauce, and water to stew. Before long, the enticing aroma of meat wafted through the air. Lin Yuxin, having hung the curtains, stepped out and stood nearby, nearly drooling at the scent of the pork. How much longer until it's ready? She asked eagerly, unable to contain herself. Qin Hao added a bit more water to the pot and covered it. About half an hour. The longer it stews, the more tender it will be. You should go rest inside for now. Half an hour. For Lin Yuxin, this was undoubtedly a torturous wait. She had no intention of going back inside and instead squatted on the ground, resting her chin on her hands, anxiously anticipating the meal. Time dragged on. In the main room, Wang Damei could only wash the cabbage and eggplant she had bought and stir-fry a couple of dishes. Then, with the last bit of flour in the house, she made a few scallion pancakes for Qin Ziming. Although there was no meat, the stir-fried cabbage, eggplant, and scallion pancakes were still a rare treat for Qin Ziming. At least they were freshly made, not leftovers. With a mouthful of scallion pancakes and a bite of vegetables, Qin Ziming devoured his meal with delight. Slow down, there are still 4 pancakes in the pot. No one is here to snatch them from you, Wang Damei admonished, feeling a pang of sympathy as she watched him eat. Mom, it's just that your pancakes and stir-fried dishes are too delicious. Qin Ziming praised between bites. At that moment, he noticed smoke rising from the chimney of the side room, along with a rich aroma of meat wafting through the door. Despite enjoying his meal, the enticing scent of the braised pork made his mouth water. Surely, Qin Hao was making braised pork. How fragrant. In that instant, Qin Ziming lost his appetite. No matter how delicious the scallion pancakes were, they could not compare to braised pork. Wang Damei glanced outside and grumbled, Those prodigal fools. What is so great about a meal of braised pork? Just wait until you've spent all your money. Let us see what you'll eat then. Inside the side room, Qin Hao and Lin Yuxin sat cross-legged on the kong, a large bowl of glistening braised pork and several fluffy steamed buns placed between them. Let us eat. With Qin Hao's command, Lin Yuxin immediately picked up a piece of braised pork and savored it. Delicious. It was undoubtedly the most delectable meal she had enjoyed in years. As she reveled in the sweet and savory flavors of the pork, she noticed that Qin Hao had not paused with his chopsticks, continuously shoveling meat into his mouth. Slow down, leave some for me. Lin Yuxin rolled her eyes, hastening her own pace. Otherwise, before she could even eat a few pieces, Qin Hao would devour the entire bowl, with her once delicate lips now stretched wider. She fiercely competed with Qin Hao for the food. After about 10 minutes, Qin Hao leaned back, rubbing his belly, feeling completely stuffed. Despite having tasted all sorts of delicacies in his previous life, nothing compared to the braised pork he had just enjoyed. This body had been starved of rich flavors, leaving him craving for more. Lin Yuxin was also quite full, her lips greasy. She had completely shed her usual aura of a cool goddess. This is so delicious. I feel like I might burst, yet I still want more, Lin Yuxin remarked contentedly. Qin Hao pointed toward the kitchen. There is still a bowl left in the pot. If you haven't had enough, go ahead and eat. Just remember to clean up the dishes afterward. I can't eat anymore. I need to digest. I'm not eating anymore. I'll leave it for tomorrow. I also need to rest. I feel like I might explode. Lin Yuxin leaned against the wall, looking utterly drained. I told you to eat fewer buns, but you wouldn't listen. Look at me. I specifically picked the meat. Qin Hao chuckled as he observed Lin Yuxin's disheveled appearance. Too much meat is indeed overwhelming. They had consumed 1.5 pounds of the 2 pounds of pork. After recovering for a while, Lin Yuxin finally stood up to clear the dishes from the table. Qin Hao stepped out of the side room to catch some fresh air in the yard. Eating too much meat had indeed left him feeling a bit queasy. Outside, it was already dark, yet faint sounds of Wang Damei and Qin Ziming could still be heard from the main room. Qin Hao found it somewhat peculiar, given the temperament of the old Han family. Qin Ziming should not have stayed home this late. However, Qin Hao chose not to dwell on it. After all, it was none of his concern. Wang Damei shared the same curiosity. She gazed at Qin Ziming, who was reclining on the Kong with his eyes closed, and inquired curiously, Ziming, it is quite late. Why have you not returned? Qin Ziming replied, it is not often that I come back. What harm is there in staying a little longer this evening? He harbored lingering resentment towards Zhao Sufan and Han Lili. Although returning late would inevitably subject him to their reproach, Qin Ziming was resolute in his decision to maintain his displeasure towards them. It was not until after 9 o'clock that he reluctantly rose from the Kong and said to Wang Damei, Mother, I shall head back now. Be careful on your way, Wang Damei replied, her voice tinged with reluctance. Yes, I understand. I will find an opportunity to visit you again in a few days. With that, Qin Ziming strode out of the house. The bright moon hung high in the sky, illuminating the tranquil village like a lantern. Just as Qin Ziming arrived at the entrance of the Han residence, he suddenly heard soft whispers emanating from behind a pile of dry straw across the way. Ah, be gentle. Chapter 25. Caught in adultery, the sounds were quite tantalizing, stirring the curiosity of Qin Ziming. Whose wife was it, sneaking out at such a late hour to meet another man? Moreover, she had the audacity to come right to the doorstep of Lao Han's house. What terrible luck for them to be caught. Qin Ziming stealthily approached, intending to frighten the illicit couple and teach them a lesson. As he drew nearer, the voices grew increasingly distinct. Didn't I give it to you last night? You're back again tonight. You'd better be quick. If he comes home and finds me missing, I'll have to explain, and it's so bothersome. Upon hearing this, Qin Ziming suddenly froze. That voice was unmistakably familiar. It was Han Lili's voice. The pair engaging in this scandalous affair were none other than Han Lili and her lover. How could she be behind the straw pile with a man? Ah, Bingo, be gentle. Have you forgotten I'm still carrying your child? If you're too rough, you might lose him, and then you'll have no son. Hee, how could I forget? I'll be gentle, gentle. I just miss our son and am eager to see him again. At that moment, Qin Ziming stood before the straw pile, listening to the sultry sounds that filled his ears, his mind buzzing. Although he had willingly become a son-in-law and accepted some grievances, this was not the first time he had endured such humiliation. He had swallowed his pride while toiling away, doing laundry and cooking, all in pursuit of wealth and status. Even upon realizing that Han Lili was pregnant before marriage, he had intended to endure. However, now, at that very straw pile, his wife had chosen to sneak out and betray him while he was away. This undoubtedly turned Qin Ziming's world upside down. His anger was almost explosive, fists clenched, eyes fixed intently on the rhythmic shadow cast by the moonlight. He had initially wished to continue bearing it all for the sake of prosperity, but all restraint shattered with Han Lili's words. Bingo, you are truly amazing, far superior to that useless man. Qin Ziming's defenses crumbled. Damn you both. He charged behind the straw pile and kicked the bare bottom of the man. Ah, the sudden appearance startled Han Lili, causing her to scream. The bare-bottom man was also knocked to the ground by Qin Ziming's kick, equally terrified. Damn it! Qin Ziming was consumed by rage, rushing forward to rain down punches and kicks on the man. Under the moonlight, Han Lili's collar was wide open, her snow-white bosom and fair legs gleaming strikingly. She hurriedly attempted to fasten her clothing, yet her pants were nowhere to be found. The ensuing chaos, with straw flying everywhere due to the scuffle, only compounded her distress as she searched for her lost pants. The commotion had undoubtedly roused the neighbors. If anyone saw her exposed, her life would be over. Stop! It's all a misunderstanding. Let me explain. The man curled into a ball, pleading for mercy. But Qin Ziming could not hear a word of it. Damn it! I will beat you to death today. Having crossed the threshold of rage, Qin Ziming had lost all reason. His fists came down like a torrential storm, determined to not relent until he had annihilated his opponent. The violent sounds of the altercation echoed prominently in the silent night. Soon, the noise attracted the attention of curious neighbors, with several houses lighting up. What is going on outside? It sounds like a fight. That voice seems to belong to Du Shuji's son-in-law. Let us go check it out. Many intrigued individuals ventured from their homes. Lao Han's house also lit up, with Han Yongxiang being the first to throw on a coat and rush outside to investigate. At that moment, Han Lili finally located her pants and hurriedly put them on, with one hand clutching her collar and the other holding her pants. She dashed into her own courtyard. Before Han Yongxiang could reach the gate, he was confronted by a disheveled figure running toward him, sobbing uncontrollably. In the dark of night, she appeared almost like a ghost, sending a shiver down his spine. Don't come near. Are you human or a ghost? Han Yongxiang bravely shouted. Brother, don't shout. It's me. Han Lili frantically whispered, not pausing for a moment as she rushed past Han Yongxiang and into the main room. Sister? What is going on? Han Yongxiang's face was filled with confusion. The sounds of the scuffle continued, compelling him to approach with a sense of intrigue. Upon closer inspection, he gasped in shock as he witnessed Qin Ziming mercilessly pummeling the man on the ground. Brother-in-law, what are you doing? Who are you hitting? Han Yongxiang could only see Qin Ziming's frantic form, but not the identity of the man lying on the ground. Oh, please stop. I was wrong. I was wrong. The man cried out, having been thoroughly beaten. In the chaos, he suddenly spotted Han Yongxiang and desperately shouted, Yongxiang, help me. Wu Jianbing? Han Yongxiang was momentarily stunned. Wu Jianbing was the son of Director Wu from the neighboring Dapu village. A few years prior, there had been an unpleasant dispute between Han Guohua and Director Wu, leading to a bitter enmity between the families. Why was Wu Jianbing at their doorstep, and how had he provoked Qin Ziming to this extent? Seeing Qin Ziming continue to unleash his fury upon Wu Jianbing, Han Yongxiang steeled himself and rushed forward, grabbing Qin Ziming to pull him away. Finally, Wu Jianbing took the opportunity to scramble to his feet, exhaling in relief, though his pale backside was glaringly visible in the moonlight. Meanwhile, Han Guohua and Zhao Sufan, alerted by the commotion outside, lit their lamps and donned their coats to see what was amiss. Just as they finished dressing, Han Lili burst in, weeping. Whoa, Mom. Han Lili dove into Zhao Sufan's embrace, sobbing uncontrollably. Oh dear, what happened? Upon seeing her daughter clad in straw, with trousers hanging loosely and seemingly on the verge of slipping down, and a shirt in utter disarray, even fastened incorrectly, Zhao Sufan was thoroughly alarmed. She feared that a lecherous intruder had invaded their home, intent on doing harm to Han Lili. Han Lili, however, remained silent, tears streaming down her face. Upon witnessing the distressing sight of his daughter, Han Guohua could no longer contain himself and shouted anxiously, Why are you crying? Speak up. What on earth has happened? It was only after this outburst that Han Lili finally found her voice, sobbing as she recounted, Just now, Wu Jianbing came, and then, he was confronted by Qin Ziming, and they started fighting outside. Chapter 26. A brutal confrontation. Upon hearing those words, Han Guohua and Zhao Sufan's expressions shifted dramatically. Although Han Lili's statement lacked clarity, the couple understood its implications all too well. How could you? Just moments ago, I urged you to keep a low profile, and now you turn around and create this chaos. Han Guohua's anger boiled within him. His ongoing discord with Director Wu from Dapu village had already fueled his ire. And now Han Lili's association with Wu Jianbing had stoked the flames further. To make matters worse, Han Lili's unexpected pregnancy had led Director Wu to threaten his family, demanding not only a complete waiver of the betrothal gifts, but also exorbitant dowry from the Han family. Han Guohua could hardly tolerate such indignities. In a desperate bid to conceal the scandal arising from Wu Jianbing and Han Lili's misdeeds, he had taken in Qin Ziming as a son-in-law. Hoping to shield his prospects for advancement, he intended to find a way to remedy the situation when the truth inevitably surfaced. Yet, on the very third day of their marriage, Qin Ziming had caught them in the act. Anyone would find it unbearable. The uproar outside was deafening. If word of this spread, not only would the Han family become the laughingstock of the village, but Han Guohua's aspirations for promotion to deputy secretary of the commune would also be dashed. Even the current village secretary would be unable to retain their position. In these times, adultery was a grave offense, with offenders facing arrest, labor reform, or even harsher penalties for severe cases. Though Han Guohua seethed with rage, he had no time to chastise Han Lili. He needed to rush to the scene and assess the situation for himself. "I will deal with you when I return." With a fierce remark, Han Guohua turned and dashed outside. At that moment, Han Yongqiang was still tightly holding onto Qin Ziming. Seizing the opportunity, Lu Lu managed to put on his trousers. However, he was still exposed to the gaze of the villagers who had come to investigate, drawing considerable attention. "My goodness, he really is Secretary Han's son-in-law," exclaimed one villager. "Isn't that Wu's son from Dapo village? Why are they fighting?" Laughter erupted as they commented on the intensity of the altercation, noting Lu Lu's disheveled state. Han Guohua, having exited the courtyard, immediately caught wind of the gossip, his face turning a shade of green with anger. Taking a deep breath, he addressed the onlookers loudly, "Disperse. These two youngsters merely had too much to drink tonight and got into a scuffle. There's nothing to see here. It's late, so hurry home and get some rest." With the authority befitting a village secretary, he spoke while dispersing the crowd. "Uncle Han." Upon seeing Han Guohua, Wu Jianbing trembled in fear, stammering. He had good reason to be scared. He understood the ruthless nature of Han Guohua and recalled the previous warning not to associate with Han Lili again. Now, with such a public disturbance, he could only dread the severe consequences that awaited him, avoiding Han Guohua's gaze. "Let us discuss this inside," Han Guohua coldly commanded. Hearing this, Lu Lu felt a chill run down his spine. The calmer Han Guohua's tone became, the more severe the situation seemed. If they were to enter the house, he doubted he would emerge alive. Uncle Han, I have some matters to attend to, so I'll take my leave," he stammered. However, with a mere glance from Han Guohua, Han Yongqiang understood the unspoken command. In 2 swift strides, he seized Wu Jianbing by the collar, dragging him back as if he were a mere chick, leading him inside. Under Han Guohua's orders, Wu Jianbing had no choice but to follow. Before long, everyone had returned to the main room. Han Lili had tidied her clothes, yet her hair remained disheveled as she curled up on the kong, hugging her knees. Zhao Sufan stood protectively behind her, her eyes flashing with anger as she glared at Wu Jianbing and Qin Ziming. At that moment, Qin Ziming grasped the full extent of the situation. It dawned on him that the entire Han family was aware of Han Lili and Wu Jianbing's affair while he had been kept in the dark. This was not their first encounter. Just last night, Han Lili had deceitfully claimed she was going to the restroom, when in fact, she had gone to meet Wu Jianbing. Now, with an unexpected pregnancy and the fallout between the Han and Wu families, the Han family was desperate to secure a son-in-law to cover up this disgrace. What infuriated Qin Ziming the most was that he had foolishly volunteered to be the scapegoat for the Han family. In that moment, his resentment towards the Han family swelled, especially towards Qin Hao. This green cap should have been placed upon Qin Hao's head. Suddenly, Han Guohua stepped forward and, in front of Qin Ziming, delivered a forceful kick to Wu Jianbing. The impact was so powerful that Wu Jianbing collapsed to the ground, curling up in pain and unable to rise. Han Guohua showed no sign of stopping. He continued to unleash a flurry of kicks upon Lu Lu, the ferocity of his strikes sending chills down Qin Ziming's spine. This was a brutal beating. "Did I not warn you never to seek out my daughter again? Yet you dare to show up. Watch as I make you regret it." Han Guohua's countenance darkened further as he delivered several more kicks, and then he seized a feather duster from the cabinet, swinging it mercilessly at Wu Jianbing. With a resounding crack, a vivid gash appeared on Lu Lu's body, eliciting continuous cries of anguish from Wu Jianbing. Even when Wu Jianbing could no longer muster the strength to scream, Han Guohua showed no signs of relenting. "Help me. Please help me." Wu Jianbing gazed desperately at the others in the room, pleading for mercy. Witnessing this scene, Zhao Sufan could no longer bear to watch. She stepped in between Lu Lu and Han Guohua, imploring, "Enough. Are you truly going to kill him? What will happen when the Wu family comes to settle the score?" Despite the animosity between the two families, Zhao Sufan had harbored a certain fondness for Wu Jianbing as her future son-in-law. Thus, upon learning of Han Lili's involvement with him, she had turned a blind eye and even assisted in keeping it from Han Guohua. However, the situation had become untenable with Han Lili's premarital pregnancy, and the demands from Director Wu had left Han Guohua humiliated, extinguishing any hope of reconciliation between the families. "Get out of my way." Han Guohua raised his hand and shoved Zhao Sufan aside, pointing at her and shouting, "If you hadn't indulged them so shamelessly, this mess would never have happened. Let me make one thing crystal clear. If this jeopardizes my appointment as Deputy Secretary of the Commune, I'll hold you accountable too." Zhao Sufan stood frozen beside him, humiliated and silent. Even Han Yongxiang dared not utter a word. Han Lili, utterly terrified, stifled her sobs mid-breath. At that moment, the only sound in the room was the quiet, stunned gaze of Qin Ziming, his eyes wide with disbelief as he stared at Han Guohua. In the village, Han Guohua had always cultivated an image of affability and approachability, earning him widespread respect and esteem. Yet now, he resembled a ravenous Tibetan mastiff, unleashed and unchained, his unyielding, ferocious glare alone radiating an oppressive, primal authority. "Ziming, if you're still seething with anger, go ahead, strike him again." Han Guohua thrust the feather duster into Qin Ziming's hands. Qin Ziming recoiled in alarm and dropped it instantly. Though the duster could hardly be lethal, Wu Jianbing already lay half dead on the floor. Any further injury, however minor, could land him behind bars for years. He had no intention of seeing his dream of becoming the village's wealthiest man shattered before it even took root. Seeing this, Han Guohua exhaled sharply, bent down to retrieve the duster, and turned to Qin Ziming with solemn composure. "Ziming, the deed is done. Now, we must resolve it. I offer you two paths. Choose wisely." Chapter 27. Two choices. Firstly, it is indeed my family's debt to you this time. If you are dissatisfied, you may leave my home. I will provide you with 100 yuan as a form of hush money and compensation. From this point onward, you shall not mention anything that transpired tonight to anyone. Once I ascend to the position of deputy town head, you can proceed with the divorce from Han Lili. Secondly, you may choose to remain in my household. I assure you that this scoundrel shall never appear again. You may live peacefully with Han Lili, and I will ensure you are well treated. In my previous life, Han Guohua posed the same dilemma. Qin Hao chose the first option without hesitation, completely distancing himself from the Han family, treating it as a lesson learned. He then took the 100 yuan and sought a livelihood in the county. Now, the same question arises before Qin Ziming. After such an incident, confronting Han Lili again fills him with revulsion. However, he notices a significant detail. Han Guohua is about to be promoted. Becoming the deputy secretary of the commune means immense power. This rekindles Qin Ziming's hopes for the future. The scandal involving Han Lili and Wu Jianbing, even if Qin Hao is oblivious, will inevitably come to light. Yet, Qin Hao did not leave the Han family. Rather, with their support, he became the richest man in the province. Clearly, Qin Hao chose the second option and decided to stay with the Han family. While Qin Ziming pondered this, Han Guohua, thinking he hesitated, sweetened the deal. "Aren't you eager to learn from Captain Liu? You can go there first thing tomorrow morning. I will ensure he mentors you well." "Really?" Upon hearing this, Qin Ziming's eyes brightened, and any hesitation vanished. In his mind, this seemed to be Han Guohua's attempt to compensate him for past grievances. If he continued to endure, a prosperous future awaited him as the wealthiest man in the province. Compared to that, the trifling matters of Han Lili and Wu Jianbing seemed negligible. What difference does it make that the child in Han Lili's womb is not his? Once he becomes wealthy, having 10 or 8 more children would be no issue. After a mental pep talk, Qin Ziming resolved to accept this reality. "Father, you must keep your word. Han Lili must never associate with Wu Jianbing again. After all, secrets can't be kept forever, and if discovered, it could severely impact our family and your political career," Qin Ziming stated. Upon hearing this, a hint of satisfaction graced Han Guohua's icy countenance. He placed a hand on Qin Ziming's shoulder and said, "Good child, I knew I did not misjudge you. Rest assured, tonight's incident will never repeat itself. Should there be a next time, I will break their legs." Following the scandal, the Han family finally regained its peace. Wu Jianbing, battered and bruised, was thrown out of the courtyard and crawled back home. Qin Ziming and Han Lili returned to their new house. Although they held disdain for each other, they had no choice but to coexist. The following morning, Han Guohua took Qin Ziming to the production team and placed him under Captain Lu's guidance. He was not required to work, but was to occasionally stroll through the fields. During leisure, he could relax in the constructed shed, as comfortable as he desired. Once arrangements were made, Han Guohua departed. Ziming, there is little to do today. If the sun is too harsh, feel free to sit inside, Captain Lu remarked, treating Qin Ziming with great courtesy. Given his connection to Han Guohua, Captain Lu, this is my first visit to the production team, so I do prefer to learn from you, Qin Ziming replied. Very well, I will show you around, Captain Lu said. Under his guidance, they toured the vicinity, introducing Qin Ziming to various places such as the tool shed and warehouse, eventually arriving at the fields. From a distance, they spotted a group of individuals laboring. Qin Ziming instantly recognized the figure he despised, Qin Hao. At that moment, Qin Hao was tilling the soil around the seedlings with a hoe, simultaneously weeding. Although the sun had yet to reach its peak intensity, he was engaged in strenuous labor, beads of sweat trickling down his forehead. Observing this brought Qin Ziming immense satisfaction. Finally, he could vent his frustrations. He strode over to Qin Hao with an air of indifference. Oh, busy are we? Qin Ziming sneered. What are you doing here? Qin Hao asked, puzzled. Qin Ziming, brimming with pride, declared, of course, my esteemed father-in-law sent me to learn from Captain Lu. In other words, you are now under my authority. Surprised, are we? Indeed, it was quite the surprise. In Qin Hao's perception, Han Guohua was not one to be so generous. He vaguely recalled that Han Guohua had once mentioned sending him to learn from Captain Lu, but nothing had materialized. Day after day, Qin Hao labored from dawn till dusk at the Han family home. Eventually, upon discovering the affair between Han Lili and Wu Jianbing, he left with 100 yuan in hand. However, now, Qin Ziming was genuinely beside Captain Lu. This realization brought a smile to Qin Hao's lips. He understood. Given the events of the previous evening that he had heard villagers discussing, Qin Ziming must have opted to remain with the Han family, thus altering the course of events compared to his own past. Congratulations. Secretary Han truly treats you well. Qin Hao chuckled awkwardly. Absolutely. Qin Ziming responded instinctively. Yet, as soon as he uttered those words, regret washed over him. How absurd. He was only able to shadow Captain Lu by sacrificing his dignity, donning the green hat of infidelity. Otherwise, he would still be toiling away for the Han family. Qin Ziming sought to divert the conversation quickly, fearing a collapse of his composure. Just then, Qin Hao interjected, changing the subject. By the way, I heard you got into a fight with Director Wu's son from the neighboring Dapu village last night. What happened? How do you know? Qin Ziming's face blanched at the mention of the incident. He had entirely underestimated the villagers' propensity for gossip. Even during idle times, news spread like wildfire, especially after the commotion outside Han Guohua's house the previous evening. Despite the efforts of Hua from Korea to disperse the onlookers, their chatter could not be silenced. Merely after a night had passed, the entire Nantang village, from the venerable elders aged 80 to the young children just a few years old, found themselves clandestinely discussing the matter. Qin Hao's voice resonated loudly, immediately capturing the attention of the villagers laboring nearby. In particular, several youths, who shared a close camaraderie with Qin Hao and were acquainted with Qin Ziming, promptly set aside their tasks and gathered around. Brother Ziming, I heard you were quite impressive last night, that you even stripped that person of his trousers. Is that true? Ha. Chapter 28. Mischief. Qin Ziming's face turned a deeper shade of green. He pointed at the young man who was speaking and shouted, You must be joking. When did I ever pull down his trousers? The young man continued to laugh heartily. Oh, pretending to be innocent, are we? The entire Nantang village is abuzz with the news. If you didn't pull down that man's trousers, who else could it be? Upon hearing this, the crowd erupted into laughter. Even Qin Hao joined in, mercilessly mocking him. Stop spouting nonsense. We merely had a few drinks and exchanged some words before it escalated. His trousers fell down because the drawstring broke, not because I pulled them down. Of course, Qin Ziming could not reveal the truth of last night, and could only strive to defend himself. However, his words only incited further laughter from the crowd. In truth, no one cared how Wu Jianbing's trousers came to be on the ground. Whether or not Qin Ziming was the culprit, they all simply found it amusing. Yet, Qin Ziming's explanation inadvertently confirmed the rumors were indeed true. He had, last night, engaged in a scuffle with Wu Jianbing, who was left bare-bottomed. What's so funny? Faced with the crowd's relentless jeers, Qin Ziming could no longer maintain his composure and bellowed. You worthless bunch will forever be destined to toil for others. You can only prattle in the fields. Hurry up and get to work. Anyone who continues to laugh today shall not receive their share of work points. Alas, the higher one rises, the heavier the burden. It seemed now they could not afford to provoke him. Indeed, they would rather toil in the fields for a lifetime than become a son-in-law to anyone. How humiliating. Even their future children would not bear the surname due. What meaning would life hold then? The crowd continued their sardonic taunts before returning to their labor with their hoes in hand. Their words pierced Qin Ziming's heart like daggers, striking at the deepest wounds. Only he understood the truth. The child in Han Lili's womb bore neither the surname Qin nor Han, but Wu. Damn it! Anger surged within Qin Ziming, leaving him stomping his feet in frustration. Yet, looking at the people who mocked him, he felt utterly powerless. After all, he had been pampered at home for years. His physique could not compare to those who labored in the fields. If he acted rashly, he might even end up on the receiving end of a beating. Thus, Qin Ziming redirected his ire towards Qin Hao. Qin Hao, stop pretending to be innocent. It must be you who spreads lies about me behind my back. Earlier, Qin Hao had merely sought to take the opportunity to ridicule Qin Ziming, fully aware of the matters concerning the Han family, which he knew just as well as Qin Ziming did. Yet, he could not speak openly, lest the formidable Han Guohua seek retribution. Unexpectedly, the villagers, who usually worked together, did not spare Qin Ziming, launching a barrage of mockery. Which of your ears heard me speak ill of you? That trivial matter from last night hardly requires my gossip. Qin Ziming replied languidly. You. Qin Ziming's face darkened to an extreme, his teeth nearly grinding to dust. He found himself utterly incapable of rebuttal. Approaching Qin Hao with the intention of displaying his superiority had instead turned him into the fool. Under normal circumstances, Qin Ziming would have rushed to confront Qin Hao. But today was different. After being sent by Han Guohua to learn under Captain Lu, to start a fight on his very first day would surely squander this hard-won opportunity. Moreover, it would also be a slap in the face to Han Guohua. Recalling Han Guohua's fierce demeanor from the previous night, Qin Ziming found no courage to confront him head-on. Qin Hao, just you wait. This matter is far from over. You will weep one day. He pointed a finger at Qin Hao and uttered this threatening remark before turning on his heel and departing hastily. After wandering around with Captain Lu for a while, an idea for dealing with Qin Hao suddenly struck Qin Ziming. He promptly said to Captain Lu, Captain Lu, you've shown me around for quite some time. I have become quite familiar with our production team. I would like to explore a bit on my own now. Thank you for your efforts. Captain Lu nodded in agreement. All right, I will rest indoors for a bit. Come back when you are tired. With that, Captain Lu turned and headed towards the shed. Once he had walked away, Qin Ziming feigned casualness as he strolled about, then made his way toward the grain storage warehouse. This warehouse was typically overseen by Lin Yuxin. Given its significance, few dared to risk theft, especially with Captain Lu and the production team present during the day. Thus, Lin Yuxin's work was generally light, often allowing her to read at home for most of the time. This, in fact, presented Qin Ziming with a golden opportunity. Seizing the moment when no one was around, he opened the tap near the warehouse, letting the water flow freely. The water cascaded toward the grain storage. If he soaked the grain inside, Lin Yuxin would be held accountable for gross negligence. And since Qin Hao was married to Lin Yuxin, neither of them would have an easy time. It was an exquisite two-for-one deal. Rubbing his hands together in excitement, Qin Ziming quickly departed. The following morning, Qin Hao did not report to the production team. Instead, he ventured into the mountains with a slingshot and a basket. Though he had no worries about food, it was still insufficient. Now, at the dawn of the reform and opening up era, he needed to amass capital swiftly to ascend to another echelon. As for the production team, he only needed to check in occasionally. In his past life, after leaving the Han family, Qin Hao had spent a year or two in the county before entering the business world. In this life, he would not follow the same trajectory as before, but he still needed to earn his first pot of gold quickly with his own hands. Thus, hunting and foraging for mushrooms were currently his fastest means of income. With the mushroom season flourishing, it was limited to just a few months in autumn. Once winter arrived, selling them would become impossible. Time was of the essence. Choosing to ascend the mountains in the early morning was strategic, as this time saw a flurry of activity among birds, squirrels, and wild rabbits, making it easy to spot them. A wild rabbit grazed in the grass, and Qin Hao skillfully struck it behind the ear with his slingshot, bringing it down with a single shot. He then separated the blood vessels in his neck to let the blood flow. By the time the sun rose, Qin Hao had hunted 2 wild hares and a wild chicken. The basket was nearly overflowing with mushrooms. Only then did he begin his journey home along the mountain path. In order to return swiftly and also make a brief visit to the county town, Qin Hao opted for a small road he had never traversed before, intending to descend the mountain quickly. Halfway down, he encountered a small ravine that had collapsed ahead. Qin Hao furrowed his brow, contemplating a detour. Suddenly, beneath the emerald leaves in the ravine, he spotted a splash of red. Was that wild ginseng? It was distinctly different from the surrounding wild grasses. The stem was slender and elongated, adorned with several leaves that resembled palms, with small serrations along the edges. Furthermore, the fibrous roots bore tiny pearl-like nodules, a clear characteristic of genuine ginseng. Chapter 29. A crisis unfolds. Qin Hao was exceedingly familiar with this mountainous terrain. He had encountered the wild ginseng, known as Yishan Shun, a few times in his previous life. It was an exceedingly valuable commodity, sold by weight. Given the current market prices, high-quality specimens from long-standing roots could fetch a handsome sum at the apothecary. However, upon glancing down at the over 10-meter-deep ravine, Qin Hao ultimately decided against it. Lacking the necessary tools, he resolved to return home to prepare adequately before attempting to harvest. After all, this secluded area was rarely visited, and he need not worry about anyone else getting there first. Having stumbled upon a treasure and anticipating a significant windfall, a smile graced Qin Hao's face as he made his way home. Meanwhile, in the side room, Lin Yuxin was tidying up, preparing to head to the production team. At that moment, Qin Ziming barged in with a group of production team officials, their demeanor menacing. "What do you want?" Lin Yuxin reprimanded. Qin Ziming stepped forward, pointing an accusatory finger at her. "What do you mean, what? You are in serious trouble. Tell me, how do you oversee the granary? You left the tap running, and now the grain has been completely flooded." "Impossible." Lin Yuxin was taken aback, disbelief written across her face. The granary had never encountered such issues. And even if someone had left the tap open, surely it would have been turned off. "Impossible? You'll come with us to the production team to see for yourself. Prepare to face labor education," Qin Ziming proclaimed, relishing her shock. Finally, he seized the opportunity to exact revenge, settling old scores from their past lives. Lin Yuxin was horrified. Labor education not only meant enduring hardship and toil, but would also mar her record, casting a shadow over her future. Yet, she found herself without recourse, compelled to follow Qin Ziming and his cohorts to the production team for an investigation. Upon returning home, Qin Hao had just placed his findings from the mountain in a corner of the kitchen when a young man rushed in, breathless. "How good you're back. You won't believe what has happened at your home." This was Sun Liqiao, a fellow member of Qin Hao's production team. Like Qin Hao, he had left school early to work for points. Their similar ages had fostered a close friendship, and seeing Sun Liqiao so frantic, Qin Hao quickly inquired, "What has happened?" "The sky has fallen." Sun Liqiao gasped. "What? The sky has fallen?" Qin Hao's expression was one of confusion. The grain Sun Liqiao struggled to articulate, overwhelmed with anxiety. "Calm down. Take your time," Qin Hao urged. After a moment of steeling himself, Sun Liqiao continued, "Sister-in-law was negligent, and now the production team's granary has leaked." Struck by the gravity of the news, Qin Hao stood frozen, the revelation too shocking to comprehend. Lin Yuxin could very well be dispatched to a more remote location to endure even greater suffering. "Let us go. We must head to the production team now." Qin Hao steadied himself and pulled Sun Liqiao toward the production team's location. Meanwhile, outside the granary, a crowd had gathered. The doors stood wide open, revealing the 2,000 jin of corn seeds, utterly ruined by the water. People were shaking their heads and murmuring, "What happened? How could such a calamity occur?" Lin Yuxin is usually so meticulous. How could she forget to turn off the tap? This is disastrous. She must be taken to the commune for labor education. She is a class enemy. Lin Yuxin stood impassively among the crowd. Despite her usual strength, she quivered slightly, unsure of what to do, daunted by the impending darkness her future now held. Seeing this, Qin Ziming sneered, "You've caused our team such a significant loss. What do you think should happen now?" Lin Yuxin remained silent, rendered speechless. She bore undeniable responsibility for such a grave incident and could only resign herself to fate's cruel hand. Qin Ziming's satisfaction grew as he turned to the onlookers, declaring, "We must apprehend this class enemy hidden among the masses and deliver her to the commune for punishment." As his words echoed, several members of the production team moved to seize her. Just then, a figure emerged from the crowd, stepping protectively in front of Lin Yuxin. Du Qin Hao Lin Yuxin gasped, her astonishment palpable, her heart stirred by his presence. Qin Ziming was equally surprised. Having not encountered Qin Hao at the production team that day, he had assumed that Qin Hao had fled upon hearing the news. Instead, he had come forward voluntarily. This was fortuitous. No need to expend effort in capturing him. What are you planning playing the hero? As Lin Yuxin's husband, you share in the responsibility. Both of you must answer to the commune. Qin Ziming raised an eyebrow, his tone icy. Leave. This matter does not concern you. I will take full responsibility. Lin Yuxin tugged at Qin Hao's sleeve, biting her lip. Qin Hao remained steadfast, his voice gentle as he reassured her, I will handle this. He regarded Qin Ziming, noting his unusually triumphant demeanor. One might think he was the head of the production team. Understanding began to crystallize in Qin Hao's mind. The granary's flooding was likely another of Qin Ziming's underhanded schemes. He then smirked at Qin Ziming, saying, Stop trying to intimidate me with the commune. When has it been your place to speak on matters concerning the production team? This flooding could have serious repercussions. I have heard that shortly after I left the Lao Han family, Han Guohua took up the role of deputy secretary at the commune. If this gets reported, Han Guohua will surely make short work of you. Qin Ziming, in an authoritative manner, attempted to intimidate them with threats of dragging them to the commune for questioning. Ultimately, he lacked the authority to determine the resolution of this matter. As anticipated, Qin Ziming's expression stiffened, and after a moment of contemplation, he declared, I am merely ridding the people of harm. Moreover, with my father-in-law and Captain Lu absent, my word holds sway. No sooner had he spoken than a ripple of unrest surged through the crowd. And Han Guohua along with Captain Lu approached, inquiring, What is going on? Are we to rebel? The arrival of Han Guohua caused a flicker of anxiety in Qin Ziming, prompting him to hastily assert, Father, Qin Hao and Lin Yuxin are responsible for the flooding of the granary. They must face severe punishment. Chapter 30. The IOU I understand. But when did this matter become yours to decide? Han Guohua shot a glare at Qin Ziming. Startled, Qin Ziming instinctively shrank his neck, silenced by the reprimand. Han Guohua turned his gaze towards Qin Hao, speaking with gravity. Although you are my son-in-law's brother, we must handle matters with professionalism. This incident, if escalated, could tarnish all our reputations and severely impact the standing of our Nantang village. However, a resolution must be reached. How do you propose we address this? Qin Hao quickly grasped Han Guohua's intention. It was akin to what he had anticipated. This matter needed to be downplayed, trivialized. While he was aware that Qin Ziming was the instigator, he lamented the lack of evidence. Continuing to escalate the issue would yield no beneficial outcome. Qin Hao spoke slowly. I acknowledge that there are explicit regulations in our team. Whoever is responsible for the work must bear the consequences. This responsibility falls upon my family, and we shall compensate accordingly. Upon hearing this, the gathered crowd was nearly incredulous. The 2,000 pounds of corn seeds in the warehouse amounted to around 1,200 yuan. This was no trifling sum. Moreover, everyone knew Qin Hao's family situation. They could hardly muster such a significant amount. Qin Hao, you will have to cover this cost yourself. My mother will not part with a single yuan for you. Qin Ziming, barely containing his inner glee, reveled in the situation. While he had failed to send Qin Hao and Lin Yuxin to the commune for labor education, he relished the prospect of them being burdened with such a hefty debt. Even if they had to sell their possessions, it would not suffice to cover the cost. He began to envision the dismal days ahead for Qin Hao and Lin Yuxin, filled with overwhelming debt. It was utterly delightful. I have no expectation of her providing me with funds. Qin Hao shot an irritated glance at Qin Ziming and turned back to Han Guohua. The corn seeds in the warehouse are valued at approximately 1,200 yuan. I will provide the payment the day after tomorrow. What do you think? The day after tomorrow? Han Guohua hesitated, concerned that Qin Hao might default or simply disappear. Given the circumstances of the Qin family, he could not rely on Qin Weimin and Wang Damei to assist in repaying. Would he then have to cover the deficit himself? In that case, Secretary Han, please report this matter to the commune director. We accept whatever punishment is deemed appropriate. Noticing Han Guohua's prolonged silence, Qin Hao adopted a nonchalant demeanor. He was confident that this proposed resolution, regardless of Han Guohua's initial resistance, would ultimately be accepted. It was his only option. Very well, let us proceed as you suggest. The 1,200 yuan will be due the day after tomorrow. Indeed, after a lengthy silence, Han Guohua finally nodded in agreement. However, you must write an IOU. He was currently in the evaluation period for nomination as the deputy secretary of the commune. Any scandal could jeopardize his position. No problem. Qin Hao readily pinned an IOU for 200 yuan. Only then did Han Guohua feel a slight relief. The matter was, for all intents and purposes, resolved. The crowd gradually dispersed, and Qin Ziming departed as well. He needed to hurry home to share this favorable news with Wang Damei and eagerly anticipate the tragic lives awaiting Qin Hao and Lin Yuxin. Upon seeing her son return with a beaming expression, Wang Damei rushed out to greet him. Ziming, why are you so happy? What happened? I saw you bringing Lin Yuxin away with others. Mother, I'm back to tell you about it. Is father not at home? Qin Ziming glanced toward the main room. He is not. He went out for a walk long ago, Wang Damei replied. Hearing this, Qin Ziming felt reassured and walked with Wang Damei toward the main room. Mother, let me tell you. I have been closely following Captain Liu of the production team since yesterday. You can expect a show regarding Qin Hao and Lin Yuxin. He recounted the events of the past 2 days in brief. Truly, you are my wonderful son. Mother has not neglected you. You have avenged me. Wang Damei exclaimed with delight. Indeed, they bullied my mother. This is merely a small lesson for them. I nearly sent them to the commune for labor education. Qin Ziming said with pride. Upon hearing this, Wang Xiuying was overjoyed. My son has finally made something of himself, wielding power now. This is just the beginning. The Han family is wealthy and influential. Han Guohua has arranged a job for me with just a word. Relying on him, I shall surely rise to prominence. This minor power is nothing. Qin Ziming scoffed. Wonderful. Truly wonderful. Wang Damei was even more ecstatic. She now firmly believed in her son's words. Evidently, his choice to become the son-in-law of the Han family was astute. Although he had faced some hardship recently, it was likely a means of tempering him. And now, he was directly assigned work. After a while, Qin Hao and Lin Yuxin returned. Upon seeing them, Wang Damei's eyes gleamed, and she rushed out of the house. So, you two have your day now. Keep boasting. And you owe 200 yuan. I shall see how you repay it. Wang Damei declared, hands on her hips, brimming with pride. You need not concern yourself with us. Qin Hao replied coolly as he walked into the side room. In response, Wang Damei scoffed, her tone dripping with sarcasm. Still defiant, are you? Just wait for your doom. At noon, Lin Yuxin steamed some buns, prepared a plate of stir-fried cabbage, and a dish of pickles. That was the entirety of their meal. As the dishes were set on the table, Lin Yuxin did not reach for her chopsticks. Her gaze remained fixed on Qin Hao. What is it? Is there something on my face? Qin Hao, feeling somewhat uneasy under her scrutiny, inquired. Thank you for today, Lin Yuxin said softly, her eyes flickering. Qin Hao smiled. There is no need for formality between us. I could not simply stand by and watch you face trouble. Lin Yuxin rose and rummaged through the cabinet, retrieving some money, which she presented to Qin Hao. This is the 30 yuan supplement I received last time. Take it. I will find a way to gather the remaining amount for you. After all, she and Qin Hao are merely a nominal couple at present, and their eventual divorce is inevitable. The favor she owes today is indeed considerable. If she does not find a way to repay it, Lin Yuxin may find it difficult to sleep peacefully at night. Understanding Lin Yuxin's sentiments, Qin Hao did not decline. Otherwise, she would surely suspect he had ulterior motives. Very well, I shall accept it. Our pantry is rather bare, and I shall procure some provisions in the county tomorrow, Qin Hao remarked. Upon hearing this, Lin Yuxin gazed at Qin Hao in disbelief and said, What time is it? And you are still thinking about food? Shouldn't our immediate priority be to settle the outstanding debts? The profits from your mountain goods will hardly suffice to clear them by the day after tomorrow. Chapter 31 Repaying the Debt. Qin Hao nodded in agreement. As Lin Yuxin had mentioned, he simply could not gather the 1,200 yuan by the day after tomorrow. However, Qin Hao displayed no signs of anxiety and smiled, stating, Today, I discovered a wild ginseng in a small canyon. If I can procure it, not only will I be able to repay the debt, but I will also make a profit. Upon hearing this, Lin Yuxin furrowed her brow slightly. She was well aware that the small canyon Qin Hao referred to was not easily accessible. Otherwise, given his character, he would have already retrieved the wild ginseng. That place is quite perilous, isn't it? Perhaps you should refrain from going. I will think of a way to borrow some money. Lin Yuxin expressed her concern, fearing that Qin Hao might not successfully dig up the ginseng and could risk his life in the process. After all, this predicament arose because of her, and she could not bear the thought of him coming to harm. Rest assured, I am confident in my abilities, Qin Hao reassured her. He understood that Lin Yuxin had few acquaintances in Nantang village, and even if she attempted to borrow money, acquiring 1,200 yuan would be impossible. Moreover, debts of gratitude are the hardest to repay. At this moment, that wild ginseng represented the most effective solution to their woes. Even without this predicament, Qin Hao had already resolved to obtain it. If it weren't for a lack of tools, I would have dug it up already. Tomorrow, I will prepare the necessary equipment and set out to harvest the ginseng. Just await my good news. Seeing Qin Hao's unwavering confidence, Lin Yuxin felt her anxious heart temporarily ease. She had intended to remind him to prioritize his safety, but the words caught in her throat. She swallowed them down. Speaking too much might lead Qin Hao to misunderstand her intentions, and besides, that was not her demeanor. At that moment, Qin Hao smiled and said, "Tomorrow, I will head to town to buy tools and perhaps pick up some delicious food for us to celebrate. Should we have braised carp or wild chicken with mushrooms?" Braised carp. At that instant, Lin Yuxin's worries vanished, and she eagerly agreed. "Very well, let's go with your suggestion." Qin Hao readily acquiesced. Meanwhile, Qin Weimin entered the courtyard with a stern expression. He had learned from the villagers about the events that transpired that morning. Lin Yuxin had failed to guard the granary, resulting in all the corn seeds being soaked in water. Consequently, Qin Hao and Lin Yuxin found themselves burdened with a debt of 1,200 yuan. Upon seeing Qin Weimin return, Wang Damiai's heart brimmed with glee, though she feigned anger, exclaiming, "Have you heard? Look at the trouble your good son and daughter-in-law have caused. I always said they wouldn't manage their lives well. Once they had money, they squandered it, indulging in braised meats and buying fabric. This is their retribution. Just a few days ago, I asked Lin Yuxin to hand over her money for safekeeping, and it felt like I was trying to rob her. Now look at this, 1,200 yuan. Even if they starved themselves, it would take them years to repay it." Hearing this, Qin Weimin felt increasingly troubled. Approaching the door to the side room, he called out, "Xiao Hao, come out for a moment." Soon, Qin Hao opened the door. "Dad, what do you need?" Qin Weimin frowned and spoke. "Xiao Hao, there's no need to be overly anxious about the 1,200 yuan matter. I will go out shortly to help you borrow some money to make up the difference." In Qin Weimin's view, this seemed like a reasonable solution. At the very least, there was no immediate pressure to settle the debt by the day after tomorrow. However, despite Qin Weimin's good intentions, Qin Hao did not require assistance in borrowing money. "Dad, there's no need to borrow that 1,200 yuan. I can repay it myself." Silence. The stillness hung heavily in the air. Qin Weimin could hardly believe his ears. 1,200 yuan. What a substantial sum. Qin Hao earned merely 50 cents for a day's labor in the production team. How could he possibly expect to repay this amount by the day after tomorrow? Was there anything more absurd and nonsensical? Even if they sold every valuable possession in the house, including the home itself, it would not suffice. Qin Weimin could not help but wonder if Qin Hao was spiraling into despair. Yet, looking into his resolute gaze, he dismissed this notion. "Very well. You may proceed with your plans. If it truly becomes unmanageable, I will devise a solution." Qin Weimin sighed quietly and returned to the main house. Qin Hao also closed the door and entered the side room. Witnessing this exchange, Wang Damiai and her son Qin Ziming, who had been observing, burst into laughter. "Mom, it seems Qin Hao has been quite shaken. Even when his father offers help, he refuses, insisting he will repay the 1,200 yuan himself. Is he out of his mind?" Qin Ziming chuckled. "Better if he is mad. Then we can drive him away. The family fortune belongs to you, and that little brat should not expect a single cent." Wang Damiai replied with satisfaction. "Come, let us go back inside for a while. After dinner, you can return." "No, Mom, I must head back. Tomorrow after work, I'll return for dinner." Qin Ziming had come back to share good news and had already spent several hours at home. Although the attitude of the Lauhan family towards him had improved considerably, they were still unpredictable, and any excessive disturbance could lead to unfavorable outcomes. Thus, he felt it best to return to the Lauhan household to ensure they remained content. After Qin Ziming left, Wang Damiai went back to the main house. In the kitchen, Qin Weimin was rummaging through the pantry, finding a cabbage and 2 potatoes, preparing to head outside. He nearly collided with Wang Damiai. "What are you doing?" "I'm taking some food to that room." At this, Wang Damiai's expression darkened, and she pointed an accusing finger at Qin Weimin. "Oh, so you dare to brazenly steal from our home now?" "Steal? Xiao Hao is my son, not an outsider. What's wrong with taking some food to him?" Qin Weimin sighed. Wang Damiai shouted. "Did he not proclaim he wanted to split from us? What use is it to send him anything? If they starve, it serves them right. Who told them not to entrust their money for safekeeping?" With that, she rushed forward and snatched the cabbage and potatoes from Qin Weimin's hands. Qin Weimin pursed his lips, refraining from reclaiming them or making a sound. I warn you, if I catch you doing this again, no one in this house will have it easy. Wang Damei glared fiercely at Qin Weimin. Then she shifted her tone and added, by the way, I should tell you, Ziming has already started working in the production team under Captain Lu's direct supervision. He's quite the star now. Tomorrow, he will return home for dinner. Regardless of the means you employ, you must procure pork for me. Let us celebrate well for Ziming. Should you fail to acquire the pork once more, do not return. In the evening, after dinner, the voice of Sun Liqiao echoed from outside the side room. How go? Are you asleep? Not yet. Qin Hao promptly opened the door to welcome Sun Liqiao inside. Sister-in-law. Upon noticing Lin Yuxin seated on the Kong, engrossed in a book, Sun Liqiao extended his greeting. Hello, Lin Yuxin nodded in response. How go? Given the significant predicament you and your wife are facing, it seems your family may not be able to assist you. Please take this. Chapter 32. Stewed fish. Sun Liqiao grasped Qin Hao's hand and pressed a thick bundle of banknotes into it. The notes were a mix of small denominations, their exact amount unknown, yet it was evident that this was all of Sun Liqiao's savings. Qin Hao understood that this money had been diligently saved for the purpose of marrying a wife. In such circumstances, the act of offering this money to him was profoundly moving. This is your money for your future wife. I cannot accept it. Please take it back, Qin Hao insisted, firmly returning the notes. What is the rush to marry? I haven't even begun to consider it. Nonetheless, this is a small token of my appreciation. Please keep it for emergencies, Sun Liqiao chuckled, though he sensed Qin Hao's resolute refusal. He recognized the precarious nature of Sun Liqiao's situation, especially with a father who was notoriously obsessed with money. Should this act be discovered, it would surely result in punishment for Sun Liqiao. With determination, Qin Hao pressed the money back into Sun Liqiao's hands, stating, I appreciate your intentions, but I truly cannot accept this. If I ever find myself in dire straits, I will seek your assistance then. Sun Liqiao, perplexed, noted that Qin Hao still owed a significant sum of 1,200 yuan. Did that not constitute a difficulty? However, with Qin Hao's insistence, he had no choice but to reluctantly pocket the money. Fine, we can discuss this again in a few days. If you find yourself in need, I will gladly help you out, Sun Liqiao replied before hastily departing, having slipped away without his father's knowledge. This scene was witnessed clearly by Wang Damei from the main house, yet she paid it little mind. The following noon, after finishing lunch, Qin Hao set out for the county town. He wandered through the bustling market and supply store, gathering all the necessary items for digging ginseng in the canyon: hemp ropes, a small knife, a shovel, and even the elusive and practical mallet needle. Subsequently, he adhered to his agreement with Lin Yuxin. At a meat stall, he procured a 2-kilogram carp and some pigskin, then acquired tofu, soy sauce, and various ingredients from the supply store before eagerly returning home. By the time he arrived, dusk had fallen. In the kitchen of the main house, Wang Damei was bustling about, her spirits lifted by the half-kilogram of pork that Qin Weimin had finally brought home. She was overjoyed, especially considering the hardships Qin Hao was enduring. The pent-up frustration in her heart was finally released. Suddenly, Wang Damei noticed some commotion outside. Turning her head, she spotted Qin Hao entering the courtyard with a bag, looking her way. What are you staring at? Have you never seen anyone cooking green beans with pork belly before? You might as well go share a meal with Lin Yuxin. You won't even get a whiff of meat. With that, she slammed the door shut, entirely oblivious to the disdainful smile on Qin Hao's face. Mom, what is going on? Qin Ziming emerged from the house, inquiring about the noise. Nothing much. I just saw Qin Hao looking longingly towards our house. I bet he and Lin Yuxin Haven Tea even secured dinner, Wang Damei replied triumphantly. Ha! Qin Ziming burst into laughter at this. Half an hour later, a dish of green beans stewed with pork belly and a plate of stir-fried potato strips was served at the table. Qin Ziming devoured his meal ravenously, quickly finishing 2 large bowls of rice and emptying both dishes. With a long, satisfied belch, Qin Ziming remarked, All right, I should head back now. Be safe on your way, Wang Damei responded. Meanwhile, in the side room, Qin Hao's braised carp was nearing completion. As he lifted the lid, a fragrant aroma wafted through the air. Qin Ziming, patting his full belly, prepared to sneak into the side room to witness the dire situation of Qin Hao and Lin Yuxin. Suddenly, he caught a whiff of the delightful scent of fish. He paused, scanning his surroundings. Whose house is cooking fish? It smells incredible. After a brief search, Qin Ziming was stunned to realize the aroma emanated from the side room. Could it be they have money to buy fish? With that thought, he hurried several steps closer, and as he approached the side room, the scent intensified. Peeking through the door, he was taken aback to see Qin Hao serving the braised carp onto a plate. Under the glow of the light, the fish shone with a vibrant red hue. Its thick sauce emanating a mouth-watering fragrance that enveloped the air, making one's mouth water. Where did you get the money to buy fish? Qin Ziming demanded, pushing the door open wide, his eyes widening in disbelief. Seeing Qin Ziming, Qin Hao was not surprised. He knew that this fellow had a nose as keen as his mother, Wang Damei, and had likely followed the scent. With a glint in his eye, Qin Hao did not shoo Qin Ziming away, but instead, after setting the fish on the table, cheerfully invited, "I bought it earlier today. Come and join me for a meal." In dealing with someone like Qin Ziming, pushing him away would only yield the opposite effect. Only by breaking the mold could one truly manage him. Qin Ziming was momentarily dumbfounded, hardly able to believe his ears. "You want me to come in and eat fish? How could that be? There must be a scheme afoot." He even suspected that Qin Hao might have poisoned the braised fish. "Come on in." Qin Hao beckoned, maintaining his cheerful demeanor. Qin Ziming was so startled he did not respond and turned to flee. In the main house, upon seeing her son rush back in a panic, Wang Damei was taken aback and quickly asked, "What's wrong? I thought you were leaving? Did you see a ghost?" "Mom." Qin Ziming gasped for breath, finally managing to explain, "I just walked past that room and saw Qin Hao making braised fish, and he even invited me to join him." "What?" Wang Damei was visibly astonished. "Really? Mom, how can this be? Qin Hao has no money and no meat stamps. The fish couldn't have just fallen from the sky." Qin Ziming was utterly perplexed. If it were anyone else, burdened with a mountain of debt, they would surely be focused on frugality, prioritizing repaying what they owed. How could they possibly afford to spend money on fish? However, I truly cannot conceive a reasonable explanation. Wang Damei rubbed her chin and suddenly said, "By the way, it seems I saw son Li Qiao visiting Qin Hao last night. I'm not certain what they discussed in the room, but in the end, son Li Qiao left in quite a hurry. Could it be that he lent money to Qin Hao?" "Certainly," Qin Ziming asserted with conviction. "They are so close that they could share the same pair of trousers." Given the severity of Qin Hao's predicament, son Li Qiao could not possibly remain indifferent. He must have lent a considerable sum. Otherwise, how could Qin Hao justify spending money on fish? The thought of Qin Hao effortlessly escaping danger left Qin Ziming feeling extremely displeased. Wasn't this all for naught? Chapter 33. Old Son. At this moment, Wang Damei's eyes sparkled with a cunning thought, and she whispered, "Ziming, I am certain that son Li Qiao has been secretly taking money from home. That old miser. How could he possibly allow his son to give money to that scoundrel Qin Hao? Hurry over to old son's house and inform him of this matter. Let him confront that little beast." Upon hearing this, Qin Ziming's eyes lit up fiercely, and he gave a thumbs up. "Mom, what a brilliant plan. I'll go right away. Once we retrieve the money, Qin Hao can just wait for his doom." "Yes, go quickly," Wang Damei urged. Excitedly, Qin Ziming dashed out of the courtyard, heading straight for son Li Qiao's home. In the side room, Qin Hao and Lin Yuxin were enjoying fish and rice, complemented by tender stewed pigskin and flavorful tofu, relishing every bite. Suddenly, Lin Yuxin recalled something and asked, "Did you really want to invite Qin Ziming to join us for dinner?" "I was just joking." Qin Hao raised an eyebrow and replied, "Did you not see? The moment I mentioned it, he ran off." Though he was aware that Qin Ziming was scheming behind the scenes, Qin Hao had no intention of revealing the truth to Lin Yuxin to avoid unnecessary complications. After all, in this new life, he and Lin Yuxin were destined to have limited interactions. Moreover, their marriage was merely a facade. Once they procured a divorce certificate, they would part ways. Lin Yuxin was oblivious to Qin Hao's thoughts and casually responded. In her heart, she harbored a strong dislike for Qin Ziming. She would rather starve than dine with him. "All right," Qin Hao nodded, casually picking up a sizable piece of fish belly with his chopsticks, savoring the delectable flavor of the braised fish. This action successfully diverted Lin Yuxin's attention back to the meal. "I've had my eye on that piece of meat for ages. You snatched it away." Lin Yuxin pouted, her eyes reflecting a hint of grievance. "Here, take it," Qin Hao said, offering the fish to her bowl. Lin Yuxin recoiled like a startled rabbit, clutching her rice bowl tightly. Then, she flipped the fish over with her chopsticks and took a piece of fish belly. "I want to eat what you've already had. I want this piece." After leaving the old Qin family, Qin Ziming swiftly arrived at son Li Qiao's home. Upon entering the courtyard, he spotted old son sitting on the doorstep with a bowl of rice. "What brings you here?" Old son asked, puzzled, as he had little interaction with the old Qin family, aside from knowing that son Li Qiao often hung out with Qin Hao. With a smile, Qin Ziming approached, saying, "Uncle Son, I was just passing by and thought I would check in on you. I see you're having." He glanced at the bowl, noting it contained 2 steamed buns soaked in hot water and a bit of pickled vegetables. "Uncle Son, you and Li Qiao both work at the production team, earning nearly 30 yuan a month. Why are you having such a sparse dinner?" Qin Ziming inquired, his tone laced with mischief. "As long as I can fill my stomach, what more do I need?" Old Son replied. Just as Wang Damei had said, he was exceedingly frugal. While others would divide a penny into halves, he would rather split it into 5 or 6 pieces. "What brings you here?" "Speak quickly," Old Son pressed. "Uncle Son, you might not be aware, but you should check if your money is missing." Qin Ziming leaned in closer, whispering. "What do you mean?" Old Son furrowed his brow. "Your home has been robbed. You know about Qin Hao's incident yesterday, right? My mom saw Li Qiao go to find Qin Hao last night. I don't know how much he gave him, but right now, Qin Hao is at home eating braised fish, living the good life," Qin Ziming declared. Upon hearing this, Old Son could no longer remain seated. "Good heavens! The money we painstakingly saved has all gone to Qin Hao? Is he trying to take my life? Li Qiao, come out here," he shouted towards the house. "Dad, what's the matter?" Soon, son Li Qiao appeared, looking bewildered. He had not heard their conversation inside, but seeing his father's grim expression, he knew something was amiss. "I'm asking you, where's our money? Did you sneak off last night to give money to Qin Hao?" Old Son stood up, questioning him sternly. "Huh?" Son Li Qiao was taken aback. He quickly deduced that Qin Ziming must have been the one stirring trouble. He decided to feign ignorance. "Dad, what are you talking about? You managed the money, right? I didn't even leave the house last night." Son Li Qiao pretended to be completely confused. "Li Qiao, my mom saw you go to find Qin Hao. Just admit it already." Qin Ziming continued to persuade him. "Qin Hao is a burning pit. You cannot foolishly jump into it. The savings you and Uncle Son have worked hard for at the production team are meant for your future wife. If you give that money to Qin Hao, you might never get it back, which would jeopardize your future. While you still have the chance, get that money back before it's too late." "You're talking nonsense. Which eye of your mother saw me giving money to Qin Hao?" Son Li Qiao adamantly denied it. He was not afraid. Knowing he had returned the money without a cent missing, you still refuse to admit it? Do you think they would come all the way here to lie? Just wait, you little rascal. I'm going into the house to check. If there's even a penny missing, I will skin you alive." Old Son rushed into the house in a panic. "Humph," Qin Ziming sneered at son Li Qiao. No matter how stubborn son Li Qiao was, the money would not sprout wings and return. Moments later, Old Son emerged, brandishing a broom over a meter long, his expression furious. Qin Ziming observed the scene with evident delight and hurried forward, feigning concern as he said, "Uncle Son, please calm yourself. Li Qiao is still young. Perhaps he was deceived by Qin Hao and thus impulsively took money from home. Let us retrieve it at once. From now on, just keep a closer watch on Li Qiao, and we shall consider the matter settled." Yet the very next instant, Lao Sun too bellowed in fury. "Not a single cent is missing from my household. What nonsense are you spouting now? Not a single cent missing?" Qin Ziming could scarcely believe his ears. How could this be possible? If son Li Qiao had not delivered money to Qin Hao, how then had Qin Hao afforded to buy fish? "Uncle Son, might you have miscounted?" Qin Ziming asked, eyes wide with disbelief. "Miscounted? Nonsense." Lao Sun too retorted sharply. "The moment you stepped into my courtyard, I sensed your ill intent. You came here deliberately, to sow discord between father and son." With that, he seized a broom and swung it fiercely against Qin Ziming's waist. "Yeah." The broom, slicing through the air with a sharp whistle, struck Qin Ziming so hard that he cried out in shock and pain. "Uncle Son, surely something has been misunderstood. Please, hear me out." "Silence. Get out of my home this instant." Lao Sun too roared, brandishing the broom and chasing Qin Ziming relentlessly until he was finally driven beyond the courtyard gate. Only then did he cease. "Humph. A worthless, ill-bred wretch." Lao Sun too spat contemptuously before turning to his son. "Li Qiao, avoid such people henceforth." "Yes, father," son Li Qiao replied, suppressing a smile with visible effort and nodding solemnly. Chapter 34. A beating. Qin Ziming was forcibly expelled, leaving him in a dismal state. Not only had he failed to ensnare Qin Hao, but he had also endured a brutal beating himself. What kind of situation was this? With his head hung low, he trudged home, pondering the entire affair. As he approached the old Qin residence, still over 100 meters away, he noticed several figures combing the village path nearby. They suddenly spotted Qin Ziming and charged towards him. In no time, 6 individuals had collectively barred his path. Who are you? Good dogs don't block the way, Qin Ziming muttered, lifting his head to take a look. The sight nearly took half his life away. Blocking his path was none other than his brother-in-law, Han Yongqiang, accompanied by 5 young men who habitually trailed after him. Oh, Yongqiang, it's you. Qin Ziming exclaimed, forcing a smile. Brother-in-law? I've been looking for you. Come with me to the village entrance. I need to discuss something with you, Han Yongqiang asserted, throwing an arm around Qin Ziming's shoulders. Gulp. Qin Ziming instinctively swallowed hard, his eyelids twitching uncontrollably. Yongqiang, is there really anything that requires us to speak at the village entrance? My home is just ahead. Why not sit down and chat there? Stop wasting words. Come with me, Han Yongqiang insisted, shoving Qin Ziming towards an open area at the village entrance. The surroundings were desolate. Apart from the 7 of them, there was no one else in sight. A chill ran down Qin Ziming's spine as he asked, Yongqiang, what is it you need to discuss here? The mere fact that Han Yongqiang had come with a group sent shivers down Qin Ziming's spine, and being dragged to such an isolated place could only mean trouble. Once assured that they were alone, Han Yongqiang let out a cold chuckle and released him. What's the matter? Let me jog your memory. With that, Han Yongqiang's fist crashed into Qin Ziming's abdomen, delivering a powerful blow that sent waves of pain through him, almost causing him to regurgitate his dinner. Yet, even in his agony, he could not fathom what offense he had committed against this brother-in-law. Yongqiang, what is it? Why are you hitting me? Qin Ziming gasped through the pain, looking up at him. Observing Qin Ziming's disheveled state, Han Yongqiang spoke in a low voice. Damn it. Ever since my father assigned you to the production team, you've become quite arrogant. You don't return home after work, nor do you help with the chores. What do you think? Do you believe the Han family owes you something, allowing you to act superior and think you can rise to power? I never came to your home to be your servant. Qin Ziming gritted his teeth, speaking with venom. Oh, it seems I haven't hit you hard enough. Han Yongqiang charged at Qin Ziming again, delivering a kick that sent him sprawling to the ground, rolling several times. Unwilling to relent, he signaled his 5 companions to surround Qin Ziming and unleash another torrent of kicks. Cowering, Qin Ziming protected his head with his hands. After several minutes of merciless assault, Han Yongqiang and his crew finally ceased their onslaught. Then, Han Yongqiang squatted down before Qin Ziming and declared, Let me make this clear. Today is merely a warning. You are a dog of the Han family. You must do as you are told. Do you understand? If you dare to bite the hand that feeds you, the consequences will be dire. Not just for you, but for the entire old Qin family. As he spoke, Han Yongqiang slapped Qin Ziming's face, taunting, Did you hear what I said? At that moment, Qin Ziming lay on the ground, feeling as though all his bones might shatter. The humiliation inflicted by Han Yongqiang made him grit his teeth in fury. With a victorious smirk, Han Yongqiang departed. Qin Ziming, still on the ground, seethed with resentment, his gaze fixed on Han Yongqiang's retreating figure. After a while, he managed to rise, brushing off the dirt and footprints from his clothes, and, enduring the pain, he headed home. At the old Qin residence, dusk had fallen, and Wang Damei stood in the courtyard, anxiously waiting. It had been quite a while. Why hadn't he returned yet? Qin Ziming had been gone for some time, and though their home was somewhat distant from Lao Sun's, he should have been back by now. Had he perhaps returned with Lao Sun? That would explain the delay. With this thought, a flicker of delight crossed Wang Damei's face as she glanced towards the side room, muttering to herself, You two are in for it later. After a while, Qin Ziming's figure finally appeared. Wang Damei hurried to greet him, her face alight with joy. How did it go? Did Lao Sun get furious? Is he coming to settle the score with Qin Hao? Huh. Where is he? Seeing Qin Ziming alone, she scanned the area, her brow furrowing. Qin Ziming clutched his abdomen, grimacing. They didn't even give Qin Hao any money. That can't be. Wang Damei exclaimed, bewildered, though she also found Qin Ziming's demeanor somewhat strange. In the dim light from the side room, she noticed that Qin Ziming was covered in dirt and bore several glaring footprints. Panic washed over her as she cried, Ziming, what happened? Did Lao Sun's family beat you? I'll go back with you to confront them right now. At her words, Qin Ziming quickly grabbed Wang Damei's arm, saying, Mom, it wasn't Uncle Sun who hit me. I accidentally fell into a ditch on my way back. I'm fine. Despite having been severely bullied by Han Yongqiang, Qin Ziming was reluctant to confront the Han family. After all, he had endured humiliation for so long and had finally glimpsed a glimmer of hope. How could he so easily abandon it? Thus, he concocted a lie to cover his tracks. Mom, you should go inside and rest early. I'm heading home. As he turned to leave, the visible footprints on his clothes were unmistakable, and Wang Damiai's heart ached for him. She hurried after him, saying, "You child, can't you spare me some worry? Who hit you? You're only making me anxious." Just then, Qin Weimin returned from outside. He glanced at Qin Ziming's pitiful state, frowned, and spoke. "I just came back and saw Han Lili's brother chatting with some young men from the village. They said they beat you up? What? Why did Han Yongxiang hit Ziming? You need to explain what happened." Wang Damiai exclaimed, looking anxiously at Qin Ziming, her feet stamping in distress. Qin Ziming furrowed his brow, his face etched with impatience. He could not, dare not, speak of this matter. The bitterness must be borne alone. "Oh, mother, must you keep pressing me? It's maddening. I've already told you. I fell on my own. Why won't you believe me? Had I known this would happen, I'd never have returned." Clutching his abdomen, he strode resolutely toward the courtyard gate. "I'm going home. Ziming, my son, Wang Damiai hurried after him, but Qin Ziming quickened his pace. No matter how urgently she called from behind, he did not pause, not once. Soon, his figure dissolved into the deepening night. "My son," frustrated, Wang Damiai slapped her thigh and turned sharply, hastening back into the house. Chapter 35. Digging for ginseng. Wang Damiai pointed at Qin Weimin, her voice laced with anger. "Why did Ziming get beaten? What have you heard? Speak up." Qin Weimin shot her a glance and replied, "Recently, Ziming seems to have caused quite a stir at the Lauhan family. I heard he got into a fight with Director Wu's son from the neighboring village and ended up humiliating him. Just yesterday, Xiao Hao and Yuxin were at the production team, and Ziming was making a scene, which displeased Han Guohua. This has repeatedly brought shame to the Lauhan family in the village. How could Han Yongxiang let Ziming off the hook? Is that so?" Wang Damiai exclaimed, her reputation in the village being less than stellar, which often left her in the dark about many matters. "But we can't blame Ziming entirely. He is such an honest child. It must have been Wu Jianbing and that little bastard Qin Hao who instigated the trouble." Wang Damiai's face darkened, her anger palpable. In her eyes, the true culprits behind Ziming's suffering were Wu Jianbing and Qin Hao, leading to his beating by Han Yongxiang's men. Furthermore, Ziming should have informed her, as his mother, instead of bearing the brunt of the anger. How humiliating. Regardless of who is to blame, one hand cannot clap alone, Qin Weimin sighed. "That is nonsense. It's all Wu Jianbing and Qin Hao's fault. Why should my son be beaten?" Wang Damiai insisted fiercely. "No, I'm going to find that little bastard Qin Hao and visit the Lauhan family. This can't just be swept under the rug." With that, she rushed outside. "Come back. Are you trying to add more chaos for Ziming?" Qin Weimin stepped forward and grabbed her. "If you create a scene, the entire village will laugh at us. The Lauhan family values their reputation. Don't you fear they might vent their anger on Ziming?" He continued. "Also, Ziming is currently able to work at the production team thanks to the power of Secretary Han. He has been decent to Ziming." Upon hearing Qin Weimin's words, Wang Damiai calmed down somewhat, though her eyes remained red with frustration. "Then what should we do? We can't just let Ziming be bullied." Qin Ziming was her pride and joy. She had always provided for him well, never once reprimanding him. Now, seeing him beaten by Han Yongxiang, her heart ached terribly. Qin Weimin sighed again. Perhaps it's best to treat it as if nothing happened. Ziming is grown now, has his own family, and his own thoughts. You should refrain from meddling. Hearing this, Wang Damiai sulked on the calm, falling silent. Qin Ziming staggered back to the Lauhan family. Upon entering the main room, he found Han Guohua and his wife Zhao Sufan engaged in a lively conversation with Han Lili. "Mom, Dad, Lily, I'm back." Qin Ziming managed a faint smile to greet them. At the sound of his voice, the trio immediately ceased their chatter. Zhao Sufan glanced at him and said with a smile, "Ziming is back." However, it seemed that none of them, including her, cared about the muddy footprints he bore. "You still know to come back? You've been running to your house after work these past 2 days, and it took Yongxiang coming to find you before you returned. What is the meaning of this?" Han Lili remarked, munching on an orange with discontent. Qin Ziming felt a surge of anger. It was evident that Han Lili had been stirring trouble behind his back, leading to his beating by Han Yongxiang and Zhao Yongsheng. Observing Han Guohua and Zhao Sufan's demeanor, he suspected they had just been discussing him. Otherwise, even if they disliked him, they wouldn't have ignored his muddy appearance entirely. Suppressing his fury, Qin Ziming replied gently, "I was helping my mom with something these past 2 days. Starting tomorrow, I won't run over there casually anymore." "Humph, that is more like it." Han Lili scoffed, nodding approvingly at his submissive demeanor. "I'll head to my room to rest. You continue chatting with Mom and Dad. he said, turning to leave. Just then, Zhao Sufan called out to him, Zimming, what time is it? Can you sleep already? There's quite a bit of work piled up at home while you were away. First, go wash the dishes in the kitchen, then clean the clothes in the yard. You can take care of the rest when you return from work tomorrow. Hearing this, Qin Zimming's face darkened. He took a deep breath, forcing his anger down. Got it, Mom. I'll do it now. The following morning, after finishing breakfast, Qin Hao slung a basket over his back, armed himself with various tools, and hurried towards the valley he had discovered the previous day. All the while, he tried to avoid other villagers. After all, a location capable of yielding wild ginseng could be considered a treasure trove. Wild ginseng has stringent requirements for its growing environment, necessitating ample moisture, good ventilation, direct sunlight, and a surrounding humid atmosphere devoid of competing plant species that would siphon off the nutrients from the soil. It is no exaggeration to say that within the vast mountains surrounding Nantang village, he might not find another valley as suitable for nurturing wild ginseng as the one he had stumbled upon. To prevent others from discovering this hidden gem, he needed to proceed quietly. In the early morning, as he navigated through the dew-laden woods, his pant legs and sleeves quickly became damp. A gentle breeze brushed past, bringing a chill, yet he felt no coldness. Rather, he was out of breath and drenched in sweat from hurrying along. Upon reaching that secluded valley, Qin Hao first secured 2 lengths of hemp rope together, tying one end to a sturdy tree at the top of the valley and the other around his waist before carefully descending. Though the 20-meter drop didn't seem high, it equated to roughly 5 or 6 stories. A fall from such a height would leave little chance for survival, so Qin Hao moved cautiously, the sound of shifting stones occasionally breaking the stillness. Finally, as he reached the bottom, he caught a glimpse of the valuable wild ginseng beneath the morning light. A wild ginseng plant, adorned in a hue of pale yellow and white, assumes an irregular gourd-like shape, with its roots deeply embedded in the earth, revealing only its oval-shaped leaves and plump main stem above the soil. Without a moment's hesitation, Qin Hao promptly set to work, cautiously employing the spade he had brought to excavate the soil surrounding the ginseng. The appearance of wild ginseng is of utmost importance, coupled with its intricate and delicate roots. Therefore, every movement Qin Hao made was executed with meticulous care. After all, a careless break of a single root could result in a considerable financial loss. Chapter 36. A helping hand with the back. After more than an hour, Qin Hao finally unearthed the wild ginseng from the soil. Carefully wrapping it in a piece of cloth, he gently placed it into the basket. He then conducted a meticulous search around the vicinity to ensure there were no other wild ginseng plants before he followed the rope back to the top of the valley. The day was still young, and Qin Hao, not in a rush to return, continued foraging for mushrooms in the forest. During this time, a heavy downpour ensued. It was only after the rain ceased that Qin Hao descended the mountain to return home. Upon seeing Qin Hao return safely, Lin Yuxin let out a sigh of relief. She was about to inquire about his harvest when, in the next moment, she was rendered speechless. An indescribable foul odor emanated from Qin Hao, causing her to hastily cover her nose. What is that smell on you? It's unbearable. Qin Hao scratched his head. After the rain, his clothes clung to him, making him look quite disheveled. While he had not noticed a strong odor outside, upon returning home, it felt as though the entire space was permeated with a foul stench. Quickly, help me boil some water, I need to wash up. Despite her reluctance, Lin Yuxin took Qin Hao's basin and headed to the kitchen. Inside the house, she felt as if she were suffocating. Before long, Lin Yuxin returned with a basin of hot water. Upon entering, she found Qin Hao shirtless, standing there clad only in his undergarments. Why are you completely undressed? I need to take a shower. Otherwise, the smell on me is unbearable, don't you think? Qin Hao took the basin from Lin Yuxin and, with a towel in hand, began to wipe his body with no sense of modesty. Lin Yuxin, observing his bare form, felt a flicker of anger. This is outrageous. Even though I am in the house, you not only stripped down, but have also begun washing yourself right here. Her cheeks flushed slightly as she contemplated retreating to the kitchen. Just then, Qin Hao's voice broke through her thoughts. Could you do me a favor and help scrub my back? What? Lin Yuxin could hardly believe her ears. She even questioned whether Qin Hao had bumped his head during his outing. For how else could he dare to make such an absurd request? Don't just stand there. Come help me. I can't reach it myself. Qin Hao wrung out the towel and extended it towards Lin Yuxin. Don't push it. Why should I scrub your back? Lin Yuxin refused to take the towel, standing at the doorway and glaring at him in indignation. What's the big deal about helping me scrub my back? I'm not asking you to do my entire body. If I could reach it myself, I wouldn't need your assistance. Don't be so stingy. Qin Hao shrugged and flashed a grin. I refuse. I only agreed to do household chores, but scrubbing your back is not included. If you can't reach it, then figure it out. Lin Yuxin glared at him, her tone seething with anger. Her agreement to this sham marriage, to live under the same roof and share a bed, was her utmost boundary. No matter what, she would not allow any intimate contact with Qin Hao. Help him scrub his back? Absolutely not. Fine, if you won't help, there's no need to get so worked up. Qin Hao reluctantly withdrew the towel, then continued. Then could you at least wash my clothes? That should be acceptable, right? This is legitimate household work. Wash them yourself. They stink. Lin Yuxin rejected him again. Don't be unreasonable. You just said you would take care of household chores, and washing clothes is part of that, isn't it? Qin Hao countered. You. Lin Yuxin gritted her teeth in frustration. She felt as though she had fallen into Qin Hao's trap, with the back scrubbing being a ruse and the laundry being the true request. However, she had just verbally committed to taking care of the household chores, and she couldn't backtrack now. Once the rules were broken, things would become complicated. Hanging the bed curtain, Lin Yuxin boiled another pot of hot water and sat on a small stool in the kitchen to wash Qin Hao's clothes. Her brows were nearly knitted together, and her cool gaze was filled with disdain. With greater force, she seemed to treat the clothes as if they were Qin Hao himself, wishing to wring the life out of them. After his shower, Qin Hao felt utterly refreshed. Watching Lin Yuxin still washing his clothes, a smile spread across his face. Elsewhere, Qin Ziming hummed a tune as he entered the courtyard. Despite the dreary weather, his spirits were exceptionally high. Over the past few days, he had grown increasingly familiar with the leaders of the production team. Taking advantage of the idle afternoon, he had spent the entire day playing a game of Jia Jia with Captain Lu and several others. Qin Ziming relished this kind of game, primarily because of the excitement and potential for high stakes. Moreover, he was confident in his card-playing skills, believing that he would undoubtedly win. Thus, he played with abandon, starting with at least 3 yuan per hand. As anticipated, he effortlessly won over 80 yuan, nearly equivalent to his wages for 2.5 months. Ignoring the resentful glances from Captain Lu and the others, Qin Ziming hurried home, eager to boast to his mother. As Qin Ziming proudly stepped into the courtyard, he suddenly noticed that the window of the side room was tightly covered with bed curtains, causing his brow to furrow. What was the purpose of blocking the window with curtains during the day? Had Qin Hao and Lin Yuxin's relationship blossomed to the point of intimacy? With a face full of confusion, Qin Ziming leaned closer to the window to peer inside. Although he had not won Lin Yuxin's affections in his previous life, it did not prevent him from wanting to witness any tantalizing scenes. However, the curtains were impenetrable, obscuring any view of the interior. Undeterred, Qin Ziming crept to the door, cautiously peeking through the crack. Yet, even the tantalizing sounds he yearned to hear were absent. What a farce! Qin Ziming cursed under his breath, preparing to leave. Just then, Lin Yuxin's voice drifted from within. The 1,200 yuan is due the day after tomorrow. Can we really scrape it together? Soon, Qin Hao's voice followed. Of course not. Hearing their conversation, Qin Ziming felt a surge of delight, even more exhilarating than the scenes he had imagined. Previously, there had been concerns that Qin Hao might have a chance to turn his fortunes around, but now he had verbally confessed that he was unable to gather the necessary 1,200 yuan. With only 2 days remaining, unless a miracle occurred, it was utterly impossible. At this point, Qin Hao's prospects were completely dashed. Ziming, what are you doing? Why haven't you come inside? Suddenly, the voice of Wang Damei echoed from the main house. As she had spotted Qin Ziming the moment he entered the courtyard. However, when she stepped out to greet him, she found Qin Ziming crouched at the door of the side room, grinning foolishly. Hastily, Qin Ziming raised a finger to his lips, signaling for silence, fearful that Wang Damei's voice would reach Qin Hao and Lin Yuxin. He did not linger to listen any longer and rushed to Wang Damei's side, tugging at her arm and exclaiming, "Mom, come inside. I have some astonishing news to share with you." Unbeknownst to him, Qin Hao had already noticed him standing outside the window, and his earlier remarks had been deliberately directed at Qin Ziming. Once Qin Ziming departed, Qin Hao immediately smiled and turned to Lin Yuxin, saying, "Let me show you the wild ginseng I brought back. Tomorrow, I will take it to the county town to sell. Not only will I be able to repay the debt, but I can also buy you a television to enjoy." Chapter 37. Eavesdropping in the main room, Wang Damei furrowed her brows, gazing at the mysteriously grinning Qin Ziming. She inquired, "What joy do you have to share? Why the mystery? What were you listening to at the door of the side room just now?" With palpable excitement, Qin Ziming replied, "Mother, you finally have a chance to vent your frustrations. I just heard with my own ears that Qin Hao still hasn't gathered the 1,200 yuan he owes and cannot repay it. The brigade and production team will certainly not let him off lightly. He will have a bitter end." Delighted by this news, Wang Damei's spirits lifted. She peered through the window toward the side room and sneered. "You two flaunted your good fortune and indulged in braised pork and fish. In a few days, you will be left with nothing but the bitter winds of the northwest." However, amidst her joy, Wang Damei's expression shifted as a pang of concern washed over her. "Son, it's one thing if Qin Hao faces punishment, but the crux of the matter is his monthly salary. Our family relies on his income to survive. How much will we lose? What does his meager salary matter?" Qin Ziming scoffed dismissively. He was thriving in the production team, having just won over 80 yuan from a game of cards, rendering Qin Hao's earnings insignificant in his eyes. Luck had been on his side, and he had won quite a bit. "Child, have you become so arrogant? That is 12 yuan a month, totaling 144 yuan in a year." Wang Damei pursed her lips, somewhat displeased with her son's attitude. With a triumphant smile, Qin Ziming retorted, "Mother, I now possess the means to be proud." He then counted out 50 yuan from his pocket and handed it to Wang Damei. "Here, Mother, this 50 yuan is my token of filial piety to you." Wang Damei's eyes widened in disbelief as she stared at the wad of cash in her hand. "Where did this come from? How could you have so much money?" Qin Ziming, of course, dared not reveal that it was winnings from gambling and hastily concocted an excuse. "Mother, I am now a minor official in the production team. Surely, I can manage this small sum." Upon hearing this, Wang Damei's face lit up with joy. "Well done, my son. From now on, I will give you money to spend every month. Let that little beast, Qin Hao, starve." With a sense of pride, Qin Ziming affirmed, "Yes, let him starve. Mother, if there's nothing else, I will take my leave now and come back to see you another day," he said, preparing to depart. "Leaving so soon? Why not stay for a meal?" Wang Damei exclaimed, surprised. With her son returning with such a sum of money and hearing that Qin Hao could not repay his debt, it was indeed a double celebration. She had intended to prepare a special meal to commemorate the occasion. "I cannot. I have matters to attend to." "We will do it next time," Qin Ziming insisted. Although he wished to stay for dinner, he was in a hurry, burdened with a multitude of responsibilities. Since the last time he was beaten by the Han brothers, all the dirty and heavy work had fallen upon him. Every day, Zhao Sufan awaited his return from work, and he knew he could not afford to delay. He hurried back to the old Han residence. As soon as he stepped into the courtyard, he spotted Zhao Sufan standing at the entrance of the main room. "Ziming, why are you 5 minutes late today?" Zhao Sufan questioned, her expression displeased. Though he had braced himself for this, her words still irked Qin Ziming. However, he dared not express his frustration and could only force a smile, saying, "Mother, it rained heavily during the day, and the roads were difficult to navigate, which caused a slight delay." Zhao Sufan scrutinized him for a moment, and, seeing no signs of deceit, relented. "Next time the weather is bad, inform Captain Liu to return early. The production team doesn't require you to work. It would be better to come home sooner, wouldn't it?" "Yes, Mother, you are right. I will make sure to do so next time," Qin Ziming replied, suppressing his irritation and continuing to smile. "All right, go to the kitchen and start preparing dinner. Your father will be home soon," Zhao Sufan instructed before turning to enter the main room. Yet, just as she stepped inside, she pivoted back to Qin Ziming and added, "Oh, Ziming, please go to the backyard and catch a chicken for soup. Lily needs the nourishment right now." At this, Qin Ziming's face turned pale with anger. "Good heavens! Han Lili is not carrying my child. Why must I prepare chicken soup for her? This is becoming increasingly intolerable." Yet, recalling that Han Guohua was soon to be promoted to deputy secretary of the commune, he begrudgingly swallowed his indignation. "What is with that expression?" Zhao Sufan inquired, noticing his discontent. "Nothing. Nothing at all, Mother. I will go now," he quickly replied before rushing to the backyard to catch a chicken. Only then did Zhao Sufan walk contentedly into the main room. "Mother, you truly have a way about you. Qin Ziming doesn't dare to utter a word in your presence," Han Lili remarked with a triumphant smile as she witnessed the exchange. "Indeed, having lived for over half a lifetime, I should be able to manage a mere brat," Zhao Sufan replied. "Lily, let me tell you, do not think that just because the child in your womb is not his, you have no burdens. It's a buy one get one free situation. He still profits from it." Zhao Sufan added with a serious tone. "I understand, Mother," Han Lili nodded. That evening, after dinner, Qin Ziming seized an opportunity to enter the main room and approached Han Guohua, who was reading the newspaper. He intended to give Han Guohua a heads-up and gauge his thoughts, hoping to prevent any repercussions from Qin Hao's inability to repay his debts. "Father, do you have a moment?" he asked. Ziming, what is it?" Han Guohua glanced up at him. "Father, there may be trouble with Qin Hao." Qin Ziming leaned closer and whispered. "What trouble?" Han Guohua set down his newspaper, intrigued. "I ran into my mother today, and she told me she overheard that Qin Hao still hasn't managed to gather the 1,200 yuan he owes. With only 1 day left, it is highly likely that he will not be able to repay it." Qin Ziming spoke cautiously, fearful of revealing that he had heard it directly and concerned that Han Guohua might unleash his anger upon him. "What is wrong with this boy? He seemed fine just a few days ago," Han Guohua exclaimed, suddenly slamming the newspaper onto the bed. Suddenly, he glared furiously at Qin Ziming and said, "If he does not pay up, your family will have to bear the cost." Han Guohua now regretted granting Qin Hao a 3-day extension. Wasn't this just a blatant manipulation? Upon hearing this, Qin Ziming, with a pained expression, replied, "Dad, my family has no money. If they insist on us repaying, it will ultimately fall on me. You are well aware of my meager salary. What do you suggest? Should I cover for him?" Han Guohua shot him a fierce glance. Chapter 38. A fortune startled. Qin Ziming shuddered and took 2 steps back. "Father, please calm down. This trouble was caused by Qin Hao and Lin Yuxin. It is only right that they take full responsibility. I have an idea, but I am uncertain if it will work." "Speak," Han Guohua urged. Qin Ziming's eyes glimmered as he continued. "Both Qin Hao and Lin Yuxin receive salaries. If they are truly unable to repay the 1,200 yuan, the production team could deduct their monthly wages until the debt is settled." Han Guohua pondered for a moment, his tone softening considerably. That is indeed a feasible approach. When the time comes, if they have not repaid, we shall proceed as you suggested." He then scrutinized Qin Ziming with satisfaction. "Well done. You have not swayed your judgment simply because Qin Hao is your brother. Continue to perform well, and you shall not be treated unfairly." "Thank you, Father." Qin Ziming's face bloomed with joy. He had not anticipated that his visit to remind Han Guohua would yield such significant rewards. Not only did it eliminate any chance for Qin Hao to recover, but it also spared his own family from the ensuing disaster, all while gaining Han Guohua's approval once more. This was nothing short of hitting 3 targets with a single arrow. The following morning, after breakfast, Qin Hao informed Lin Yuxin, "I am going to sell the wild ginseng and will return shortly." "What if they come?" Lin Yuxin asked, her worry evident as she gazed at Qin Hao. She felt an unsettling premonition that something bad was about to unfold. Qin Hao reassured her, "It is only 5 o'clock. Even if they want money, they would not arrive too early. I will be back by 8. Hearing this, Lin Yuxin finally relaxed, taking a comforting bite of her steamed bun. After finishing breakfast, Qin Hao left. Lin Yuxin tidied up the dishes and sat by the Kong, waiting for his return. Determined to complete his task swiftly, Qin Hao made his way to the town at the fastest pace possible. Guided by memory, he soon arrived at a larger traditional Chinese medicine shop. The owner, a middle-aged man, was taken aback upon seeing the wild ginseng Qin Hao presented. Carefully accepting it, he examined it closely. He discovered that it was a rare specimen of wild ginseng, remarkably preserved, and he was astonished by the freshness of this prized treasure. "Young man, where did you find this wild ginseng?" "It seems freshly dug," the shopkeeper expressed with surprise. Such nourishing herbs are rare and sought after, especially by the affluent elderly in the county town who would gladly purchase them for their health. If he could acquire it from Qin Hao, not only would he profit from the price difference, but he would also enhance the reputation of his shop, as such precious materials are not commonly found. "From the mountains," Qin Hao replied. Upon hearing this, the shopkeeper scrutinized Qin Hao closely, noting his rustic demeanor, which suggested he hailed from a rural background. As long as the source was legitimate, the shopkeeper felt reassured. After all, the price of wild ginseng is considerable, and if the origin were questionable, he risked not only losing his money, but also the ginseng itself. Carefully placing the item on the counter, the shopkeeper finally said, "Young man, given the quality of this wild ginseng, I cannot let you suffer a loss. I will offer you 60 yuan per gram. How does that sound?" 60 yuan per gram was in line with Qin Hao's expectations. After all, the shopkeeper was not in the business of charity. He had to make a profit as well. "All right, please weigh it to see how many grams it is," Qin Hao agreed. The shopkeeper promptly brought out a small scale and began weighing it. The ginseng weighed a total of 27 grams, amounting to 1,620 yuan. The shopkeeper quickly counted out the money and handed it to Qin Hao. Here you go, 1,620 yuan, not a penny less. Qin Hao casually counted the money and tucked it away. Thank you. Young man, if you have more good goods next time, come to me. I assure you, my prices are the highest in the entire Yuhua County. The shopkeeper, whose name was Wang Li, engaged Qin Hao in conversation. Through their dialogue, Qin Hao learned that Wang Li had extensive connections in the county town and often catered to wealthy patrons seeking high-quality goods. They held a private belief in traditional Chinese medicine, particularly regarding precious herbal materials like wild ginseng, which allowed him the funds to purchase Qin Hao's offering. A smaller pharmacy would certainly struggle to amass such a significant sum. Moreover, Wang Li recognized that Qin Hao might be a mountain dweller and hoped he would bring his goods directly to his shop in the future, ensuring a steady clientele and substantial profits. Certainly, if I come across more good items, I will bring them to you, Qin Hao replied, satisfied with Wang Li's offer. Before departing the shop, at the Han household, Qin Ziming had risen early, excited at the prospect of witnessing the downfall of Qin Hao and Lin Yuxin. He had barely slept the night before. Even while preparing breakfast for Han Guohua's family, he hummed a cheerful tune. The joyous drumbeats herald the celebrations of the year, and splendid dances bring daily delight. Once he finished serving breakfast to Han Guohua, Qin Ziming could hardly contain his eagerness and remarked, "Father, the day has arrived. Should we not go and settle the score with Qin Hao?" Han Guohua glanced at him, somewhat displeased. "You seem more eager than I am. It is only 7 o'clock. We shall discuss it once I head to work." Qin Ziming recoiled slightly, his anticipation growing as he longed to witness the misery of Qin Hao and Lin Yuxin. Then, with a sly grin, he muttered, "I am not impatient. I just fear Qin Hao might escape." Though his voice was barely audible, Han Guohua caught every word, his expression shifting as he gravely responded, "Escape? Does he dare? Where could he possibly run to?" Seeing Han Guohua begin to fall into his trap, Qin Ziming quickly seized the opportunity. "Father, as the saying goes, a cornered dog will jump over the wall. I know Qin Hao well. He is capable of anything. It is better for us to be cautious." Upon hearing this, Han Guohua could no longer remain seated. He stood up abruptly, seized his briefcase, and strode towards the door. "I am heading to the brigade to issue the penalty notices for Qin Hao and Lin Yuxin, and then I shall visit Qin Hao to assess the situation. If he dares to run, this matter will not end easily." "Father, I will accompany you," Qin Ziming exclaimed, eagerly following behind. After Han Guohua completed the penalty notifications at the brigade office, he promptly gathered 8 cadre members from the brigade and hurried to the home of old Qin. Such a commotion had rarely been seen since Han Guohua took on the role of brigade secretary, particularly with old Qin as their target. It was evident that a spectacle awaited. In no time, numerous villagers gathered, eager to uncover the unfolding events. Chapter 39, Notice of Penalty. At this moment, Qin Weiman was tidying up the yard. Upon seeing Han Guohua and others approaching with an imposing demeanor, an unsettling premonition surged within him. He was unaware that Qin Ziming had returned home the previous day and that Wang Dimi had not mentioned that Qin Hao was unable to repay his debts. Qin Weiman set down his pipe and hurried forward. Observing Han Guohua's grim expression, he inquired, "Secretary Han, what seems to be the problem? What has happened?" "What problem? Today is the day for repayment. Where is Qin Hao? Call him out immediately to settle the debt." Han Guohua replied in a low voice. Upon hearing this, Qin Weiman felt his heart leap to his throat. Surely, there was no need for such a tone when demanding repayment from Qin Hao. There must be something more significant at play. However, Qin Weiman dared not ask further and merely pointed towards the side room, saying, "He is inside. I will call him out right away." Qin Weiman rushed to the door of the side room and knocked. Xiao Hao, come out quickly." Yet, when the door opened, only Lin Yuxin appeared before everyone. "Where is Xiao Hao?" Qin Weiman glanced inside but could not find Qin Hao. Lin Yuxin looked at him and replied calmly, "He went out to take care of some matters. He will be back shortly." "Where did he go?" Qin Weiman pressed on. In his understanding, Qin Hao's daily life revolved around the production team and home. Yet today, on the day of repayment, Qin Hao had inexplicably gone out, which felt highly suspicious. "I don't know." Lin Yuxin refrained from disclosing that Qin Hao had gone to the county to sell wild ginseng, wanting to avoid inciting envy. Nevertheless, her answer caused Qin Weiman's expression to darken. Not only him, but even Han Guohua's demeanor grew more somber. Why did Qin Hao leave today of all days? This inevitably raised suspicions that he knew he could not repay the debt and had fled in advance. At this moment, Qin Ziming was exhilarated. He had merely spoken casually, never expecting it to come true. Qin Hao truly was a spineless individual incapable of bearing any responsibility or pressure. This further solidified Qin Ziming's belief that all of Qin Hao's past achievements had been facilitated by the Han family. Otherwise, how could this coward have become a wealthy man? That would be as absurd as a pig climbing a tree. Lin Yuxin, stop covering for Qin Hao. He must have run away. I tell you, the production team has already issued a penalty notice against both of you. If you disclose where Qin Hao is, the team will bring him back and share the responsibility with you. Otherwise, that debt of 200 yuan will fall entirely on your shoulders. Qin Ziming declared arrogantly, pointing at Lin Yuxin. You can believe it or not. I have already stated that Qin Hao will return shortly. Lin Yuxin retorted, uninterested in arguing with them, and attempted to close the door. However, Qin Ziming swiftly intervened and held the door open. The two were locked in a standoff. What do you want? Lin Yuxin glared coldly at Qin Ziming. You will regret this later. Qin Ziming hissed, then turned to Han Guohua, saying, Dad, Lin Yuxin is completely oblivious to her mistakes and the seriousness of the situation. We should not spare her any leniency. Let us announce her punishment. Indeed, Han Guohua nodded, retrieving the penalty notice from his briefcase and, in front of everyone, handed it to Qin Ziming. Since this incident occurred in your production team, you shall read the penalty notice. Though Qin Hao had managed to escape, at least Qin Ziming had informed him in advance, preventing any unexpected embarrassment. Thus, allowing Qin Ziming to read, it was also a form of reward and acknowledgement for him. Thank you, Dad. Qin Ziming was pleasantly surprised and eagerly approached to take the penalty notice. After clearing his throat, he read aloud. Recently, Comrade Lin Yuxin, due to negligence during work, caused significant losses to the granary, resulting in serious consequences. After discussion by the team, it has been decided to give Comrade Lin Yuxin a severe reprimand and impose a fine of 200 yuan. Any shortfall will be deducted from her monthly salary. As the penalty notice was read aloud, those present could hardly contain their astonishment. With her salary fully deducted, coupled with the situation of the Qin family, Lin Yuxin was likely to starve. However, Qin Ziming wore a smile. The matter was now settled, and Lin Yuxin was finished. Not only had he avenged his mother, but he also repaid the debt for the humiliation Lin Yuxin had caused him in his previous life. Lin Yuxin was momentarily taken aback. Was it truly necessary to read the penalty notice so directly? Could they not wait for Qin Hao to return? Seeing Qin Ziming's smug expression, she felt a wave of disgust. Qin Ziming, when Lin Fei returns to settle the debt, I will see how you fare. Lin Yuxin glared at him coldly. In response, Qin Ziming burst into laughter. Fair? What fair? It is already over. Did you not hear that I have already read your penalty notice? Have you read so many books that your brain has turned to mush? Still waiting for Qin Hao to come back. I tell you, he has been deceiving you. He could be fleeing who knows where by now. Despite Qin Ziming's insistence that Qin Hao would not return, Lin Yuxin's resolve remained unshaken. After spending time together, she understood Qin Hao's character very well. He would never run away. Moreover, when the granary incident occurred, he could have easily turned a blind eye. Why would he take unnecessary risks? Just wait and see. Lin Yuxin spoke with unwavering conviction. Wang Demei, standing nearby and witnessing the entire ordeal, felt an overwhelming sense of satisfaction. Observing Lin Yuxin still holding her ground, she mockingly said, Lin Yuxin, you deserve this outcome. My family has no money or surplus grain to help you. Blame your unfortunate fate for marrying that useless Qin Hao. Listening to Wang Demei's words, Lin Yuxin felt as though she had drawn the short straw by marrying into the Qin family. Indeed, after such a major incident, not only do they offer no assistance, but they also take pleasure in her misfortune. What kind of person behaves like this? Lin Yuxin was truly in a dire situation now. Some bystanders could no longer watch in silence and began to voice their opinions. Yet, Wang Demei remained unfazed, pointing at the crowd and declaring, what of it? This is how it is. Whoever is willing to take responsibility, send Lin Yuxin to their home. Let her dine at your table. Faced with Wang Demei's shamelessness, the crowd could only shake their heads in silence, yet their eyes brimmed with mockery towards her. Witnessing this scene, Qin Weiman could no longer bear to watch. Was this not a spectacle for the neighbors to ridicule? Hadn't their own household already become a source of amusement during this time? Chapter 40 Repayment Enough. Let us speak less. After all, you are a mother-in-law. With such a significant matter at hand, how can you remain indifferent? I shall speak with Secretary Han and request a few more days of leniency. to think of a way to assist Xiao Hao and Yu Xian. Although Qin Weimin was fully aware that persuading Han Guohua for an extension would be exceedingly difficult, he still wished to give it a try. One never knows what might happen. Stop right there. If you dare to plead on their behalf, I will not let this go. Upon hearing this, Wang Damei immediately glared and yanked Qin Weimin back. She was not yet finished relishing Lin Yuxin's current plight. How could she allow Qin Weimin to disrupt things? Sighing, Qin Weimin wanted to offer further counsel, yet Wang Damei did not grant him that opportunity. Gripping his arm, she pulled him behind her, simultaneously declaring, "You old fool, stay back there. If you utter another word, you shall go without dinner today." Under Wang Damei's relentless threats, Qin Weimin dared not speak again. He stood by, his eyes filled with helplessness. Wang Damei then turned to Han Guohua and stated, "In-law, regarding the matter of Qin Hao and Lin Yuxin, my family will not interfere. Everything must proceed according to the rules. Do not be polite with them. And as for that little rascal Qin Hao, you must hurry and send someone to retrieve him. He must not escape unscathed. Who says I am running away?" At that moment, Qin Hao's voice suddenly rang out. Instantly, every pair of eyes in the room turned to Qin Hao, who appeared at the back of the crowd. Hadn't he been said to have fled? How had he returned? I knew it. How could Qin Hao be that kind of person? He has come back. Laughter erupted, adding to the lively atmosphere. Each person chimed in with their remarks, creating a cacophony of voices. Qin Ziming, Han Guohua, and Wang Damei were all left stunned, frozen in their spots. "You have finally returned. I told them you were out handling matters, but they did not believe me. They even read the punishment notice aloud." Lin Yuxin rushed forward upon seeing Qin Hao. "They are indeed quite amusing," Qin Hao thought, casting a sidelong glance at Qin Ziming. It was evident that this disturbance was instigated by him. "Qin Hao, do you dare to come back? Perfect. You shall repay every month with your wages from the production team, just like Lin Yuxin." Qin Ziming regained his composure and once again adopted his arrogant demeanor, waving the punishment notice in front of Qin Hao. "Do you see this? The punishment notice has already been issued." Although Qin Hao's sudden return was indeed surprising, without money, his return would be futile. "I have already paid the 200 yuan. According to our agreement, I should not be punished," Qin Hao replied, ignoring Qin Ziming and turning to Han Guohua with a calm demeanor. Indeed, Han Guohua nodded in affirmation. However, Qin Ziming followed up with a cold laugh. "Qin Hao, do not pretend. Do you really have the money?" "I do." Qin Hao's answer rendered Qin Ziming momentarily speechless. "How could this be possible? Where is it? Show it to me," Qin Ziming demanded, confused. "Why should I?" Du shot him a glare and walked directly to Han Guohua. Subsequently, he retrieved the prepared 200 yuan from his pocket and presented it, saying, "Secretary Han, here is the 170 yuan. Please count it." Upon seeing the thick stack of money, Han Guohua took it somewhat dazedly. Yet, having to count money in front of so many people was quite embarrassing for him, so he turned and handed it to a cadre behind him, instructing, "Count this, we need it for the records." "Understood, Secretary Han," the cadre replied promptly, beginning to count each bill meticulously. Within a minute, he reported seriously, "Secretary Han, it is indeed 200 yuan, not a cent less." At this confirmation, Han Guohua finally nodded with satisfaction. However, Qin Ziming and Wang Damei were in a frenzy. Where had Qin Hao obtained this money? "Son, what are we to do?" Wang Damei lamented as she witnessed Qin Hao and Lin Yuxin narrowly escape a dire fate only to miraculously return. This left her feeling quite discontented. Qin Ziming was at a loss as well. Suddenly, an idea struck him, and he called out in the crowd, "Uncle Son, did Li Qiao sneakily lend money to Qin Hao again? You should hurry home and check." "Ridiculous," Old Son retorted angrily. "Li Qiao left for the production team before dawn. When I left the house just now, the money was still there. What could he possibly lend to Qin Hao?" This matter was initially unrelated to him, but Qin Ziming's public accusation of theft infuriated Old Sunday. "You little brat, do you even know how to speak? What do you mean by Li Qiao stealing money again? Do you want me to smack you?" Having witnessed Old Son's fierceness before, Qin Ziming quickly dodged aside, relieved that he did not charge at him. Then, pointing at Qin Hao, he shouted, "Qin Hao, where did you steal this money from? You better confess right now. Do you think I want to call the Joint Defense Team to arrest you? If you have evidence, go ahead. Perhaps we can also discuss how your mother has been occupying my wages for years and even trying to snatch the subsidies meant for Lin Yuxin. I have witnesses. The villagers all know," Qin Hao replied with a smile. "You." Faced with Qin Hao's attitude, Qin Ziming was momentarily at a loss for words. He had merely intended to intimidate Qin Hao, but did not anticipate that Qin Hao would turn the tables and bring this matter up. If it were to escalate to the joint defense team, he would only be inviting more ridicule. Dad. He could only turn to Han Guohua for help, only to meet Han Guohua's fierce gaze. Silence. Han Guohua did not spare Qin Ziming a favorable glance. Any positive impression he might have had of Qin Ziming was entirely obliterated. Qin Ziming's antics were only serving to embarrass him further. Such a lack of understanding. Han Guohua then turned to Qin Hao with a gentle expression, saying, "Since you have paid the money, we are all square now. Here is the IOU you previously signed. I will return it to you." He retrieved the IOU from his briefcase and handed it to Qin Hao. Qin Hao accepted it, verifying its accuracy before placing it in his pocket. Han Guohua then addressed the surrounding villagers. All right. The matter has been successfully concluded. Everyone may disperse. Secretary Han, interjected Qin Hao, his voice ringing out once more. How can we possibly call this a successful conclusion? The matter is far from over. His words brought the departing crowd to an immediate halt, their gazes once again converging upon Qin Hao and Han Guohua. Chapter 41. Offending someone. What else is there? Han Shuji stared at Qin Hao in confusion. Qin Hao stepped forward and said, Secretary Han, I understand your eagerness this morning in seeking funds. However, Lin Yuxin has already informed us that she will return shortly after attending to some matters. Your decision to announce her punishment in front of so many people, without any trust in her words, seems rather hasty, does it not? At the very least, an apology is warranted, is it not? Furthermore, Secretary Han, you have received the funds and are prepared to leave. What will you do about the punishment decision regarding Lin Yuxin? Shouldn't there be an official notification regarding its potential retraction? In his previous life, Qin Hao had endured servitude at the Han family for several days. Seizing this opportunity, he was determined to shatter Han Guohua's facade. As expected, Han Guohua's expression darkened, his anger simmering beneath the surface. Yet, he found himself powerless against Qin Hao. After all, the decision had indeed been made in haste. At this moment, he could not help but resent Qin Ziming. Had it not been for Qin Ziming's incessant whispering in his ear these past few days, he would never have acted so precipitously, nor would he have arrived so early. Even a delay of half an hour could have allowed for a more graceful resolution regarding the debt. Now, however, he found himself cornered. An apology would tarnish his reputation, while failing to apologize would diminish his standing among the villagers. The root of all this trouble was Qin Ziming, that little troublemaker. Lin Yuxin, I acknowledge that this situation was abrupt and caused you distress. On behalf of the brigade, I sincerely apologize. I will ensure that this matter is handled appropriately. Weighing the pros and cons, Han Guohua gritted his teeth and spoke coldly to Lin Yuxin. Standing behind Qin Hao, Lin Yuxin felt a wave of anxiety wash over her. She had not intended for things to escalate so dramatically. The money had been returned, and although Han Guohua had not explicitly stated so, the punishment was undoubtedly rescinded. Moreover, Han Guohua was the brigade secretary, a figure of considerable authority in the countryside. If Qin Hao earned his ire, navigating life in Nantang village would become exceedingly difficult. Qin Hao, however, appeared utterly unconcerned. This was all a scheme orchestrated by Qin Ziming, and allowing him to escape unscathed was far too lenient. He then glanced at Qin Ziming before shifting his gaze back to Han Guohua, feigning contemplation as he mused. How curious it is that Secretary Han, who usually conducts affairs with such fairness, would act so rashly this time. His words inevitably redirected the animosity back towards Qin Ziming. Han Guohua fumed at this remark, the veins on his forehead bulging. You will regret this when you return home. Han Guohua shot a fierce glare at Qin Ziming. Dad, Qin Ziming was drenched in cold sweat, visions of Han Guohua, mercilessly beating Wu Jianbing flashing through his mind. After causing such a significant upheaval, what awaited him at home? With an unruly uncle. Qin Ziming's legs trembled. Let us go. Han Guohua waved his hand, leading everyone away. This debt crisis concluded rather abruptly. Back at the side room, Lin Yuxin let out a soft sigh and said to Qin Hao, You really shouldn't have provoked Han Guohua just now. You've offended him, and how will you manage in the village from here on out? He will undoubtedly seek retribution. Are you concerned for me? Qin Hao smirked slightly, his lips curling into a smile. At his words, Lin Yuxin froze, hastily denying, Absolutely not. Don't overthink it. I merely... She faltered, unsure how to articulate her thoughts. She was uncertain if her feelings could be classified as concern for Qin Hao. Yet, even if they were, she would adamantly refuse to acknowledge them. Well, I have my own plans. Regardless, I only need to live in the village for another year or two before moving to the city. Then he won't have any hold over me. Observing Lin Yuxin's awkward expression, Qin Hao grinned. Lin Yuxin frowned slightly, rolling her eyes. Do as you please. On the other side, Qin Ziming was distracted throughout the day. Even winning over 20 yuan in a card game could not lift his spirits as he dreaded returning home to face Han Guohua. As time passed, the end of the workday approached, and Qin Ziming could only furrow his brow and reluctantly head toward the Han residence. After all, he had to confront the situation. If he couldn't fight back, he would just have to endure the beating. With this thought, he felt a bit more at ease. Upon reaching the Han residence, Qin Ziming peered into the courtyard, which was eerily silent. A gentle breeze swept through, sending chills down his spine. The stillness only heightened his anxiety, causing him to hesitate at the entrance. Deep down, he feared Han Guohua. However, if he did not return home, he had nowhere else to go. If he went to his own house, and Han Guohua's family discovered it, he would only be in deeper trouble. After a prolonged internal struggle at the door, Qin Ziming finally exhaled deeply. Damn it. If I'm going to be beaten, then so be it. I refuse to believe they can kill me. With that, he adopted a brave facade and strode into the courtyard. What time is it? Why hasn't Ziming returned to prepare dinner? Mom, that kid has embarrassed my father so greatly. Does he dare to come back? You don't know? Many people in the village are already mocking my dad privately. He rushed to demand money and announced a punishment, only for Qin Hao to return the funds. It's truly a slap in the face. I now seriously suspect that Qin Ziming colluded with Qin Hao to deliberately frame our family. Otherwise, how could this situation arise so coincidentally? Well, now that you mention it, it does seem that way. Wait another 10 minutes. If he doesn't return, go find him. It appears the last lesson wasn't sufficient. This time, I will skin him alive. The Han family, consisting of 5 members, gathered by the Kong, indignantly discussing Qin Ziming's predicament. Just then, the door swung open. Everyone was momentarily taken aback, their gazes swiftly directed towards the source. It was none other than Qin Ziming. A look of fury instantly appeared on Han Yongxiang's face. Damn it, you have finally returned. With a roar of rage, Han Yongxiang charged forward and landed a punch squarely on Qin Ziming's eye socket. Immediately, Qin Ziming felt a wave of darkness wash over him. You conspired with Qin Hao to plot against my family, didn't you? Han Yongxiang, still unsated by his initial attack, unleashed a barrage of punches upon Qin Ziming. As he relentlessly struck, he shouted, Damn it! Chapter 42. A glimmer of insight. Yongxiang. I am merely reminding our father with good intentions. I truly have not colluded with Qin Hao. Qin Ziming curled up on the ground, clutching his head and shouting. While he accepted that he deserved a beating for embarrassing the Han family, he could not concede to the accusation of conspiring with Qin Hao against Han Guohua's family. He harbored a deep-seated hatred for Qin Hao, one that consumed him entirely. Wrongfully accused, Qin Ziming felt more aggrieved than doughy. Despite the pain radiating from his battered body, he persistently proclaimed his innocence. Don't be polite with him, Yongxiang. Hit him harder. Upon witnessing Qin Ziming being beaten, Han Lili not only refrained from intervening, but also muttered with disdain. Even Zhao Sufan chimed in, cautioning, Yongxiang, while you are free to strike, be careful not to damage anything in the house. Their words seemed to embolden Han Yongxiang, who summoned all his strength to continue pummeling Qin Ziming, eliciting cries of agony from him. Enough, Yongxiang, stop. Suddenly, Han Guohua's voice rang out. Hearing this, Han Yongxiang assumed that Han Guohua intended to take matters into his own hands and promptly ceased his actions. He yanked Qin Ziming's clothing and flung him at Han Guohua's feet. Father, you should let off some steam too. As he spoke, Han Yongxiang thoughtfully retrieved a feather duster from the cabinet and presented it to Han Guohua. Qin Ziming, already battered with darkened eyes and blood streaming from his nostrils, was in excruciating pain, appearing utterly wretched. The sight of the feather duster sent chills down his spine. The duster in itself was not terrifying, but the man holding it, Han Guohua, was. A paralyzing fear of impending doom surged through Qin Ziming. This was it. Before he could become the wealthiest, he might be beaten to death by the Han family. Father, I swear it is true. I did not conspire with Qin Hao. Qin Ziming, trembling with fear, clutched at Han Guohua's pant leg, pleading pitifully. Surprisingly, Han Guohua did not take the feather duster. Instead, he lit a cigarette, silently observing Qin Ziming as he inhaled deeply. His expression remained inscrutable, leaving everyone wondering what was going through his mind. Was he planning to smoke before taking action? Minutes passed, and Han Guohua finished his cigarette. For Qin Ziming, those few minutes felt like an eternity, pushing him to the brink of collapse. Father, Qin Ziming finally broke down, tears and snot streaming down his face as he cried out. Yet, before he could finish, Han Guohua's calm voice interrupted him. I understand you had good intentions. Although this situation has taken a turn, you cannot bear all the blame. You may return to your room to rest. Tomorrow, I will speak with Captain Liu, and you can take a few days off to reflect on your actions and avoid acting rashly in the future. Upon hearing this, Han Yongqiang and the others were taken aback. They had anticipated a climactic confrontation, yet Han Guohua unexpectedly chose to forgive Qin Ziming so easily. His authoritative tone left no room for dissent. However, Qin Ziming understood the underlying reason. Han Guohua's mercy was not out of pity. Rather, he realized that with his current state, a night's sleep would not remedy his condition. If he returned to work at the production team tomorrow, everyone would know he had been beaten by the Han family, inviting unwarranted gossip about them. Nevertheless, as long as he was spared further punishment, Qin Ziming could accept this outcome. He gazed up at Han Guohua with gratitude, earnestly promising, "Thank you, Father, I will certainly amend my ways." With that, he endured the intense pain, struggled to his feet, and returned to his new home. Lying on the bed and staring at the ceiling, Qin Ziming's thoughts were consumed by Qin Hao, his hatred for him deepening. He attributed all the reasons for his beating to Qin Hao. It was all Qin Hao's fault. Suddenly, an unsettling realization struck him. As he pondered the peculiarity of the situation, logically, Qin Hao should not have been able to repay the 200 yuan. Yet, he had done so without issue. This was highly suspicious. Even if he sought help from the villagers, it was implausible that no one would have caught wind of it. Where had the breakdown occurred? Surely, Qin Hao could not have conjured 200 yuan out of thin air. Qin Ziming racked his brain, unable to discern which aspect had gone awry. Yet, his intuition suggested that there was a deeper story at play. He was determined to uncover the truth behind it and outmaneuver Qin Hao. Fixated on the ceiling, Qin Ziming mentally retraced the events from the moment Qin Hao had written the IOU to that morning, sifting through each detail. Unfortunately, his efforts yielded no results. Just as he was about to give up, a flash of insight illuminated his mind. That was it. When I peered into the side room today, why was it so empty? Recalling the moment he had intercepted Lin Yuxin at the door, he remembered the kitchen had appeared quite bare. In previous visits to the side room, he distinctly recalled a basket full of mushrooms. But where had they all gone? The side room was small. There was no way they could have been stored elsewhere. Even if they had consumed mushrooms at every meal, there was no way Qin Hao and Lin Yuxin could have devoured them all in such a short span. This significant revelation led Qin Ziming to believe that the issue likely stemmed from this very point. He had to return and verify it. Resolute, he winced through the pain, slipped on his shoes, and dashed outside. Where are you going? Han Lili, just returning home. Spotted Qin Ziming rushing out and casually inquired. I have something to attend to. I need to go back home, Qin Ziming replied. Han Lili froze momentarily, her expression shifting to one of anger as she exclaimed, Are you out of your mind? What do you intend to do in your current state? You aren't actually considering going back to complain to your mother, are you? It seems you haven't had enough of a beating. After all, Wang Damei is not one to easily accept losses. If she were to witness Qin Ziming in such a pitiful state, she would undoubtedly cause a commotion. In that event, the incident involving the Han family assaulting Qin Ziming would become the talk of the entire village. I genuinely have matters to attend to at home. Rest assured, I will not report this. Qin Ziming, eager to return and uncover the truth, could only patiently explain, despite Han Lili's misunderstandings. It would be just as you said. If your mother comes to stir trouble, my father and brother won't hold back next time, Han Lili warned. Understood, Qin Ziming replied dismissively, hurrying out in a frenzy. Watching his retreating figure, Han Lili's expression turned to one of deep disdain. Her regard for Qin Ziming had diminished greatly. In fact, she even regretted choosing such a foolish individual in order to save that 200 yuan betrothal gift. Day after day, he proved more of a hindrance than a help, only bringing chaos to the Han family. Had she known, she would have firmly declined at the time and opted for Qin Hao to be the son-in-law, perhaps avoiding all these troubles now. Chapter 43. The Secret to Wealth. Qin Ziming hurriedly made his way home. Upon entering the courtyard, he glanced at the illuminated side room and quietly approached. Peering through the crack of the door, he was taken aback to find the basket that had previously been in the corner completely empty. Looking around, He also saw no trace of mushrooms. After confirming this repeatedly, Qin Ziming left and entered the main house. Ziming, why are you back? As soon as he stepped inside, Wang Damei emerged upon hearing his voice. When she saw Qin Ziming's bruised face, she was startled and quickly asked, Ziming, what happened? Did those people from the Lao Han family beat you again? Mom, don't jump to conclusions. How could they possibly hit me? Qin Ziming replied with a hint of impatience. You. Observing her son's condition, Wang Damei felt a mix of concern and anger. If it wasn't the Lao Han family, then who could it be? And this time, it was clearly worse than before. Despite this, Qin Ziming still spoke in defense of the Lao Han family, which only fueled Wang Damei's frustration. Fine, if that is how you feel. Whatever. Wang Damei retorted, turning away to sit cross-legged on the Kong, brooding in silence. Sighing, Qin Ziming could only sit beside Wang Damei with a forced smile. Mom, please don't worry about me right now. I have something very important to discuss with you. Noticing that Qin Weimin was not home, Qin Ziming immediately spoke up. What could possibly be more important than you getting beaten? Wang Damei shot him a glare. In a hushed tone, Qin Ziming asked, Mom, do you know where Qin Hao took those mushrooms? Huh, I have no idea. Haven't they always been in their house? Wang Damei replied, bewildered, beginning to question whether Qin Ziming had been dazed from his beating. How could he be more concerned about those mushrooms than about his own injuries? Was he truly losing his mind? I just ran past and took a look. Those mushrooms are gone, Qin Ziming explained. They might have thrown them away. Eating too many of those things could be poisonous. Wang Damei dismissed. I don't think so. Qin Ziming shook his head. Mom, Qin Hao originally couldn't pay back the 200 yuan he owed, but he managed to return it this morning. That basket of mushrooms must have weighed dozens of pounds. He couldn't have eaten them all, could he? What if that little rascal sold them? Last time, when the old man wanted to help him borrow money, he claimed he had a way. Perhaps this is that way. Having lived a second life, Qin Ziming, though not well-versed in mountain goods, understood that those unwanted mushrooms in the mountains were considered delicacies in the city. Many would even drive for miles to forage for mushrooms and wild vegetables. How could that be? Those mushrooms couldn't possibly be worth that much. Wang Damei was unconvinced. Those worthless mushrooms wouldn't sell for 200 yuan. Mom, if Qin Hao didn't sell the mushrooms, where did he get the money to pay back his debt? After being beaten by Han Yongxiang, Qin Ziming had become more cautious. Wang Damei furrowed her brow, contemplating for a moment. You have a point. I haven't heard anyone say they lent that little rascal money. Ever since the old man was turned down by Qin Hao last time, he hasn't gone back. It couldn't have been him who helped. However, Wang Damei remained skeptical. But can mushrooms from the mountains really sell for that much? I didn't see him go out to sell them either. If he intended to sell them, he wouldn't let us find out, would he? He must have done it secretly. Qin Ziming then proposed, Mom, why don't you ask around tomorrow during the day if Qin Hao has been acting suspiciously lately? That way, we'll know what he has been up to. All right, I'll remember. If I find out anything tomorrow, I'll come to you. Wang Damei agreed, taking the matter to heart. Yes, I'll be resting tomorrow. Just come directly to the Lao Han family to find me. After finalizing their plans, Qin Ziming quietly left the Qin household. The next day, Wang Damei spent the entire morning gathering information around the village. After consulting various aunties, she indeed uncovered some clues. Someone had seen Qin Hao frequently going into the mountains and even noticed him leaving the village with a basket of mushrooms, heading towards the county town. This was a significant discovery. Wang Damei hurried to the Lao Han family without even stopping for lunch. Standing at the door, she peered inside. She initially intended to call for Qin Ziming to come out, but worried about raising suspicions with Zhao Sufan and Han Lili. So she decided against it and waited outside, occasionally glancing into the courtyard. After a few minutes, she finally saw Qin Ziming emerge from the house. Ziming. Spotting her son, Wang Damei waved her hand urgently. Although her voice was soft, it was still heard by Zhao Sufan and Han Lili, who both came outside as well. How dare you, Qin Ziming? You said you didn't tell on us when you came home last night. So why is your mom here? Han Lili crossed her arms, fuming. Ziming, your father let you off easy, and now you're playing tricks on our family? Zhao Sufan added, equally irate. Both assumed Wang Damei had come to confront them. Hastily, Qin Ziming explained, Mom, Lili, don't misunderstand. My mom has something else to discuss with me. I'll be right back. He pulled Wang Damei away to a more secluded area. Seeing this, Zhao Sufan and Han Lili finally relaxed and returned to the house. Mom, did you find out anything? Qin Ziming glanced around to ensure no one was listening before quietly inquiring. I heard that little rascal Qin Hao went to the mountains to pick mushrooms and even took them to the county town. Wang Damei recounted her findings in detail. Indeed, there was something suspicious afoot. I exclaimed. How could he possibly procure 1,200 kuai in such a brief span? Ah, now I understand. Upon hearing Wang Damei's words, Qin Ziming was filled with immense joy. Witnessing her son's happiness, Wang Damei too felt elated. Her eyes twinkled with a thought as she proposed. Ziming, now that lad Qin Hao has come into some wealth, you should return home promptly within the next few days. Let us devise a plan together to reclaim the money he possesses. Otherwise, he will spend it extravagantly, and before long, it will all be gone. Chapter 44. Mushroom picking. Upon hearing those words, Qin Ziming unexpectedly interjected. Mom, why do you keep fixating on Qin Hao's meager amount of money? He has paid his fines and is left with hardly anything. That is still money. Wang Damei retorted, her eyes wide with irritation. Seeing him with money just vexes me. Unable to contain his excitement, Qin Ziming exclaimed, that little bit of money is insignificant. Our immediate priority is to seize this opportunity and make a substantial profit. How do we earn? Wang Damei was still processing the information. Since Qin Hao can sell mushrooms in the county town, we can certainly do the same, Qin Ziming asserted. It was now evident that mushrooms from the mountains could indeed fetch a handsome profit in the county town. This was an extraordinary opportunity for wealth. The mushrooms in the mountains were plentiful, akin to picking up money. Especially now, as Qin Hao remained oblivious, believing his actions were inconspicuous. He would never suspect that his secret had been uncovered and that it would unwittingly benefit the two of them. Thinking of this, Qin Ziming felt a wave of satisfaction. Yes, if he sells, we shall sell too. Wang Damei exclaimed joyfully. Mom, I owe you for this. Once I make a fortune, I will buy you a Phoenix bicycle to ride. Qin Ziming declared exuberantly. Though the prospect of earning was still merely a dream, Qin Ziming generously painted a bright future for Wang Damei. My son is truly filial. I await the day you buy me that bicycle, Wang Damei said, beaming with delight. Qin Ziming urged, Mom, hurry back home to gather supplies for mushroom picking. I will take them to the county town to sell in the next couple of days. All right, I will go home now. Wang Damei responded, nodding repeatedly. By the way, Mom, you must handle this matter discreetly. Don't let that rascal Qin Hao find out. It was imperative to keep this from Qin Hao, as they intended to amass wealth. Should he discover it, he might sabotage their plans, which would be a significant loss. I understand. I'll move everything to the back courtyard. No one ever goes there, Wang Damei assured, leaving with a smile. Upon returning home, she barely paused for a sip of water before taking a basket and heading out. Seeing this, Qin Weiman couldn't help but inquire, what are you up to in the middle of the day? Mind your own business. Just stay at home. Wang Damei rolled her eyes and exited. As she passed by the side room, she glanced inside to find Qin Hao absent, with only Lin Yuxin resting on the calm. She then made her way to the nearby mountains. 2 hours later, Wang Damei returned with a basket brimming with mushrooms. Remembering Qin Ziming's instructions, she confirmed there was no one around the side room before quietly moving the basket to the back courtyard. Qin Weiman emerged upon hearing the noise and, observing the assorted mushrooms in the basket, frowned and asked, Did you go to the mountains? Why did you gather so many mushrooms? Wang Damei quickly pinched Qin Weiman's arm and whispered, Lower your voice. Don't let anyone hear. I tell you, these mushrooms can fetch a high price in the county town. Otherwise, do you think your good son Qin Hao could have repaid the 200 yuan debt? Qin Weiman was taken aback. Are they really that valuable? But the mushrooms you brought back look different from what Xiao Hao collected. Surely, these aren't poisonous? Poisonous nonsense. The elders always said that only brightly colored mushrooms are toxic. What do you know, you old country bumpkin? Just stay put. I'm counting on Ziming to sell them and buy me a bicycle. Wang Damei's mind was filled with thoughts of the bicycle, leaving no room for Qin Weiman's concerns. She shoved him out of the back courtyard. Anxiously, Qin Weiman paced in the yard. He feared the consequences if any of those mushrooms were indeed poisonous and sold to unsuspecting buyers in the county town. However, Wang Damei seemed entranced, impervious to his warnings. At that moment, he recalled that Wang Damei's actions were likely inspired by Qin Hao's example. Over the past few days, Qin Weiman had been puzzled about how Qin Hao managed to repay the 200 yuan debt. Was it possible that he truly sold mushrooms and made a fortune? With this thought in mind, he knocked on the side room door, intending to ask Du Wen for clarification and to seek his counsel. Where's Xiao Hao? He asked upon seeing Lin Yuxin open the door. He went out for a while. He might be back late. Is there something urgent you need to discuss with him? Lin Yuxin, engrossed in her reading, had not noticed the earlier commotion. Seeing the anxious expression on Qin Weiman's face made her think something significant had occurred. And no, it's nothing. I will wait for him to return, Qin Weiman replied, somewhat disappointed, as he continued to pace in the yard. Lin Yuxin observed this scene with a slight furrow of her brow, unsure of what was happening but not overly concerned. By evening, Qin Hao returned home from the county town. Xiao Hao, you have finally returned, Qin Weiman called out as soon as he entered the courtyard, jumping up from his chair and rushing towards him. Dad, what happened? Qin Hao asked, puzzled by Qin Weiman's demeanor. Qin Weiman turned towards the back courtyard, where he could still faintly hear Wang Damei bustling about. He then pulled Qin Hao outside and whispered, Xiao Hao, tell me the truth. Did you go to the mountains to pick mushrooms and sell them in the county town to gather the money to repay Secretary Han? At this, Qin Hao's expression shifted subtly. He had not anticipated that Qin Weiman would confront him about this matter. Dad, who told you this? I don't know who your stepmother heard it from, but after she returned home at noon, she seemed bewitched and went up the mountain to gather a large basket of mushrooms. She keeps insisting that Zimming will take them to the county town to sell and buy her a bicycle. Can they really sell for that much? Qin Weiman asked anxiously. Upon hearing this, Qin Hao began to piece together the situation. It was clear that his movements had been observed. After all, he was an obvious target, no matter how discreetly he operated. It was impossible to remain undetected. Furthermore, seeing him repay the 200 yuan would have raised suspicions in Qin Zimming's mind. This time, they ventured out with Wang Damei to inquire about matters. However, both Wang Damei and her son Qin Zimming truly are a pair of lively characters. Despite having made inquiries, they failed to gather sufficient information before diving headfirst into action. In the aftermath, they might find themselves in tears. Reflecting on this, Qin Hao let out a cold laugh and said, Dad, the mushrooms in the mountains can indeed be sold for money in the county town, but only if they are not poisonous. Why not take a look? Qin Weiman pulled Qin Hao, insisting they leave. Yet, Qin Hao remained rooted in place, asserting, Dad, I have said all that needs to be said. I do not have the time to distinguish whether the mushrooms are poisonous or not. If they wish to sell, let them do so. I wish them great fortune. With that, Qin Hao pushed open the door and entered the side room. Chapter 45. Selling poisonous mushrooms. Alas, Qin Weiman was aware of the enmity between Qin Hao and Wang Damei, yet he found himself at a loss for words. At present, he was certain that he could not dissuade Wang Damei. Thus, he hastened to the home of old Han to summon Qin Zimming back. What is it? Why must you summon me back to discuss this? Qin Zimming pondered, feeling somewhat disgruntled. First, it was Wang Damei who came looking for him, and now Qin Weiman followed suit, causing Zhao Sufan and Han Lili to display their discontent. After just one day of peace, Qin Zimming was not eager to face another beating. Wang Damei scolded, Indeed, what are you planning? Qin Weiman promptly relayed Qin Hao's words verbatim, hoping to enlighten the mother and son. However, to his dismay, Wang Damei erupted in a tirade. How dare you, old man? You went behind my back to seek out Qin Hao. Are you trying to get yourself killed? Qin Zimming was also somewhat displeased. He had intended to keep his plans from Qin Hao, but had overlooked the fact that Qin Weiman was privy to the information, which now reached Qin Hao's ears. The mother and son duo paid no heed to Qin Weiman's warnings. Qin Hao is merely trying to intimidate you. I have examined these mushrooms. And there is no issue, Qin Zimming scoffed. Wang Damei concurred. Exactly. He is filled with malice. How could he share a profitable opportunity with us? The more he warns against it, the higher the chances of success. Enough. You do what you must. Do not hinder my and Zimming's path to wealth. Wang Damei glared at Qin Weiman, then turned to grasp Qin Zimming's hand, smiling. Come on, let us go inside and discuss. The two entered the main room. Sighing, Qin Weiman could only stand helplessly, gazing at the basket brimming with mushrooms. In the following 2 days, Wang Damei returned from the mountains with a significant harvest of mushrooms. As dawn broke, Qin Zimming rushed back to the old Qin household, and upon seeing the basket of mushrooms, he was ecstatic. He could already envision stacks of cash beckoning to him. For the first time, Qin Zimming rented a bicycle. Securing the 2 baskets of mushrooms to the back seat, preparing to transport them to the county town. Just then, Qin Hao emerged from the side room after breakfast, heading to work in the production team. Seeing Qin Hao, Qin Zimming approached with a beaming smile. Ah, off to work in the fields again? Or are you off to the county town to make a fortune? Qin Hao glanced at the basket of mushrooms and immediately noticed they were filled with white mushrooms, slender stems, and membranous rings at the top. identical to the highly toxic Amanita mushrooms. This type of mushroom bore a striking resemblance to some edible wild varieties, making it nearly impossible to distinguish without careful observation. The two baskets were filled predominantly with poisonous mushrooms, unbeknownst to Qin Ziming, who proudly patted the basket and said, "What do you think? Surprised? I have the key to making money." Since Qin Hao was already aware of Qin Ziming's intention to sell mushrooms, there was no need for further pretense. He decided to lay it all bare. Qin Hao regarded Qin Ziming as though he were a fool. He could easily envision how jubilant Qin Ziming was at this moment, only to face a dismal reality upon arriving in the county town. Then, Qin Hao chuckled leisurely. "I wish you great fortune." Qin Ziming was momentarily taken aback, sensing an underlying message in Qin Hao's words, but unable to grasp the implications. He presumed Qin Hao was simply envious of his potential earnings. Observing Qin Hao's retreating figure, Qin Ziming spat dismissively. "Without the old Han family, you'll forever be a peasant. With such a lucrative opportunity at hand, you still choose to toil in the fields. How foolish." Wang Damei suggested, "Ziming, let me accompany you. What if you find yourself overwhelmed?" Qin Ziming shook his head. "No worries, just wait for me at home." "All right." Though somewhat apprehensive, Wang Damei nodded in agreement, watching as Qin Ziming rode away, gradually fading from view. Along the way, Qin Ziming began to envision a bright future. Once they reached the county town, these mushrooms would surely be in high demand. After selling all the mushrooms from home, he would send Wang Damei back to gather more from the mountains. Before long, he would be on the brink of becoming a wealthy individual. With such wealth, would the members of the old Han family dare to look down on him? As Qin Ziming arrived in the county town, the sun was already bright in the sky. He dismounted, pushing the bicycle while aimlessly wandering the streets. This was his inaugural experience selling goods, and he was devoid of any expertise. However, he had seen enough to have a basic understanding. With the onset of reform and opening up, selling goods no longer required the furtive caution of the past, fearing discovery by the authorities. One could simply ask anyone if they were interested, and they would likely make a purchase. Qin Ziming had set a price of 1 yuan per pound for these authentic wild mushrooms, a figure he deemed reasonable, though ordinary families might find it steep. As he strolled, he scanned the surroundings for potential customers who appeared affluent. Before long, he encountered a man wearing glasses, riding a 2/8 bicycle, who at least gave the impression of being a minor leader. Qin Ziming hastily approached, calling out, "Hey there, interested in some wild mushrooms?" The bespectacled man halted, scrutinizing Qin Ziming closely. "Sure, I could use some to make soup for dinner," he replied. Upon hearing this, Qin Ziming felt a surge of joy. The man seemed well versed in the matter, bolstering his confidence in selling mushrooms. These were genuine wild mushrooms from the mountains. Qin Ziming quickly brought over a basket and presented it before the man. As the man leaned in to inspect the contents, his initial delight faded upon realizing the basket was filled with poisonous mushrooms, causing his expression to shift dramatically. Qin Ziming mistakenly believed that the man had taken a liking to him, and a surge of delight coursed through his heart as he eagerly inquired, "So, what do you think? Are these fine specimens? How many would you like?" However, the bespectacled man stared blankly for a considerable moment before retrieving his gaze and retorted to Qin Ziming, "What do you mean, how many? Are you out of your mind? Are you trying to sell poisonous mushrooms?" The man shot a look at Qin Ziming as if he were a fool. "If you don't want to buy, then just refrain from speaking nonsense. All the mushrooms in my basket are perfectly fine. Where would the poisonous ones come from?" Qin Ziming could no longer contain himself. The mushrooms that Wang Damei had painstakingly gathered were being disparaged as poisonous. He had endured humiliation daily at Lao Han's place, and now, outside, he was being insulted as well. Chapter 46. Public security. What is your problem? If your mind is not functioning properly, you should return home to seek treatment instead of attempting to sell things. Keep the poisonous mushrooms for yourself, the bespectacled man said without any courtesy. Early in the morning, he had been in good spirits until he encountered an absolute fool. "Say that again." Qin Ziming was immediately infuriated, pointing at the bespectacled man and shouting, "Get lost. I have work to do and no time to waste on your nonsense." The bespectacled man, weary of engaging with the foolish individual before him, attempted to leave with a push of his foot. Qin Ziming was unwilling to let him go, grabbing the handlebars of the man's bicycle with one hand while using the other to clutch at his clothing, trying to pull him down. "Let go." The bespectacled man exerted all his strength, yet he could not escape Qin Ziming's grip. Suddenly, he noticed an open sack on the ground, and an idea sparked in his mind. He lifted his foot and kicked it. Bang! The basket was immediately knocked over, and the mushrooms spilled everywhere. Damn it! Upon witnessing this scene, Qin Ziming was both furious and anxious. This was all money. Instinctively, he released his grip and crouched down to collect the scattered mushrooms back into the sack. This is the first time I've seen someone like you sell things so arrogantly. You should go check your head. It seems like it's filled with water. Taking advantage of this moment, the bespectacled man gestured an international sign of friendship towards Qin Ziming and rode away on his bicycle. By the time Qin Ziming regained his composure and thought to chase after him, it was already too late. Wait for me. Don't let me encounter you again. Qin Ziming cursed at the retreating figure of the bespectacled man. He then returned to picking up the mushrooms, feeling quite displeased. It was entirely different from what he had anticipated. He had expected to make a great sale, yet here he was, confronted by such an ignorant customer. What bad luck. Moments later, Qin Ziming finally gathered all the mushrooms. After securing the basket back onto the rear of his bicycle, he continued to push it down the street, inquiring if anyone would like to purchase mushrooms. However, after asking several people, he received nearly identical responses. No one was willing to buy. Some even laughed behind his back, saying, "Where did this fool come from? Do they think we city folk are ignorant? Those are all poisonous mushrooms, and he keeps insisting we buy them. What do they know?" Qin Ziming felt indignant at this. He believed these people were all the same, utterly ignorant. After all, even Qin Hao, with his limited skills, could go up the mountain to collect mushrooms to sell. Was he really inferior to that little rascal, Qin Hao? It was merely a matter of bad luck. He just hadn't encountered anyone knowledgeable yet. Encouraging himself, Qin Ziming continued to push his cart, calling out to sell. Time passed swiftly, and before he knew it, it was already noon. Exhausted and drenched in sweat, he had not sold even half a kilogram of mushrooms. Why am I so unlucky? Qin Ziming lamented, parking his bicycle and sitting by the roadside to rest. Meanwhile, not far away at the entrance of an alley, two elderly women, having finished their meal, gathered to chat. "Hey, did you hear? A fool came to our county town this morning, selling poisonous mushrooms." One of them said, "My son said he was selling them quite expensively. For $1 a pound. How ridiculous. How could he dare to sell them for such a price? Who knows? I really don't understand what he was thinking. That's why they call him a fool." Ha ha. Their conversation quickly attracted the attention of three men passing by. Although they were casually dressed, their demeanor was markedly different from ordinary people. One could tell they were public servants. The three men halted and looked at the two women, their expressions serious as they asked, "What were you just saying? Someone is selling poisonous mushrooms. Where did you see that? Who are you?" The two women inquired. The leader took out his identification, which prominently displayed the words, "Public Security." "Now can you tell us?" The two women were taken aback, realizing the three before them were plainclothes officers. Even though they felt pity for the fool who might be caught by the police, they dared not conceal any information. Otherwise, they would find themselves in trouble as well. One of the women pointed into the distance and truthfully relayed, "I think he was just on that street this morning. I don't know if he's still there, but he was pushing a bicycle with two baskets. His mind seems a bit off," the other woman added. Having received vital information from the two women, the three officers quickly made their way to the scene. "Zhang, do you think that is him?" Soon, one of them pointed ahead. Captain Zhang followed the direction of the finger and, sure enough, made a significant discovery. He saw a man sitting on the curb, staring blankly, with a bicycle parked beside him and two baskets tied to the back of the seat. This matched the description given by the two women perfectly. It must be him. Let us act. Don't let him escape. With Captain Zhang's command, the three men immediately dispersed, swiftly encircling the direction where Qin Ziming was located. At that moment, Qin Ziming had just finished resting. He stood up, brushed off the dust from his backside, and prepared to continue searching for customers. He had made up his mind to sell both baskets of mushrooms today. Otherwise, he would not return home. However, just then, he noticed a figure rushing towards him. Qin Ziming's heart leapt with joy. Could it be that his efforts throughout the morning were not in vain? Had someone come to help him promote his mushrooms? "Are you here to buy mushrooms?" As the person approached, Qin Ziming eagerly called out. Yet, the individual did not utter a word, stepping forward to glance inside the baskets, then pulling out a white mushroom for inspection. Following that, the person nodded slightly towards him. Before Qin Ziming could comprehend what was happening, he was suddenly embraced from behind. The immense force caused his knees to buckle, and he fell to the ground. This abrupt turn of events startled Qin Ziming, and he shouted, "What are you doing? Is this a robbery?" His voice quickly drew the attention of passers-by, who turned to look in their direction. Just as Qin Ziming believed he could be saved, A commanding voice echoed from the side. Silence. We are from the Public Security Bureau. You are suspected of selling poisonous mushrooms. Do you understand? Come with us. Upon hearing this, Qin Ziming's complexion turned ashen, and his body trembled uncontrollably. He never anticipated that instead of his client, the police would arrive. This was a complete disaster. I. Qin Ziming attempted to defend himself. Would I? Take him away. At Captain Zhang's command. Qin Ziming was escorted back to the Public Security Bureau. Chapter 47. A crisis unfolds. A decision regarding your punishment has been rendered. A fine of 500 yuan and 7 days of detention. Where do you reside? We will notify your family to pay the fine. A police officer coldly informed Qin Ziming as he entered the room. This leniency was afforded to Qin Ziming due to his status as a first-time offender, as no severe consequences had ensued. Otherwise, he would undoubtedly face several years in prison. Nevertheless, for Qin Ziming, it felt as though the sky had collapsed upon him. The fine of 500 yuan was a considerable burden, and the prospect of 7 days in detention loomed ominously before him. This was, in essence, a sentence of death for Qin Ziming. The villagers would inevitably learn of the incident. The son-in-law of the prominent village secretary, apprehended for selling toxic mushrooms in the county, was a grievous blow to Han Guohua's reputation. There was a possibility that this would hinder Han Guohua's prospects for advancement. The Han family would certainly be furious. How could he possibly escape unscathed? Yet, even if he wished to conceal the matter, it was an impossible endeavor. After 7 days of being unaccounted for, Han Guohua and Wang Damei would surely go mad. Moreover, even if he could endure the 7 days, without paying the fine, he would remain confined within the police precinct. Speak up quickly. Do not waste time. The officer's impatience grew as Qin Ziming remained silent. With no other choice, Qin Ziming steeled himself and provided his family's address, Nantang Village. That afternoon, the old Qin household erupted in chaos. Wang Damei's anguished cries echoed throughout the courtyard. Ziming, my son, how am I supposed to live? Qin Weiman sat in the house, his face darkened with worry. He had never anticipated that the situation would escalate to such severity. I warned you that this was a reckless endeavor, yet you and Ziming insisted on proceeding. Now look where we are, he sighed after a moment. This statement only served to inflame Wang Damei's anger further. What good does it do to say that now? Why didn't you dissuade us back then? You useless old man. Qin Weiman fell silent. He had already offered 2 warnings, yet Wang Damei and her son had completely disregarded his counsel. At that moment, Wang Damei suddenly wiped her tears and stormed out of the house. Where are you going? Qin Weiman shouted, rushing after her, fearful that she might do something rash. I'm going to confront Qin Hao. It's all his fault that my son was arrested. I want to let him off easily. In Wang Damei's eyes, Qin Ziming's arrest was completely attributed to Qin Hao. If it weren't for him, how would Qin Ziming have thought to sell mushrooms in the county? Therefore, if there was blame to be assigned, it could only fall upon Qin Hao. What does this have to do with Xiao Hao? Qin Weiman lamented helplessly. After all, Qin Hao had clearly stated that the mushrooms were not toxic, but Wang Damei and Qin Ziming had refused to listen. They insisted on proceeding. Wang Damei, disregarding all else, charged to the side room and shouted, Qin Hao, you little beast, come out here. Inside the side room, Lin Yuxin furrowed her brows upon hearing the commotion outside, and turned to Qin Hao. Why is she causing trouble for you again? This has nothing to do with you. They had both witnessed the police's arrival earlier, and with Wang Damei shouting, they could easily surmise that something had gone awry with Qin Ziming. She must be bored. Instead of focusing on getting her son out by paying the fine, she comes here to vent her frustrations on me. Truly, a mother like her. Qin Hao scoffed as he stood up to confront her. As he opened the door, he found Wang Damei disheveled and standing outside. Qin Hao, you owe me for my son. You've ruined him. Upon seeing Qin Hao, Wang Damei pointed an accusatory finger at him. Your son was arrested because he broke the law. He deserves it. What does that have to do with me? Qin Hao retorted coldly. Nonsense. If you hadn't taken the mushrooms to the county to make money, my son would never have gone. If he hadn't gone, how would he have been caught? Wang Damei shouted vehemently. Qin Hao remained unfazed, his demeanor unchanged as he replied. Who saw it with their own eyes? Who can provide you with proof? If that endeavor was so lucrative, why would I still be sitting here at home? Moreover, if you say I took the mushrooms to the county, how is it that I'm still standing here, unarrested, while your son is the one who got caught? His barrage of questions left Wang Damei speechless, her mind buzzing. She had prepared a retort, yet now, she could not muster a single word. All she could do was glare at Qin Hao, panting in frustration. Observing Wang Damiai's state, Qin Hao sneered. If you have the energy to argue with me, perhaps you should consider how to bail your son out instead. Wang Damiai, too, wished to rescue Qin Ziming promptly. However, funds were required. Not only could her family not produce the amount needed, but even if they sold everything they owned, they could not gather 500 yuan. Borrowing from others was out of the question, as no one would lend money to someone like Wang Damiai. This was, in fact, the very reason Wang Damiai sought to confront Qin Hao. She was convinced that either Qin Hao or Lin Yuxin must have some money left. Thus, she aimed to exploit this opportunity to drain them completely. Qin Hao, stop with the useless chatter. Ziming is in a dire situation. You cannot evade responsibility. At the very least, you must contribute 400 yuan towards the fine. Wang Damiai shouted once more, her voice filled with urgency. Nonsense. If you don't have the money, let him stay in the detention center for life. Qin Hao replied coldly. To him, Qin Ziming's fate was of no concern. If Qin Ziming were to remain imprisoned for eternity, that would be preferable. It would bring a measure of peace to the entire household. There was no way Qin Hao would spend money to create trouble for himself. He turned to close the door and return inside, unwilling to endure any further of Wang Damiai's complaints. Seeing this, Wang Damiai turned to Qin Weimin and yelled, You old fool, why are you just standing there? Hurry up and make Qin Hao give us the money. Do you truly want to watch Ziming suffer in there for a lifetime? This, Qin Weimin frowned. His expression one of deep conflict. Yet, paying the fine was the most pressing concern, and he had no choice but to confront Qin Hao. Xiao Hao, given the gravity of the situation at home, please help us out a bit. You two see how much you can gather, and contribute whatever you can. Turning back, I urged Ziming to offer you a bit more interest. Is that acceptable? Qin Weimin sighed as he deliberated with Qin Hao. Simultaneously, his eyes glimmered with longing, hoping that Qin Hao would readily acquiesce. However, before Qin Hao could respond, Wang Damiai interjected vehemently. She stamped her foot and pointed an accusing finger at Qin Weimin, exclaiming, Have you lost your senses? Not a single cent, less than 400. As for interest, what a ridiculous notion. Immediately after, she turned to Qin Hao and shouted, Hurry inside and fetch the money. Otherwise, none of us will have a good day today. Chapter 48. Confrontation at the door. Pay me? Don't even dream about it. As soon as the words left his mouth, Qin Hao had already slammed the door of the side room shut. Qin Hao, you little rascal, come out here. Witnessing this, Wang Damiai rushed forward, frantically banging on the door. However, at that moment, Han Guohua, with an ominous expression, entered the courtyard, accompanied by Zhao Sufan and Han Yongqiang. Qin Weimin, Wang Damiai, you both need to clarify what is going on today. Why did Qin Ziming go to the county town to sell poisonous mushrooms and end up getting arrested? Upon seeing Han Guohua and the others, Wang Damiai's bravado immediately diminished. Her gaze shifted, unable to meet theirs. What is happening? Speak up. Han Guohua glared fiercely at Wang Damiai. He was already straining to control his temper. Otherwise, he would have torn Wang Damiai apart. He had thought that after giving Qin Ziming a lesson a few days prior, he would learn his lesson. Yet, he had vastly underestimated Qin Ziming's ability to cause trouble, selling poisonous mushrooms and being locked up. Moreover, Qin Ziming was his son-in-law. The entire village was whispering about the son-in-law of the brigade secretary being arrested for selling poisonous mushrooms. Han Guohua's reputation was in tatters. If the higher authorities found out, his prospects for promotion would be dashed. Father-in-law, it's all that little brat Qin Hao's fault. He told Ziming that the mushrooms could be sold in the county, and that's how Ziming got into trouble. You arrived just in time. Qin Hao is hiding in the house right now. Let us drag him out together. Wang Damiai hastily plastered a smile on her face, shifting the blame onto Qin Hao. Despite the fact that Qin Hao had humiliated Han Guohua publicly a few days ago, their family was still angry but had not lost their rationality. Regardless of what Qin Hao had said, there was no substantial evidence. Blaming Qin Hao would ultimately solve nothing. Wang Damiai, don't think we are oblivious to your character. We may not know what Qin Hao said, but I saw you visit my home to see Qin Ziming. You two were whispering about something, and in the past few days, Qin Ziming has been sneaking over to your home. Now that trouble has struck, you cannot escape responsibility. Zhao Sufan shouted sternly. Oh dear, this is so unfair. Wang Damiai's expression changed instantly as she pounded her thighs, feigning despair. Zhao Sufan scoffed and said, Then let Qin Ziming stay in there. This remark shattered Wang Damiai's composure. At this moment, the only ones who could save Qin Ziming were Han Guohua's family. The 500 yuan fine was within their means. If even Han Guohua's family refused to help Qin Ziming, then his fate would truly be sealed. Father-in-law, mother-in-law, Ziming was momentarily confused. Please find a way to help him. At this moment, Wang Damiai's face was devoid of any smile, her expression sorrowful as she implored Han Guohua and Zhao Sufan. Her transformation was astonishingly swift. Qin Weiman sighed, saying, Secretary Han, the Public Security Bureau is demanding a fine of 500 yuan. Our family truly cannot afford it right now. Please think of a way. Let us rescue this child first. Yes, Ziming is your son-in-law. You cannot turn a blind eye. Wang Damiai echoed. While rescuing Qin Ziming was indeed crucial, she was loath to part with the money, planning to rely entirely on the Han family. Han Guohua's face darkened ominously, his eyes reddening as he glared at Wang Damiai and Qin Weiman. For Qin Ziming to get into such serious trouble, the old Qin family was not willing to contribute a single cent. How could they expect his family to cover the expenses? This old Qin family was practically a disaster. Father, let Qin Ziming fend for himself this time, Han Yongxiang offered, attempting to persuade. After a moment of contemplation, Han Guohua waved his hand decisively, saying, You all figure it out yourselves. Let us go. Seeing Han Guohua about to leave, Wang Damiai was utterly panicked. She rushed forward, kneeling and desperately grasping Han Guohua's leg, pleading, Father-in-law, you cannot leave. Please save Ziming. I will serve you for life if you can help him. Faced with Wang Damiai's desperate pleas, Han Guohua cast her a disdainful glance and uttered a single word, Get lost. He then kicked her, sending her sprawling on the ground, and walked away without looking back. It was over. It was all over. No one cared about Ziming's predicament. Wang Damiai collapsed on the ground, weeping inconsolably. At that moment, she felt as if she wanted to die. After crying for a while, Wang Damiai wiped her tears and turned to Qin Weiman, commanding, Hurry and break down the door to find your son for money. If he doesn't come, go borrow it. I don't care how you do it. You must gather 500 yuan today. Hearing Wang Damiai's words, Qin Weiman felt a surge of irritation, a flicker of resentment appearing in his eyes. With a slap infused with the anger simmering within Qin Weiman, he exerted nearly all his strength, sending Wang Damiai sprawling to the ground. Dazed, she saw stars, her face ablaze with pain, teetering on the brink of unconsciousness. Sitting on the ground, she cradled her swollen cheek, her eyes brimming with disbelief as she stared at Qin Weiman. You struck me? How dare you hit me? How am I to live like this? Qin Weiman cast a glance and remarked, If you don't want to live like this, then just stay in the courtyard. I have been far too indulgent with you. Chapter 49. Buying a television after receiving a resounding slap from Qin Weiman, Wang Damiai threw herself onto the ground, wailing and rolling in despair. Yet, her antics garnered no attention from anyone. Once the commotion subsided, Wang Damiai reluctantly rose from the ground. With her son Qin Ziming awaiting the payment of a fine, she found herself compelled to devise a solution on her own. However, there was nothing of value within her home. In total, she could scarcely gather 100 yuan. Wang Damiai spent her days weeping. Her former arrogance and domineering demeanor vanished entirely. During this tumultuous period, she made a trip to the Public Security Bureau in the county town, hoping to plead for leniency in reducing the fine and to catch a glimpse of Qin Ziming. Unfortunately, her pleas were met with ruthless rejection from the Bureau's staff. What do you think this place is? Your son has committed a crime. Unless he pays the fine, he can forget about leaving. Wang Damiai was promptly escorted out. Meanwhile, Qin Ziming, confined in a small dark room, anxiously awaited his mother's arrival to rescue him from his plight. Yet, all he received was a disheartening message from the staff. Your mother was just here, but your family lacks the funds to pay the fine. You might as well settle in for the long haul. It seems you won't be getting out anytime soon. Cursing under his breath, Qin Ziming was filled with regret. His greatest motivation for marrying into the Lauhan family was to leverage their connections and wealth to soar to great heights. Instead, he had foolishly ventured into the county to sell illegal mushrooms. Not only did he fail to make any profit, but he also landed himself in serious trouble. His relationship with the Lauhan family had plummeted to an all-time low. Unless a miracle occurred, he could forget about relying on their support in the future. On another front, in recent days, due to Qin Ziming's arrest, Wang Damiai had been tirelessly scurrying about to borrow money, leaving her no time to trouble Qin Hao, which granted him a rare peace. He resumed his normal life, rising at dawn to labor alongside son Li Qiao and others in the production team. After returning home at noon, he would forage for mushrooms and hunt for wild game to sell in the county town. Today, having sold the mushrooms and wild game he had gathered, Qin Hao sought out a ticket dealer with whom he often exchanged items, managing to procure a coveted 12-inch black and white television ticket. Following the reforms and opening up of the economy, television factories had proliferated across the country. However, the supply still fell short of the demand. Once a batch was produced, it would be sold out almost immediately. People lined up to purchase televisions, and many resorted to backdoor dealings to acquire them. To regulate the market, the government imposed purchasing restrictions on industrial goods like televisions, necessitating a shopping voucher issued by relevant authorities for acquisition. These vouchers, known as industrial tickets, were akin to ration tickets for grain and meat, typically reserved for employees of state-owned enterprises, leaving ordinary citizens without access. Consequently, obtaining an industrial ticket became exceedingly difficult during this period. Armed with the television ticket, Qin Hao spent a substantial 400 yuan to acquire the television, along with 2 new quilts and various household goods. The staff at the supply and marketing cooperative were left astounded, unable to believe that this unassuming young man could make such extravagant purchases. Qin Hao hired an ox cart to transport the television and other items back home. Upon hearing the commotion outside, Lin Yuxin glanced out the window and was surprised to see Qin Hao jumping down from the cart. This departure from his usual quiet demeanor piqued her curiosity. However, the next moment, she was taken aback as she witnessed Qin Hao carefully unloading a television from the cart. Rushing outside, she exclaimed, "You bought so many things?" "Yes, you came out just in time to help me bring them inside," Qin Hao replied with a smile. Lin Yuxin nodded, assisting him in retrieving 2 new quilts from the cart. Meanwhile, neighbors, drawn by the noise, gathered around, initially believing that Wang Damei was causing another scene. Yet, when they beheld the television and the other items Qin Hao was carrying, they were left utterly speechless. When had the Lao Qin family become so affluent? Just days ago, Wang Damei had been desperately seeking loans to pay Qin Ziming's fine, yet here was Qin Hao returning with such a bounty. Despite their curiosity, the villagers quickly became fixated on the television in Qin Hao's hands. In Nantang village, such an item was a rarity. Even the family of the brigade secretary, Han Guohua, had not managed to procure a television. It was truly a one-of-a-kind acquisition. Inside the main house, Qin Weimin heard the commotion and rushed outside, his heart racing. After surveying the scene, he quickly pulled Qin Hao aside and whispered, "Xiao Hao, how did you manage to buy so many things? And a television? Where did the money come from? You haven't done anything illegal, have you?" After the incident with Qin Ziming, Qin Weimin was desperate to avoid further trouble with his own son. The thought of another calamity was almost unbearable. Perceiving his father's concern, Qin Hao reassured him, "Dad, don't worry. All this money was earned through hard work in the mountains. I haven't stolen or robbed anything." He refrained from disclosing the details of his foraging for wild ginseng, wanting only Lin Yuxin to know for now. He preferred to keep this secret from everyone else, including his father, who would not be of any assistance. Given the commotion surrounding the television purchase, Wang Damei would undoubtedly seek answers from his father. If she learned that Qin Hao had earned such a sum from foraging, she would surely stir up trouble. As long as Qin Hao's life improved, he was content for his father to enjoy the benefits alongside him. Seeing that Qin Hao was reluctant to elaborate, Qin Weimin chose not to press further. As long as his son stayed on the right path, he felt reassured. Just as he turned to head back inside, Qin Hao called out, "Dad, it's still early. I'll set up the television soon. You should come and watch with me." For this request from his son, Qin Weimin found it impossible to decline. Throughout his life, he had only heard of televisions, but had never actually seen one. "All right." Qin Weimin nodded and strode toward the side chamber. At that moment, all the neighbors stood watching him with rapt, yearning eyes. Just like him, none of them had ever laid eyes upon a television. Now that a television had at last arrived in the village, an irrepressible, almost feline restlessness stirred in every heart. Though, in recent years, their relations with the Lao Qin household had gradually cooled, largely due to Wang Damei's influence. The allure of the television proved irresistible. At last, one neighbor hurried forward, his face alight with eager, ingratiating smiles. "Old Qin, well, none of us have ever seen a television either. Your son, Xiao Hao, has truly made his mark, bringing our village its very first television. Might we, perhaps, share in its marvel for a little while?" Chapter 50. The Wrath of the People for Qin Weimin. This undoubtedly presented an excellent opportunity to mend the relationships with his neighbors. However, as the television was not purchased by him, he needed to seek Qin Hao's consent first. He cast a hesitant glance at Qin Hao and said, "Xiao Hao, how do you think we should proceed with this matter?" Qin Hao, understanding the chance to ease tensions, promptly nodded and replied, "Dad, let the neighbors come in. There is enough space for everyone." Upon hearing this, Qin Weiman's expression brightened, and he immediately began to invite the neighbors in. "Old Qin, your eldest son is truly impressive. This television is a rare treasure. Indeed, I saw one at the supply and marketing cooperative in the county last time. The salesperson claimed it cost several hundred yuan." The neighbors, filled with delight, praised Qin Hao as they entered the side room. Though space in the side room was limited, it did not significantly affect the gathering. If there wasn't enough room to sit on the calm, they stood instead, each having chosen their own spot. As Qin Hao powered on the television, he provided the neighbors with an audiovisual feast. Despite it being merely a black and white television with often snowy images and an unstable signal, it did not diminish their enthusiasm for the programs. Their eyes were glued to the small screen. In this era of relative information scarcity, the television offered a glimpse into the outside world, allowing these individuals, who had spent most of their lives in the countryside, to find joy and anticipation in their otherwise mundane existence. Meanwhile, Wang Damei had spent an exhausting afternoon running around the village, not only feeling utterly fatigued but also with her lips chapped, only to end up borrowing not a single cent. As she approached the courtyard, she was met with the sounds of lively conversation emanating from the side room. Curious, she wondered what could be causing such a commotion. What made Qin Hao so well-liked? Listening to the laughter from within, it seemed something good was happening. This prompted Wang Damei to quicken her pace and barge into the side room. To her astonishment, she found the local villagers crowded inside, including Qin Weiman sitting on the calm. All were intently focused on the black and white television perched on the cabinet, engrossed in the broadcast. Wang Damei stood frozen in disbelief. "Where did this television come from?" she exclaimed. "Of course, it's your Xiao Hao who bought it." A villager quickly responded. Upon hearing this, Wang Damei felt a mix of anger and bitterness, her expression darkening. When she had asked Qin Hao for money, he had insisted he had none, refusing to part with even a single yuan. Yet, just a few days later, he had managed to procure a television worth hundreds of yuan. Did this not blatantly oppose her? "Qin Hao, you ungrateful wretch. Your brother is in trouble, and when I ask you for money, you say you have none. Yet you turn around and buy a television. What do you mean by that?" Wang Damei erupted in fury. Her words instantly chilled the once cheerful atmosphere in the room. All eyes turned towards her, each gaze tinged with displeasure. What should have been a joyous occasion was now disrupted by Wang Damei's intrusion. "Damei, what are you doing? Think of a way to help Zimming," Qin Weiman urged, not wishing to let the newly thawed relationships freeze over again. Yet, his words only ignited Wang Xiuqin's anger further. Her son was suffering in the detention center, and here was Qin Weiman, the stepfather, seemingly unconcerned as he watched television. "You old fool. Do you care nothing for my son's well-being? You still want to watch television? I'll make sure you don't," she shouted, charging towards the television while shooing everyone out. "Why should we leave?" The villagers grumbled. "Why? Because I plan to sell this television to get money for my son. If any of you want to watch it, pay up and take it home." Wang Damei had devised a shrewd plan. Since Qin Hao refused to lend her any money, she would sell the television. If he dared to stop her, she was prepared to confront him. After all, she was determined to get her hands on it. With a good sale, she could gather enough funds for the 500 yuan fine. However, Wang Damei's antics were unnecessary. The villagers became agitated upon hearing her words. Two individuals quickly stepped forward to protect the television, while others surrounded Wang Damei. "That television isn't yours. How dare you try to sell it?" "Exactly, that television is Xiao Hao's. What are you all doing? This is my family's matter, and you have no right to interfere. I can do whatever I want with this television. Get out of here," Wang Damei shouted, rolling up her sleeves and placing her hands on her hips. Under normal circumstances, her words would have sent them running, but this time was different. No one budged. Instead, they glared at her with indignation. Even Wang Damei felt a twinge of fear. She had never encountered such a scene before. She had never considered that this was an affair of the Qin family, unrelated to the villagers. They were merely there for entertainment and would not take Wang Damei's antics lightly. However, now that Qin Hao had proposed to separate from Wang Damei, the television he had purchased was clearly not her concern. Moreover, if Wang Damei were allowed to sell the television, what would the villagers watch? When their own interests were threatened, the villagers were not inclined to tolerate her behavior. "Xiao Hao is such a good boy, and he is unfortunate to have you as a stepmother." If you want to save your son, find your own way. Selling someone else's belongings for money? That is outrageous. If you don't back down, we'll call the Joint Defense Team and Secretary Han to settle this. You dare touch that television? I'll make you regret it. The crowd, each person voicing their opinion, fervently criticized Wang Demei. Their fervor suggested that violence could erupt at any moment. In such a remote rural area, the law does not hold the masses accountable. Even if they were to physically assault Wang Demei, it would be deemed her own fault. At this moment, witnessing the villagers' unusual behavior, Wang Xiuqin felt an overwhelming sense of anxiety. She found herself in a predicament, torn between two choices. In the past, when the television was stolen, she had genuinely feared a beating. Yet, if she refrained from acting, it would be akin to providing Qin Hao and Lin Yuxin with a source of amusement. Chapter 51 Equipment. Qin Weiman. Are you deaf? Can't you see that Qin Hao has gathered so many people to attack me? Why aren't you coming to help? Wang Demei shouted furiously. At that moment, Qin Weiman jumped down from the Kong, grabbing Wang Demei's arm and speaking in a low voice. Enough. Stop making a scene here. Come back to the house with me. Wang Demei, her eyes wide with rage, retorted, I want to save my son. How could I possibly save him incorrectly? You old fool, you always side with your own son. Feeling increasingly suffocated by her emotions, she plopped down on the ground, refusing to get up. The room was filled with mocking and derisive glances directed at Wang Demei. Under normal circumstances, they would have laughed out loud, but given that they were at the Lao Qin's house watching television, they felt obliged to show some respect. Otherwise, would they be welcome to come back in the future? Even so, Qin Weiman felt a flush of embarrassment. Come with me now. If you wish to make a fuss, do it at home, he insisted, pulling Wang Demei up from the ground and leading her out. This life is unbearable. Wang Demei's screams echoed from outside. Qin Weiman, you old man, let go of me. Qin Hao chuckled and said to the villagers in the room, all right. She has finally been taken away by my dad. Let's continue watching television. Upon hearing this, the villagers' faces lit up with joy once more. Xiao Hao, if Wang Demei bullies you again in the future, just tell us. We will support you. One villager exclaimed. I have long found her displeasing. Who says otherwise? She bullies Xiao Hao every day. She is nothing but a coward who preys on the weak. With so many of us, can we not deal with one Wang Demei? She has truly spoiled her own character. Seizing the opportunity, the villagers rallied around Qin Hao in support. Then I thank you, uncles and aunts. Qin Hao replied with a broader smile. This was the outcome he had hoped for. When it came to other matters, Wang Demei might have made a scene, but the television was something all the villagers wanted to watch. It was utterly impossible for her to infringe upon everyone's interests. Just as Qin Hao had anticipated, Wang Demei became much more subdued afterward. Although she passed by the side room with a dark expression each time, she no longer dared to barge in and seize the television. Even if she harbored such intentions, she lacked the courage, fearing that the villagers would genuinely give her trouble. With Qin Ziming absent and Qin Weiman not standing by her side, Wang Demei, no matter how capable she thought she was, dared not confront so many people. Every evening, after dinner, she experienced her most tormenting moments. The villagers would crowd into the side room to watch television, even Qin Weiman joining them, leaving Wang Demei alone in the main room. Occasionally, she could hear the laughter and joy emanating from the side room, which filled her with both anger and resentment. Yet, she could only glare helplessly, without any recourse. Qin Hao, you little rascal, wait for me. One day after lunch, Qin Hao ventured into the mountains to forage for mushrooms. Afterward, he arrived at the location where he had set traps, eager to see if he had caught any wild chickens. Upon discovering a wild chicken trap, he was overjoyed, realizing he would have some money coming in. He quickly removed the dead chicken and hung it at his waist. Then, he reset the traps and went to check another location. However, when he arrived at the next trap, he noticed something unusual. The trap contained only dried blood, devoid of any prey. Surrounding it were several footprints. Upon closer inspection, he realized they were wolf tracks. This indicated that wolves indeed roamed the mountains. From the bloodstains, it was evident that wolves had been active in the vicinity just the night before. A chill ran down Qin Hao's spine. At present, he had only a slingshot for hunting. If he were to encounter a wolf, he would be in grave danger. The slingshot's lethality was barely sufficient for small animals, and attempting to use it against a wolf would clearly be suicidal. With this thought, Qin Hao hastily made his way down the mountain. However, he did not head straight home. Instead, he followed a country road to a house built against the mountain. This was the residence of an elderly man in his 50s named Pang Jianbao, once a renowned hunter throughout the village a decade ago. Having never married or had children, he lived alone in this old house. Qin Hao pushed the door open and entered. "Uncle Pang, are you home?" "Xiao Hao, how have you been lately? I heard you married a beautiful wife without spending a penny." Pang Jianbao, a cheerful man, had a close relationship with Qin Hao, as the latter often visited him as a child. "Have you been hunting in the mountains? You managed to catch a wild chicken," Pang Jianbao remarked, glancing at the chicken hanging from Qin Hao's waist with a smile. "Uncle Pang, please don't tease me. I learned this from you in the past. I am nowhere near your level." Qin Hao scratched his head. "Did you come to see me for something? Surely you don't want me to teach you more hunting methods?" Qin Hao shook his head. "Uncle Pang, I saw wolves in the mountains today. I remember you used to have a shotgun, and I would like to borrow it for self-defense." "I haven't hunted in years. I gave the shotgun away long ago," Pang Jianbao replied. As he had aged, he rarely ventured into the mountains anymore, only setting a few traps nearby to catch small animals like rabbits or wild chickens. Hearing this, Qin Hao felt disappointed, thinking he could borrow a shotgun for protection, but it seemed that wouldn't happen. He would have to find another way. Just then, Pang Jianbao shifted his tone and added, "Even without a shotgun, I have a few items that you can use. I guarantee that wolves will steer clear upon seeing them." He led Qin Hao outside, to a nearby shed, where he retrieved a triangular spearhead. Though it was rusty from years of disuse, with a bit of polishing, it could become a highly effective weapon. If thrown with sufficient force, it could even pierce a wild boar. Additionally, Pang Jianbao found a large bundle of unassembled bows and arrows. Everything is new, crafted during his leisure time. The arrows are fashioned from the fangs of wolves, designed to inflict lethal wounds upon their prey. Even in the presence of a wolf, a single shot would surely seal its fate. Additionally, 3 traps for capturing beasts were also provided to Qin Hao. With these supplies, Qin Hao undoubtedly gained an advantage. He expressed his gratitude with a warm smile, saying, "Thank you, Grandpa Pang." "There is no need for thanks. Simply put them to use," was the reply. Holding the gear gifted by Pang Jianbao, Qin Hao immediately began to busy himself upon returning home. Chapter 52. Venison. Qin Hao's gaze was intense as he grasped the wooden bough, which emanated a faint aroma of wood, reminiscent of the forest itself. He then picked up a resilient bowstring, deftly securing one end to the lower part of the bough. The bowstring tightened, emitting a subtle hum. Qin Hao meticulously adjusted the tension of the bowstring, ensuring it was taut, yet evenly balanced, neither too loose nor too tight. He took an arrow shaft from the side, gently inserting the wolf-tooth arrowhead into the front end of the shaft, and securing it with iron wire to guarantee the arrowhead was stable and sharp. Subsequently, he carefully affixed 3 arrow feathers to the rear of the shaft, ensuring they aligned perfectly with the bowstring. Qin Hao held the assembled arrow, scrutinizing it closely. The shaft was straight, the arrowhead sharp, and the feathers light. Everything was just right. Setting the bow and arrow aside, Qin Hao focused on meticulously sharpening a short spear, ensuring its tip was sufficiently sharp. Now equipped with a bow, arrows, and a spear, he felt prepared to face any wolves he might encounter in the mountains. After all, it was these very weapons that had earned Pang Jianbao his reputation in the hills. He bestowed these weapons upon himself, confident they would suffice for most dangers, instilling him with a renewed sense of confidence for the upcoming hunting expedition. The following day, as dawn broke, Qin Hao eagerly ventured into the forest. After successfully hunting 3 wild rabbits, he arrived at a grove abundant with fruit trees, their branches laden with vibrant red berries. He recalled his childhood, when his mother would take a bamboo basket up the mountain each morning, returning with it filled with such wild fruits. He reached up to pluck a few, sitting down on the grass to savor them. The sweet and tangy flavor mirrored his memories perfectly. Just then, an odd call echoed through the air. Qin Hao instantly heightened his vigilance, turning towards the sound, spotting over 20 spotted deer approaching from a distance. The spotted deer are particularly fond of sweet berries, and autumn is the season when these wild fruits ripen. As autumn arrives, deer herds often leave the open grasslands and gather in the perilous forests in search of fallen fruit. Qin Hao pressed against a large tree, scanning the herd. He quickly selected one as his target. Taking a deep breath, he knocked an arrow onto the bowstring and slowly drew back the bow. The string tightened in his grip, resonating with a deep hum. His eyes, sharp as a hawk's, focused on the spotted deer. With a swift release, the wolf-tooth arrow shot forth, slicing through the air and embedding itself firmly in the deer's body. The herd scattered in panic, and the injured deer instinctively fled towards the woods. It must be said that the lethality of the bow and arrow provided by Peng Jianbao was indeed formidable. The deer did not run far before collapsing to the ground. As he prepared to return, Qin Hao suddenly had an idea. He climbed the tree to gather a substantial amount of wild fruit, intending to bring some back for Lin Yuxin to taste. It was only after filling a basket that he made his way home. "I'm back," Qin Hao announced as he placed the deer in the kitchen, holding some wild fruit as he entered the house. "These are wild fruits from the mountains. I happened to find them today and picked some for you to try later. They taste quite good," he said, setting the fruits down on the Kong. "All right," Lin Yuxin nodded in response. Qin Hao stepped out of the room and began processing the deer in the kitchen. The deer was a treasure trove. Antlers, blood, fetus, tendons, kidneys, bones, teeth, and marrow all had medicinal value. Selling these at the apothecary could yield substantial profit, so Qin Hao was exceedingly careful with each step. The first task was to cut off the antlers. The antlers of this deer were quite large, weighing approximately 2 pounds, promising a handsome price. With the fresh antlers still dripping blood, he knew he had to cook them quickly to prevent spoilage. He filled a pot with water, bringing it to a boil before submerging the antlers to blanch them, repeating the process until the fuzzy surface was entirely removed. Once cooked, the antlers were smooth and the skin tightened. Qin Hao fashioned 2 lengths of grass rope to hang the antlers by the window for ventilation. After more than 2 hours of diligent work, he finally completed the butchering of the spotted deer. For lunch, he prepared venison stew with potatoes. He placed the diced venison into boiling water, adding scallions and ginger to eliminate any gamey odor. In a separate pan, he heated oil, sautéing scallions, ginger, and garlic to release their fragrance before adding the venison to stir-fry. He then incorporated soy sauce and other seasonings along with an appropriate amount of water, bringing it to a boil before reducing the heat to simmer the venison slowly. Once the meat was nearly cooked, he added the diced potatoes, continuing to stew until they were tender. The result was a pot of aromatic venison stew with potatoes. As the dish was served, it was Lin Yuxin's first experience with venison, and she eagerly picked up her chopsticks to sample a piece. The meat was juicy, bursting with flavor as she bit into it, the savory essence enveloping her palate with warmth, a look of satisfaction spreading across her face. Qin Hao, however, did not join her at the table. Instead, he turned and headed back to the kitchen, ladling a generous bowl of venison stew with potatoes, preparing to head out. "Where are you going?" Lin Yuxin asked, puzzled. "I'm taking some to my dad," Qin Hao replied. He had recently noticed that Wang Damei was often out, leaving Qin Weimin to make do with meager meals. Given that he had finally hunted a spotted deer, it was the perfect opportunity to improve his father's diet. In the main room, Qin Weimin was alone, rummaging through the cupboard for 2 cold leftover buns. Washing them down with a bowl of hot water, his lunch. When Qin Hao walked in, he observed his father taking a bite of the dry bun, followed by a sip of hot water. "Dad, don't eat buns anymore. I brought you something to eat," he said, feeling a pang in his heart at his father's pitiful state as he handed over the bowl. The aroma of the venison stew was enticing, greatly stimulating his appetite. Qin Weimin took the bowl, his eyes widening. It had been a long time since he had tasted something so delightful. "Where did this come from? Have you eaten?" he asked, his chopsticks hesitating. "I hunted a spotted deer this morning. I'll eat when I get back," Qin Hao replied, feeling his eyes welling up at the sight of his father's forlorn expression. "All right." Qin Weimin set aside his teacup and finally grasped his chopsticks, eagerly digging into the food. "Did you make this meat?" "It's quite delicious," he chuckled with a hearty smile. A large bowl of venison stew with potatoes was consumed in a remarkably short time, with not a drop of the broth wasted. It was savored to the last sip. After all, it had been quite some time since such a sumptuous meal had graced the table, especially the meat, the taste of which had nearly faded from memory. Qin Weimin appeared to still be yearning for more. Observing this, Qin Hao returned to the house and brought back 5 pounds of venison, stating, "Father, please keep this meat for yourself. Next time, I will prepare something else for you and bring it over." Chapter 53 State-run restaurant with so much meat, you and Yuxin can keep it. Qin Weimin quickly gestured dismissively. "Dad, I still have plenty in my room," Qin Hao replied, placing the venison on the stove. "If there's nothing else, I'll head back." As he stepped outside, he encountered Wang Damei entering the courtyard. She immediately spotted Qin Hao, and her already unattractive face elongated further. "What were you doing in my room?" Wang Damei demanded loudly. Qin Hao glanced at her but chose to ignore her, turning back to enter the side room. Seeing this, Wang Damei rushed into the main room. Upon entering, she saw the large chunk of meat on the stove. Her eyes widened in shock, and she shouted towards Qin Weiman, "Where did this meat come from?" "Xiao Hao went hunting in the mountains today and brought back some venison," Qin Weiman answered. Upon hearing this, Wang Damei immediately understood that the venison was not meant for her, but was a gift from Qin Hao to his father. This realization ignited her anger, and she vented it on Qin Weiman. "Why are you just standing there? Go cut some venison and fry it. I'm not home, so you don't need to cook lunch, right? Are you trying to starve me? I just ate." Xiao Hao brought over some venison stew with potatoes. "If you want to eat, just fry some," Qin Weiman replied. "Of course. He is your beloved son, always coming to honor you, while I, as the stepmother, have to cook for myself. You two are ganging up on me while my son isn't here," Wang Damei exclaimed, collapsing onto the Kong and weeping. The following morning, Qin Hao packed deer antlers and tendons into a basket, preparing to visit Wang Li at the county pharmacy. Just as he was about to leave, Lin Yuxin suddenly called out to him, "I'd like to go to the county town as well." Having lived in a big city for so long, Lin Yuxin had always thought the county town was too remote and backward. However, after spending several years in Nantang village, she had hardly ventured outside. Recently, seeing Qin Hao frequently going to the county town stirred her curiosity, and her perspective began to shift. It would be nice to explore the county town instead of being cooped up in the village. "All right, let's go together," Qin Hao replied with a smile. "I'll take you to the state-run restaurant for a nice meal at noon." "Really?" Lin Yuxin's eyes sparkled at his words. In this era, dining at a state-run restaurant was quite a luxury. Anyone lucky enough to enjoy a grand meal there could boast about it for months. "Of course it's true. Wait for me a moment. I'll be right back," Qin Hao said, setting down the basket and running out of the house. He spent 50 cents to borrow a bicycle from someone in the village. After all, it took over an hour to travel from the village to the town, and it would be unfair to make Lin Yuxin walk. Securing the basket to one side of the bicycle's rear seat, Qin Hao hopped on, planted his feet on the ground, and turned to Lin Yuxin, saying, "You can hop on now." Lin Yuxin nodded and sat sideways on the seat. After a moment's hesitation, she reached out to grasp the fabric around Qin Hao's waist and said, "All right, let us go." Noticing her action, Qin Hao smiled and pedaled towards the county town. He rode at a leisurely pace, mindful of Lin Yuxin to avoid any discomfort from the bumps. Sitting behind him, Lin Yuxin gazed at Qin Hao's broad back, feeling an unprecedented sense of security. By the time they reached the county town, it was already 10:30. Qin Hao rode straight to Wang Li's pharmacy. Upon seeing him, Wang Li's eyes brightened immediately. He warmly welcomed Qin Hao and Lin Yuxin inside, pouring them tea. "Brother Qin, what treasures have you brought this time?" Wang Li inquired cheerfully, his gaze sweeping eagerly over Qin Hao and the basket beside him. Qin Hao smiled slightly as he began to unpack the items from the basket, laying them out on the table. When Wang Li saw the deer antlers and tendons, his smile broadened, and he carefully picked them up to examine each one closely. Wang Li, accustomed to dealing with medicinal materials, recognized the quality of the two antler pieces, which were reddish-brown, cylindrical, with only one fork. Known colloquially as ergang, this type of antler was of the highest quality. "Excellent. This is indeed top-grade ergang flower deer antler, and it has been handled and dried without damaging the branches. Just in time, as I have a big client looking for deer antlers today. How about this price for the two antlers, plus the tendons and blood?" Wang Li asked, extending 5 fingers towards Qin Hao. "Deal." The price was close to what Qin Hao had anticipated, so he saw no need to haggle and nodded in agreement. "All right, sit tight for a moment while I fetch the money," Wang Li said, quickly heading to the back room. Lin Yuxin watched in amazement as the transaction unfolded between Zhao Zhenghua and the shopkeeper. The exchange was remarkably swift, lasting only a few minutes. It was evident that Qin Hao had also sold the wild ginseng he had dug up to this very man. Witnessing their deal further piqued Lin Yuxin's curiosity about Qin Hao. She had always known that medicinal materials were valuable, but both wild ginseng and the spotted deer were rare finds in the mountains. Even the luckiest individuals who stumbled upon them often couldn't secure them. Yet, Qin Hao seemed to possess some unique method, as he rarely returned empty-handed from his mountain excursions. While Lin Yuxin was lost in thought, Wang Li emerged with the money, a warm smile on his face as he handed it to Qin Hao. "Here, count it. A total of 500 yuan. Receiving the money from Wang Li, Qin Hao nodded, glancing at it before stowing it away in his pocket. "All right, I'll come back next time with more good items." With that, he took Lin Yuxin and left the pharmacy. After sending them off, Wang Li instructed a shop assistant to fetch a beautifully crafted brocade box. carefully placing the 2 antlers inside. He then pulled out a business card from his pocket and handed it to the assistant, saying, "Go to the match factory and tell factory director Chun that I have high-quality deer antlers available. Ask if he is interested." Understood, the assistant replied and hurried away with the card. Before long, he returned, saying, "Boss, Director Chun insists that the deer antler must be reserved for him. At 11:30 noon. He invites you to dine at the state-run restaurant." "All right, understood." Meanwhile, Qin Hao and Lin Yuxin had strolled around the county town, and soon it was midday. The two arrived at the entrance of the state-run restaurant, securing their bicycles beneath a tree outside. After locking them, they walked in side by side. Chapter 54. The restaurant incident. In his previous life, when Qin Hao was making a living in the county town, he had visited this restaurant. The dishes were exquisitely prepared, so much so that even after achieving success and tasting many rare delicacies, he could never find that unique flavor again. The interior of the restaurant remained simple, with 4 large tables and 4 small ones, creating a cozy yet crowded atmosphere filled with a sense of familiarity. 2 waitstaff lounged against the wall, casually nibbling on sunflower seeds and engaging in idle chatter. Upon seeing Qin Hao and Lin Yuxin enter, one of the waitstaff nonchalantly tossed aside the sunflower seed shells and asked with indifference, "Eating here?" "Yes," Qin Hao replied calmly. The two chose a small table and settled down. A menu hung on the wall, allowing diners to order as they pleased. The waitstaff spoke quickly, albeit with a hint of indifference. Qin Hao deliberately selected a seat by the window and, without hesitation, ordered the first dish, guabao ro. Following that, he added sha zhu kai, decent xian, and jingjiang ro si to his order. The waitstaff hastily scribbled on a notepad, glancing at Qin Hao's somewhat shabby attire, and then at the strikingly beautiful Lin Yuxin beside him, silently muttering to herself about how he was trying to impress a girl by ordering so many dishes. With a cold tone, she reminded him, "Our portions are large. You 2-1T finish all this. Please remove 2 items." Qin Hao smiled gently, his tone calm yet firm. "No problem. Please place the order as is." Seeing his refusal to heed her advice, the waitstaff rolled her eyes and retorted curtly, "Fine, you can pick up your food at the counter later." As she turned to leave, she muttered under her breath, "Let's see how you settle the bill later." Qin Hao heard her clearly, but merely shook his head in resignation. In this era, being a waitstaff was a stable job with a decent social status. Many had developed an arrogant attitude, making it common for them to lack enthusiasm in their service and even argue with customers. While waiting for their dishes, Qin Hao sat with his back to a corner table where 3 rather unruly young men were seated. Their table held only 2 plates of food, a tomato scrambled with eggs and spicy tofu, which had been nearly devoured. One of them, with a toothpick in his mouth, was eyeing Lin Yuxin intently. "Ji Chong, what are you staring at? Drool is about to drip," one of them teased. The young man named Zhou Ji Chong raised an eyebrow and said to his companions, "Look over there." The other 2 followed his gaze and were immediately captivated by Lin Yuxin's beauty. "Wow, she's quite stunning. That aura is incredible. Look at her delicate face. I just want to kiss it," they exclaimed, their mouths dry with desire. "Hey guys, should we go over and flirt?" Zhou Jichong suddenly suggested in a hushed tone. "Are you out of your mind? Don't you see there's a guy with her? Let us not stir up trouble." One of them frowned, glancing at Qin Hao's back. If she were alone or with another female companion, it would have been no issue for them to approach her. However, with a man present, he was hesitant to escalate the situation. "Ah Chow is right. Let's just admire from afar. That guy seems like he is not someone to mess with, especially since he is taking a girl out to eat. We don't want to attract bad luck." Another added, "Look at you all being cowards. That guy looks shabby. He probably came from some village to flirt with girls in our county. Besides, 3 of us should have nothing to fear from him." Zhou Jichong, driven by desire, squinted his eyes, completely disregarding his friend's warnings, and stood up to approach. "Hello there, beautiful." Zhou Jichong grinned as he boldly pulled out a chair from under the table and plopped down beside Lin Yuxin. "Get away." Lin Yuxin frowned slightly, her smile vanishing, replaced by a flicker of anger. She had encountered many like him in Nantang village, and with her assertive demeanor, she often managed to deter such harassers. However, in the village, everyone knew each other, and there was always a need to maintain some face, fearing gossip. Yet, individuals like Zhou Jichong had an exceptionally thick skin. Despite Lin Yuxin's clear annoyance and her request for him to leave, he pretended not to notice, continuing to stare at her with an insatiable gaze, smirking, "You've got some attitude. I like it. How about we become friends?" As he spoke, Zhou Jichong straightened his posture, showcasing the bold red letters on his deep blue jacket. Yuhua Match Factory. It was evident he was a factory worker. Friends, my foot. Get lost. Qin Hao's icy voice suddenly cut through the air. According to his agreement with Lin Yuxin, it was time for his role as her shield to come into play. Zhou Zichang frowned at this response, having deliberately displayed his work uniform not only to inform Lin Yuxin of his stable job, but also to remind Qin Hao of their social disparity. In his mind, he harbored a glimmer of hope that this village boy would take the hint and leave, allowing him a chance to spend quality time with the beautiful girl and win her heart. Friend, you seem quite aggressive. Don't you recognize this uniform? Zhou Zichang arrogantly turned, his eyes filled with contempt as he pointed to his work attire. At this moment, his two companions stood behind him, also in their uniforms, arms crossed, projecting an air of superiority. Seeing these three young men flaunting themselves, Qin Hao couldn't help but chuckle. No matter the era, fools like them were ubiquitous. What are you laughing at? Zhou Zichang, noticing Qin Hao's amusement, scowled. Apologies, I haven't seen such fools in a long time. It caught me off guard, Qin Hao replied, still smiling. How dare you insult us? You're asking for it. Zhou Zichang shouted angrily, rising from his seat, ready to confront him. However, before the three could make a move, Qin Hao, however, took the initiative, raising his fist and delivering a powerful blow directly to Zhou Zichang's face. With that single strike, Zhou Zichang saw stars, his head ringing. Qin Hao showed no signs of stopping. He followed up with a swift kick to Zhou's abdomen. Ouch! Zhou Zichang let out a cry of agony, collapsing to the ground, writhing in pain. His two companions were left in shock, unable to comprehend that Qin Hao would strike first, and with such ferocity. Chapter 55. The Security Department. Zichang, are you all right? Are you hurt? The two companions hurriedly helped Zhou Zichang to his feet, concern etched on their faces. Zhou Zichang clutched his abdomen, grimacing in pain as he stood up. He gasped for breath and exclaimed, "Damn it! That kid hits hard. Let's take him on together." The humiliation of being beaten by Qin Hao left Zichang feeling utterly disgraced in front of the beautiful woman. He was determined to reclaim his honor. As he prepared to charge at Qin Hao once more, a burly chef wielding a large kitchen knife, flanked by several assistants, approached. Who's causing trouble in this state-run restaurant? Let us see who dares to create a ruckus. The sight of the imposing chef rendered Zhou Zichang and his companions momentarily paralyzed. They recognized their disadvantage and realized that even collectively, they likely could not match the chef's strength. We just had a misunderstanding after our meal, one of Zichang's companions quickly explained. Settle the bill and leave immediately. Otherwise, I want to be gentle with this knife. The chef bellowed. Wait, we'll leave right now. The trio, now in a panic at the sight of the sharp blade, hurriedly paid the bill and dashed for the exit. However, the matter was far from over. Before departing, Zichang shot a fierce glare at Qin Hao and threatened, "You better not step outside today, or you'll regret it." Inside the restaurant, he dared not act violently, but once outside, he felt emboldened. "Zichang, let it go. It's escalated too much. It won't end well," his companions urged. "Let it go? I, Zhou Zichang, have never suffered such humiliation in all my years. Don't forget, my uncle is the head of the security department at our factory. I'm going to find him and bring him here to deal with that kid. You two stay here and keep an eye on him. Don't let him escape." With that, Zichang sprinted towards the match factory. This small altercation came to a close. At the dining table, Lin Yuxin bit her lip and glanced at Qin Hao, softly expressing her gratitude. "Thank you." Qin Hao chuckled lightly. "What are you saying? It was only right for me to step in during that situation. I noticed that fellow seemed intent on causing further trouble. Should we report it to the police?" Lin Yuxin's concern grew as she recalled Zichang's threatening words and the presence of his two accomplices outside. "No need," Qin Hao replied nonchalantly. After all, in his previous life, he had experienced the chaotic days of the 1980s. Back then, without some solid strength, one struggled to conduct business. Even in commerce, sometimes one had to rely on physical prowess. Therefore, he had trained specifically for self-defense and to handle emergencies. Thus, he was unperturbed by Zichang and his companions. "Don't worry too much. I will handle it if anything arises." Ding ding ding. The guobao row is ready. An assistant chef rang a bell, announcing the arrival of the dishes. "Let's eat first," Qin Hao said, rising to fetch the food. The chef's culinary skills were indeed impressive. The guobao row was exceptionally delicious, evoking memories of flavors long forgotten. "It's delicious," Lin Yuxin said, her lips coated with grease. She had lost track of the last time she had eaten such exquisite dishes in a restaurant. Enjoy it while you can. We can't take any leftovers with us. Qin Hao chimed in with a smile. At that time, plastic bags were not yet common, and restaurants only provided takeout containers if patrons brought their own. I'll try my best. Lin Yuxin surveyed the 4 plates of food on the table. The portions were quite generous, and despite her efforts, it was evident that they could not finish it all between the two of them. Qin Hao ordered a bottle of beer for himself and a soda for Lin Yuxin, and they both indulged in the feast with great delight. Meanwhile, Zhou Jiqiang hurried into the security department of the match factory. Uncle, I've been beaten. You must help me get revenge. Upon seeing his uncle, Zhou Dishing, Jiqiang burst into tears. What happened? Zhou Dishing asked, frowning. I was dining with a chow and the others when some kid came over to cause trouble. Jiqiang refrained from admitting that they had initiated the confrontation with Lin Yuxin, instead portraying himself as the victim and placing all blame on Qin Hao. Seeing his nephew so wronged, Zhou Dishing's expression darkened. He immediately sprang into action, rallying a group of security personnel to head to the restaurant to avenge Jiqiang. In the restaurant, Lin Yuxin reluctantly set down her chopsticks, unable to eat another bite. I can't eat anymore. If I do, my stomach will burst. Lu Yi felt as though the food was lodged in his throat. One more bite would surely make him gag. Waiter, bring the bill. He called out. The same waiter who had taken their order approached with the bill. Guobao row 4. 2. Shaju Kai 3. 5. Decency 1. 8. Jing Jiang row C2. 2. Beer 0. 5. Soda 0. 2. Totaling 12. 4 yuan, plus 3 jin of meat tickets and 2 jin of grain tickets. The two of them had spent 12 yuan on their meal, drawing the attention of several nearby diners. A table full of meat dishes was quite extravagant. In those times, even a meal for 5 or 6 people typically wouldn't exceed 10 yuan. A more generous treat might consist of a few stir-fried dishes, while a stingy order would settle for wontons or dumplings. The lavish meal enjoyed by Qin Hao and Lin Yuxin was indeed a rare sight, especially considering their attire, which did not align with the affluent patrons of the county. In full view of everyone, Lu Yi, dressed in ragged clothes, pulled out cash along with the meat and grain tickets to settle the bill. Let us go, he said. All right. Qin Hao and Lin Yuxin walked out of the restaurant side by side. Uncle, that kid is the one who hit me. As soon as they stepped outside, Zhou Jiqiang, who had been waiting, shouted at them. Get him. Zhou Dishing, accompanied by 5 security guards, immediately surrounded the two. Jiqiang approached Qin Hao with a triumphant expression. He placed his hands on his hips and sneered. Kid, weren't you rather overconfident just now? Did you enjoy hitting me? Come on, strike me again and show me what you've got. Clearly, with his uncle backing him up, he felt completely unencumbered. However, upon hearing Zhou Jiqiang's words, Qin Hao did not hold back. He swiftly delivered a resounding slap, fulfilling his desire. I've never encountered such a request in my entire life, Qin Hao remarked with a hint of amusement. Chapter 56. Director Zhou Jiqiang covered his face, staring at Qin Hao in disbelief. Shock and incredulity coursed through him. He could not fathom that Qin Hao dared to strike him. Zhou Dishing was even more enraged. He had initially aimed to defend his nephew, yet here he was, witnessing another slap in the face. This was not merely an affront to Zhou Jiqiang. It was an affront to his dignity as well. Young man, are you seeking trouble? Zhou Dishing thundered. Though he was merely the captain of the security department, during this era, the power of the public security system was relatively weak. The authority of the security departments in major enterprises often surpassed that of the police. In instances of fighting, theft, or disturbances within the factory or residential areas, it was customary to report to the security department rather than the police. In the eyes of many common folk, the security department was nearly synonymous with the police. Therefore, Zhou Dishing, as the captain, was held in considerable esteem. Attack! He commanded with a wave of his hand, prompting 4 security guards to advance menacingly towards Qin Hao. At this moment, Lin Yuxin felt her heart leap to her throat. Witnessing the situation spiral out of control, she tugged at Qin Hao's sleeve and whispered, "We should flee and seek the police for assistance." "No need," Qin Hao replied, maintaining an air of calm despite the overwhelming numbers against him. Just as tensions reached a boiling point, a voice rang out from a distance. "Qin Laodi? What is going on here?" It was Wang Li, who approached while holding a brocade box. The scene appeared dire. "Ah, more allies?" Zhou Dishing cast a sidelong glance at Wang Li and retorted, "Your friend has assaulted my nephew. It would be wise for you to stay out of this, lest you find yourself entangled as well." Upon hearing this, Wang Li's brows knitted together. Noticing the uniforms worn by Zhou Dushing and his men, he understood they were from the match factory. After interacting with Qin Hao a couple of times, he had gained some insight into his character. It was improbable that he would resort to unprovoked violence. Wang Li then turned his gaze to Qin Hao and inquired, "Qin Laodi, what is going on?" Qin Hao pointed to Zhou Jiqiang and explained, "He was harassing my wife at the restaurant, so I taught him a lesson." Unable to confront me directly, he sought assistance to provoke me. Wang Li's frown deepened at this revelation. Zhou Dushing's expression also darkened. It is well known that harassment of women constitutes a serious offense. Such a charge not only carries heavy implications, but is also exceedingly disgraceful. For an ordinary individual, being labeled a harasser could lead to public humiliation, and Zhou Jiqiang, being employed, would face significant repercussions both at work and within his family. "Jiqiang, is what he said true?" Zhou Dushing turned to him, voice stern. "Uncle, do not listen to his nonsense. He is slandering me. How could I possibly do such a thing? A Chao and the others can attest to my innocence." Zhou Jiqiang panically glanced at his companions, signaling them frantically. Understanding his cue, they quickly chimed in. What Jiqiang said is true. With their assurances, Zhou Dushing felt reassured. "That is good. As long as you are innocent, I will ensure you are vindicated." He then returned his attention to Qin Hao. "You truly are unyielding, even in the face of adversity. You dare to defame my nephew. We shall have a thorough discussion today." "Wait, I know." Wang Li intended to interject, mentioning his acquaintance with Director Chen from the match factory in hopes of safeguarding Qin Hao. However, Zhou Jiqiang, impatient to retaliate against Qin Hao, interrupted loudly, "Silence. Otherwise, I will have my uncle deal with you both. Not even the King of Heaven could save you today." With that, Zhou Jiqiang charged at Qin Hao. Just then, the roar of an engine echoed from afar, followed by a jeep slowly coming into view, stopping in front of the restaurant. This sight startled Du Fei. In this era, cars were exceedingly rare. Only high-ranking officials could afford them. Those who had gathered to witness the commotion rushed outside, eager to see the unfolding drama involving such an important figure. Only Zhou Dushing and Zhou Jiqiang displayed visible panic. While others might be unaware of the jeep's significance, they recognized it all too well. It was indeed Director Chen Yaohua's vehicle. As anticipated, the door swung open, revealing a distinguished middle-aged man clad in a gray Zhongshan suit. "Lin Chong." Zhou Dushing hurried forward, bowing respectfully. "Old Zhou, what brings you here?" Chen Yaohua inquired, somewhat surprised. Zhou Dushing's expression faltered as he pondered how to respond. Surely, he could not admit to coming to settle a dispute on behalf of his nephew. Observing Zhou Jiqiang's faltering demeanor, Chen Yaohua sensed that something was amiss. Upon noticing Wang Li's presence, he continued, "Old Wang, do you know what is happening?" While others might hesitate to speak to Chen Yaohua, Wang Li was unperturbed. "Director Chen, a worker from your factory has been harassing Qin Laodi's wife." He recounted Qin Hao's earlier statement verbatim. Upon hearing this, Chen Yaohua's expression darkened as he glared at those present. "Director, this is entirely untrue. It is that brat who is spreading falsehoods." Zhou Jiqiang was now thoroughly panicked. Yet, he could not afford to admit the truth, especially with Chen Yaohua present. If he were to acknowledge the reality, not only would he lose his job, but his uncle Zhou Dushing, the security captain, would also face dire consequences. However, the more one fears, the more likely it is to come to fruition. A voice from the crowd suddenly exclaimed, "You are the one spreading lies." That couple was minding their own business when those three young men approached to provoke them. We all witnessed it. With this testimony, Zhou Jiqiang felt a wave of dread wash over him. "No, we merely went over to say hello." Zhou Jiqiang and his companions attempted to explain, but Chen Yaohua silenced them with a glance. "Do not speak for now." He subsequently called over a waiter from the restaurant and inquired, "You must have seen what transpired, right?" In contrast to how they would have treated others with indifference, the waitstaff exhibited a different demeanor towards Chen Yaohua, a regular patron and the director of the match factory. Their attitude remained consistent as they approached the table. The three of them had been dining for quite a while the couple had just placed their order. It was evident that the trio was drawn to the beauty of the wife, engaging in idle chatter. The waiter responded candidly. Chapter 57. Plastic Brotherhood. As the waiter pointed him out, Zhou Jiqiang's face instantly turned a ghastly white, his legs trembling beneath him. "Look at the trouble you've caused. I see your time at our factory is coming to an end." Chen Yaohua's expression darkened, glaring at Zhou Jiqiang and his companions. As workers of the match factory, they had stepped out to harass women and even banded together to confront their husbands. undoubtedly tarnishing the factory's reputation. Jiqiang, what did you tell me in the security department? You deceived even your own uncle? Zhou Desheng, the captain of the security department, was furious. His trust in his nephew had led to this debacle. He stepped forward and slapped Zhou Jiqiang hard across the face. Feeling that this was insufficient for his anger, he followed up with a kick that sent Jiqiang sprawling to the ground. Under normal circumstances, Jiqiang's two companions would have rushed to help him up. However, with the truth fully exposed and their own livelihoods at stake, they could scarcely afford to care for Zhou Jiqiang. Director Chun, this matter has nothing to do with us, one of them called out to Lin Yaohua. The other, seeing the situation, disregarded their brotherly bond and added, Indeed, I didn't do anything at all. I didn't even speak. This has nothing to do with me. You too. Zhou Jiqiang, on the ground covering his face, looked in disbelief at his so-called brothers. Just moments ago, they had shared a meal at the same table, bonded like brothers. Yet now, they were eager to distance themselves from him, as if severing their ties completely. It was a classic case of plastic brotherhood. What is wrong with us? At the dinner table, we advised you not to act so cocky, but you wouldn't listen and insisted on flirting. Now look what has happened. They continued to deflect all responsibility. Jiqiang, it's not that we're criticizing you, but you need to change. Stop moving when you see a beautiful woman. They were unwilling to jeopardize their own steady jobs for Zhou Jiqiang. The stakes were simply too high. Zhou Jiqiang felt a mix of rage and regret. Had he known it would end like this, he would never have tried to show off. He failed to charm the beauty and ended up in this predicament instead. We didn't say anything or take any action. You all saw it. This has nothing to do with us, they asserted to the waiter. Indeed, they had not done anything wrong. The waiter nodded, somewhat validating the two young men as innocent. However, at that moment, Chun Yaohua's gaze shifted entirely to Zhou Desheng and his nephew Zhou Jiqiang. Taking a deep breath, he spoke slowly. Old Zhou, take Zhou Jiqiang back for now. We'll discuss this matter thoroughly when I return to the factory this afternoon. This incident is simply too embarrassing to linger on. We already understand the true situation. There is no need to continue dragging it out for everyone to mock. Let us go. We need to return to the security department and have a word about this. Zhou Desheng dragged Zhou Jiqiang out of the restaurant. Amidst the gazes of onlookers, his clenched teeth made it clear that Zhou Jiqiang was in for a rough time. I sincerely apologize on behalf of the match factory, Qin Yaohua said, approaching Qin Hao and Lin Yuxin with genuine remorse. Director Qin, you are too kind. Besides, you will ensure they learn their lesson. Let us consider this matter closed, Qin Hao replied, not wishing to dwell on it further, especially as he anticipated Zhou Jiqiang's fate. By the way, at that moment, Qin Yaohua recalled how Wang Li had addressed Qin Hao earlier and immediately inquired, Do you know Boss Wang? Qin Hao glanced at Wang Li. Before he could respond, Wang Li interjected, Director Chun, allow me to introduce you. This is my little brother, Qin Hao. He then patted the brocade box in his hands and continued. The wild ginseng I sent you last time and this deer antler were both sourced by my brother Qin. Upon hearing this, Qin Yaohua's eyes lit up. I see. In that case, let me treat you all to a meal at this restaurant today. We just finished eating, and I have other matters to attend to. Qin Hao declined outright. Very well, perhaps another time. Qin Yaohua conceded graciously. Boss Wang, Director Chun, I shall take my leave now. With that, Qin Hao mounted his bicycle and rode off with Lin Yuxin, leaving the restaurant. They made a stop at the supply and marketing cooperative to purchase some daily necessities and ingredients. At the counter, Lin Yuxin admired the beautiful fabrics on display. How much are these fabrics? She inquired, pointing at the textiles. The sales clerk responded, 2 yuan per foot. At this price, Lin Yuxin hesitated, quickly retracting her gaze. She truly liked the fabrics, but found them prohibitively expensive. Too costly. Qin Hao noticed the glimmer of disappointment in Lin Yuxin's eyes. Do you like them? I'll buy them for you, he offered. To him, this amount was negligible. No, it's too expensive. Let us check elsewhere. Lin Yuxin shook her head firmly. Where is it too expensive? It's quite reasonable. We'll buy it here. Qin Hao insisted, his tone leaving no room for negotiation. Seeing his determination, Lin Yuxin chose not to argue further and quietly stood by. Please cut 3 meters of each of these fabrics for me. Qin Hao instructed the female sales clerk, pulling out fabric coupons he had obtained during a previous television purchase, intending to use them to buy materials for sewing clothes for Lin Yuxin. The sales clerk accepted the coupons and calculated the total, 54 yuan. After purchasing the fabrics, Qin Hao took Lin Yuxin to a tailor shop to order a few custom-made outfits, agreeing to return in 3 days to collect them. Let us go. It's about time we head back, Lin Yuxin suggested after finishing the clothing order. Qin Hao smiled and bought some vegetables before cycling away from the county with Lin Yuxin. Meanwhile, Wang Damei returned home, dragging her weary body behind her. She ventured out again today, tirelessly traversing from door to door. Yet she managed to borrow a mere 175 yuan. This paltry sum was bestowed upon her out of pity by the villagers, who could not help but feel compassion for Wang Damei. However, in light of the 500 yuan fine, it remains but a drop in the ocean. Sitting on the Kong, Wang Damei furrowed her brow and lamented to Qin Weiman, "Several days have passed, and I have yet to gather the 500 yuan. Ziming is still suffering inside." As she spoke, tears began to stream down her face. Chapter 58. A visit again. Alas, this predicament is entirely of your making. Qin Weiman sighed heavily. If only he had heeded the counsel of both himself and Qin Hao from the outset, would they be entangled in such troubles now? What purpose does lamentation serve at this juncture? I ask you, what shall become of my son? Is he to languish in there for a lifetime? Upon hearing these words, Wang Damei, already vexed, instantly erupted in anger. Pointing an accusatory finger at Qin Weiman, she exclaimed, "I can see it clearly now. Ziming is not your biological son, and you show no urgency at all. If it were that little rascal Qin Hao, you would sell everything to rescue him, wouldn't you?" Qin Weiman furrowed his brow and replied helplessly, "What you say is not fair. How could I not be anxious? Alas, we find ourselves without recourse at present." "Nonsense." Wang Damei continued her tirade, eager to vent the frustrations that had accumulated over the past few days upon Qin Weiman. "How can you claim to be anxious? The last time Qin Hao was in debt, you were brainstorming solutions. Did you think I wasn't listening? You simply do not wish to concern yourself with Ziming, fearing that he may contest the inheritance with Qin Hao. Now that Ziming is incarcerated, this family will ultimately belong to Qin Hao. What absurdity are you spouting?" Qin Weiman's frown deepened. "Let me tell you, old woman, relinquish that notion at once. Even if I must sell our house and land, I will retrieve my son. I refuse to believe that our 2 rooms, along with the front and backyards, cannot fetch 500 kwai." As she spoke, Wang Damei rose and dashed towards the wardrobe, intent on retrieving the land and property ownership certificates. "I implore you, cease this madness. If you sell the house and land, where shall we reside?" Seeing Wang Damei genuinely prepared to act, Qin Weiman hurriedly rushed to the Kong to intervene. "You old hag, let go of me. I must save my son." Wang Damei struggled fiercely, but it was futile. After a series of futile attempts, her composure shattered once more. She collapsed onto the Kong, sobbing uncontrollably. "Why is my fate so wretched? I have not enjoyed a single day of happiness with you, and now my Ziming is unjustly suffering. I wish to end it all." Wang Damei kicked her legs and cried out in despair. "What good does crying do? It will not rescue Ziming. Consider other alternatives." Observing her state, Qin Weiman could only let out a deep sigh and offer his counsel. Suddenly, Wang Damei ceased her weeping. "Wait. There is someone who can save Ziming." "Who?" "Han Guohua." Hearing Wang Damei call out Han Guohua's name once more, Qin Weiman fell silent again. He vividly recalled Han Guohua's visit after Qin Ziming's incident and the way he had coldly departed. Even seeking Han Guohua now would be of no avail. If he had wished to assist Qin Ziming, he would have done so long ago. Yet, days had passed without a word from Han Guohua, clearly indicating his abandonment of any intention to help Qin Ziming. "Why are you silent?" Wang Damei shot a fierce glare at Qin Weiman. "What is there to say? How could Han Guohua possibly provide financial aid?" Qin Weiman replied helplessly. "Ziming is his son-in-law. Can he truly bear to watch Ziming suffer within those walls? How can his heart be so callous? I do not care if he gives or lends us the money. It must be procured. If he refuses, I shall create a scene at his doorstep. Let us see who will be embarrassed." Wang Damei shouted as she stormed out of the house. Her words sent a chill of fear down Qin Weiman's spine. As the village chief, Han Guohua was not to be trifled with. Dealing with a village woman like Wang Damei would be a trivial matter for him. Fearing that Wang Damei might cause a significant uproar, Qin Weiman hurriedly pursued her. However, his legs could not match her speed. By the time he exited the courtyard, she was nowhere to be seen. Qin Weiman could only brace himself and head to Han's residence. At the same time, at Han's residence, "Dinner is ready." Zhao Sufan beamed as she cautiously brought a bowl of chicken soup from the kitchen. "Lily, this is the chicken soup I specially made for you. You need to nourish your body during this time." "Mother, you are so kind." Han Lili gratefully accepted the chicken soup and began to drink. Observing her daughter, Zhao Sufan smiled and said, "Drink slowly. There's more in the pot. Once you finish the soup, have a couple of chicken legs. At this stage of your pregnancy, it is essential to consume nourishing food. Just as Han Lili was about to nod in agreement, Han Guohua slammed a cup of warm liquor down on the table with a resounding crash. The sudden outburst startled both Zhao Sufan and Han Lili, leaving them breathless. In fact, Han Lili even set the soup she had brought to her lips back on the table discreetly. What has happened? Why such a fierce outburst? Are you still brooding over Qin Ziming? Do not concern yourself with him. Although we have lost his presence, life continues fairly well without him. For quite some time, Han Guohua had worn a stern expression. Though he said nothing, Zhao Sufan understood that his demeanor was due to Qin Ziming's affair. Normally, she refrained from speaking much, but seeing Han Guohua so enraged, she felt compelled to offer comfort. What nonsense! Han Guohua's words silenced Zhao Sufan. You, old woman, do you know how people are gossiping about me behind my back? They say that although Qin Ziming is our son-in-law, when trouble arose, our family, the Hans, contributed not even a single cent towards his fines. Upon hearing this, Zhao Sufan felt a surge of discontent and could not help but retort. He brought this upon himself. Why should our family bear the cost? If anyone should pay, it should be the Qins. Yet, Wang Damei has been running from house to house, begging for money. The more she does this, the more people will mock us behind our backs. To make matters worse, those above have already been informed of this incident and have explicitly warned me that if it is not resolved promptly, it will affect my future promotions. Han Guohua spoke in a low voice. This, Zhao Sufan and Han Lili exchanged glances, both feeling a sense of panic. Father, what should we do? Should we spend money to bail Qin Ziming out? Although Han Lili harbored disdain for Qin Ziming, for the sake of her father's career, she felt compelled to endure. However, Han Guohua resolutely refused. If we are to help, it must be on the condition that the Qins come to plead with us. Otherwise, forget it. Just then, a loud voice from outside the courtyard called out, "In-laws, are you home?" Upon hearing the sound, Han Guohua and his companions were momentarily taken aback. Just as they were discussing her, she unexpectedly arrived. Taking a deep breath, Han Guohua stood up and walked outside to investigate. Han Lili, eager to discern the situation, was halted by Zhao Sufan. "Lili, you should stay inside and finish your chicken soup. It will lose its warmth and flavor if left unattended. Moreover, Wang Damei possesses a keen eye. Should she notice anything amiss, your father would surely be incensed." Although Han Lili was merely 3 months pregnant, her morning sickness had already been quite pronounced. If Wang Damei were to catch a hint of it, given her temperament, she would surely raise a ruckus. Chapter 59. A Clash of Foes. What brings you here? Outside the house, Han Guohua noticed Wang Damei and Qin Weimin approaching together. Although he had already surmised their intentions, he feigned ignorance. Wang Damei had initially intended to negotiate amicably with Han Guohua. However, upon entering the courtyard, she was immediately struck by the rich aroma of chicken. It was evident that the Han family was enjoying a lavish meal, while Qin Ziming was enduring hardships and detention. The sight was too much for Wang Damei to bear. She could hardly fathom that the chicken was prepared for Han Lili's nourishment. "Han Guohua, Ziming is your son-in-law. How can you be so heartless as to feast while he suffers? Your hearts must be truly dark." Wang Damei exclaimed in fury. Han Guohua frowned and retorted coldly, "What are you shouting about? If you want my family to rescue Ziming, speak respectfully, or leave at once." Wang Damei was immediately silenced by his imposing presence, unable to articulate a single coherent thought. Fortunately, Qin Weimin reacted swiftly. He discerned the underlying meaning in Han Guohua's words, which contrasted sharply with the initial situation. It was clear that the anger had subsided over the days. Observing the scene, Qin Weimin stepped forward with a conciliatory smile. "Secretary Han, Ziming has truly caused you trouble. He has been detained for quite some time and must have learned his lesson. Please consider a way to rescue him." The prospect of rescuing Ziming appeared more feasible now, as Han Guohua's demeanor softened considerably. Upon hearing these words, both Wang Damei and Qin Weimin's eyes lit up with hope, and they eagerly responded, "Really?" However, Han Guohua added, "I have one condition. As long as we can save Ziming, I will agree to any condition." Wang Damei was beside herself with urgency. Ultimately, an agreement was reached between the two families. Han Guohua consented to lend 500 yuan for the fine, which would be regarded as a loan to the Laodu family. From then on, the Laodu family would repay 50 yuan each month until the debt was settled. To Wang Damei and Qin Weimin, 50 yuan was still a significant amount, but they were willing to accept it to secure Qin Ziming's release. Especially after seeing the 500 yuan, Wang Damei set aside all other concerns, eagerly anticipating the following morning when they could retrieve him from detention. The next morning, Wang Damei, clutching the 500 yuan she had borrowed from Han Guohua, hurriedly made her way to the county town. Not long after her departure, Qin Hao and Lin Yuxin finished their breakfast and headed out to the tailor's shop to pick up their clothes. During this time, Wang Damei had already paid the 500 yuan fine at the detention center and was now standing at the entrance, awaiting Qin Ziming's release. Soon, the figure she had longed to see finally appeared. Ziming, Mom. The mother and son embraced tightly, overwhelmed with joy and tears. You are finally out. I have missed you so much. Qin Ziming, equally emotional, choked out, Mom, I'm sorry for worrying you. Wiping her tears, Wang Damei surveyed her son, her heart aching. Over the past days, Qin Ziming had not only become gaunt, but also exuded a foul odor from lack of hygiene. It was evident that he had suffered greatly while confined. Seeing his condition, Wang Damei's tears flowed anew. Mom, don't cry, I'm all right now. Qin Ziming gently comforted her. But then a thought struck him. By the way, Mom, where did you get the money for the fine? Wang Damei recounted her recent struggles to borrow money, culminating in her loan from Han Guohua. Upon hearing that it was Han Guohua who lent the money, Qin Ziming felt a shiver of apprehension. He realized the gravity of his situation. Would Han Guohua be seeking retribution upon his release? He dared not think further. The predicament he found himself in was due to Qin Hao's actions. Filled with rage, Qin Ziming exclaimed, Mom, this is all that little brat Qin Hao's fault. He is the root of this trouble. I believe he has set us up. Wang Damei nodded in agreement. Yes, it is indeed his doing. With fiery determination, Qin Ziming declared, I will settle the score with him. Everything I have endured these days will be repaid 100-fold. The mother and son, consumed by resentment, placed all blame on Qin Hao. Let us go home and confront him, Wang Damei urged, taking Qin Ziming's hand as they left the detention center. As fate would have it, they encountered their adversaries on the streets of the county town. From a distance, Qin Ziming spotted Qin Hao and Lin Yuxin emerging from the tailor's shop, their faces bright with smiles and new garments in hand. Mom, look, it's Qin Hao. Upon seeing them, Wang Damei's fury ignited. Ziming, I have tried to confront that boy several times to ask for money to rescue you, but he has consistently refused, claiming he has none. Yet here he is, flaunting new clothes. Clearly, he has no intention of helping you. He wants you to fend for yourself. Hearing this, Qin Ziming's expression twisted with anger as he rolled up his sleeves and rushed towards Qin Hao. Mom, I will make that brat pay for this. Wang Damei's face lit up with excitement as she followed suit. At that moment, Qin Hao and Lin Yuxin noticed the approaching duo. Lin Yuxin caught sight of Wang Damei, but could not recognize the disheveled man charging ahead. Furrowing her brow, she asked Qin Hao, Is Wang Damei coming to cause trouble again? Who is that man running in front? He seems to have a grudge against you. Qin Hao chuckled. Who else could it be but Qin Ziming? Though Ziming's current appearance made him hard to identify, Qin Hao had encountered him when he came to the county town to sell mushrooms. Despite his dirty clothes, it was unmistakably Qin Ziming. Lin Yuxin was momentarily taken aback, her eyes widening as she gazed in disbelief, exclaiming, How has he transformed into such a state? Qin Hao chuckled and clarified, Do you really think a detention center is a pleasant place? If this continues for a few more days, I might not even recognize myself. Qin Ziming had already dashed forward. Qin Hao feigned ignorance, his face contorted in disdain as he shouted at Qin Ziming, Go away, beggar. I have no money for you, so be quick to leave. Chapter 60. Mind your own business. Upon hearing those words, Qin Ziming felt as though his lungs were about to burst with rage. Did they truly consider him a beggar? In his eyes, his current predicament was entirely the fault of Qin Hao. Qin Hao, how dare he? Qin Ziming swung his fist towards Qin Hao. However, after being confined for such a long time, his physical condition had deteriorated significantly, coupled with the exhaustion from running over. He lacked the strength to resist. With little effort, Qin Hao effortlessly pushed him to the ground. The street was bustling with passers-by. Upon witnessing the altercation, many turned their attention to the commotion. They caught a glimpse of Qin Ziming's humiliating fall, which elicited bursts of laughter from the crowd. Damn it! Qin Ziming cursed angrily as he scrambled to his feet and lunged forward again. You little bastard, you've ruined my son. Today, I'll settle this with you. Seeing her son being bullied, Wang Damei charged at Qin Hao with fury. Just then, a plainly dressed elderly lady happened to pass by. With so many people around, she failed to notice her footing and stumbled, losing her balance and crashing heavily to the ground. The fall was severe enough to leave a gash on her forehead. She lay on the ground, trembling, reaching out towards Wang Damei and Qin Ziming, who were less than half a meter away, her lips moving as if to speak, yet no sound emerged. It was evident she had sustained significant injuries. Nevertheless, her gaze implored Wang Damei and Qin Ziming for assistance. "Oh my goodness!" Wang Damei shrieked, recoiling in fear and pulling Qin Ziming back a couple of steps, utterly ignoring the fallen elderly woman. With such an incident occurring, they could no longer pursue trouble with Qin Hao and quickly turned to leave. At that moment, Qin Hao and Lin Yuxin rushed to the elderly lady's side. Her face was smeared with blood, and she appeared dazed from the fall. "Are you all right, Mayam?" Qin Hao called out. Upon hearing his voice, Wang Damei and Qin Ziming turned back, disdain evident in their expressions. "Qin Hao, mind your own business. If something goes wrong, my family won't take responsibility." Qin Hao cast a contemptuous glance at the pair. In this era, the populace was generally kind-hearted, particularly the youth, who held the spirit of helping others close to their hearts. Therefore, instances of deceitful claims were rare. Furthermore, with so many witnesses present, the eyes of the crowd were sharp and discerning. "Fool, let us go. We need to head home. This has nothing to do with us," Wang Damei urged, dragging Qin Ziming away as they swiftly disappeared from the street. Qin Hao continued to call out to the elderly lady, but she remained unresponsive. Meanwhile, the crowd continued to swell around them. The severity of her fall was apparent. They needed to assist her first. Two concerned men stepped forward, eager to help the elderly lady to her feet. Observing this, Qin Hao quickly intervened. "No, wait. Don't move her just yet. Elderly bones are fragile. We cannot risk further injury by lifting her without caution." "What should we do then?" the two men asked, realizing the wisdom in his words. "Let us check her condition first," Qin Hao suggested, examining the wound on her forehead. It was merely a small cut, and the bleeding had stopped. He then gently assessed her limbs, asking, "Mayam, how do you feel? Is there any pain?" Gradually, the elderly lady regained her composure and responded, "My knee hurts. I can't move." Upon further examination, Qin Hao noticed that her right knee was swollen significantly, likely indicating a fracture. They needed to get her to the hospital. He furrowed his brow and said, "Carrying her may not be feasible. We need something to transport her." Hearing this, Lin Yuxin scanned the surroundings and anxiously remarked, "There's nothing around here. I have a door panel." A man approached, carrying an unpainted door panel. "Perfect," Qin Hao replied, inspecting it. "This will suffice." The yellowish-white panel was long and wide enough to carry a person comfortably. The man immediately laid the panel beside the elderly lady, and with Qin Hao's assistance, they gently lifted her onto the panel. "Let us go to the hospital." Together with the two men who had stepped forward earlier, the four of them carefully transported the door panel towards the hospital. Before long, they arrived at the emergency room. A doctor conducted a brief examination and confirmed Qin Hao's assessment. Indeed, her knee was fractured. Moreover, the situation was more severe than anticipated, as it had become dislocated. "The patient has a fractured and dislocated knee. She requires surgical intervention. Who are her relatives? Please proceed to pay the deposit and complete the admission procedures," the doctor instructed. Upon hearing the mention of payment, the three men's expressions shifted and they hesitated. "Doctor, we are not her family. We merely brought her here after she fell. We don't have the money. Is it possible to perform the surgery first and settle the payment later once we contact her family?" they pleaded. The doctor shook his head in resignation. "That is not possible. Our hospital has regulations. Without a deposit, we cannot dispense medication or proceed with surgery. Years ago, hospitals operated under the principle of saving lives, allowing treatment before payment. However, due to instances of patients' families attempting to evade costs, the rules had changed." "Oh no, Dr. Liu, the patient is becoming unresponsive and showing signs of fainting," a nurse tending to the elderly lady's wounds exclaimed urgently. Upon hearing this, the men flustered like ants on a hot pan, rushing about in panic. Qin Hao stepped forward and asked, "How much is the deposit?" 50 yuan will suffice." "Very well, I'll pay immediately. Please attend to her at once." With those words, Qin Hao and Lin Yuxin hurried to the billing counter. Just as they were about to head toward the operating room to await news, a young nurse approached, handing Qin Hao a form. "The patient is currently unconscious," she explained gently. "We'll need you to complete this for bed assignment." Qin Hao accepted the form, scratching his head in mild bewilderment. "I'm afraid I don't know the elderly woman's name or address. How am I to fill this out?" Then simply provide your own name and contact information, the nurse replied calmly. Understood. Qin Hao nodded and inscribed his name and address with quiet resolve. Chapter 61. The savior. As Qin Hao and Lin Yuxin returned home, they had scarcely stepped into the courtyard when Wang Damei rushed out, her curiosity piqued. How is that old lady? She inquired. Qin Hao replied nonchalantly. I took her to the hospital. Upon hearing this, Wang Damei's eyes widened in disbelief as she scolded, You must be out of your mind. Just wait until her family tries to extort money from you. Then we'll see how you handle it. Despite her words, she secretly hoped that the old lady's relatives would indeed press Qin Hao for compensation. You always claim to be broke. Let's see if you can come up with any money then. Wang Damei had long abandoned hope of extracting any funds from Qin Hao, wishing instead for him to suffer a financial setback. Qin Hao paid her no mind and walked into the side room with Lin Yuxin, slamming the door shut with a resounding thud. In the county hospital's operating room, after nearly 2 hours of surgery, the old lady's dislocated knee had been successfully repaired. The nurses wheeled her, still unconscious, into the ward, awaiting her awakening to contact her family. Meanwhile, in a room within the staff quarters of the match factory located in the city center, a woman was anxiously pacing. Yao Hua, Mom insists on wandering the streets. I offered to accompany her, but she refused. It has been hours. Why hasn't she returned yet? The middle-aged woman sat on a wooden bed, tears welling in her eyes. As a daughter-in-law, losing her mother-in-law right under her nose would make her the family scapegoat. Don't worry too much. I have already contacted Director Chun at the Public Security Bureau. He has dispatched officers to search for her, and we should receive news shortly. Qin Yaohua reassured her, patting her shoulder. Your mother truly knows how to cause trouble. An elderly man, over 60, sighed as he paced back and forth in the room. Suddenly, a series of knocks echoed from the door, prompting Chun Yaohua to hurry and open it. Standing outside were 2 uniformed police officers. Upon seeing Chun Yaohua, they immediately saluted and announced, Director Chun, we have found your mother. Where is she? Chun Yaohua inquired urgently. The officers exchanged glances before slowly responding. She is currently at the hospital. Before they could finish, the hearts of the Lin family sank as they rushed towards the door. Chun Yaohua, increasingly anxious, pressed, What happened to my mother? The officers quickly reassured him. This morning, she accidentally fell while walking and dislocated her knee. Someone brought her to the hospital, and the surgery has already been completed. Upon hearing this, the family breathed a collective sigh of relief. As long as she was safe, that was what mattered most. Which ward is she in? I will go see her now, Qin Yaohua asked. She is in Ward 303 of the inpatient department. Director Chun, we will take our leave if there is nothing else, the officers said before departing. The Chen family hurriedly made their way to the hospital. In Ward 303, they finally found the old lady. Lying on the bed with her forehead bandaged and her right leg immobilized in a brace, raised above her. Upon seeing her, the elderly man frowned and scolded, Why didn't you let your daughter-in-law accompany you? Now look what's happened. Qin Yaohua, deeply pained by his mother's suffering, immediately asked, Mom, the police told me you fell while walking? Yes, the old lady nodded, recalling, there were quite a few people around when I fell, and fortunately, some young people helped me to the hospital. In her disoriented state after the fall, she could only remember the general circumstances. They are my saviors. The nurse told me that even my medical expenses were covered by a young man. We must express our gratitude, the old lady said gratefully. After hearing the details, Qin Yaohua felt a wave of relief wash over him. He was deeply appreciative of those who had assisted his mother. Had it not been for their help, the outcome could have been dire. Mom, focus on your recovery. I will make sure to thank them properly, Qin Yaohua said, receiving the names and addresses of the 3 benefactors from the nurse. When he saw the name Qin Hao written down, his eyes brightened with recognition. Qin Hao. Could it be him? The following morning, Qin Hao returned home after a day of labor in the fields. Just as he was about to sit down for a meal, when he heard Han Guohua's voice outside. Qin Hao, are you home? What brings Han Guohua here? Lin Yuxin furrowed her brows as she put down her chopsticks. How should I know? Qin Hao shrugged, feeling somewhat helpless. He couldn't fathom what could possibly be the matter. You eat first. I'll go check, he said, pushing open the door to step outside. Be careful, Lin Yuxin cautioned. After all, the last time Qin Hao had crossed paths with Han Guohua, it had not ended well. Understood. Equally surprised were Wang Damei and Qin Ziming in the main room. What could Han Guohua want with Qin Hao? Should we go see? Wang Damei suggested. However, Qin Ziming quickly objected. Mom, did you forget what I told you last night? If I go out, it would expose me. Although Han Guohua had paid 100 yuan of his fine, Qin Ziming was still unprepared for the possible repercussions. He had been hiding at home, unwilling to face whatever punishment awaited him upon returning to the Han family. He thought it best to recuperate at home before returning. What's there to see? It certainly won't be anything good, Qin Ziming declared resolutely. He knew his father-in-law all too well. There was no way Han Guohua would come with good intentions. Perhaps Qin Hao had caused trouble in the production team that morning, and Han Guohua was coming to settle the score. Secretary, you were looking for me? Qin Hao said as he stepped outside to greet Han Guohua. Today, Han Guohua seemed unusually cheerful, his previously stern demeanor now transformed into a radiant smile. Upon seeing Qin Hao, he beamed with delight. I'm glad you're home. Come with me. Someone is looking for you. Who is it? Qin Hao was about to speak when the distant roar of a car engine pierced the air. Moments later, a jeep emerged into view and came to a slow, deliberate halt on the village road before the entrance. At the sight, Qin Hao furrowed his brow. Something about it stirred a faint, elusive sense of familiarity. Villagers nearby, unaccustomed to such a rare vehicle, hurried from their homes, drawn by curiosity and the thrill of spectacle. That both Han Guohua and the jeep had appeared precisely at Lao Du's doorstep could mean only one thing. Something momentous was unfolding. Just then, the rear door of the jeep swung open, and Han Guohua stepped out. Chapter 62. Gratitude. Director Chun, the person you are looking for, Qin Hao, is right here, Han Guohua said with an ingratiating smile, leaning closer to Chen Yaohua. Upon hearing this, Qin Hao began to piece together the situation. It was likely that Chen Yaohua had come to see him regarding the elderly lady. However, what surprised Qin Hao was the fact that the lady appeared quite ordinary, lacking any discernible background, making it difficult to associate her with Chen Yaohua. At that moment, Chen Yaohua's gaze fell upon Qin Hao. We have met before, he remarked. Chen Guohua greeted him, inquiring, Did you rescue an elderly lady in the county yesterday? Yes, she fell on the road, and together with 3 others, I took her to the hospital, Qin Hao affirmed with a nod. Before he could finish speaking, a smile spread across Chen Yaohua's face as he stepped forward, extending his hand towards Qin Hao. I cannot thank you enough. Thanks to your timely assistance, my mother received the care she needed. Otherwise, the consequences could have been dire. I specifically came today to express my gratitude. As Qin Hao shook Chen Yaohua's hand, the villagers present were left in a state of astonishment. Good heavens! Qin Hao saved someone yesterday, and now he is being specially thanked? They realized that he was indeed someone of considerable importance, especially since they had heard Secretary Zhao address him as Director Chun. This was a significant opportunity for Qin Hao. At this moment, Han Guohua was visibly agitated, thinking about the enviable position of the match factory in the county, a place where many aspired to work. With just a word from Chen Yaohua, several formal positions could be arranged, transforming a rural individual into a city dweller with a secure job. Han Guohua believed Qin Hao was squandering a golden opportunity. Qin Hao, what is your attitude? Han Guohua admonished, before quickly changing his demeanor, smiling obsequiously at Chen Yaohua. Director Chun, please overlook Qin Hao's rudeness. He's just a simple villager and doesn't understand proper etiquette. Please be accommodating. Upon hearing this, Chen Yaohua frowned. He disapproved of Han Guohua's remarks and felt some displeasure. After all, Qin Hao was his mother's savior, and he had come to express gratitude. Yet Han Guohua was chiding him. This not only embarrassed Chen Yaohua, but also diminished his standing in front of Qin Hao. Secretary Zhao, while I am conversing with Comrade Du, I would appreciate it if you refrained from interrupting. Moreover, have you noticed the time? It's already noon, and everyone should be having lunch. It is rather inconsiderate for them to be watching us, Chen Yaohua said, casting a disapproving glance at Han Guohua. Despite his role as a factory director, he held little regard for a brigade secretary like Han Guohua, who sought his favor daily. Taken aback, Han Guohua momentarily faltered but maintained his smile. You are right. All right, everyone. Please return home. Let us not disturb Director Chun, he said, attempting to disperse the onlookers while standing respectfully to the side. However, a hint of malice flickered in his eyes, for in the brigade, he was untouchable, yet before Chen Yaohua, he felt utterly insignificant, and this made him seethe with resentment. Comrade Du, regardless of the circumstances, I must extend my gratitude for saving my mother, Chen Yaohua said, lowering his voice. Let me arrange something when I return. I will see if there are any suitable positions at my factory for you, and you can start working there. Anyone hearing such words would likely be filled with exhilaration, even Han Guohua. who had initially intended to leverage this opportunity to curry favor with Chen Yaohua, was caught off guard by the generous offer extended to Qin Hao. He had hoped to secure a decent position for Han Yongqiang at the match factory, allowing him to transition into city life and gain access to better resources. Yet, Chen Yaohua had not given him that opportunity, while Qin Hao seemed to need only to nod to secure a job and become a city resident. The disparity was infuriating. However, to everyone's astonishment, Qin Hao shook his head and said, "Director Chun, I do not want the job. I did not save her for any reward. As long as the lady is well, that is my greatest fortune. I have already mentioned that we are even now, thus, there is no need for you to express further gratitude." When Qin Hao saved others, he did not contemplate any form of recompense. More importantly, the coveted iron rice bowl, which everyone admires, holds no allure for him. Having been granted a second chance at life, he has numerous significant endeavors to pursue. To work in the county would merely hinder his promising prospects. Upon hearing this, Han Guohua could hardly believe his ears. Was Qin Hao truly a fool? Simply nodding would suffice, yet he chose to decline? Did he truly not desire to become one of the envied urban dwellers? Did he prefer to lead a humble existence as a farmer? Was this not indicative of a troubled mind? Chapter 63. Leaning against a great tree, Chen Yaohua was equally taken aback by Qin Hao's response. As the director of the county's match factory, he had encountered many individuals eager to flatter him, much like Han Guohua. However, someone like Qin Hao, who was merely a humble farmer with no more than a modest reputation, remained an enigma to Chen Yaohua. The opportunity to arrange work was something countless individuals would plead for, yet Qin Hao had outright refused. His composed demeanor and dignified attitude further demonstrated that he was not merely being polite, but genuinely sincere. Such individuals were indeed rare. At that moment, a genuine smile spread across Chen Yaohua's face. The young man Qin Hao was intriguing and certainly worthy of deeper acquaintance. "Director Chen, your wife has been injured, and you must be attending to her at the hospital. Please return home," Qin Hao said with a smile, then turned to head back to the side room. "All right, once this busy spell passes, we shall discuss further. By the way, if you encounter any issues or difficulties, feel free to come to the match factory and seek me out," Chen Yaohua replied. "Understood," Qin Hao nodded. "Director Chen, goodbye." With that, he entered the side room. Witnessing Qin Hao's directness, Han Guohua felt his blood pressure rising. The Qin family has no one with a sound mind. Chen Yaohua turned to get into his vehicle. "Director Chen, it's rare for you to visit. Why not stay a while longer at the brigade office?" Han Guohua quickly approached, wearing a smile, eager to seize the last opportunity for acquaintance with Chen Yaohua. "There's no need," Chen Yaohua replied tersely, getting into the car without a backward glance. Back to the county. The green Jeep expelled a plume of black smoke as it drove past Han Guohua. As he watched the Jeep gradually disappear from sight, Han Guohua's expression darkened. "What just happened outside?" Lin Yuxin inquired as Qin Hao walked in. "Isn't it a coincidence? The director of the match factory we met at the restaurant last time is actually the son of the elderly lady we rescued yesterday." Qin Hao recounted the events to Lin Yuxin. "What a coincidence," Lin Yuxin remarked, surprised. Upon hearing that Qin Hao had declined the job offer from Chen Yaohua, she looked at him with newfound admiration. "You did the right thing. Our act of saving lives should not be driven by expectations of reward." In her eyes, Qin Hao had gained a new level of respect. Faced with the enticing opportunity presented by Chen Yaohua, Qin Hao had remained steadfast. At that moment, Qin Hao took out an envelope from his pocket. Due to the crowd outside, he had refrained from opening it earlier to avoid drawing attention. Inside the envelope were 20 crisp bills, neatly stacked together. 200 yuan. Lin Yuxin exclaimed in astonishment. "Did he give you all this?" "Yes, there were too many people earlier, and I didn't dare to look inside. I didn't expect he would give us so much money." Qin Hao shook his head helplessly. After a moment's thought, he took 5 bills for himself and returned the remaining 150 yuan to the envelope. "It seems I still need to visit the hospital to return the 150 yuan. "All right," Lin Yuxin nodded. While it was meant as gratitude towards Qin Hao, the amount felt excessive. Holding onto the money felt uncomfortable, especially since Qin Hao was not in dire need of it. Meanwhile, in the main room, Wang Damei and Qin Ziming peered out of the window, witnessing the entire exchange with wide eyes. Although they could not hear the conversation, they clearly saw the Jeep, especially when Chen Yaohua exited the vehicle, prompting Han Guohua to follow him, fawning over him. It was evident that he held considerable influence. What puzzled Wang Damei and Qin Ziming even further was how this influential figure had sought out Qin Hao. They could not comprehend the situation. Mom, hurry and find out what is going on, Qin Ziming urged. Anxious. If Qin Hao were to establish a connection with such a powerful figure, his fortunes would surely rise dramatically, a scenario Qin Ziming dreaded. All right, I will ask, Wang Damei replied, intrigued by the unfolding events, and hurried out of the house. However, just as she reached the yard, she noticed Han Guohua turning around and walking back towards them. Wang Damei realized it was too late to hide. What are you in such a hurry for? Han Guohua inquired, casting a stern glance at Wang Damei. Oh, I just have some matters to attend to, Wang Damei stammered. Without further comment, Han Guohua continued toward them, his destination clearly the Qin household. Wang Damei felt a wave of panic. Given Han Guohua's stern expression, had he already discovered that Qin Ziming had returned home? Just as Wang Damei was at a loss, Han Guohua stepped into the yard and paused at the door of the side room. In-law, are you looking for Qin Hao? Wang Damei couldn't help but ask. Han Guohua frowned, glaring at Wang Damei. What else would I be doing? Finally, Wang Damei felt a sense of relief. Then you go ahead, I shall take my leave. With that, she hurriedly made her exit. Wait, Han Guohua called out to Wang Damei, asking, by the way, didn't I lend you money the other day to pay the fine? Why hasn't Qin Ziming returned yet? Wang Damei replied evasively, he will go tomorrow. Upon hearing this, Han Guohua did not press further and simply knocked on the side room door. Qin Hao, open the door. Hearing Han Guohua's voice, Qin Hao set down his utensils, his brow furrowing. How bothersome. Can't I even have a peaceful lunch? Before he could rise to open the door, Han Guohua had already pushed it open and strode in. Having lunch, huh? Han Guohua glanced around the room and remarked. Secretary Han, do you need something from me? Qin Hao approached and inquired. I have come to inquire about the circumstances surrounding Director Chen's mother. Although Chen Yaohua has departed, Han Guohua remains undeterred. Despite the significant likelihood of him securing a position as an officer in the commune in the future, which would facilitate his son's transition to urban life, the roles within the commune and the county are not comparable. Attaining a formal job in the county could spare him several years of arduous effort. Furthermore, even if Han Guohua were to ascend to the position of Deputy Secretary of the commune, it is important to note that he would be an outsider, unable to wield power for personal gain immediately. The time it would take for him to establish a firm footing within the commune remains uncertain. This time, having the rare opportunity to engage directly with the director of the match factory, Han Guohua seeks to gather more information from Qin Hao, hoping to uncover further possibilities. Chapter 64. A missed opportunity. It was nothing significant, merely that Denyang had taken a tumble, and we assisted in sending her to the hospital. This was all that Qin Hao casually mentioned, omitting the finer details. Indeed, it was rather simple. Han Guohua couldn't help but feel a pang of envy. Such a trivial matter, yet Chen Yaohua had directly proposed arranging a job for Qin Hao. How fortunate his family was not to have encountered such an opportunity. If only he could become Chen Yaohua's benefactor, his son Han Yongqiang would have no worries about employment. Then, Han Guohua continued, Qin Hao, you may not be aware, but Director Chun is the head of the county's match factory, wielding significant power. When he says he will arrange a job for you, it is merely a matter of his word. Why not seize this opportunity? Qin Hao, unfazed, replied, I truly wasn't aware. Besides, I am merely doing a small favor. Such a grand gesture is something I cannot accept. Seeing Qin Hao so nonchalant, Han Guohua's frustration boiled over. He suppressed his anger and fixed his gaze on Qin Hao, gradually speaking. Qin Hao, since you are so dismissive, why not assist me with a small favor in return? Secretary Han, do not jest. What could I possibly help you with? Qin Hao furrowed his brow. Since you have no desire for a job or to live in the city, why not relinquish this opportunity? What do you mean? Qin Hao's expression tightened further. You know my son Yongqiang is still at home, and I worry daily about his future. Since you do not wish to accept Director Chen's job opportunity, why not pass it on to Yongqiang? You are his mother's savior. He will certainly agree. Moreover, Ziming and Lili have been married for quite some time. Our families are now genuine relatives. Please lend a hand. Han Guohua pleaded earnestly. Qin Hao scoffed inwardly, recognizing the ulterior motives behind Han Guohua's words. Noticing Qin Hao's silence, Han Guohua hastily added, I understand you may feel shy to ask, but I assure you that your assistance will not go unrewarded. I have heard you have been insisting on splitting from Wang Damei. This is perfect. If you help me, I can provide you with 200 yuan to build 2 rooms, allowing you and your wife to live independently. What do you think? Han Guohua said with a smile, though his words concealed a threat. If the task were accomplished, he would grant Qin Hao a plot of land. Conversely, failure would not bode well for Qin Hao. However, Qin Hao was not intimidated. Secretary Han, I cannot assist with this matter. If there is nothing else, please take your leave. I still need to eat, and the meal is getting cold. Qin Hao unhesitatingly issued the dismissal. Upon hearing this, Han Guohua's expression darkened, staring at Qin Hao with intensity. It seems you are not willing to grant me, the village leader, even a modicum of respect? Han Guohua's voice was cold, laced with intimidation. Qin Hao remained silent, disregarding him entirely. Han Guohua found no respect from him. Qin Hao returned to the heated bench, picking up his bowl and devouring his meal. Han Guohua's face flushed with anger, his eyes burning with fury, wishing he could tear Qin Hao apart. You are quite resilient. We shall see. Suppressing his urge to strike, he turned and slammed the door behind him. You have offended Han Guohua again. This is the second time. He will undoubtedly seek revenge, Lin Yuxin sighed softly. Let him be. I am not afraid, Qin Hao replied dismissively. Upon hearing this, Lin Yuxin chose to remain silent, quietly continuing her meal. Meanwhile, Wang Damei rushed to the neighbor's house. What happened outside my door? Why are there so many people? Upon entering, she eagerly inquired. How could you not know about such a significant event? A woman of similar age exclaimed incredulously. I was asleep on the heated bench. What happened? I saw Han Guohua was here. And even a jeep arrived. The woman regarded Wang Damei with an approving nod, stating, Your Qin Hao is quite fortunate. He saved an elderly woman in the county yesterday. Today, her son came to express gratitude, arriving in a jeep with a driver. Furthermore, Secretary Han referred to him as Director Chun, undoubtedly the head of a factory in the county. Wang Damei stood frozen in disbelief. Qin Hao saved an elderly woman yesterday? The scene seemed oddly familiar. She recalled the elderly woman pleading for help while she had taken Ziming away. Qin Hao had remained behind to save her. Impossible. Wang Damei could not accept such an absurdity. How can it be impossible? Secretary Han personally came. We were all witnesses. I saw with my own eyes that Director Chen handed Qin Hao an envelope, stating it was for his mother's hospital expenses and that they would repay him handsomely. Your Qin Hao will certainly achieve great things. Upon hearing the woman's assertive response, Wang Damei felt utterly defeated. Such a monumental opportunity had been seized by Qin Hao, and she found it impossible to accept. Dazed, Wang Damei returned home. Upon discovering the truth, the impact was overwhelming, leaving her mind blank and consciousness hazy. Mom, what is wrong with you? Qin Ziming had never seen his mother in such a state and urgently questioned her. Wang Damei sat despondently on the heated bench, glancing at Qin Ziming, and suddenly burst into tears. Wenbin, that little rascal Qin Hao, he. Witnessing this scene, Qin Ziming was taken aback, fearing Qin Hao had caused trouble again, and immediately shouted, Mom, do not cry. We will go confront Qin Hao. However, at that moment, Wang Damei, amidst tears, recounted the events. Qin Hao saved an elderly woman in the county yesterday. With a thud, Qin Ziming collapsed onto the ground. Mom, you must be joking. Did we not allow Qin Hao to take this opportunity? In his previous life, Qin Ziming was envious of Qin Hao's fortunate circumstances, which prompted him to seek the position of a son-in-law to the Han family upon his rebirth. Following the trajectory of his future, he was destined to ascend to greatness. Conversely, Qin Hao would be mercilessly abandoned by that wretched Lin Yuxin and would spend his days as a humble farmer in the village, living a life of obscurity. However, at this moment, Qin Ziming had egregiously squandered the opportunity to meet Director Chun. This was an opportunity that rightfully belonged to him, yet he inadvertently relinquished it to Qin Hao. Had he not missed this chance, the person whom Director Chun would express gratitude to today would have been none other than Qin Ziming and Wang Damei. At this very instant, Qin Ziming wished he could strike himself twice. He found it unbearable that Qin Hao had seized the opportunity for a turnaround. Was all his effort in vain? Chapter 65 resumed. As evening fell, the dining table of the Han family was shrouded in a somber silence. Han Guohua consumed one drink after another. Observing this scene, Zhao Sufan, Han Lili, and Han Yongxiang all lowered their heads, hesitant to speak. It was evident that Han Guohua was in a foul mood, and none wished to provoke his ire, fearing a reprimand. At last, Han Yongxiang could no longer contain himself. Summoning his courage, he cautiously remarked, Dad, that Qin Hao fellow is exceedingly ungrateful. He deserves a good beating. Why don't I gather some people, along with Qin Ziming, to teach him a lesson? Then he one dare refused to speak to Director Chun about arranging a job for me. As soon as the words left his mouth, He was met with Han Guohua's furious retort. What are you talking about? You only ever think about fighting. If a beating could resolve the issue, I would have confronted him at old Qin's place today. After all, Qin Hao was a benefactor to Qin Yaohua. If word got out that Qin Hao had been assaulted, any hope of job arrangements would vanish, and Han Guohua himself could face dire consequences. It was a classic case of more trouble than it was worth. Thus, a softer approach was necessary, which only added to his frustration. At that moment, Han Guohua suddenly furrowed his brow and turned to Han Yongqiang. Did you just say you were looking for Qin Ziming? Isn't he still in the county? Han Yongqiang paused, then replied, someone in the village saw him return with Wang Damei yesterday. Upon hearing this, Han Guohua's expression darkened further. Just at noon, Wang Damei had claimed she hadn't gone to fetch Qin Ziming, clearly deceiving him. Stop your meal. Go to old Qin's house and bring Qin Ziming back. I need to speak with him, Han Guohua ordered coldly. Understood, Dad. I'm on my way, Han Yongqiang responded, his face brightening at the prospect of impending drama. Once Han Guohua dealt with Qin Ziming, his temper would likely have cooled, and he would be safe. With that thought, Han Yongqiang hurried to old Qin's residence. Upon arrival, he barged in and caught Qin Ziming off guard during dinner. Yongqiang, what brings you here? Qin Ziming exclaimed, startled, nearly dropping his chopsticks in shock. Huh, you thought you could sneak back into the village unnoticed? People have already seen you. Dad knows and has sent me to bring you home, Han Yongqiang declared, his tone laden with challenge, the implication clear. At that moment, Qin Ziming felt a chill run down his spine. He had believed his plan was foolproof, only to be discovered a day later. Surely, Han Guohua would not let this slide. Yongqiang, please let me stay home for one more night. I'll return first thing in the morning, Qin Ziming pleaded desperately, fully aware of the consequences awaiting him. He considered fleeing to avoid Han Guohua's wrath. Dream on. You're coming with me right now. Han Yongqiang surged forward, seizing Qin Ziming by the arm and dragging him outside. Meanwhile, Wang Damei and Qin Weimin were left dumbfounded. This was no ordinary return home. It felt more like a condemned man being led to the gallows. What are you doing? Return my son, Wang Damei cried, rushing to block their path. Step aside. If you have something to say, discuss it with my dad. Don't forget that we paid to have Qin Ziming redeemed. He is my Zhao family's son-in-law. What is wrong with him going home? Han Yongqiang replied firmly. Wang Damei was acutely aware of the Han family's temperament. If Qin Ziming returned, a beating would be the least of his worries. There was no way she would stand idly by and watch. No one is taking my son away today, she declared, unwavering. Get out of the way. Han Yongqiang grew impatient, his hunger gnawing at him. Completing the task at hand was paramount. He had no time for Wang Damei's protests. He prepared to push her aside. At that moment, Qin Weimin stepped forward, addressing Wang Damei. Let Ziming go with them. Nothing bad will happen. What do you know? Wang Damei was about to recount the mistreatment Qin Ziming had endured at the Han household, when Qin Weimin forcibly pulled her away from the door. You old fool, what are you doing? If my son loses his life, you won't have it easy either. Wang Damei struggled, helplessly watching as Qin Ziming was led out of the house. Her composure shattered. She collapsed to the ground, weeping uncontrollably. You old fool, you will pay for my son. Enough of this nonsense. Secretary Qin has even lent us money to redeem Qin Ziming. What could possibly happen to him? Qin Weimin said, his patience wearing thin. Ever since Wang Damei and Qin Ziming had caused such a ruckus, he had grown increasingly intolerant of her ways, purely obstinate and chaotic. Dad, I've brought Qin Ziming back, Han Yongqiang announced loudly as he entered the house. Qin Ziming was ushered in like a frightened chick, pushed forward by Han Yongqiang. Dad, Mom, Lili, Qin Ziming greeted, his face pale, forcing a strained smile. The onlookers in the room were clearly enjoying the spectacle, particularly Han Lili, who cast a scornful glance at Qin Ziming and sneered. You're getting bolder by the day, aren't you? Our family paid to bring you back, and you ran off home instead. What do you mean by that? Look at how angry you've made my dad. Hearing her words, Qin Ziming's legs trembled. He stole a glance at Han Guohua, whose furious gaze nearly paralyzed him with fear. He quickly averted his eyes, unable to meet that wrathful stare. Dad, I just wanted to go home for a bit. I plan to return first thing tomorrow, Qin Ziming stammered, his explanation feeble and lacking conviction. However, the situation did not unfold as everyone had anticipated. Rather than reprimanding Qin Ziming, Han Guohua gestured to the empty seat beside him and said, Have you eaten? Come sit here. Me? Qin Ziming could scarcely believe his ears, still less could he fathom why Han Guohua, upon seeing him, showed no trace of anger or desire to strike him, but instead invited him to join him for a meal. What hidden intention lay behind this unexpected gesture? "Father, I've already eaten at home," Qin Ziming stammered, rooted to the spot, unwilling to approach. "Then eat just a little less," Han Guohua replied, his tone brooking no refusal. Hearing this, Qin Ziming's unease deepened, his heart fluttering with apprehension. After a silent, internal struggle, he reluctantly obeyed, stepping forward, climbing onto the heated brick bed, and settling quietly beside Han Guohua. Han Yongxiang and the others stood baffled, utterly unable to decipher Han Guohua's enigmatic motives, and so remained hushed, watching in reverent silence. Chapter 66. Toast. At this moment, Han Guohua cast a meaningful glance at Qin Ziming and spoke. "Ziming, my boy, you have endured quite a hardship during your time inside. Now that you have finally emerged, do not dwell on this matter. Every young person makes mistakes. As long as you recognize your errors and strive to amend them, you will remain a fine son-in-law of the Han family." Qin Ziming nodded repeatedly, assuring, "Father, I promise I will not err again in the future." "Indeed," Han Guohua replied, then shifted the topic, asking, "By the way, how is your relationship with Qin Hao?" "Not very good," Qin Ziming admitted. "Qin Hao is quite petty, always complaining that my mother treats him poorly." Qin Ziming was somewhat at a loss. However, he dared not deceive Han Guohua, and could only speak the truth. Upon hearing this, Han Guohua's expression soured instantly. "He is, after all, your stepbrother. Can't you exchange a few words with him?" Though he felt powerless against Qin Hao, he was reluctant to forfeit this rare opportunity. Thus, he thought of Qin Ziming, hoping to gain something from him. Noticing the change in Han Guohua's demeanor, Qin Ziming became anxious and quickly corrected himself. "Actually, it's not that we can't communicate at all. Father, do you want me to contact Qin Hao for something?" Curiosity piqued, he inquired further, eager to uncover Han Guohua's true intentions. "Yesterday, Qin Hao went to the county and saved an elderly lady in the street. Quite the stroke of luck, as she happens to be the mother of the match factory director. Now, Qin Hao has become the savior of Director Chen's family. You returned from the county yesterday as well, didn't you? It would have been splendid if you had encountered this good fortune," Han Guohua sighed. Upon hearing this, Qin Ziming's heart felt as though it had been pierced with a knife. He had indeed been there, and the first person the elderly lady sought help from was him and Wang Xiuqin. The crux of the matter was that they had run away. For this incident, Qin Ziming could only swallow his pride and not dare mention it to Han Guohua. He forced a smile and said, "Father, even if Qin Hao has become the benefactor of Director Chen's family, what of it? In our village, you have the final say, and there is no need to curry favor with Director Chen." Unbeknownst to Qin Ziming, he was unaware that Director Chen intended to offer Qin Hao a job. Han Guohua patiently explained, "Ziming, you may not know this, but Director Chen originally planned to arrange a position for Qin Hao at the match factory. However, Qin Hao declined. I was hoping he would pass the opportunity on to Yongqiang. Yet, he showed no appreciation for our familial ties and refused my request. I pondered that you might be able to assist. Speak with Qin Hao and persuade him to approach Director Chen for a job for Yongqiang in the county." After listening, Qin Ziming felt another stab of anguish. Such a golden opportunity existed? Qin Hao was indeed a fool to turn down such a splendid chance. He regretted not having saved that elderly lady. Even if he had merely offered her a hand, he could have become the benefactor of Director Chen. As for arranging jobs, was it not something he could dictate? In the future, who would dare challenge the Han family? Perhaps he could even secure a respectable position in the county for himself. But now, contemplating these thoughts, Qin Ziming's expression grew increasingly grim. Meanwhile, Han Guohua, believing the matter to be complex, glared and asked, "What is it? Can't you handle this?" "Father, this might be a bit difficult." Qin Ziming hesitated to give a definitive answer. He understood the nature of his relationship with Qin Hao, akin to that of adversaries. Even if he were to kneel and plead, he would not relent. Hearing this, Han Guohua fell silent, directly picking up a wine jug from the table and pouring a glass for Qin Ziming. "Father." This startled Qin Ziming, who hurriedly placed his hands protectively over the cup, appearing cautious. "Ziming, consider a way to make this happen. If you succeed, you will be our family's greatest benefactor. Whatever you desire, I will grant you," Han Guohua stated earnestly, looking at him. Upon hearing this, Qin Ziming felt invigorated, as if he had received a surge of energy. Anything he desired would be granted. What he yearned for most was the wealth and support of the Han family. "Father, although this matter seems challenging, I will do my utmost. Give me a few days, and I will talk to Qin Hao." Qin Ziming, now somewhat intoxicated with ambition, agreed without hesitation, determined to conquer this formidable task. Excellent. Truly worthy of being my esteemed son-in-law. Come, let us drink. Seeing Qin Ziming's agreement, Han Guohua's face lit up with a smile as he lifted his cup to toast. After setting down his cup, Han Guohua looked at Han Yongxiang with displeasure and remarked, "What are you standing there for? Your brother-in-law has promised to help you with such a significant matter, and you haven't even expressed your gratitude." After being admonished, Han Yongxiang finally reacted, slapping his forehead and laughing awkwardly. "Oh dear, I got too excited just now." He rushed to the table and filled a cup of wine for Qin Ziming, followed by 2 more. "Brother-in-law, I toast to you," Han Yongxiang said, extending the cup. Qin Ziming gazed at the wine with disdain, remembering all too well the 2 beatings he had received at Han Yongxiang's hands. This grudge was not something he could easily forget. Yet, seeing Han Yongxiang fawn over him now brought a sense of satisfaction. "So this is your day?" Though he thought this inwardly, Qin Ziming maintained a smile and replied, "Yongxiang, we are family. You are too polite." He clinked his cup with Han Yongxiang's and downed the contents in one go. At that moment, Han Lili, sitting nearby, scrutinized Qin Ziming with disdain, curling her lip. Having shared a bed with him for an extended period, she knew all too well his capabilities. She felt that Qin Ziming could not possibly accomplish this task. After dinner, Qin Ziming returned to his room, reeking of alcohol. He had consumed a considerable amount today. Since arriving at the Han household, this was his first experience of such treatment. After the meal, he was not even required to clear the dishes. With just a glance from Han Guohua, Cheng Guifang had taken care of it. This sensation can be epitomized by a single word: exhilarating. However, the moment he recalls the task assigned to him by the Korean Huajia, Qin Ziming's good mood dissipates instantaneously. He understands that attempting to discuss this with Qin Hao would be a futile endeavor. Qin Hao would undoubtedly refuse. What should he do? After contemplating for a considerable time while seated on the Kong, Qin Ziming could only devise one solution. That is to circumvent Qin Hao and directly approach Chun Yaohua at the county organization department. Given his status as Qin Hao's younger brother, Chun Yaohua could not possibly turn him away. To implore him? Perhaps in another lifetime. Chapter 67. The need to work. Having devised a strategy, Qin Ziming's face was alight with excitement. "What are you so pleased about? Can you truly fulfill what my father has asked?" Upon witnessing Qin Ziming's demeanor, Han Lili felt a wave of nausea wash over her. "Of course I can. Otherwise, why would I have agreed?" Noticing the puzzled look on Han Lili's face, Qin Ziming's mood soured. Han Lili shot him a glare, warning, "You better succeed. If you fail, the consequences will be yours to bear. Stop the nonsense. What do you understand, you woman?" Under normal circumstances, Qin Ziming would never dare to speak to Han Lili in such a manner. Yet now, even Han Guohua was demanding he take action, naturally leading him to disregard Han Lili. "How dare you speak to me like that? Are you asking for trouble?" Han Lili had never endured such indignities, and immediately pointed at Qin Ziming, shouting, "Go on, stop whining in my ear. Lay out the quilt for me, and prepare a basin of warm water. I'm tired and wish to sleep." Qin Ziming replied impatiently, unwilling to engage further. "Who do you think you are, barking orders at me?" Han Lili was incensed, her voice rising. "What is all this commotion about?" Their altercation immediately attracted Zhao Sufan, who entered the room. "Mom." Seeing her family member brought tears to Han Lili's eyes as she rushed into Zhao Sufan's embrace, feeling aggrieved. "Qin Ziming is insufferable. He wants me to fetch him water for his feet. Mom, you must take my side." Hearing this absurd request, Zhao Sufan's heart burned with anger. However, as the entire family was relying on Qin Ziming, including Han Guohua, she dared not voice her displeasure. "Lili, just go and get the water for Ziming," she instructed. Han Lili could hardly believe her ears. Before she could respond, Zhao Sufan added quietly, "Just bear with it for now. Yongxiang's job still relies on Ziming's arrangements. If you provoke him now, your father will surely scold you." Hearing this, Han Lili swallowed her retort. She turned to glare at Qin Ziming and said in a low voice, "Just wait, I'll get the water for you right now." Before long, a basin of warm foot water was placed at Qin Ziming's feet. He tested the temperature, finding it just right, and comfortably submerged his feet into the warm water. "Ah, blissful." Observing Qin Ziming's expression of sheer enjoyment, Han Lili felt an urge to confront him and silently vowed, "I am doing this for my brother. If you fail to secure him a job, you shall be the first I hold accountable." The following day, Qin Ziming set out for the county. Before long, he found himself standing before the grand entrance of the Yongming match factory. Above the entrance hung a sign bearing the factory's name, flanked by red characters proclaiming safety first. How splendid, Qin Ziming murmured enviously. Behind those grand doors lay the coveted iron rice bowl, a dream for many townsfolk. At that moment, a thought struck Qin Ziming. As he sought to arrange a job for Han Yongqiang with Chen Yaohua, why not include himself as well? This way, he would transform into a man of stature, further solidifying his importance in Han Guohua's eyes. Just then, an elderly security guard with a face full of wrinkles noticed Qin Ziming standing at the entrance, his expression a mix of confusion and amusement, which sparked a glimmer of wariness in the guard's murky eyes. What do you want? The old guard barked as he pushed open the window. Startled by the sudden voice, Qin Ziming quickly replied, I am here to see your director Chun. The guard scrutinized him, noting his shirt and trousers, coupled with polished shoes, which lent him an air of formality. However, he still barred Qin Ziming from entering. Do you have an appointment? No, but I am. No appointment, no entry. The window slammed shut with a resounding thud, startling Qin Ziming once again. Feeling irked, he approached and knocked on the window. Please inform him that I am Qin Hao's brother. The window opened once more, revealing the increasingly impatient guard, who had never heard of Qin Hao. Typically, those seeking an audience with Chen Yaohua were somewhat known to him, but no one by the name of Qin Hao had ever been mentioned, nor had he received any notice of visitors for Chen today. It does not matter whose brother you are, Director Chen is not here. Come back another day. Then I shall wait for him, Qin Ziming resolutely declared, determined to meet Chen Yaohua. Move aside and stop loitering at the entrance. The old guard exited the booth, gesturing to expel Qin Ziming. At that moment, a green jeep approached slowly. What is happening? The rear window rolled down, and Chen Yaohua inquired. The old guard's demeanor changed instantly. Director Chen, this young man insists on seeing you, claiming to be Qin Hao's brother. I hadn't received any notification and was about to send him away. Qin Hao's brother? Chen Yaohua stepped out of the car and approached Qin Ziming. Before Qin Ziming could fully process the situation, strong hands clasped his shoulder. Come, let us head to my office to discuss matters. Chen Yaohua turned to the old guard and instructed, Old Li. Next time a member of the Qin family arrives, invite them directly to my office. The guard opened his mouth, but only nodded in response. In the office, Chen Yaohua warmly gestured for Qin Ziming to take a seat on the sofa and personally poured him a cup of tea. Thanks to your brother, my mother is doing much better. I visited her at the hospital earlier, and she mentioned wanting to see your brother again. That's merely a trifling matter. You are too gracious, Director Chun, Qin Ziming replied, a slight twitch at the corner of his lips. If he had been the one to assist the elderly lady, it would have been he receiving the thanks instead. Where is your brother? Why didn't he accompany you? Chen Yaohua inquired while settling down on the sofa. Qin Ziming took a sip of tea, his mind racing, and began, My brother refused to come, insisting that I seek you out. What do you need from me? Chen Yaohua asked, puzzled. Yesterday, you mentioned arranging a job for him at the factory, yet he did not accept it. Upon returning home, he experienced regret, and thus today he has requested me to seek your assistance. He desires 2 formal positions at the factory. 2. Chen Yaohua furrowed his brow slightly. Arranging 2 formal roles is not a significant issue for him. However, he could not shake the feeling that something felt amiss, though he could not articulate what it was. Qin Hao wishes for him and his wife to join our factory as workers? Chen Yaohua inquired. Not quite. My brother intends to secure these positions for me and my brother-in-law, Qin Ziming replied with clarity. Chapter 68. Securing positions for oneself or for others. Chen Yaohua felt a twinge of surprise. However, he had already communicated to Qin Hao that he was available to assist with any difficulties. At this moment, when Qin Ziming came to him with a request, it was indeed something he could not ignore. Moreover, this matter was quite simple for him to facilitate. After a moment of contemplation, Chen Yaohua replied, Very well. I'll make the arrangements for 2 positions as formal workers in the workshops for you. Upon hearing this, Qin Ziming could hardly conceal his joy, and a broader smile spread across his face. Then allow me to express my gratitude on behalf of my brother, Director Chun. By the way, when can my brother-in-law and I start working? Qin Ziming eagerly inquired. You may come over at 8 a.m. the day after tomorrow, Chen Yaohua stated. All right, I'll head back then. Qin Ziming felt elated beyond measure. After leaving the office, he excitedly pumped his fist in the air. I am indeed a genius. Qin Hao, you foolish imbecile. With this, I have achieved merit in the old Han family and secured a job in the county for myself. You've done all the hard work for me. With exhilaration and pride, Qin Ziming exited the refrigerator factory. Meanwhile, Qin Hao had hunted 2 wild chickens and gathered some mushrooms before arriving at the county hospital. After departing from his rented room, Lu Yi made his way to the hospital. After inquiring with several nurses, he located room 303 in the inpatient department. Inside, there were 3 hospital beds, and at a glance, Qin Hao spotted the person he wished to see. The elderly woman lay flat on the bed, attended to by a middle-aged woman. "Auntie, I've come to see you," Qin Hao said as he approached the bedside, placing the chickens and mushrooms beside her. The elderly woman recognized him instantly, her face lighting up with joy upon seeing the young man who had saved her. Noticing the 2 wild chickens and the mushrooms, she expressed her surprise, exclaiming, "Young man, I am already so pleased that you came to see me. How could you have brought gifts as well?" Qin Hao smiled and replied, "I merely happened to catch them in the mountains. They'll be perfect for a soup at noon. Auntie, you should nourish your body." "Thank you," the elderly woman said gratefully. "Please, have a seat." Hearing this, Chen Yaohua's wife quickly fetched a stool and placed it beside Qin Hao. "I truly appreciate you saving my mother-in-law yesterday. Otherwise, the consequences would have been unimaginable. You are too kind. I merely happened to be there." "Anyone would have lent a hand," Qin Hao replied with a smile. As they conversed, Qin Hao took out an envelope that Lin Yuxin had given him, containing the extra 50 yuan. "Auntie, Director Chen found me yesterday morning and returned the deposit I had paid. I didn't notice at the time, but when I got home, I realized there was an extra 150 yuan in here. I know this is your goodwill, but I truly cannot accept this money. I made a special trip to return it to you." He extended the envelope towards the elderly woman. Upon hearing this, she appeared somewhat agitated. "This money may not be much, but it is our family's small token of gratitude. Please accept it." Qin Hao insisted on placing the envelope into her hands. "Auntie, it is not that I wish to refuse your kindness. Goodwill is invaluable. If I were to accept this money, it would taint my pure intentions should I encounter a similar situation in the future." Qin Hao's words prompted the elderly woman to reassess her savior. Despite Lu Yi still being dressed in his rustic attire, in her eyes, he radiated a unique aura. After chatting for a while, Qin Hao glanced at the clock on the table. "Auntie, please rest well. I must take my leave now. I will visit again when I have the time." The elderly woman, unable to move, could only wave her hand, saying, "We have an agreement. You must come again when you can." "Certainly," Qin Hao replied as he rose to depart. At the same time, after leaving the match factory, Qin Ziming did not hurry home, but instead made his way to a state-run restaurant, ordering a bottle of erguo and 3 meat dishes along with a cold dish. Indulging heartily, at the old Han household, he could hardly enjoy such delicacies. Whenever they had meat, it was always reserved for Han Guohua and the others, leaving him, as the son-in-law, with nothing. Now that he had finally arrived in the county, he intended to indulge himself. After several cups of liquor, Qin Ziming felt invigorated, his face beaming with uncontainable delight, intoxicated by the sheer joy of the moment. Once he had finished his meal, Qin Ziming returned to the village, reeking of alcohol and swaying slightly as he walked. This prompted Zhao Sufan and Han Lili to frown in disapproval. "Weren't you supposed to be at the match factory? Why did you go drinking?" Han Lili crossed her arms, visibly displeased. "Haha," Qin Ziming sneered. He had initially been in high spirits, but being scolded by Han Lili dampened his mood. "What is wrong with drinking? Isn't it all for the sake of the family? If you can't stand it, you can step aside," Qin Ziming retorted irritably. "You." Han Lili was taken aback by his response and was about to explode, but Zhao Sufan quickly intervened, turning to Qin Ziming and asking, "So, how did it go, Ziming?" With a smug smile, Qin Ziming responded, "Director Chun has already agreed. Not only will Yongqiang get into the factory, but I will also be able to join him as his companion." Qin Ziming's face was adorned with pride, his arrogance radiating unabashedly. Upon hearing this, Zhao Sufan's eyes widened in surprise. Although it was unexpected that Qin Ziming could enter the factory, at least Han Yongqiang would also secure a position as a worker. The matter was finally settled. "What a good son-in-law. You truly deserve the title of my excellent son-in-law," Zhao Sufan cheered. "Really? Did Director Chen truly agree to let Yongqiang into the factory?" Dumei expressed skepticism. She knew Qin Ziming well and often felt he was unreliable. She then coldly addressed him. "Qin Ziming, you better not be spinning tales. Clarify this. Are you certain you've secured the positions for both you and my brother to work at the match factory?" "What? Don't you believe what I say? Today, I accompanied Director Chun to the state-run restaurant for a drink. Look, I even brought back the bill for the meal. Please expedite my reimbursement." Qin Ziming extracted a receipt from his pocket, precisely the document he received after dining at the establishment. Han Lili took it and, upon inspection, discovered that the meal had cost an astonishing 12.8 yuan. Such an expense? Do you really think that's excessive? Qin Ziming retorted, his eyes widening. Not at all. Not at all. Zhao Sufan snatched the receipt from Han Lili's grasp, her face beaming with joy. Ziming, I will reimburse you for this. As long as it secures a stable job for my son, I am willing to spend any amount. Chapter 69 For my brother, I endured. Qin Ziming glanced at the mother and daughter, a smirk of satisfaction curling his lips as he lazily stretched, exclaiming, I'm utterly exhausted from a day of labor. I shall retreat to my room for a moment. Go ahead, go ahead. I will quickly prepare some delectable dishes for our evening celebration. Zhao Sufan replied with a beaming smile, but then noticed her daughter Han Lili pouting. What are you sleeping for? Han Lili exclaimed, tugging at Qin Ziming's arm. You should assist mother in the kitchen. Qin Ziming shot her a glare, somewhat displeased. What nonsense are you spouting, child? Zhao Sufan hurriedly pulled Han Lili behind her, smiling as she said, Ziming has been tirelessly working for our family all day. Is it not acceptable for him to rest? I can manage dinner by myself. Just call me when it's ready. Qin Ziming raised an eyebrow at Han Lili. And as he turned to leave, he deliberately swaggered, resembling a victorious general returning from battle. Mother, look at him. Han Lili stomped her foot in frustration. It's only because he found Yongxiang a job. You'd think he was our family's ancestor the way he acts. Although Zhao Sufan harbored some dissatisfaction with Qin Ziming's demeanor, she recognized the significance of what he had accomplished for the family. Angering him now could jeopardize Yongxiang's job opportunity, which would be a tremendous loss. Let's leave it for now. Do not provoke Ziming. We will discuss everything once your brother's job is fully secured, Zhao Sufan advised. Fine, for my brother's sake. I shall endure, Han Lili replied indignantly. Come, assist mother in the kitchen. I cannot manage this alone. Zhao Sufan pulled Han Lili toward the kitchen. That evening, when Han Guohua returned home, Zhao Sufan immediately shared the news with him. That rascal Ziming has managed to become a worker as well? Han Guohua was equally surprised. However, upon reflection, he surmised that it must have been Ziming's own efforts. Nonetheless, he was not overly concerned as long as his son's endeavors were successful. As for Qin Ziming, he could be left to his own devices. This is excellent. Now our family has 2 individuals employed in the county, which certainly brings us prestige, he remarked. Indeed, Zhao Sufan's smile deepened, her eyes gleaming with pride. In the entirety of Nanting village, whose family could rival theirs? With both son and son-in-law employed at the county match factory, if word got out, it would surely incite envy among many. After a while, the lavish spread was prepared, a bountiful array of dishes laid out upon the table. Where is Ziming? Han Guohua inquired upon noticing Qin Ziming's absence. He is still asleep. Han Lili rolled her eyes in response. Quickly call him to eat. Han Guohua exclaimed, glaring at her. Han Lili pouted and began to rise, but Zhao Sufan stopped her, saying, You stay seated, I will fetch him. Having been a son-in-law in the Han household for some time, it was Qin Ziming's first experience of such treatment. Not only was he spared from cooking and chores, but even Han Guohua had surprisingly placed a cherished bottle of fine wine on the table. Moreover, Han Yongxiang had notably altered his previously overbearing demeanor, affectionately referring to Qin Ziming as brother-in-law. The promise made during their wedding to buy him a bicycle was also dismissed, as he handed Qin Ziming the guarantee letter in front of him. All these gestures had Qin Ziming feeling rather elated. This sensation was simply exhilarating. Ziming, has Director Chen mentioned when you will begin at the factory? I need to arrange your responsibilities at the production team. Han Guohua inquired at the dining table. We report to the match factory at 8 o'clock the day after tomorrow, Qin Ziming replied brightly. Upon hearing that he would be starting work so soon, the others at the table became animated. Brother-in-law, this is all thanks to you. In the factory, we shall look out for one another. Allow me to toast to you. Han Yongxiang raised his glass enthusiastically towards Qin Ziming. Qin Ziming shot him a disdainful glance. Yet he replied, What are you saying? You are my brother-in-law, we are family. After downing a glass of wine and taking a few bites of food, Qin Ziming suddenly recalled something. The reimbursement Zhao Sufan promised him for dining out had yet to be delivered. Although this sum was not significant to Qin Ziming, ordinarily, he would not have dared to ask. However, this was the opportune moment to assert his standing in the Han household. Clearing his throat, Qin Ziming smiled at Zhao Sufan, saying, Mother, have you forgotten something? You promised to reimburse me for the meal this afternoon, yet it has not materialized. Upon hearing this, Zhao Sufan smacked her forehead, exclaiming, "Oh dear, how could I have forgotten? I will fetch it for you right away. What are you rushing for?" Han Lili snapped, throwing down her chopsticks. "Mother is busy. How could she possibly find time to get you money? It won't be missing. Is it too much to ask?" Qin Ziming's smile vanished, and he replied sternly. Seeing this, Han Guohua chastised, "Ziming is correct. Asking is perfectly reasonable. It was your mother who forgot, so do not blame him." He then called out to Zhao Sufan, who was already at the door, "Bring out 100 yuan. Ziming has accomplished such a significant task for our family. He deserves a reward." "Thank you, father. I toast to you." Qin Ziming thought he would burst into laughter, raising his glass. Qin Hao was unaware of the actions Qin Ziming had taken behind his back. The following day, he continued his hunting endeavors on the mountain. The day proved fruitful as he encountered another stag. After dispatching it with a wolf-tooth arrow, he dragged it home. He removed the valuable antlers and headed to Wang Li's apothecary to exchange them for money. Just as he was about to leave, Chen Yaohua unexpectedly walked in. "Qin Hao, you are here." Upon seeing Qin Hao, Chen Yaohua greeted him warmly. "Director Chen, greetings," Qin Hao replied. After exchanging pleasantries, Chen Yaohua suddenly remarked, "By the way, I have arranged the jobs for your brother and his brother-in-law, as you requested. They can go directly to the HR department tomorrow to complete their onboarding process." "What job arrangement?" "I did not ask him to find you." Qin Hao was taken aback. "Could it be true? Yesterday, a young man, whose age is quite similar to yours, claimed to be your younger brother, named Qin Ziming. He sought me out at our factory." Chen Yaohua recounted the events with utmost honesty. After listening, Qin Hao grasped the underlying reasons. Previously, Han Guohua had urged him to relinquish his quota to Han Yongqiang, which he had refused. It was evident that Han Guohua must have spent money to extricate Qin Ziming and send him to handle this matter. Moreover, Qin Ziming not only approached Chen Yaohua behind his back, but also seized the opportunity to request a quota for himself. This young fellow certainly possesses a cunning strategy. Chapter 70. The Wild Boar Director Chun. Qin Ziming is merely my half-brother, and our relationship has never been amicable. How could I possibly allow him to seek employment from you? Qin Hao spoke leisurely, his expression serene. You must have been deceived by Qin Ziming. He used my name to procure 2 positions at the factory from you. Upon hearing this, Chen Yaohua's countenance darkened instantaneously, resembling the ominous clouds that herald a storm, foreboding and fierce. How could a factory director of his stature be manipulated by a mere youth? How audacious of him to presume to act with impunity under my authority. Chen Yaohua's anger was palpable, his voice brimming with indignation at the deceit he had suffered. Qin Hao, observing Chen Yaohua's reaction, inquired softly and discreetly, "Director Chen, how do you intend to handle this matter?" Had Qin Hao maintained a cordial relationship with Qin Ziming, Chen Yaohua might have chosen to downplay the situation, dismissing it as inconsequential. However, upon learning of their poor rapport, Chen Yaohua felt no qualms about being forthright. With a cold snort, he declared, "Since they are so eager to join our factory, very well, I shall grant them an opportunity. Let them experience that the sustenance of the working class is not to be taken lightly." Qin Hao understood well, given Chen Yaohua's tone. Qin Ziming and Han Yongqiang were likely to face dire consequences. Yet, this was entirely of their own making, and Qin Hao had no intention of interceding on their behalf. After leaving the apothecary, Qin Hao made his way to the black market. Amidst the chaotic throng, he searched diligently and ultimately acquired a hunting rifle, along with several dozen rounds of ammunition. To avoid drawing attention, he procured a piece of coarse burlap to wrap the rifle securely before carefully returning home with his new possessions. That night, Qin Hao lay in bed, tossing and turning, unable to sleep from excitement. With this rifle, his hunting gear had ascended to a new echelon. Not only would he now be able to hunt larger game, but he also felt emboldened, ready to confront wolves should he encounter them in the woods. Meanwhile, in the courtyard of the Han family, Qin Ziming and Han Yongqiang were equally restless, unable to find slumber. The thought of stepping into the match factory the following day, securing a coveted iron rice bowl and access to commodity grain, filled them with joy as they exchanged words, smoking one cigarette after another. "Brother-in-law, how was the environment at the match factory when you visited?" Han Yongqiang asked, his face alight with anticipation. "I heard the factory not only provides work uniforms, but also a canteen, and if you perform well, you might even receive housing. Is that true?" For someone like Han Yongqiang, deeply rooted in rural life, becoming a factory worker in the city was an extraordinary opportunity. "The environment is superb. I even entered Director Chen's office," Qin Ziming stated confidently as he flicked off the ash from his cigarette. As long as we work diligently. In a couple of years, we will be eligible for housing allocation. That would be wonderful. Once I receive a house, I can find a beautiful girl from the county to marry, and my life will be complete. Huh? Han Yongxiang laughed heartily, as if a bright future was just within reach. Qin Ziming shot him a glance, forcefully tossing the spent cigarette but to the ground and extinguishing it with his foot. Enough. I need to go inside and get some sleep. Tomorrow marks our first day at work, and we must leave a good impression on the factory leadership and our colleagues. We cannot appear lackluster. You are absolutely right, brother-in-law. I shall hurry inside as well. At this moment, Han Yongxiang held Qin Ziming in high regard, obediently scurrying back to his room. Early the next morning, as dawn broke, Qin Hao rose from his slumber. After a hearty breakfast, he meticulously inspected his hunting rifle, ensuring everything was in order. He gathered his ammunition and bowed before preparing to leave. Just before departing, he turned to Lin Yuxin and said, I cannot say for certain when I will return today, so please have a light meal for lunch. All right, Lin Yuxin replied with a gentle nod, pausing for a moment before adding with concern, be careful once you enter the mountains. Rest assured, I am well aware. Qin Hao assured her, stepping through the door and disappearing into the morning mist. Qin Hao once again ventured into the boundless, enigmatic forest. After trudging through the underbrush for quite some time, his keen ears, sharp as an eagle's, finally detected an unusual sound. He raised an eyebrow and stealthily advanced in the direction of the noise. Before long, a moderately sized lake came into view, where 5 or 6 dark-hued wild boars were frolicking in the muddy water, splashing about and grunting merrily. Utilizing the cover of the dense foliage, Qin Hao crouched low and carefully scoured the perimeter of the lake, swiftly discovering fresh tracks left by the wild boars. Without hesitation, he chose a vantage point upwind. The terrain was open, affording excellent visibility for both observation and action. Qin Hao quietly concealed himself behind the grass, holding his breath as he patiently awaited his quarry. Before long, the wild boars, having grown weary from their play, emerged from the lake, vigorously shaking off the sticky mud, droplets flying, before ambling back along their original path. With their acute sense of smell, the boars detected an unfamiliar scent before reaching the concealed spot where Qin Hao lay hidden. Instantly, they became alert, their ears perked up and their noses twitching. Qin Hao remained motionless behind the foliage, scarcely daring to breathe, his body resembling a statue as he intently observed every movement of the wild boars, hoping the wind would dissipate his scent. Fortunately, after a moment of sniffing, the boars failed to sense any imminent danger and continued on their way with nonchalance. As an experienced and skilled hunter, Qin Hao understood the significance of patience and the virtue of restraint, qualities he possessed remarkably well. He suppressed his excitement, waiting patiently until all but the last wild boar had passed. He then focused his full attention on the final boar. At that moment, his rifle was already steadied and aimed at the target, poised to strike. As the last wild boar leisurely entered Qin Hao's shooting range, he deliberately coughed softly. The sound echoed conspicuously in the silent forest, instantly capturing the wild boar's attention. The wild boar halted, its head turning cautiously towards Qin Hao, scanning the surroundings with vigilance. In that critical moment, Qin Hao decisively pulled the trigger. A thunderous bang echoed as the bullet shot forth like a bolt of lightning, striking precisely at the heart of the wild boar's shoulder blade. The creature emitted a deafening and mournful cry that resonated through the mountains, startling a flock of birds perched on nearby branches into a frantic flight. With its eyes ablaze and teeth bared, the wild boar charged fiercely towards Qin Hao, desperate for a final struggle. However, at the instant the bullet was fired, Qin Hao, with his agile reflexes, swiftly turned and concealed himself in an alternate hiding spot. In its frantic state, the mortally wounded wild boar lost all reason and crashed directly into a sturdy tree that Qin Hao had previously selected. The impact was thunderous, akin to a heavy hammer. As the tree trunk splintered under the force of the boar's charge, the wild boar, disoriented by the tremendous collision, staggered and collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath. Observing this, Qin Hao showed no hesitation and promptly fired 2 more bullets into the creature. At this point, the wild boar merely quivered slightly before succumbing to its injuries. Qin Hao then felt a sense of relief, standing still as he awaited the final breath of the beast. Meanwhile, the atmosphere in the Han household was enveloped in a profound sense of joy. Han Guohua originally intended to personally escort Qin Ziming and Han Yongxiang to the factory, But Qin Ziming advised, "Dad, having too many people might be counterproductive. After all, we are entering through the back door, and a larger group could attract unwanted attention." After pondering his son's words, Han Guohua deemed them sensible and abandoned his plan. Instead, he turned to Han Yongxiang, commanding, "Yongxiang, from now on, you must heed Ziming's advice in all matters. Once at the factory, learn diligently from your master, be astute, and don't hesitate to spend money when necessary, such as buying cigarettes for your master. Do you understand? Dad, you can rest assured, I will remember all of this," Han Yongxiang assured with a pat on his chest. Han Guohua nodded and looked towards Zhao Sufan, saying, "In a moment, give each of them 20 yuan for any emergencies they might encounter." "All right," Zhao Sufan replied. After a short while, the three members of the Han family, along with Qin Ziming, set out towards the village exit. On the way, a neighbor, noticing the Han family dressed impeccably, curious about their destination, greeted them. "Oh, Secretary Han, you all look quite smart. Where are you headed?" Rarely smiling, Han Guohua responded in a calm tone. "We are going out to handle some matters." However, Zhao Sufan could hardly contain her excitement and pride, exclaiming loudly, "Our Yongxiang and Ziming are going to work in the city. At the match factory, they are official employees. It's truly a secure job." As she spoke, her posture was straight, radiating confidence and pride. Chapter 71. Temporary Worker? Oh, really? Secretary Han is indeed remarkable. With a mere gesture, he has secured steady jobs for both his son-in-law and son, which is truly admirable. Among the crowd, a loud voice called out, adorned with an exaggerated smile, eyes gleaming with unabashed envy and flattery. "Secretary Han, you are truly extraordinary. If you have any other connections, please share them with us. If you could help my son secure a steady job, we would be willing to pay any price. Please, do us a favor." A somewhat plump villager approached, his face beaming with a forced smile, his hands rubbing together in anticipation. Yes, Secretary Han, you must look out for everyone." The crowd buzzed with voices, each trying to be heard. Han Guohua maintained a faint smile, calmly gesturing for silence. All right, everyone disperse. The match factory is not mine to run. How can I arrange jobs for you? Instead of wasting time here, you might as well tend to your fields." Although his words were polite, the subtle authority in his tone caused the villagers to quiet down somewhat involuntarily. As the family walked out, numerous villagers enthusiastically approached to greet them. Zhao Sufan's excitement was nearly overflowing. She spoke like a rapid-fire cannon, incessantly boasting about her son's new job at the city's match factory. Her voice loud enough for the entire village to hear. With every word, she locked eyes with the listeners, reveling in their expressions of either genuine or feigned admiration, feeling as if she were floating, her gait imbued with a sense of pride. Han Yongxiang mirrored her exuberance, his eyes sparkling with self-satisfaction. Previously, many in the village had whispered behind his back, criticizing him as someone who relied solely on his father's position and avoided hard labor while still reaping the benefits. However, that was no longer the case. The thought of soon becoming a factory worker, holding a coveted job that many envied, elevated his status far above that of the local farmers. His heart swelled with delight, secretly vowing that no one would dare speak ill of him again. With a sense of grandeur, they arrived at the village entrance. Under the hopeful gaze of his parents, Han Yongxiang followed Qin Ziming onto the path to the city. In this era, Yongming Match Factory stood as a thriving and impressive establishment. Especially in a time of relative scarcity, matches were essential household items, making them highly sought after in the market. Thus, the factory held significant prestige in the region. Most workers took great pride in being part of the match factory, walking with heads held high, exuding confidence, as if proclaiming their superiority to the world. When the children of factory employees went on blind dates, merely mentioning their connection to Yongming Match Factory would often elicit immediate interest and warmth from potential partners. Qin Ziming led Han Yongxiang to the factory entrance. The expansive factory grounds, tall walls, grand gates, and neatly arranged buildings instantly widened Han Yongxiang's eyes, sparkling with excitement and anticipation. He kept repeating to himself, "Soon, I will be an employee here. I will be a city dweller." At that moment, the gatekeeper recognized Qin Ziming immediately, his face breaking into a beaming smile as he hurried over. As he warmly offered a cigarette to both Qin Ziming and Han Yongxiang, he bowed slightly and said, "Brother Qin, you're here. Are you looking for Director Qin?" His eagerness was palpable, nearly leading him to bow in respect. Qin Ziming felt immensely pleased. Exhaling a perfect smoke ring, He leisurely replied, "Not looking for Director Chen today. Last time I was here, he arranged jobs for my brother-in-law and me, and we've come to report for duty and complete the onboarding process." Upon hearing this, the gatekeeper's smile widened even further, quickly responding, "Oh, I see. Let me take you there." "Thank you so much," Qin Ziming said, his smile growing deeper, nearly squinting with delight. The gatekeeper led Qin Ziming and Han Yongxiang to the office building. Upon reaching the third floor, he stopped at an office door, pointing at it with a beaming smile. "This is the Human Resources Department." He knocked on the door and announced, "Minister Wang, these two are here to complete their onboarding procedures as arranged by Director Chen." Inside the office, Minister Wang was sitting at his desk, signing documents. Without looking up, he casually glanced at Qin Ziming and Han Yongxiang from the corner of his eye, giving a slight grunt of acknowledgement. After a considerable pause, he leisurely put down his pen, leaning back in his chair, exuding an unmistakable air of authority, and lazily asked, "You two are here to handle your onboarding, correct?" Indeed. Although Minister Wang's demeanor was cold and arrogant, Qin Ziming felt a tinge of displeasure. Nevertheless, the prospect of employment made him quickly nod with a broad smile. "What are your names?" Minister Wang inquired, still not making direct eye contact, casually fiddling with a pen on the desk. "I am Qin Ziming." "I am Han Yongxiang." Minister Wang nodded slightly, yet a flicker of unusual intrigue crossed his gaze as he looked at Qin Ziming, saying, "Oh, it's you. Director Chen has already informed me of your visit today." The tone carried an elusive undertone, leaving room for interpretation. Upon hearing this, Qin Ziming's heart soared with joy, secretly thinking, "I didn't expect Director Chen to be so thorough. I must find an opportunity to express my gratitude to him soon, to foster a closer relationship and make him part of my network. This will further solidify my standing with the Han family, allowing me to walk proudly in the village." However, Qin Ziming maintained an outward facade of composure, feigning humility as he responded, "Director Chen is too kind. It's just a small matter, and yet he worries about it so much. In the future, I will rely on you, Minister Wang, for guidance in the factory." Minister Wang retrieved 2 forms from his drawer and casually tossed them onto the table, stating, "Fill out these forms, and you shall be officially employed." Qin Ziming and Han Yongxiang approached with elation, only to glance hastily at the documents, which caused their brows to furrow instantaneously, erasing their smiles without a trace. Temporary workers? Could there be a mistake? "We are to be permanent employees." Qin Ziming, with a look of astonishment, could not restrain his voice from rising, his expression swiftly transforming from confusion to indignation, his eyes seemingly ablaze. "There is no mistake. Your employment status is indeed that of temporary workers." Minister Wang replied, leaning back in his chair without lifting his eyelids, his tone icy and unyielding. Chapter 72. Labor is impossible. Qin Ziming exclaimed, his eyes wide with disbelief, the veins on his neck standing out as he raised his voice. "Director Chen told me personally." Before he could finish his sentence, Minister Wang abruptly lifted his head, his tone laced with impatience and disdain. "There are only temporary positions available. Will you take them or not? If not, leave now. Don't waste my time here." Qin Ziming's complexion instantly darkened, alternating between crimson and pallid hues, his lips trembling as if he wished to argue further. Han Yongxiang hurriedly leaned closer to his ear and whispered, "Brother-in-law, why don't we just fill out the forms first? Later, you can ask Director Chen what's really going on." Although Han Yongxiang was young and had a certain dominance in the village, he lacked the same assertiveness outside, and was thoroughly intimidated by Minister Wang's authoritative demeanor. He picked up the pen from the table and began to fill out the forms. "Just wait." Qin Ziming exhaled heavily, casting a fierce glare at Minister Wang. Ultimately, he too gritted his teeth and silently filled out the form, thinking to himself, "Once I uncover the truth, I will settle the score with you. Let us see how brazen you remain then." Minister Wang's smile deepened, his eyes glittering with mockery, as if he were witnessing a farcical performance. Noticing that the two were filling out the forms rather slowly, he impatiently urged them, "Fill in your names. The rest is secondary. Don't dawdle. I have pressing matters to attend to." With that, he snatched the forms from their hands, gave them a cursory glance, and tossed them into a drawer, declaring, "You are officially hired now. You two are temporary workers, and your future here will depend on your performance. If you do well, you may continue. If not, be ready to pack up and leave at any time. Do you understand?" "Understood," Qin Ziming replied begrudgingly, his voice thick with resentment and anger. "Follow me. I will take you to your workstations," Minister Wang said, rising and striding towards the door, indifferent to whether Qin Ziming and Han Yongqiang were keeping pace. Before long, Minister Wang led Qin Ziming and Han Yongqiang into the bustling factory. This will be your workplace from now on. You must work diligently, as your tasks will directly affect the smooth operation of the entire production line. Upon hearing this, both Qin Ziming and Han Yongqiang were taken aback. Though they were temporary workers, their roles appeared to be of significant importance. If they performed well, securing a permanent position seemed inevitable. Understood. We will do our best, they affirmed. Minister Wang nodded and approached a middle-aged man in work attire nearby. Zhao, I brought 2 temporary workers over. After a brief exchange, they walked over to Qin Ziming and Han Yongqiang. I'll leave them in your hands, Minister Wang said with a smile. Don't worry, I'll take care of it, Zhao replied. Minister Wang turned to Qin Ziming and Han Yongqiang. This is Zhao, the foreman of our production team. You will be under his supervision from now on. Whatever he instructs, you shall follow. Is that clear? Clear. Qin Ziming and Han Yongqiang nodded repeatedly. All right, I'll be on my way, Minister Wang concluded before promptly departing. Come on, let me introduce you to your upcoming tasks. Zhao led them to the far end of the production line. There, towering stacks of boxed matches awaited. Your job is to move all these boxed matches to the warehouse behind the factory, Zhao stated. Move them? Han Yongqiang was taken aback. With such a large quantity of matches, he feared he would exhaust himself. Qin Ziming's tone was equally resistant as he interjected. Foreman Zhao, we came to be workers, not laborers. This is your work. You 2 are the movers for our entire workshop. Not only will you handle the boxed matches from our team, but you will also be responsible for the matches from the other 5 teams. Zhao raised his voice, addressing them sternly. Qin Ziming and Han Yongqiang's expressions darkened completely. Brother-in-law, what is going on? Didn't you say we were coming for formal positions? Han Yongqiang could no longer contain his frustration, glaring at Qin Ziming. Seeing this, Qin Ziming shuddered. Although he too was perplexed, he knew he must provide Han Yongqiang with a satisfactory explanation, or he would surely face repercussions. Yongqiang, don't panic. There must be some mistake. I'll take you to find Director Chun. He will definitely reassign us, Qin Ziming urged, hastily pulling Han Yongqiang out of the factory towards Chun Yaohua's office. However, the office door was firmly shut. After knocking for quite some time without a response, it was evident that Chun Yaohua was not present. Reluctantly, Qin Ziming and Han Yongqiang returned to the Human Resources Department. At that moment, Minister Wang was leisurely perusing a newspaper. Qin Ziming stormed in, seething with anger. Minister Wang, you must give me an explanation today. What kind of explanation do you seek? Minister Wang asked, setting down the newspaper with an air of nonchalance. Director Chen clearly assured me that we would be given formal positions. How is it that we have become temporary workers under your authority? And why did you send us to the workshop to be treated as laborers? Qin Ziming admonished, pointing an accusatory finger at Minister Wang. In response to Qin Ziming's inquiry, Minister Wang grinned widely, but my orders were to assign you as movers in the production area. If you work hard, you might just become permanent employees one day. Qin Ziming replied sternly, where is Director Chun? I demand to see him. At this, a flicker of coldness passed over Minister Wang's face as he replied icily, what do you think you are, to demand an audience with our factory director? I've explained everything clearly. Now get back to work. Qin Ziming retorted, I refuse to be a laborer. Exactly, Han Yongqiang echoed. They had both been pampered at home and had never undertaken any laborious tasks. Even when Qin Ziming worked at the Han household, it was only menial chores. Now, to expect them to be movers in a match factory was utterly absurd. Originally filled with joy at the prospect of securing a stable job, they now found themselves relegated to the role of mere laborers. Such a drastic disparity was naturally unacceptable to both of them. Do you think this is your home? Minister Wang said in a low, somber tone. Here, no one is going to indulge you. Get back to work immediately, or I will summon the security personnel. Chapter 73. Slaughtering the pig. Upon hearing the mention of calling the security department, Qin Ziming and Han Yongqiang felt a sudden jolt of unease, their hearts racing with panic. In the village, with the formidable support of the brigade leader Han Guohua, they could act without restraint, free to do as they pleased. However, this was someone else's factory, and no one would indulge their bad habits here. Then shall we just quit? That should be acceptable, right? Qin Ziming hastily interjected, his tone tinged with a hint of desperation. Minister Wang glanced at him, a cold smirk playing on his lips as he replied, that's fine, but you must first pay the penalty for breach of contract. Once the payment is made, you can leave immediately. Breach of contract? What breach of contract? Qin Ziming exclaimed, Bewilderment etched on his face as he widened his eyes in disbelief. You have violated the labor contract, of course. You must compensate for the breach. Minister Wang paused before adding, you just filled out the form and signed it. Surely you haven't forgotten that already? In that era, labor relations were of paramount importance. Once an employee entered a company, unless they committed a particularly egregious offense, the company could not simply dismiss them. Even if an employee dared to confront a superior, the worst they could face would be a formal reprimand. Similarly, once an employee signed a labor contract, it effectively locked them into a firm, making it impossible to change jobs at will. To leave, one needed to obtain a release from the factory, accompanied by the payment of a penalty. Qin Ziming and Han Yongxiang had signed 2 forms previously, and although they were merely temporary workers, the documents clearly stated that if they wished to leave, they must pay a penalty. At that moment, both men furrowed their brows in distress, feeling as though they had fallen into a trap, thoroughly outwitted. How much is the penalty? Qin Ziming gritted his teeth, bracing himself to ask. Minister Wang picked up the form they had filled out, glanced at it, and said, you both signed 5-year contracts. According to regulations, if you want to leave, you must pay the penalty for 5 years, which amounts to double your total salary for those 5 years. Calculating that, each of you will need to pay 478 yuan. Such a sum? Upon hearing this figure, Qin Ziming and Han Yongxiang gasped, feeling a wave of dread wash over them. They had barely arrived and had not yet done any work. Now, because of a single form, they were facing a penalty of nearly 5,000 yuan. Although the Han family had some savings, it was highly improbable for them to produce such a hefty amount all at once. Noticing the shock on their faces, Minister Wang remained unfazed, a subtle smile forming as he said, now, you have a choice. Either pay the penalty obediently or continue working in our factory. Qin Ziming and Han Yongxiang exchanged glances, their minds racing. They were reluctant to part with such a substantial amount, yet were equally disinclined to engage in the arduous and dirty labor. Seeing their silence, Minister Wang raised his voice sharply, speak up. Left with no other option, the 2 men gritted their teeth and replied, we are willing to stay. We will go back to work. For the moment, they could only acquiesce, planning to discuss their strategy later when they saw Chen Yaohua or after work. Minister Wang's lips curled into a slight smile as he said, all right, then go back to work. Dejected, Qin Ziming and Han Yongxiang left the Human Resources Department, their spirits as low as wilted eggplants. Meanwhile, Qin Hao stood nearby, patiently waiting for the wild boar to breathe its last. Unlike his usual method of processing other game, he refrained from bleeding it out and slaughtering it directly. He understood that such actions would surely attract carnivorous creatures lurking in the woods. Although he carried a hunting rifle, provoking those beasts unnecessarily was simply not worth the trouble. Qin Hao carefully searched the surroundings for sturdy vines, spending considerable effort to securely bind the wild boar. Afterward, he pulled the boar, trudging step by step down the mountain. Upon finally reaching the base, he was utterly exhausted, his legs giving way as he collapsed onto the ground. Gasping for breath. Coincidentally, a few passing villagers noticed him and quickly gathered around. Xiao Hao, did you hunt this wild boar? An elderly man asked, astonished. Qin Hao, too fatigued to speak, could only nod in response. Xiao Hao, you are truly impressive. At first, the villagers had been drawn by the wild boar, but upon seeing Qin Hao's pale and weary countenance, they immediately expressed their concern, asking if he needed assistance. Yes, I desperately need help. Qin Hao eagerly nodded. That's the spirit. Young man, don't carry the burden alone. Speak up if you're in trouble. Several villagers joined forces to haul the wild boar toward the village. The weight of the wild boar was indeed considerable. As the villagers took hold of it, they genuinely appreciated Qin Hao's strength in dragging such a hefty creature out of the forest. Once they helped transport the boar to the village entrance, Qin Hao said, Uncles, could you please help me deliver the wild boar to the Zhang family at the village end? To Zhang Hua's house, right? No problem. The villagers readily agreed, continuing to drag the wild boar toward the village's far end. Slaughtering a pig is a skilled task. Without the proper experience and technique, the meat can easily be wasted. Thus, after much contemplation, Qin Hao decided to seek assistance from Zhang Hua, the only person in the village proficient in butchering pigs. At that moment, Zhang Hua was leisurely enjoying his pipe in his yard. Suddenly, a commotion at the gate caught his attention. He looked up to see a crowd gathering, several individuals dragging a massive creature into the yard. With keen eyes, Zhang Hua immediately recognized it as a wild boar. Uncle Zhang, could you please help me slaughter this wild boar? Qin Hao approached with a beaming smile. Absolutely. Zhang Hua responded, turning to shout into the house. Xiao Bao, hurry and fetch a hanging scale. My dear, prepare some hot water. We're about to slaughter a pig. With that, Zhang Hua rolled up his sleeves, revealing his strong arms, and took out a sharp butcher's knife, diligently sharpening it at the whetstone by the door. With many hands working together, it wasn't long before the weight of the wild boar was determined. Goodness! It weighed a hefty 240 pounds, and its physique was remarkably robust. The people in the yard cast admiring glances at Qin Hao, who was resting in the corner. Qin Hao courteously echoed a few polite remarks, and the group's attention swiftly returned to the wild boar. Zhang Hua, having honed his blade to a keen edge, stepped forward to take charge, his hands seasoned by years of butchering. With the villagers' eager assistance, the task proceeded with remarkable ease, and soon the thick-skinned, robust beast lay meticulously cleaned and prepared. As per Qin Hao's specifications, the carcass was expertly portioned, over a dozen generous slabs of marbled belly pork, dozens of neatly aligned rib cuts, and several irregular yet tender fillets of loin. The 4 trotters were severed cleanly at the joints, each retaining a generous layer of meat, and then arranged with quiet precision beside the severed head, a stark, solemn presence that lent an almost primal gravity to the scene. Chapter 74. Selling Wild Boar Meat. Zhangshu, take this 2 kilograms of meat. Qin Hao handed over 2 kilograms of wild boar meat, having just cut it with a kitchen knife, expressing his gratitude to Zhang Hua for assisting him in hunting the wild boar. Zhang Hua hesitated momentarily but ultimately accepted the meat, patting Qin Hao on the shoulder and saying, "All right, I want to be polite then." Qin Hao borrowed a unicycle to transport the wild boar meat home. On his way, he encountered son Li Qiao returning to the village from the production brigade. Upon seeing the meat on the unicycle, his eyes widened in astonishment. "How go? No wonder I haven't seen you for several days. Have you been quietly making a fortune hunting wild boars?" Son Li Qiao remarked eagerly. "It was just an unexpected harvest," Qin Hao replied with a smile. "Come, return home with me. I'll share some meat with you to take back for a meal." "Great." Son Li Qiao's smile grew even brighter as he helped Qin Hao push the unicycle back home. In the courtyard, Lin Yuxin was hanging close to dry. Upon seeing Qin Hao's return, she dropped the basin in her hand with a loud clatter. This is... Lin Yuxin's eyes widened in disbelief, her voice trembling. Qin Hao grinned. Wild boar meat, freshly hunted from the mountains. Lin Yuxin leaped up in excitement, rushing over in a few swift steps. "Goodness, so much meat. We can stew it for dinner tonight." Her cheeks flushed with joy, as if she could hardly believe the reality before her. The commotion in the yard caught Wang Dami's attention. Standing at the threshold, she glimpsed the mound of meat on the unicycle, and her expression shifted to one of complexity. Her gaze oscillated between the meat and Qin Hao, her lips twitching as she sarcastically remarked, "Oh, look at you, gaining skills. You managed to hunt a wild boar and bring back so much meat. Do you and Lin Yuxin think you can eat it all? Not even offering some to your father and me? How filial of you." Qin Hao shot her a disdainful glance and retorted, "You certainly enjoyed the venison I brought last time, didn't you?" It was all too evident that most of the deer meat intended for his father had found its way into Wang Dami's stomach. Indeed, upon hearing this, Wang Dami's expression shifted, and she fell silent for a moment. Just then, Qin Weiman emerged from the house, firmly grasping Wang Dami's arm. Xiao Hao hunted the wild boar himself. He can distribute the meat however he pleases. What is the point of your complaints? Before entering the house, he cast a reassuring glance at Qin Hao, filled with pride. As Wang Damei was pulled inside, she continued to grumble, "You always side with your son. It's just pork. My Zimming has already gone to the county to work. When he returns, he can buy me some meat." Yesterday, Qin Zimming had informed Wang Damei about his new job at the match factory. However, he had omitted the truth, claiming it was all arranged by Han Guohua. Hearing this, Qin Weiman sighed, almost dragging Lu Shi into the inner room. Even after the door was shut, faint sounds of their argument could still be heard. Qin Hao and the others chose to ignore them, preparing to move the meat into the side room. Just then, a commotion erupted outside the courtyard gate. "Xiao Hao, I heard you hunted a wild boar." A large group of villagers stood at the entrance, their faces adorned with friendly smiles. The news of his hunt had spread rapidly. Nearly everyone in Nantang village was aware of it. Qin Hao wiped his hands and approached them. "Yes, I just brought it back." "Good lad," one villager exclaimed, giving him a thumbs up. However, his expression soon turned awkward. He had intended to ask Qin how to sell him some meat, but felt hesitant. In the village, meat was a precious commodity, and he feared that if he asked, Qin Hao might refuse to sell. Finally, mustering his courage, he inquired, Xiao Hao, the villagers are craving meat. Would you consider selling some to us? We can negotiate a fair price. Qin Hao glanced at the wild boar meat on the unicycle, and then at the villagers' eager expressions. Quickly, he made a decision. Sure, we're all from the same village. You can set the price. Upon hearing this, the villagers erupted in joy, expressing their gratitude in a chorus. Old Qin's eldest son is truly generous. The market price for pork was currently 8 dimes per pound, and it required meat tickets to purchase. Qin Hao set his price at 5 dimes per pound, without the need for tickets. He began to assist in cutting the meat, while Lin Yuxin busily waited and collected payments. Meanwhile, at the match factory in town, Qin Ziming was hiding behind the warehouse with Han Yongqiang, idling about. Han Yongqiang squinted at Qin Ziming and asked, Qin Ziming, didn't you say you were going to ask factory director Qin for clarification? When will you go? Qin Ziming hurriedly replied, I'll go in a moment, just a moment. His words trailed off as Chun Yaohua's figure appeared in the distance. Qin Ziming quickly stubbed out his cigarette and plastered a smile on his face as he approached Director Chun. Chun Yaohua coldly glanced at him, his steps unyielding. Is there something you need? Seeing Chun Yaohua's demeanor, Qin Ziming was momentarily taken aback and hurried to catch up. Director Chun, didn't we agree last time that you would arrange for me and my uncle to have permanent positions? Why has it changed to temporary ones today, and why are we being assigned as laborers? Did I ever say that? Chun Yaohua halted, his brow furrowed. It's already a favor to arrange work for you too. Whether you want to do it or not is up to you. This response struck Qin Ziming like a bucket of cold water. He stood frozen, watching Chun Yaohua's retreating figure, his face shifting from red to white, then to a shade of green. A serious problem had arisen. Clearly, Chun Yaohua's attitude was off. It was as though he regarded Qin Ziming with enmity. Such a situation could only arise if Qin Hao had informed Chun Yaohua about his presence at the match factory and had said something behind his back. It had to be that way. Qin Hao, you truly are cunning. Qin Ziming cursed inwardly. What did you say to Director Chen? Han Yongqiang leaned closer, asking. He didn't seem very pleased. Qin Ziming's fists slowly clenched, his nails digging deeply into his palms. It must be Qin Hao. He must have said something to Director Chen. Qin Hao, what is going on? In Han Yongqiang's mind, he believed Qin Hao had indeed agreed to Qin Ziming's request. Otherwise, how could Qin Ziming have come to the match factory seeking work from Chun Yaohua? He was deliberately playing us. Qin Ziming ground his teeth in fury. It must be him. He must have said something to Manager Chun, which prompted Manager Chun to renege on his promise of a permanent position and instead offer us only temporary contracts, assigning us the most arduous tasks. Tonight, when we return home, I'll settle accounts with Qin Hao. Naturally, Qin Ziming dared not admit outright that he had unilaterally approached Chun Yaohua without Qin Hao's consent, nor that the promised position had never been secured with Qin Hao's approval. His intention was to deflect blame onto Qin Hao, thereby shielding himself from Han Yongqiang's resentment. Later, upon returning home, he planned to don a conciliatory smile and beg Qin Hao to intercede with Chun Yaohua, perhaps uttering a few well-chosen words on his behalf, thereby salvaging the situation. Yet he gravely underestimated the intensity of Han Yongqiang's wrath. Come, let us confront him at once. Chapter 75. The truth. Qin Ziming hastily intervened, exclaiming, It's still working hours. To hell with work, Han Yongqiang retorted, discarding the half-smoked cigarette onto the ground. The two seized the opportunity of the lunch break to slip out of the factory, storming toward the village, seething with anger. This time, we must make him pay, Han Yongqiang declared fiercely. Upon their arrival home, they found a few villagers gathered at the entrance, clutching pieces of pork and preparing to leave. With a brusque shove, Han Yongqiang pushed through the crowd and spotted Qin Hao, who was tidying up the scales. Qin Hao, he bellowed, drawing the attention of everyone present. Qin Hao looked up, a smile on his face, and asked, Aren't you supposed to be at the match factory? What brings you back? At this remark, Qin Ziming was fully convinced that Qin Hao was behind the mischief. What do you mean I'm back? Han Yongqiang strode forward. If I hadn't returned, you wouldn't even know how many schemes you've been plotting behind our backs. The villagers exchanged puzzled glances, unsure of what was unfolding. Lin Yuxin quickly set aside her work and turned her gaze toward the men. Han Yongqiang pointed at himself, raising his voice. Qin Hao, if it weren't for your sabotage, how would Qin Ziming and I end up as temporary workers? toiling like laborers? Qin Hao smiled faintly. What does this have to do with me? I merely stated some facts to him. Seeing that Qin Hao was about to reveal the truth, Qin Ziming quickly interjected, You are truly despicable, trying to ruin our jobs. Do you even have a conscience? The commotion in the courtyard drew the attention of Qin Weimin and Wang Damei from inside the house. Upon recognizing her son, Wang Damei rushed over. Ziming, why are you back? What happened? Mom. Qin Ziming, feeling emboldened, proclaimed, This scoundrel Qin Hao has been plotting against us, causing me and Yongxiang to suffer half a day's labor at the factory. Wang Damei, upon hearing this, turned her fiery gaze toward Qin Hao. Well, unable to achieve anything yourself, you can't stand to see others prosper, can you? The onlooking villagers began to murmur amongst themselves, some shaking their heads, others sighing. Little Hao would never do such a thing, right? There must be some misunderstanding. Indeed, I can't believe it. As Qin Ziming noticed the villagers defending Qin Hao, his fury intensified. What do you know? He is an expert at feigning innocence. On the surface, he shares meat generously, but behind the scenes, he stabs his own brother. Qin Hao quietly observed his theatrics before speaking slowly. If you want me to clarify, why don't you mention how you sought out Director Chen for a job in my name? You're talking nonsense. Qin Ziming stammered, his face darkening. What do you mean? Qin Hao, give me a clear explanation. Han Yongxiang was also taken aback, realizing there was more to this situation. Qin Ziming, his face ashen, shouted, Yongxiang, don't listen to his lies. Let us beat him up together. However, Han Yongxiang remained motionless, his gaze fixed on Qin Hao, waiting for him to speak. Qin Hao then recounted the situation in detail, leaving the courtyard in an uproar. The villagers looked at Qin Ziming with astonishment, murmuring among themselves. It turned out he had gone behind Little Hao's back to seek a job, and blamed it all on Little Hao. This was truly. Qin Ziming's face flushed crimson as he suddenly lashed out, throwing a punch at Qin Hao. You're asking for it. Stop, Qin Weimin shouted, but it was too late. Just as the fist was about to strike Qin Hao's face, Han Yongxiang intervened, stepping in front of him. He seized Qin Ziming's wrist with such force that it elicited a cry of pain. Qin Ziming, this is all you're doing. How dare you blame it on Qin Hao? Han Yongxiang said coldly. Seeing the situation turn against him, Qin Ziming took a few steps back, glaring venomously at Qin Hao. It's all your fault. If it weren't for you, none of this would have happened. Qin Hao regarded Qin Ziming's contorted face with a cold smile. You brought this upon yourself. At that moment, seizing the opportunity while everyone was distracted, Qin Ziming took off running. He realized that with the truth exposed, if Han Yongxiang caught him and brought him back to the Lao-Han family, it would be the end of him. Fleeing was his only option. Yet, Han Yongxiang would not let him escape easily, immediately giving chase. The farce at the Lao Qin family finally began to reach its conclusion. Qin Ziming ran swiftly, but Han Yongxiang was right on his heels. Just as they reached the village entrance, Han Yongxiang lunged and tackled Qin Ziming to the ground. Run, will you? Furious, he let out a roar and landed a punch squarely on Qin Ziming's right eye, causing his vision to darken. I'll beat you to death. One punch was not enough to satisfy Han Yongxiang's rage. He rained blows upon Qin Ziming, shouting, damn it, as he pummeled him mercilessly. After enduring countless punches, Qin Ziming, in sheer pain, finally retaliated, throwing wild punches with his eyes closed. The two grappled, the scene devolving into chaos. The commotion attracted numerous villagers. Upon witnessing the fight between Qin Ziming and his brother-in-law Han Yongxiang, the spectators found it novel and paused to watch, no one stepping in to break it up. In terms of fighting, Qin Ziming was no match for Han Yongxiang. It wasn't long before he was bloodied and bruised, looking utterly miserable. Only then did someone in the crowd shout, quick, separate them, or someone might get seriously hurt. Upon hearing this, the villagers hurriedly intervened to pull the two apart. At that moment, Qin Ziming sat on the ground, gasping for breath. Han Yongxiang glared at him, still seething with anger. Damn it. You'll pay for this. I'll settle the score with you later. I'm waiting. Qin Ziming shouted defiantly, his adrenaline surging. Accompanied by the gathering villagers, Qin Ziming and Han Yongxiang returned to the front of the house. Before they even stepped into the courtyard, Han Guohua and Zhao Sufan sensed something was amiss and rushed out. Seeing the two figures of Qin Ziming and Han Yongxiang, they were initially taken aback. Upon noticing the injuries on their faces, they were astonished. They had watched them leave for the match factory that morning. How could they return before noon? How did you both end up injured? Han Hua furrowed his brows and inquired. Yongxiang, Ziming, who has harmed you? Zhao Sufan exclaimed anxiously. Han Yongxiang gazed at his parents and declared loudly, "Mom and Dad, we were deceived by that scoundrel Qin Ziming." With that, he strode forward, pulling the two aside, and recounted everything that had transpired at the matchstick factory, including the words spoken by Qin Hao. Chapter 76. Family Shame. What? Han Guohua and Zhao Sufin's eyes widened in disbelief, their minds echoing with the shocking news they had just heard, unable to accept this harsh reality. That scoundrel Qin Ziming had managed to deceive their entire family completely. It felt like a bolt from the blue. The villagers who had gathered were equally stunned, their mouths agape in astonishment. Among the crowd, someone lowered their voice and murmured, akin to a buzzing mosquito, expressing their surprise at the seemingly honest Qin Ziming committing such a despicable act. Others shook their heads in disappointment, lamenting that they had thought Secretary Han's connections had secured jobs for Qin Ziming and Han Yongxiang at the county's match factory, only to discover that it was all a ruse, a trick played by that rascal. As the number of curious villagers increased around him, Han Guohua felt the heat rising to his face, his anger surging inside him. This was a family disgrace, and if things escalated further, they would become the laughingstock of the entire village. He abruptly turned around and shouted at the villagers, urging them to disperse, declaring that this was a private family matter with nothing worth their attention. However, the villagers, fueled by curiosity, remained rooted to the spot, unwilling to budge an inch. Frustrated, Han Guohua waved his sturdy arms, akin to shooing away ducks, insisting that they leave and cease their idle chatter. After much effort, the Han family managed to push away the reluctant villagers, who still seemed eager for the unfolding drama. With a loud bang, the door was slammed shut, leaving the courtyard enveloped in silence, save for the trembling figure of Qin Ziming, who resembled a quaking quail. Han Guohua, seething with rage, lunged forward and delivered a fierce kick to the back of Qin Ziming's knee. Caught off guard, Qin Ziming collapsed to the ground with a thud. "You ungrateful wretch! How have we mistreated you, that you would betray us like this?" Han Guohua yelled, kicking Qin Ziming repeatedly, each blow fueled by his pent-up fury. Zhao Sufin, her face flushed with anger, seized a broom from the wall and rained blows upon Qin Ziming, chanting, "Let this be a lesson for deceiving us." Han Yongxiang, his face a mask of fury, joined in, delivering several hard punches to Qin Ziming's abdomen. In agony, Qin Ziming writhed on the ground, crying out like a slaughtered pig, "I was wrong. I shouldn't have deceived you. Please forgive me." Han Guohua, still consumed by anger, dashed into the kitchen, fetched a rope, and hurried back to bind Qin Ziming. He then struck him across the face several times, the sharp crack of each slap echoing in the courtyard, drawing blood from the corner of Qin Ziming's mouth. Observing the disheveled state of Qin Ziming sprawled on the ground, Han Guohua's ire remained unquenched as he gritted his teeth and declared, "You've brought disgrace upon my family, you scoundrel." With a woeful expression, Qin Ziming, tears and snot streaming down his face, pleaded, "Dad, I will find a way to make amends. Please believe me and give me another chance." He understood all too well that the Han family could not be brought down. Otherwise, all the suffering he had endured would have been in vain. Make amends? What can you possibly offer in compensation? Han Guohua glared at him, his eyes filled with fury, snatching the broom from Zhao Sufin and striking Qin Ziming's back with all his might, producing a dull, disconcerting thud. The broom fell again and again as Qin Ziming curled up on the ground. Howling in pain, "I was wrong. I truly understand my mistake. Please spare me. I won't dare do it again." Minutes later, breathless and exhausted, Han Guohua finally dropped the broom, now splintered in two, and pointed at Qin Ziming, panting heavily. At that moment, much of his fury had subsided, and he realized that the event had already transpired. Even if he were to beat Qin Ziming to death, it would not rectify the situation. After a prolonged silence, Han Guohua coldly stated, "I will let you off this time, but if you dare to bring further disgrace upon my family, I will not hesitate to deal with you." Hearing this, Qin Ziming grasped the lifeline, weeping with relief, his face a mixture of tears and snot as he exclaimed, "I understand. I will behave properly in the future. I will never dare again." Han Guohua sat down on a stone bench in the courtyard, lighting a cigarette. Amidst the swirling smoke, he began, "Ziming, why did you fabricate such a monumental lie? Did you not consider the consequences? If this news spreads, how will our family hold our heads high in the village?" "Dad, Qin Ziming mumbled, his voice barely audible, "I was just momentarily confused. I thought if I could secure jobs for Yongxiang and me at the match factory, our family would gain more respect in the village." Han Guohua took a deep breath, gazing at Qin Ziming as he continued. So you decided to play this game with us? Now, thanks to you, our family's reputation has been tarnished. Han Yongqiang, unable to contain himself, added, who could argue otherwise? Not only did I work as a laborer for over 2 hours, but now everyone in the village is aware of this debacle. We will be subjected to their scorn whenever we step outside. Moreover, we signed contracts at the factory, and if we fail to return to work, the penalty will be astronomical. Qin Ziming quickly replied, Yongqiang, I understand my mistake. I will find a way to rectify it. Rectify what? You wouldn't even be worth that much if sold. Han Yongqiang's frustration boiled over, and he raised his fist, ready to charge at Qin Ziming. Yongqiang, come back here. Fortunately, Han Guohua's shout halted Yongqiang in his tracks. He flicked off the ash from his cigarette and said, enough, let us leave it at that for now. You two return to work, and I will find a way to handle the penalty for the contract. Then, shifting his gaze back to Qin Ziming, Han Guohua warned, remember, if you dare to cause any more trouble in the future, do not expect me to show you mercy. Qin Ziming nodded vigorously, his head bobbing like a garlic clove, Dad. You can rest assured. Now go. Han Yongqiang hauled Qin Ziming up from the ground and strode out of the house. After the two had vanished into the distance, Zhao Sufin turned to Han Guohua and said, just now Yongqiang mentioned that the penalty for breach of contract for the two of them amounts to nearly 5,000 yuan. Where on earth shall we find such a sum? Chapter 77. All actions under command. Han Guohua chuckled disdainfully and remarked, if I cannot produce 5,000 yuan, 2,500 is still feasible. Upon hearing this, Zhao Sufin suddenly realized, a smile gracing her face. You intend to pay Yongqiang's breach of contract penalty, allowing Qin Ziming to continue working at the match factory? Otherwise, he should bear the consequences of his own misdeeds. My forgiveness is already the greatest mercy I can offer him. What? Do you wish for our family to pay him again? He hasn't even repaid the fine from his last detention. Han Guohua's smile deepened. The following morning, a light rain fell from the sky. Han Guohua, carrying the money, accompanied Han Yongqiang to the Human Resources Department of the match factory, where they paid the penalty and successfully took him away. Dad, what should I do? Qin Ziming looked at Han Yongqiang with envy, unable to refrain from asking. Ziming, our family cannot afford such a large sum at once. You should continue working at the match factory for now. We will discuss it again when we have the funds. Perhaps your family can come up with a solution as well. With that, Han Guohua led Han Yongqiang towards the factory gate. Before leaving, Han Yongqiang couldn't resist teasing, Ziming, you can work slowly here. All the matches in the warehouse are yours today, huh? You. Qin Ziming glared at Han Yongqiang, his teeth nearly grinding in frustration. When I become successful, I will make you regret this. He silently encouraged himself. However, this thought was quickly extinguished by Minister Wang's voice. What are you dawdling for? Get to work. If you don't want to, have your family bring over the penalty. You. As Qin Ziming was about to retort, Minister Wang's impatient voice rang out again. What are you waiting for? Hurry up. Qin Ziming took a deep breath, shot a few resentful glances at Minister Wang, and begrudgingly returned to the workshop, moving boxes of matches to the warehouse. Meanwhile, Lin Yuxin was not at home, having gone out to catch up with some old friends. Qin Hao lay on the Kong, relishing the rare moment of leisure. The autumn sun filtered through the window, casting a warm glow that made one drowsy. The recent rain left the air fragrant with the scent of earth and vegetation. How go? How go? Are you home? A familiar voice called from outside the courtyard. Recognizing the voice, Qin Hao lazily replied, I'm home. Just come in. The door's not locked. Creak. The door swung open, and Sun Liqiao burst in energetically, a broad smile illuminating his face, his eyes sparkling with excitement. I knew you were home, with sister-in-law also out. Let us go into the mountains to hunt. Qin Hao frowned and replied, not going. I'm a bit tired today. I just want to relax. Oh, come on. Sun Liqiao exclaimed, grabbing Qin Hao's arm. You brought a wild boar down the mountain yesterday. Everyone in the village is talking about it. Besides, I've never properly hunted before. Take me to experience it. Sitting up, Qin Hao rubbed his temples. Sun Liqiao was the sole descendant of the Sun family, and his grandfather had never allowed him to engage in hunting. Thus, even at over 20 years old, he was still filled with curiosity about it. The mountains are too dangerous. If your father finds out, he would definitely break my legs. He went to the county to buy medicine today and won't return until late. Sun Liqiao lowered his voice conspiratorially. I even prepared some rations. He pulled out 2 oil paper packages, wafting the enticing aroma of pickled vegetables and steamed buns. Qin Hao shook his head in resignation. He turned to look out the window. The weather had cleared, making it indeed a good day for hunting. All right, I will take you to the mountains, but only to the halfway point. Finally relenting, Qin Hao watched son Li Xiao cheer with joy. Noticing this, Qin Hao quickly added, the mountains are not a place for frivolity. Once we enter, you must follow my instructions. Of course, I promise to follow your lead. Son Li Xiao saluted dramatically, eliciting a laugh from Qin Hao. After packing a few essentials, the two set out on the path leading into the mountains. Qin Hao carried a basket and a hunting gun, with a slingshot tucked at his waist. Son Li Xiao was excitedly looking around, clutching a freshly broken stick as a makeshift weapon. First, let us establish some rules. Qin Hao instructed as they walked. In the mountains, do not make loud noises, tread lightly, and stay alert. When you see prey, do not rush. Listen to my commands. Son Li Xiao nodded vigorously, but Qin Hao suspected he absorbed little of the advice. As expected, it wasn't long before a few sparrows in a tree captured son Li Xiao's attention. He dashed forward, only to step on a dry twig. With a sharp crack, the sparrows flew away in fright. Qin Hao shook his head in dismay, saying, you'll scare away every animal within 10 miles if you keep this up. I'll be more careful next time, son Li Xiao whispered, making a silly face. The two continued deeper into the woods. Qin Hao moved as gracefully as a cat, his eyes scanning the surrounding bushes and treetops. Son Li Xiao tried to mimic him, but appeared clumsy and comical, resembling a waddling duckling. Shoo! Suddenly, Qin Hao halted, signaling for son Li Xiao to remain still. He slowly retrieved his slingshot from his waist and fished a smooth stone from his pocket. Son Li Xiao's eyes widened as he followed Qin Hao's gaze, discovering two plump wild rabbits nibbling on the grass about 20 paces away. Qin Hao drew back the rubber band, holding his breath. With a swift motion, the stone flew through the air, striking one rabbit squarely on the head. The other rabbit, startled, leapt up, but the second stone was already on its way, knocking it to the ground. How good! You're incredible! Teach me as well, son Li Xiao exclaimed, but Qin Hao silenced him with a glare, prompting him to quickly cover his mouth. Qin Hao walked over to collect the two rabbits, expertly tying them with grass and hanging them at his waist. It takes 1.5 years of practice to achieve this level of accuracy. Once you learn to respect the mountains, I will teach you. With a smile, Qin Hao continued onward. Over the next hour or so, he successfully used the slingshot to catch 3 more wild rabbits and 2 wild chickens. Son Li Xiao attempted several times, yet either the taut rubber band resisted his efforts, or his aim strayed, startling the prey away. Undeterred, he grew all the more admiring of Qin Hao's mastery. Brother Hao, how on earth do you manage it? Son Li Xiao watched Qin Hao strike with uncanny precision once again, then puckered his lips wryly. Why can't I even graze a single feather of a pheasant? Steady your breath. Keep your hands still, replied Qin Hao, handing him the slingshot. Take careful aim before releasing, never rush the shot. Son Li Xiao took the slingshot anew, mimicking Qin Hao's posture as he sighted a slender branch not far away. The stone flew forth, yet veered at least 3 chi wide of its mark. Patience and practice, Qin Hao said, clapping his shoulder gently. The first time I used a slingshot, I shattered my family's window pane and earned a thorough scolding. They exchanged a quiet, knowing smile, then continued their journey deeper into the mist-shrouded mountains. Chapter 78. Crisis. Qin Hao frequently paused to point out various animal tracks and droppings to son Li Xiao, elucidating how to discern their freshness and species. This is the footprint of a wild boar. Judging by its shape and depth, it must be a mature male that passed by just yesterday. Here we have rabbit droppings, along with their tracks. Son Li Xiao listened with rapt attention, occasionally posing questions. Qin Hao was astonished to discover that his usually clumsy childhood friend exhibited remarkable focus and acuity while absorbing the knowledge of hunting. At noon, the two settled on a flat stone to share the provisions that son Li Xiao had brought. Pickled vegetables nestled within steamed buns, simple yet delightful. Qin Hao unslung his water flask, filled with the hawthorn wine he had brewed himself. They took turns sipping, feeling warmth envelop them. Brother Hao, do you think we might encounter wolves? Son Li Xiao inquired, munching on his bun, his eyes sparkling with excitement. Let us hope not, Qin Hao replied gravely. With your loud and boisterous nature, the wolves would hear you from afar. If we do come across one, remember not to turn back, just run. What if we encounter a bear? Son Li Xiao asked. There haven't been bears in these mountains for quite some time. Qin Hao answered after taking a swig of wine. The last hunter who saw one shot at dead 20 years ago, and no one has spotted one since. Just as Sun Liqiao was about to ask another question, he suddenly stiffened, pointing at a nearby thicket. "Brother Hao, what is that?" Following his finger, Qin Hao noticed the bushes rustling slightly, and a brownish-gray figure darted past. "It could be a deer," Qin Hao whispered. "Do not startle it." However, Sun Liqiao could not contain his curiosity and stealthily approached the bushes. Qin Hao attempted to grab him, but missed. "Liqiao, come back," he hissed, but Sun Liqiao was deaf to his plea, having already ventured into the thicket. Cursing under his breath, Qin Hao hurriedly packed his belongings and followed. By the time he pushed through the foliage, Sun Liqiao was already several meters ahead, chasing after the elusive figure up the slope. "Stop! It's dangerous." Qin Hao quickened his pace, but Sun Liqiao, seemingly entranced, pressed on and soon vanished into a dense grove of fir trees. Qin Hao's heart sank. Although he was familiar with these woods, they were fraught with peril for a novice: steep slopes, cliffs, and swamps, not to mention potential encounters with wild beasts. He unslung his hunting rifle and hastened after him. "Liqiao, Sun Liqiao," Qin Hao called as he walked. But only the rustling leaves and his own echoes responded. Cold sweat beaded on his forehead. He meticulously scanned the ground for Sun Liqiao's footprints and broken branches. The traces led to a narrow valley where the trees thickened and the light dimmed. "If something happens to this boy, how will I explain it to his father?" Qin Hao gritted his teeth and cautiously entered the valley. After approximately 10 minutes, he suddenly heard a faint sound ahead, akin to snapping branches, followed by a stifled gasp. Instantly, he raised his rifle and stealthily crept forward. Parting a dense cluster of ferns, the sight that met his eyes made him gasp in horror. Sun Liqiao was backed against a large tree, his face ashen, while less than 5 meters away, a massive wild deer was pawing the ground, its antlers aimed threateningly at Sun Liqiao, clearly preparing to charge. The deer's hind leg bore a wound, the blood long dried, yet it showed no signs of weakness. Qin Hao understood that an injured beast could be even more dangerous. "Do not move," Qin Hao mouthed to Sun Liqiao while slowly raising his rifle. Sun Liqiao spotted Qin Hao, a flicker of hope igniting in his eyes, but it was swiftly replaced by fear as the deer lowered its head, its hind legs coiling for a leap. In a split second, Qin Hao pulled the trigger. Bang! The deafening gunshot echoed through the valley, and the deer collapsed, the bullet striking true. Sun Liqiao's legs buckled, and he slid down the tree trunk to the ground, gasping for breath. "Liqiao, are you all right?" Qin Hao rushed over, ensuring the deer was indeed dead before turning to Sun Liqiao. I'm fine," Sun Liqiao stammered, still trembling. "I was just curious and followed it, not expecting it to turn and attack me." Qin Hao wanted to chastise him for his recklessness, but seeing the pallor of his friend's face, he swallowed his words. He extended a hand to help Sun Liqiao up. "Have you learned your lesson? The mountains are not to be trifled with." Sun Liqiao nodded, shamefaced, gazing at the fallen deer. "What a huge creature. Your marksmanship is impeccable. Let us go. This excursion has yielded significant rewards, and we should descend the mountain." Qin Hao examined the deer, estimating its weight to be at least 70 to 80 pounds. "Help me carry it back." The two fashioned a makeshift litter from vines and branches, straining to secure the deer. The return journey was arduous due to their burden, yet Sun Liqiao's spirits soared as he animatedly recounted how he had spotted the deer. "It was running so fast at first that I almost couldn't keep up. Then it suddenly stopped and looked back at me, and that's when I noticed its leg was injured. I thought injured animals would flee, but who knew it?" Qin Hao listened to Sun Liqiao's exuberant narration, a smile creeping onto his face. Though the adventure had nearly ended in disaster, he could empathize with his friend's curiosity and yearning for hunting. In the afternoon, they finally beheld the stone monument at the village entrance. The heavy deer strained their shoulders, yet their hearts brimmed with a sense of accomplishment. A few children playing at the village entrance caught sight of them and rushed over, cheering. "Brother Qin, you've caught another big one." "Brother Sun, you went hunting too?" Sun Liqiao puffed out his chest, despite being out of breath, radiating pride. "Of course. This deer is ours. We hunted it together." Qin Hao smiled silently, allowing Sun Liqiao to embellish their tale in front of the admiring children. After entering the village, they first visited Sun Liqiao's home, hanging a wild rabbit and a game hen at the door. This was Qin Hao's idea, to prevent old Sun from getting upset upon discovering his son had sneaked off into the mountains. "Come to my house tomorrow for some deer meat," Qin Hao said as they parted. "By the way, I'll teach you how to use a slingshot." Sun Liqiao's eyes brightened. "Really? You're finally willing to teach me?" "Yes. But there's a condition. Qin Hao spoke solemnly. Next time we ascend the mountain, you must follow my instructions without question. Agreed? Sun Li Qiao, brimming with excitement, clasped Qin Hao's hand firmly. I swear I'll learn diligently. Watching Sun Li Qiao's exuberant expression, Qin Hao felt, for the first time, a quiet warmth, a sense that hunting alongside a kindred spirit might well prove more fulfilling than solitary expeditions into the mountains. Yet he would never utter such sentiment aloud. Not now, not yet. Shouldering the remaining game, Qin Hao strode homeward, already contemplating the first lesson he would impart to Sun Li Qiao, the art of moving with silent grace through the forest. Given the young man's impetuous nature, mastering this discipline would undoubtedly demand considerable time and patience. Chapter 79. Grilled venison. In the early morning, Qin Hao borrowed a bicycle, laden with a heavy burlap sack, and made his way to the county market. Inside the sack lay his meticulously prepared venison, each piece cut uniformly, the dark red flesh glistening enticingly in the morning light. Fresh venison, just slaughtered this morning. Qin Hao called out loudly from the corner of the market, instantly capturing the attention of many passers-by. A few early rising aunties were the first to gather around, their rough hands probing the meat, their eyes glinting with skepticism and curiosity. Young man, is this truly wild deer meat? Not from some farm, is it? One elderly woman squinted and inquired. Qin Hao grinned widely, revealing 2 rows of pristine white teeth. Auntie, feel the texture of this meat. Farm deer cannot compare in firmness. I hunted this hefty buck weighing a full 150 pounds just yesterday in the old forest. He pulled out a leg of venison, still bearing tufts of fur, with traces of soil and hay clinging to the deep brown hair, a clear testament to its origins. Goodness, it really is wild game, the elderly woman exclaimed, immediately asking, how much per pound? Qin Hao held up 5 fingers and replied, 5 yuan a pound, no receipts. Although the price was somewhat steep, the woman hesitated momentarily before producing crumpled bills, saying, I'll take 2 pounds of hind leg meat. My husband suffers from rheumatism. This is the best remedy for him. Qin Hao swiftly weighed and cut the meat, his movements clean and efficient. Before long, a long line formed in front of his stall, with people eagerly inquiring about the details of his hunt. Qin Hao patiently answered each question, a smile never leaving his face. As the sun climbed higher, the crowd at his stall surged. In less than 2 hours, he had sold off the majority of the over 100 pounds of deer meat, and his small cloth pouch was stuffed full of crumpled bills. He took a moment to count his earnings, already exceeding 300 yuan. Qin Zimming. At that moment, a familiar voice called out from beyond the throng. Qin Hao looked up to see Wang Li, the proprietor of the local apothecary, struggling to push through the crowd. Wang boss, are you here to buy meat too? Qin Hao greeted with a smile. Wang Li waved his hand dismissively and leaned in closer, lowering his voice. I just came to browse the market and happened to spot you. Did you just hunt that deer? Indeed, Qin Hao confirmed. Have you sold the antlers yet? Wang Li asked. Qin Hao wiped the blood from his hands and replied, not yet. I plan to bring them to you tomorrow. Wang Li's eyes sparkled slightly. No rush, no rush. Let's discuss it in detail at my shop tomorrow. All right, see you then. Qin Hao nodded. Wang Li patted his shoulder and said, I will take my leave now. With that, he squeezed back through the crowd, quickly disappearing into the sea of people. Qin Hao continued to attend to his customers, unaware that across the market, beneath a telephone pole, a figure had been watching for quite some time. Qin Zimming stood with his hands in his pockets, coldly observing the bustling scene at Qin Hao's stall. He had just arrived in the county, preparing to work at the match factory. For the past few days, he had been soaked in the stench of sulfur, his fingers burned yellow from chemical agents. Meanwhile, Qin Hao reveled in his success, counting money until his hands felt sore. Hunting, selling wild game. Qin Zimming muttered to himself, a bitter smile curling at the corners of his mouth. He cast one last glance at the crowd surrounding Qin Hao before turning toward the market administration office. By noon, Qin Hao sold the last piece of venison. He meticulously counted his total income, 536 yuan and 8 jiao, exceeding his expectations. After tidying up his stall, he decided to visit the supply and marketing cooperative to purchase some items for home. He bought a pack of Qianmin cigarettes for his father, a few yards of floral fabric for Lin Yuxin, and didn't he forget to grab 2 pounds of Da by 2 milk candies. As evening descended, the fragrant aroma of meat wafted through the courtyard of Qin Hao's home. He had intentionally reserved the most succulent hind leg of the deer, which was now roasting slowly on his homemade grill. The surface of the venison had turned an alluring golden brown, with fat dripping onto the charcoal, creating a delightful sizzle. How good! Your culinary skills are improving. Son Li Qiao squatted beside the grill, his eyes fixated on the deer leg, occasionally swallowing in anticipation. Qin Hao chuckled as he sliced off a small piece of meat and offered it to him. Give it a taste. Check the seasoning. Son Li Qiao, unable to wait, swallowed it whole, wincing from the heat, yet unwilling to spit it out. Delicious. It's absolutely fantastic. Even better than braised pork. Lin Yuxin emerged from the house, carrying a bowl of prepared cold dishes. Hearing Son Li Qiao's enthusiastic remarks, she couldn't help but laugh. Take your time eating, no one is going to snatch it from you. Dressed in a skirt made from the floral fabric Qin Hao had just purchased, her dark braid cascading over her chest, she appeared particularly gentle in the glow of the setting sun. Qin Hao couldn't help but steal a few more glances at her, warmth swelling in his heart. He sliced off another piece of the grilled meat and handed it to Lin Yuxin. You should try some too. Lin Yuxin accepted the meat, took a small bite, and her eyes instantly lit up. It's truly delicious. I'll leave you two to enjoy. I'll go call my dad to join us. With that, Qin Hao prepared to rise. Just then, Qin Weiman stepped out, having already caught a whiff of the enticing aroma wafting from the front door. What on earth smells so good? Qin Weiman sniffed, his gaze landing on the grilled deer leg. Is this from the mountains again? Qin Hao nodded. Qin Weiman paused for a moment, then broke into a pleased smile. Good, good. You're making something of yourself. He took the piece of venison offered by his son, bit into it, and closed his eyes in contentment. This is the taste of the mountains. Just as the family basked in their warm moment together, the courtyard gate was suddenly flung open. Wang Damei stood at the entrance with a basket of vegetables, her face darkened with fury. She immediately spotted the roasted deer leg and the piece of meat in Qin Weiman's hand, her temper flaring. Oh, so you're indulging yourselves. Wang Damei's shrill voice shattered the cozy atmosphere. While I'm out working hard to buy groceries, you all are here enjoying a private feast. Qin Hao calmly regarded her without responding. This only fueled Wang Damei's anger further, as she slammed the basket down on the ground. Look at you, idling away your time. What good can come from hunting in the mountains? You'll end up getting arrested by the police sooner or later. Qin Weiman furrowed his brow and shouted, Damei, refrain from speaking so harshly. Wang Damei was taken aback by his outburst, then her eyes filled with tears. Oh, so you two are united against me. Zimming and I are nothing but outsiders. She turned and stormed into the house, slamming the door with a resounding bang. The courtyard fell into a heavy silence. Son Li Qiao awkwardly stood up. Well, I still have some matters at home. I'll take my leave now. Qin Hao saw his childhood friend off and returned to the table, only to find his father gazing pensively at the piece of meat in his hand. Dad, don't take it to heart, Qin Hao murmured softly. Qin Weiman sighed deeply. Our family never knows a moment as peace. Qin Hao continued. Father, I've been contemplating something. I plan to request a plot of land from the village authorities in the near future. Once spring arrives, I'll build a new house and move out to live there. Chapter 80. The investigation team building a house. Lin Yuxin spoke first, her voice tinged with disbelief. You've had several disputes with Han Guohua. How could he possibly grant you approval? The rules are quite clear. He has no reason to hinder me. Qin Hao replied indifferently. Tomorrow, I will visit the village committee and prepare all the necessary documents. If it requires multiple trips, I am certain I can persuade them. At this moment, Qin Weiman interjected. Xiao Hao, even if the land is approved, where will the funds for construction come from? Bricks, timber, labor, these will not cost less than 1,000 or 800 yuan. Where will you procure such a sum? You can't possibly borrow from everyone. Money is a trivial matter. Qin Hao responded with a faint smile. Father, you need not worry about this. As long as Han Guohua grants me the land, I will manage to construct the house. Seeing Qin Hao's confidence, Qin Weiman fell silent, continuing to eat the venison in contemplation. The following day, a cacophony of a car engine shattered the tranquility of the morning. The rumbling grew closer, revealing a green jeep traversing the village road. Suddenly, the vehicle screeched to a halt at the entrance of the Qin family's courtyard. The doors swung open, and 4 individuals clad in blue uniforms leapt from the vehicle. The lead man, with a square face and piercing gaze, scanned the courtyard before fixing his eyes on Qin Hao, who was about to step outside. You are Qin Hao? Upon hearing this, Qin Hao's heart raced, and he furrowed his brows. Yes, may I ask what brings you here? You have been reported for the illegal trade of wild animals, which has resulted in several cases of food poisoning, the square-faced man declared, brandishing his identification with an unyielding tone. "We are from the County Joint Investigation Team, and we request your cooperation in the investigation." The three individuals behind him stepped forward, effectively surrounding Qin Hao. His brow furrowed deeper as he caught a glimpse of a familiar figure behind the jeep, Qin Zimming. That rascal was lurking behind a tree, revealing only half of his gloating face while chewing on a blade of grass, his eyes brimming with delight over the unfolding drama. "Comrades, I believe there is a misunderstanding here," Qin Weiman interjected, having rushed over. "Indeed, Xiao Hao only hunts ordinary deer from the mountains. The villagers can all attest to this." Other villagers chimed in, their voices echoing in the vastness of the village entrance. "We are merely following procedure." The square-faced man remained unfazed, gesturing for Qin Hao to accompany them. "Please do not obstruct our duties." One of the investigators had already produced a notepad, the pen poised over the paper. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Qin Hao spoke up, "I will cooperate, but I must first inform my wife." Upon receiving tacit approval, he strode into the side room, with the investigation team trailing closely behind. Inside, Lin Yuxin was preparing breakfast, completely unaware of the events unfolding outside. Upon seeing Qin Hao surrounded by strangers, her face drained of color. "What is happening?" Qin Hao approached her, speaking softly. "It's nothing serious. The county officials are inquiring about a matter, and I will be back shortly." He then leaned in closer and whispered, "Qin Zimming is behind this. Please go to the county and find Wang Li. Inform him that I may not be able to deliver the deer antlers today." Understanding the urgency, Lin Yuxin's face paled, yet she nodded resolutely, understood. As the jeep roared to life, Qin Hao glanced through the window and noticed Qin Zimming emerging from behind the tree. A triumphant smirk plastered across his face, accompanied by a provocative gesture directed at the vehicle. Meanwhile, at the entrance of their courtyard, his stepmother, Wang Damei, was munching on sunflower seeds, her expression brimming with schadenfreude, as if witnessing a grand performance. Mud splattered onto her clothing from the spinning wheels, but she remained oblivious. Lin Yuxin stood at the village entrance, motionless as she watched the jeep gradually disappear. Even after the green vehicle vanished around the bend of the mountain path, she remained in a daze. Though her marriage to Qin Hao was merely a formality, their time together had imbued him with significant weight in her heart. Witnessing Qin Hao being taken away left her feeling cold, as if she were on the brink of losing something profoundly important. "Yuxin, don't just stand there. Quickly think of a way to rescue Qin Hao." Several villagers approached, their voices filled with concern. Snapping back to reality, Lin Yuxin dashed into the courtyard, preparing to gather herself and head to the county to find Wang Li. At this moment, Qin Weiman was anxiously pacing in the yard. Upon noticing his worried demeanor, Lin Yuxin approached him and said, "Qin Hao signaled for me to go to the county to seek assistance. I am on my way." She rushed into the side room and retrieved the money Qin Hao had left at home. It was customary to offer some form of token when seeking help. Feeling it insufficient, she also unearthed a pair of gold bracelets, her only possessions from home, gifted by her parents. Whenever she missed them, she would take them out to gaze upon. Yet now, she resolved to bring the bracelets along for emergencies. Upon entering the apothecary, she immediately spotted Wang Li. Lin Yuxin rushed toward him like a beacon of hope. Wang Li waved his hand. "I am already aware of the situation. Qin Hao is not at the Public Security Bureau, so do not fret." Given the gravity of the incident, word had spread throughout the county, and Wang Li had learned of Qin Hao's circumstance well in advance. Upon hearing this, Lin Yuxin exhaled a long sigh of relief. "Sister-in-law, don't be anxious. There is something amiss. The report claims that Qin Hao sold venison that caused people to fall ill, but that cannot be true. Didn't he hunt the deer from the mountains?" It was his half-brother, Qin Zimming, who made the report. Lin Yuxin exclaimed indignantly. At her words, a spark of insight flickered in Wang Li's eyes. He reached into his pocket for a pack of cigarettes, but hesitated upon remembering Lin Yuxin's presence, silently returning the pack. "I see. You return home for now. I will handle this. Inform Qin Hao's family to carry on as usual. The sky will not fall." Lin Yuxin retrieved the embroidered cloth bag from her bosom. "Boss Wang, please accept this small token of appreciation for any assistance you might provide." Wang Li's expression darkened as he pushed the bag back. "Sister-in-law, do you look down on me, Wang Li? Qin Hao is my brother. His affairs are my own." With that, he ushered Lin Yuxin out the door. Inside the detention center, the hardboard bed left Qin Hao with aches in his back and waist. He stared at the water stains on the ceiling, listening to the rhythmic footsteps echoing down the corridor. Suddenly, The door swung open, and he instinctively sat up, feeling a wave of relief wash over him upon seeing Wang Li and Chen Yaohua enter together. Director Chen, what brings you here as well? Chen Yaohua chuckled softly. Lao Wang informed me about your situation, and since I am quite familiar with the people in public security, I decided to come. Thank you. Qin Hao expressed his gratitude. Chen Yaohua waved his hand dismissively. I have come as your guarantor. The investigation team has already commenced a reinvestigation. Chapter 81 Evidence. Qin Hao nodded slightly. What did the report say? Chen Yaohua let out a cold laugh, pulled out a cigarette, and lit it, the smoke curling gracefully under the light. It states that the venison you sold yesterday caused food poisoning in 6 individuals, 2 of whom are hospitalized. He flicked the ash off his cigarette. However, I checked the county hospital records. Not only were there no cases reported yesterday, but even today there are none. Qin Ziming has truly become desperate. A flicker of coldness flashed in Qin Hao's eyes. Recalling how Qin Ziming was detained for selling poisonous mushrooms and had recently been forced to work as a laborer at the match factory, it was evident that this was an act of revenge against him. As they spoke, the door swung open once more and a square-faced investigator entered, the edges of his notepad slightly curled. His expression appeared somewhat unnatural as he cleared his throat twice. Comrade Qin Hao, after preliminary verification, you have been falsely accused. However, we still need to conduct a field inspection at your home. It is protocol. Qin Hao stood up, his tone calm. You are welcome at any time. He cast a glance at Chen Yaohua, who was watching the investigator with an ambiguous smile, the cigarette end flickering. Meanwhile, Lin Yuxin paced anxiously in her home. Ever since Qin Hao was taken away, her heart had been in turmoil. A few close female comrades, having heard of Qin Hao's situation, came to visit. Yuxin, don't worry too much. Qin Hao is fortunate and will be fine, comforted Wang Fong, one of the comrades. Why don't you come to my house for something to eat? You haven't had a proper meal all day. Lin Yuxin shook her head, her eyes filled with worry. I'm not hungry. I want to wait for him to come back. He said he would be back soon, but there has been no news. Yuxin, this isn't sustainable. Your health will suffer, another friend, Li Mei, remarked. Lin Yuxin merely lowered her head in silence, occasionally glancing toward the door. She recalled the fear and helplessness she felt when Qin Hao was taken away by the investigation team. The thought of losing him unsettled her. She longed for Qin Hao to appear before her instantly, assuring her that everything was all right. Yuxin, how about we accompany you to the county to check? Suggested Wang Fong. Lin Yuxin hesitated for a moment, but ultimately refused. No, Qin Hao told me to wait at home. I trust him. Thus, after a short conversation, her friends, noticing her distracted demeanor, decided not to linger and departed one by one. Left alone in the room, Lin Yuxin felt tears streaming down her cheeks as she silently prayed for Qin Hao's swift return. Before long, 2 jeeps drove into the village. From a distance, Qin Hao spotted the dim yellow light illuminating his yard, deliberately left on by Lin Yuxin. Hearing the commotion, her heart raced. She dashed out the door and saw Qin Hao standing there, safe and sound, and tears instantly filled her eyes. Qin Hao. Lin Yuxin rushed over, her voice slightly choked. Qin Hao smiled and said, Did I worry you? I told you I would be fine. Look, I'm back in one piece. Who was worried about you? Lin Yuxin playfully scolded. I was just afraid there was no man at home to protect us from being bullied. Qin Hao observed her reddened eyes and worried expression, unable to resist teasing her. You say you're not worried, yet your eyes are puffy from crying. Lin Yuxin turned her head away. I won't talk to you, you're just being cheeky. Then she shifted the conversation, asking, What are these people here for? Are you all right? They're just following protocol to conduct an investigation at home, Qin Hao explained. The investigators entered the house and began their examination, while Lin Yuxin nervously followed behind, watching as they meticulously inspected the items in the side room. Everything was orderly and fully compliant with the relevant regulations. As the investigation was nearing its conclusion, a young investigator pointed to an old wooden box in the corner and inquired, What is inside here? Lin Yuxin responded, It's just some unused items. The box was covered in a thick layer of dust, the copper lock rusted, and half a piece of straw rope was tied around the edge. The investigators exchanged glances, and the square-faced man issued a command. Open it, and take a look. The box was not locked, and as it creaked open, they found several old clothes, some books, and a glass bottle containing a murky liquid. As the investigators rummaged through the contents, a few sheets of paper slipped out of one of the books. The square-faced man picked them up and his expression changed dramatically. This is... Qin Hao leaned in to take a look and saw several forged meat inspection certificates. The official seals were blurred, but it was evident they were mimicking those from the county veterinary station. The paper still bore the fresh scent of ink, with dates clearly marked from the previous month. "This is not ours," Lin Yuxin exclaimed in shock. The square-faced man's expression turned grave. "Where is Qin Ziming now?" "He should be at the brigade secretary's house," came the reply. The group headed straight to Han Guohua's house. At that moment, nearly everyone in the village had learned that Qin Hao had been brought back. They gathered around with their bowls of rice, fervently discussing the matter, speculating on how Qin Hao managed to return unscathed after just one day. Upon returning to Lao Han's house, Qin Ziming was left dumbfounded when he heard the villagers discussing Qin Hao's return. He could hardly believe that he had been released so quickly, suspecting there must be some underlying issue. Could it be that Han Guohua had helped him? However, as a mere match factory director, could he possibly have such connections? It was inconceivable. There had to be some mistake. Qin Ziming felt increasingly restless. Just then, a large crowd burst in. Han Guohua and others exclaimed in astonishment, "What is going on?" "Qin Ziming, are these items found in Qin Hao's home yours?" The square-faced man displayed the forged documents. In an instant, all eyes turned to Qin Ziming. His face turned ashen, and beads of sweat broke out on his forehead. "No, they're not mine." His eyes darted in panic as he instinctively stepped back, only to be blocked by the investigators. "And what about this?" The square-faced man suddenly dragged out 2 bags of fertilizer from beneath Qin Ziming's bed, clearly marked with the production team's insignia. The bags were loosely tied with hemp rope, revealing a grayish-white powder inside. With irrefutable evidence, Qin Ziming's legs buckled, and he collapsed to the ground, mumbling, "It was Qin Hao who harmed me first." At some point, Wang Damei had also arrived at Lao Han's house. Upon witnessing her son's misfortune, she pointed an accusatory finger at Qin Hao and vehemently cursed, "Qin Hao, you have framed him. You heartless wretch, how could you betray your own brother?" She lunged towards Qin Hao, only to be firmly restrained by the investigators. The square-faced man let out a cold laugh, stating, "Whether it is a frame-up or not will be clarified back in the county." With a wave of his hand, 2 investigators seized Qin Ziming and began to escort him out. Wang Damei, wailing in despair, chased after them, her cries echoing through the silent village. She turned to glare fiercely at Qin Hao, declaring, "Just wait, this matter is far from over." Chapter 82. When Sister Qin Hao did not take Wang Damei's threats to heart, merely gazing helplessly at her retreating figure. This mother and daughter duo, one fiery and the other foolish. Wang Damei's incessant haranguing and meticulousness perhaps stemmed from her own misfortunes. He truly could not comprehend how Qin Ziming could be so utterly foolish, unable even to execute a proper frame-up, despite having been reborn. The more he interacted with them, the more he felt his intelligence waning. It seemed imperative to expedite the plan for building the house. However, concerning Han Guohua, as Qin Hao was lost in thought, he felt a gentle tug on his sleeve. Lin Yuxin's ears flushed crimson. Upon turning to behold the girl's face illuminated by the evening glow, Qin Hao raised an eyebrow. "What delectable dish shall we prepare tonight?" "You can order whatever you like." Before he could finish his sentence, she had fled in haste. "Do not run so fast." On their way, Lin Yuxin frequently glanced back to confirm his presence, causing a smile to bloom in Qin Hao's eyes. As she stepped on the cobblestones, Lin Yuxin's heart raced in time with her footsteps. She could not discern whether her feelings for this rural youth were dependence or infatuation. All she knew was that she could not bear to be without him. In a daze, he had become her anchor. Following her parents' misfortunes, this was the first time someone had granted her a sense of stability. Was it familial affection? This former scion of a wealthy family, having read numerous Western texts, suddenly summoned Freud to mind. Her thoughts became increasingly chaotic, and her cheeks burned like pomegranate blossoms. Resolving to hasten home, she scoured her supplies, donned a floral apron, and set about cooking. Qin Hao leaned against the doorframe, observing the bustling Lin Yuxin. Their eyes met, and she instinctively averted her gaze. This girl was truly interesting. Qin Hao understood the importance of seizing the moment, yet the prospect of a slower romance seemed equally appealing. After being confined for an entire day, Qin Hao, though not suffering greatly, had not eaten well or slept soundly. He caught a whiff of his own sweat and frowned. Once the house was complete, he would certainly need to install a bathroom where he could bathe. For now, he decided to fill a basin with cool water and wash himself off in the yard to rid himself of ill fortune. As Qin Hao removed his shirt, Lin Yuxin secretly admired his fair skin. In the play of light and shadow, the muscles of his arms resembled a meticulously crafted piece of art, neither exaggerated nor feeble. The smooth lines of his shoulders formed a perfect inverted triangle, with well-defined pectoral muscles subtly rising and falling with his breath, revealing faint contours. His eight-pack abs were perfectly arranged and sharply defined. The lines at his waist curved downwards, transitioning seamlessly into his taut sides. Every movement Qin Hao made exuded an alluring aura of masculinity, causing Lin Yuxin to blush deeply, her heart racing as if it might leap from her chest. Noticing Lin Yuxin's gaze, Qin Hao turned his head, his chiseled jawline framing his handsome face. Is something the matter? And no. The spatula nearly slipped from her grasp, as the flames reflected in her ears, rendering her crimson. Dinner was lavish, yet Lin Yuxin's distracted thoughts marred the taste. Having endured hardships, Qin Hao was not picky and savored his meal heartily. As night fell, a gentle rain began to fall. Weary, Qin Hao lay down first, while Lin Yuxin hesitated before drawing the curtain. The rustling sounds from behind the fabric seemed like a spell, making it difficult for the troubled Lin Yuxin to find rest. Curse it, this is too tormenting. Even if I were to perish today, I wish to do so swiftly. Qin, do you truly have feelings for me? Though she thought this, the words transformed as they reached her lips. Lin Yuxin's head peeked out from the blanket, her voice faltering. Qin, you. This half-formed question left Qin Hao bewildered. Is something the matter? What is wrong? Are you ill? Qin Hao, concerned that Lin Yuxin might be frightened after recent events, lifted the curtain only to be startled as she curled up like a silkworm. Do not come over. I am not ill, do not think. I am not ready. Her voice dwindled to a whisper. Qin Hao felt a tinge of embarrassment, given their agreement of a faux marriage. However, upon reflecting on her endearing hesitance, he decided to tease her. Ready for what? And no, nothing. Then what were you about to ask me? I wanted to ask you. Ask me what? Lin Yuxin, nestled in the blanket, felt as if she were on the verge of bursting from Qin Hao's persistent inquiries. She understood that if she did not voice her question soon, she might risk being caught unawares by Qin Hao. Did the verbal agreement before marriage hold any weight? Would she truly be able to muster the resolve to reject him later? Do you consider me your sister? Lin Yuxin summoned her courage to inquire. She yearned to know whether Qin Hao viewed her as a sibling. If so, his feelings must be familial rather than romantic. The wait for his response felt interminably long, each second stretching into eternity. Qin Hao hesitated as well. Did he have feelings for her? Reflecting on their past moments together, the answer loomed large. Just then, a torrential downpour erupted outside, accompanied by the sound of someone pounding on the door. Qin Hao, you beast, open the door. You slandered my son. May you suffer for it. If my son is sentenced, I will not rest until I have my revenge. Without opening the door, Qin Hao already knew who it was, Wang Damei, returning from the county. Damn it, this shrew truly knows how to choose her moments. Qin Hao donned a coat, intending to kick the door open and send this harpy sprawling to the ground. Yet, seeing Wang Damei drenched and his father standing beside her, he chose to exercise restraint. Qin Ziming brought this upon himself. It has nothing to do with me. Wang Damei stood in the rain, one hand on her hip, the other pointing an accusatory finger at Qin Hao as she continued her tirade. You are the one who has slandered my son, and you think you can wash your hands of this? Qin Hao, I have cared for you for many years. How can you be so heartless? The more she spoke, the more Qin Hao felt the urge to laugh. Cared for me? You forced me to drop out of school and made me your son-in-law for a mere 200 yuan. You treated me like a beast of burden. How can you shamelessly claim to have cared for me? It was futile to engage with such a person. Let me tell you, now, immediately get lost. Qin Hao's expression turned frigid, his eyes glinting with coldness. Xiao Hao is not that kind of person. Regarding Ziming's matter, I will accompany you to the city tomorrow to devise a plan, Qin Wei-min said. Upon hearing this, Wang Damei directed her ire towards Qin Wei-min, exclaiming, You devise a plan? Who do you know? What capabilities do you possess? Aside from protecting your son, what else can you do? You are utterly useless. Qin Wei-min was momentarily rendered speechless by her tirade. He indeed did not have any connections that could assist in this matter. However, witnessing Wang Damei belittle his father, how could Qin Hao endure such disrespect? Wang Damei, I warn you, if you speak ill of my father again, do not blame me for being impolite. Upon hearing this, Wang Damei collapsed onto the ground, throwing a tantrum. Heaven above, what sins have I committed to deserve such punishment? After enduring hardships for over a decade, serving the two of them, this is how they repay me. The heavens are blind. Observing her distress, Qin Wei-min hurriedly knelt down, exerting considerable effort to lift Wang Demei. Xiao Hao, do not say another word, he declared, as he carried the struggling Wang Demei towards the house. Qin Hao, mark my words, if you do not rescue Qin Ziming, I will ensure that the Qin family knows no peace. Chapter 83. Wang Demei's schemes. As a thunderclap split the curtain of rain, the bloodshot eyes of Wang Demei finally revealed her cunning intentions. She was utterly indifferent to whether Qin Ziming's accusations against Qin Hao were true or false, nor did she care about the righteousness of her own position. All she knew was that Qin Hao had been released after just 1 day in confinement, which suggested some hidden machinations at play. Given Qin Hao's recent unusual behavior, she was convinced that this stepson must possess a means to extricate Qin Ziming from his predicament. Moreover, with Qin Weimin still under her control, she was determined to force Qin Hao's hand. After being carried back to her room by Qin Weimin, Wang Demei continued her tumultuous antics, throwing dishes and creating chaos. Qin Hao observed her coldly, fully aware of her ulterior motives, to leverage the emperor's authority to command the feudal lords. He sighed helplessly, wishing he could ask Qin Weimin, "Father, do you truly find happiness in marrying this woman?" In a moment of exasperation, Qin Hao pushed open the door to Qin Weimin's room. Fearing the escalation of conflict, Qin Weimin waved his hand, urging him to leave. "Xiao Hao, you should go back for now. Tomorrow I will accompany her to the county to inquire further." Qin Hao furrowed his brows, glancing at his father with a hint of resignation, then cast a cold stare at Wang Demei, who appeared frenzied. Her fingers, resembling withered twigs, had marred Qin Weimin's face, with traces of blood lodged beneath her fingernails. This was no couple bound by years of marriage. They resembled a captor holding a hostage. "Are you done making a scene?" Qin Hao shouted in anger. He blocked his father, who was about to step in to tidy up the mess. The sight of Qin Weimin, hunched over and hesitating, reminded him of an old mule at the village entrance that was perpetually stung by hornets. Suddenly, Wang Demei seized a shard of porcelain from the ground and pressed it against her neck, glaring fiercely at the father and son duo. "If you do not rescue Ziming, I shall hang myself from your family's beams." "Go ahead and try," Qin Hao retorted with a smirk, bemused by her threats of self-harm. Were it not for his father's sentiments, he would have openly encouraged her to act upon her words. As he approached, he examined the sharp fragment in Wang Demei's grasp. Spotting his father's trembling lips, he ultimately added, "I will inquire tomorrow. I will accompany you." Wang Demei immediately responded, rising to her feet. "Absolutely not," Qin Hao countered, unwilling to let her tap into his connections in the city, nor did he wish for her to sabotage his efforts. "Why not? If I do not accompany you, how can I be certain you are genuinely working for Ziming's sake?" Wang Demei retorted, her impatience evident as she stomped her foot, pointing an accusatory finger at Qin Hao. Qin Hao spread his hands in resignation. "If you do not trust me, so be it. I can simply move away, and you can create as much chaos as you wish." Wang Demei's eyes darted around, her teeth clenched. "Fine. If you will not take me, then you must either provide me with a message by tomorrow or bring Ziming back. He has forged documents and falsely accused others. His crimes are not trivial. You think you can just release him as if this was your family's affair, or would you prefer to take his place in prison?" Qin Hao interrupted coldly. "You want him out, just like that? Do you think this is your family's court?" Wang Demei was about to unleash another tirade when Qin Hao's icy glare silenced her. She raked her fingers through her disheveled hair, surprisingly subdued for a moment. "I expect a resolution by tomorrow." "Very well," Qin Hao replied before hastily departing from this den of discord. Upon returning home, he found Lin Yuxin anxiously seated by the heated Kong. Noticing that Qin Hao's hair was damp, she hurried to fetch a towel, intending to dry him, but hesitated midway. Retracting her hand, "Just a quick wipe, don't catch a cold." "Thank you." Qin Hao accepted the towel, his mind consumed entirely by thoughts of Qin Ziming, leaving no room for anything else. The night passed in silence. Before the morning fog had lifted, Wang Demei was already lurking in the courtyard like a specter demanding a life. It was evident she had not slept a wink. With bits of grass tangled in her hair and dark circles under her eyes resembling two frozen pears. Upon seeing Qin Hao emerge, she immediately inquired, "When are we going to the county?" Witnessing Wang Demei's disheveled state stirred an indescribable feeling within Qin Hao. Indeed, human nature is biased. Even when one's own son commits heinous acts, a mother's heart ultimately aches for her flesh and blood. He pondered how different their home might have been had his own mother still been alive. Shaking off his thoughts, Qin Hao replied, "I have considered it, and believe we should take Han Guohua along. His status might prove useful. Wang Damei hesitated. She understood that her son was not well regarded in the Han household. Will he agree to accompany you? I do not know. Qin Hao shrugged. I will go to his house, and if he refuses to come, I will create a scene at his doorstep. Wang Damei's eyes glinted with malice, displaying a determination to burn bridges. Qin Hao returned home to give a few instructions to Lin Yuxin before setting off with Wang Damei toward Han Guohua's residence. As they neared the vicinity, Qin Hao spotted a truck emblazoned with the words Match Factory parked outside Han's house. Realizing they had come to demand a breach of contract payment, he noted how swiftly the Match Factory's personnel acted. Indeed, several men in the courtyard were surrounding Han Guohua, shouting, "The contract was signed by your son-in-law. Now that he is in custody, you must pay the breach fee. That is a matter for Qin Ziming. It has nothing to do with me." Han Guohua protested, visibly agitated. "We have just disbursed his wages to you. You accepted them. Now you wish to distance yourself from the issue? Do you think we are simply idle?" Qin Hao raised an eyebrow, bemused by their ruthless tactic of paying wages only to enforce debt. Seeing the two enter, Han Guohua cried out like a man grasping at straws. "Qin Ziming's mother and brother are here. You should demand the breach fee from them." With that, he attempted to escape. The Match Factory personnel were unwilling to let him go, remaining firmly in place. Just as Wang Damei was about to step forward, she abruptly halted. Why should she be the one to pay? Her son had toiled for the Han family for so long. He may not have brought glory, but had certainly endured hardship. Han Guohua, you are a leech. How much blood and sweat has Ziming earned for you? Now you claim you bear no responsibility? Do you even deserve to be called a person? She scolded. Upon hearing this, Han Guohua exploded with rage. In these past months, Ziming has not earned a single penny. He has only brought trouble. If he had not caused me issues, I would be thanking the heavens. The two fell into a heated argument. Qin Hao crossed his arms, deriving amusement from the spectacle of this dog-eat-dog drama. Enough. The leader of the Match Factory, lacking patience, coldly declared, "You have 5 minutes. Who will pay? If no one pays, we will call the police." Wang Damei and Han Guohua exchanged glances and instinctively moved closer to Qin Hao. "Wang Damei, that is your biological son. If you do not pay, who will? He is still your son-in-law." As tensions flared once more, Qin Hao interjected calmly, for minutes remaining. The duo turned to him in unison. "Are you going to pay?" "Why should I?" Qin Hao nearly laughed at their shamelessness. "However, I can allow them to return first." Wang Damei grew anxious. If they leave, who will repay the money in the future? It is his own signed contract. If he does not compensate, who will? You? Han Guohua retorted. Qin Hao glared at Wang Damei. "Do you still wish to save your son?" Wang Damei shrank her neck and murmured, "In any case, I have no money." Qin Hao turned to Han Guohua. "I will assist you with the breach of contract issue. But you must accompany me to the county to inquire about his case, and grant me a plot of land to build a house." Han Guohua eagerly nodded, willing to do anything without spending money. As for the land, that was not a difficult matter. No problem. Just as Wang Damei was about to speak, she swallowed her words, thinking that once Ziming is released, he will still be the son-in-law of the Han family and cannot escape you. Han Guohua. Qin Hao then pointed at Wang Damei, his tone turning cold as he continued, "And you must divorce my father." Chapter 84. The deal. The biting wind, laden with swirling dust, lashed against the windows of the truck as Qin Hao sat in the cargo compartment en route to the Match Factory. He observed the fluctuating expressions of Wang Damei beside him and the enigmatic smile of Han Guohua, all the while secretly contemplating his next move. The two explosive cards he had just played still reverberated among the trio. For Han Guohua, as the brigade secretary, navigating through the procedures with mere words and signatures was but a trivial matter. However, the other demand put forth by Qin Hao, that Wang Damei divorce her husband, Qin Weiman, took him aback, igniting a keen interest in the unfolding family drama. Wang Damei, caught off guard by Qin Hao's unexpected maneuver, felt the ground shift beneath her. Without the leverage of Qin Weiman, she was uncertain whether her son, Qin Ziming, could extricate himself from his current predicament. "No way," she instinctively shouted. "Unless you get Ziming out, I will never divorce your father." Her sharp voice echoed in the confined space, brimming with determination. Qin Hao had anticipated this reaction, a subtle smile playing on his lips. He could not guarantee that Qin Ziming would be freed, yet he had a strategy in mind. "I cannot assure you that Qin Ziming will be released, but should he remain incarcerated, I will cover the penalty he owes to the Match Factory." In truth, Qin Hao's visit to Han Guohua was not merely to exploit his position as brigade secretary. In the county, such a title held little weight. His true objective was to use the issue of the penalty to ensnare Han Guohua. Once Han Guohua was compelled to pay the penalty, he would naturally be motivated by self-interest to persuade Wang Demei. Even if the match factory personnel failed to show up today, Qin Hao would concoct an excuse to drag Han Guohua to the factory. This seemingly cunning plan was, in fact, his only recourse. Wang Demei was akin to a bothersome fly. As long as her father, Qin Weiman, was present, she would incessantly create difficulties, making it impossible to rid oneself of her, only serving to heighten the annoyance. Wang Demei, I believe Qin Hao's proposal is quite reasonable. Han Guohua surprisingly sided with Qin Hao and continued to advocate. You and Weiman argue incessantly. Such a life lacks joy. While you still have your faculties, why not seek a more suitable partner? Wang Demei found herself in a quandary. The thought of her son, Qin Ziming, potentially receiving a sentence of 3 to 5 years, emerging to find himself unemployed and burdened with immense debt, filled her with dread. After a lengthy hesitation, she finally nodded but pointed an accusing finger at Qin Hao. However, you must involve me in Ziming's matter today. If you dare to play tricks, don't blame me for turning against you. It's a deal, Qin Hao replied calmly. Upon encountering the employees from the match factory demanding an explanation, he mentioned Director Chun and suggested that if they doubted him, they could accompany him to the factory. The employees exchanged glances, finding this acceptable, as it would serve their purpose of reporting back, and thus they agreed. The group then squeezed onto the match factory's truck. The cramped compartment offered no seats for Qin Hao, Wang Demei, and Han Guohua, forcing them to endure the jarring ride through the cold. Upon finally reaching the factory, they were greeted by Director Chun. Qin, my brother, what brings you here? Director Chun welcomed warmly, but upon noticing Qin Hao's glance towards the back, he quickly realized that the visit was business-related. After hearing the employee's report, Director Chin's brow furrowed as he retrieved a cigarette from his pocket. An employee swiftly stepped forward to light it for him. Regarding the contractual dispute between Qin Ziming and our factory, considering he is a diligent worker, I can grant you a 3-day extension, Director Chin stated, exhaling a puff of smoke. However, this is the final extension. If Qin Ziming is unable to return to work after 3 days, I will not hesitate to pursue legal action for the penalty. The mere mention of legal action struck Wang Demei like a hammer. Her son was already in trouble. If he incurred further charges, how many years would he face? She quickly interjected, Director Chun, if Ziming cannot be released, can the penalty be transferred to him, so he can repay it? It must be said that Wang Demei's thoughts were indeed astute. Even in this tense moment, she contemplated the possibility of Qin Hao being unable to produce the funds, and she was determined not to be deceived by the other party. Director Chun exchanged glances with Qin Hao, and in that moment, they understood each other's intentions. Madam, before I address your question, please clarify your relationship with Qin Ziming. I will not respond to inquiries from unrelated parties. I am Qin Ziming's mother, she replied. Director Chen flicked off some ash and, with a wry smile, replied, Ziming's mother, this matter involves legalities, not child's play. I am neither authorized nor able to transfer Qin Ziming's penalty to another unless what? Wang Demei pressed eagerly. Unless he comes to replace Qin Ziming at work. Director Chen suddenly pointed at Qin Hao. This unexpected proposition left Qin Hao momentarily bewildered. To have him do manual labor? However, knowing his rapport with Director Chun, he suspected the latter had deeper motives and chose to remain observant. Wang Demei, upon hearing this, was overjoyed and eagerly nodded in agreement. To her, as long as the penalty concerning her son was resolved, Qin Hao's fate was of little concern. Moreover, if Qin Hao were employed at the county factory, his time at home would diminish, even if she followed through on her promise to divorce Qin Weiman. How could Qin Hao manage Weiman's affairs if he were not around? She believed she could still manipulate Weiman and compel Qin Hao to comply with her demands. Do you agree? Director Chen asked, his gaze lingering on Qin Hao. Before Qin Hao could respond, Wang Demei interjected, he agrees. Humph, you have no right to answer for him. Director Chen scoffed, his tone stern. Qin Hao, you must agree. Wang Demei urged anxiously. It turned out that during their journey, she had inquired with Han Guohua about the penalty amount. Initially considering it a mere few hundred, she was now alarmed to learn it was nearly 3,000. Their family scarcely saved 100 in a year. How could they bear such a debt? Qin Hao glanced at Wang Demei, and then at Han Guohua. When we return, you will assist my father with the divorce paperwork. You shall grant me the land approval. Han Guohua watched the unfolding drama, nearly unable to suppress his laughter. He knew all too well how arduous Qin Ziming's job was. In this instance, Qin Hao has encountered a significant setback. Not only is he toiling endlessly, but he also earns a meager sum each month. Tomorrow, he shall proceed to the village to initiate divorce proceedings. Upon returning, you shall select the land. And the approval will be granted in the meeting tomorrow, responded Wang Damei and Han Guohua in succession. Qin Hao then turned to Director Chun. In 3 days, should the breach penalty not be presented, I shall sign the contract. At this moment, he truly lacks the funds to cover such an amount. However, since Director Chun has made such a statement, it is evident he has a plan, and thus Qin Hao could only acquiesce for the time being. Very well. No, it must be signed now. Wang Damei suddenly interjected with opposition. She was apprehensive that Qin Hao and Director Chun might conspire secretly, fearing what might happen if Director Chun were to renege. If I sign now, I must commence work tomorrow, leaving me no time to attend to Qin Ziming's affairs or to ensure your adherence to the contract. Qin Hao explained helplessly. Wang Damei wished to argue further, but upon reflection, she recognized the validity of Qin Hao's reasoning and fell silent. I care not when you sign. Once the land is approved, the breach penalty for Qin Ziming will no longer pertain to me, stated Han Guohua. Very well. I shall bear all responsibilities. With the matter settled, the group departed from the match factory, making their way towards the location where Qin Ziming was detained. Upon arrival and inquiry, they discovered that Qin Ziming's crime was indeed serious. Furthermore, the evidence was substantial, the testimonies complete, and the case had already been handed over to the prosecutorial authorities, awaiting a date for judgment. Chapter 85. The lawyer Wang Damei, upon hearing the words to be pronounced on a chosen day, felt her legs weaken and collapsed to the ground. She suddenly recalled that last year, Wang Erling had stolen half a bag of cornmeal from the commune and was still laboring at the Reformation farm, breaking stones. Overwhelmed by sorrow, tears streamed down her face uncontrollably. Qin Hao, I implore you, please help Ziming. If he can be released, I will serve you like a beast of burden. She tugged at Qin Hao's sleeve, her snot mixed with tears falling onto the worn-out fabric of his trousers, resembling a drowning person clutching at the last straw. Qin Hao gazed at the distant, gray courthouse, a bitter smile rising within him. He had not anticipated that Qin Ziming would possess such a fragile mental constitution, confessing everything within a single night. In this era where official seals weighed heavier than the heavens, the judicial process operated like a finely tuned gear. Once set in motion, it was difficult to reverse. We should seek a lawyer. His voice, mingling with the wind and dust, sounded somewhat hoarse. A lawyer? Wang Damei looked up, her tear-filled eyes brimming with confusion. What is a lawyer? Can he save Ziming? Similar to ancient solicitors, they aid individuals in legal disputes, Han Guohua interjected, stroking his chin. His thick earlobes glistening in the sunlight. Clearly this new term had surpassed his understanding as well. The streets of the county town were uneven, and the trio trudged forward over the coal slag. Han Guohua suddenly leaned closer to Qin Hao, lowering his voice to ask, hiring a lawyer must cost quite a bit, right? Upon seeing Qin Hao nod, he immediately stepped aside, forcing a laugh. I must clarify. I have already gone above and beyond in the land allocation matter, and this money. I understand. Qin Hao interrupted, his gaze sweeping across the building adorned with the sign of the state-run barber shop at the street corner. In his memories of a past life, the small room across from the county court that bore the sign of Yang's legal services should still have its door ajar. Pushing open the creaking wooden door, a musty odor mixed with the scent of aged tobacco hit him. A man dressed in a Zhongshan suit was hunched over writing something, and when he looked up, the gaze behind his thick glasses was as precise as a surgical knife. Yang Mingyuan, he introduced himself, tapping his fingers on a faded enamel mug on the table. Speak, what is the matter? Qin Hao succinctly outlined the case, and lawyer Yang listened attentively. The sound of his fountain pen scratching against paper resonating in the air. Upon hearing about the illegal production of documents, the pen tip suddenly paused, creating a small blot of ink on the paper. 500. He pushed up his glasses, the reflection obscuring his eyes. I can only guarantee a sentence of no more than 3 months. 500? Han Guohua gasped, instinctively retreating 2 steps, his back colliding with a wooden cabinet piled high with files. Wang Damei, however, appeared to seize a lifeline, immediately unfastening her coarse cloth top and pulling out a crumpled wad of cash from her breast pocket, one corner stained with indelible flour paste. She handed the money to Qin Hao. This 105 is all the money my family has left. Please cover the rest for me, and I will repay you later. Qin Hao pressed down on Wang Damiai's hand as she tried to offer the money. His gaze fixed on Lawyer Yang. 50. Qin Hao, are you mad? Wang Damiai shrieked, wrenching her hand away from his grasp. He said he would save Zimming. Do you wish for him to perish? Be quiet. Qin Hao's voice pierced the air like an icicle, causing Wang Damiai to instinctively cover her mouth, her eyes wide with fear. The chain of evidence is fractured, and the procedure for obtaining the confession was unlawful. This case is worth at most 50. Lawyer Yang, however, chuckled, a hint of admiration in his laughter. You are quite astute, recognizing the importance of the evidence and the confession. But you are mistaken about one thing. He leisurely opened a drawer and produced a red lawyer's qualification certificate. In this county, the only person permitted to speak in court before the judge is me. The air suddenly thickened. Qin Hao fixated on the red document, suddenly recalling a news article from his previous life. 10 years later, this Lawyer Yang would fall afoul of the powerful due to an economic case, meeting a tragic end beneath the wheels of a truck. He stood up, brushing off the dust from his trousers. Where is Cao Jiaming? That old lawyer who always wears a blue cloth shirt? Lawyer Yang's smile froze on his face, the pen tip leaving a crooked mark on the paper. Cao Jiaming's office was hidden in a narrow alley. The plaque reading legal consultant on the wooden door had faded, and the door creaked ominously when turned. The elderly man, wearing reading glasses, was watering a wilting clivia. After hearing the case details, he set the watering can down and wiped his glasses with his sleeve. 200. A year's sentence. It cannot be less. Wang Damiai was about to speak, but Qin Hao had already pulled out his wallet. The moment the cash was handed over, he noticed that the elderly man's left index finger was missing half of its length. That was an injury sustained during a struggle in the countryside many years ago. Write the receipt clearly, and give it to me after the case concludes, he whispered. The murky eyes of Lawyer Chao suddenly brightened, as if he understood something. As they departed, dusk had already settled over the eaves. Wang Damiai clutched the receipt, her steps unsteady as if walking on cotton. Can it really only be a year? It depends on luck. Qin Hao lit a cigarette, the sparks flickering in the darkness, but at least it seemed more reliable than that Lawyer Yang. Han Guohua suddenly let out a laugh. Qin Hao, what do you call this tactic? When the clam and the snipe contend, the fisherman benefits. Enough chatter. Qin Hao flicked the ash off his cigarette. Tomorrow at 9 o'clock, we will meet at the village committee. Prepare the divorce agreement and the land allocation documents. By the time they returned to the village, the moon had risen high above the treetops. Qin Weimin and Lin Yuxin stood at the gate, the glow of the kerosene lamp illuminating the increasing whiteness of the old man's hair since the morning. Xiaohao, what is going on? He grasped his son's arm, his calloused palm brushing against Qin Hao's wrist. Aunt Wang says she wants a divorce. Dad, are you happy with her? Qin Hao stared into his father's murky eyes. For these years, she has berated you for lacking ability, smashed bowls, and disrupted this home into chaos. Do you truly wish to live like this for the rest of your life? Qin Weimin opened his mouth, but could not utter a word. In the distance, the barking of dogs could be heard, and Lin Yuxin quietly turned away, the hem of her apron brushing against the peeling red paint of the door frame. Wang Damiai eavesdropped at the window, her nails digging deep into her palm, suddenly recalling a rainy night 20 years ago when Qin Weimin had carried her through waist-deep water to seek a doctor in town. The night breeze swirled the dry leaves at the corner of the wall, tracing desolate arcs beneath the moonlight. That night, some lay restless, some soaked their pillows with tears, and some scribbled under the kerosene lamp, the pen tip piercing the paper, leaving heavy ink stains. At 3 in the morning, Qin Hao stood in the courtyard, gazing at the faint light emanating from the east wing. Perhaps it was time to speak with Director Chen. In the distance, the rooster began to crow, and the eastern horizon displayed a faint blush of dawn. A new day would inevitably arrive, and for some, their lives would irrevocably change trajectory on this spring morning. Chapter 86. A moment of weakness as dawn broke. Qin Hao set out as usual to toil in the fields. He did not rush to seek out Qin Weimin, for he was, after all, his father, deserving of respect and a measure of time. Upon returning home in the afternoon, Qin Hao glanced into the empty pot and then at Lin Yuxin, who was seated by the Kong engrossed in a book. Unable to contain himself, he inquired, "Hey, I haven't had any food yet. Aren't you going to prepare a meal for me?" In response, he was met with an exaggerated eye roll from Lin Yuxin. "Does this kid think I'm his maid?" She mused, feeling a surge of annoyance, yet unable to express it. as their premarital agreement dictated otherwise. "I'll go make dinner now," she declared, tossing her book aside and bustling into the kitchen, clattering pots and pans. Despite her irritation, she considered that Qin Hao had not eaten all day and that consuming millet might upset his stomach. Upon inspecting the flour jar, she discovered that there was only enough left for a single bowl of noodles, resigning herself to the fact that she would have to endure millet rice once more. Mixing the dough, allowing it to rise, rolling out the noodles, and preparing the sauce, Lin Yuxin busied herself with delight. Before long, a steaming bowl of sauce noodles was placed before Qin Hao. "Wait, there's also pickled vegetables, radish strips, and garlic eggplant to come to the table," she announced. "Eat up," she urged, as Qin Hao, weary from a day of labor, felt both exhausted and famished. Just as he lifted his bowl to savor the noodles, he noticed Lin Yuxin approaching the table with her own bowl, filled with millet rice topped with some sauce. "Why aren't you having any noodles?" Qin Hao asked, puzzled. Lin Yuxin, while picking at the pickled vegetables, replied nonchalantly, "I don't like noodles." This statement was as transparent as glass. Even a fool would see through it, and Qin Hao was no fool. "Speak the truth," he insisted, his tone serious. "Why are you being so stern?" "It's a bit frightening," she retorted. Aware that she could not hide the truth, she finally admitted, "I was just thinking of you." Hearing her concern for him made Qin Hao feel a bit shy, and his tone softened. "Didn't I give you 100 yuan and some food coupons recently? Why didn't you buy more grain? We need to build a house. There are many expenses. We can save a bit, and millet rice will fill us up just the same." Though Qin Hao said nothing, he felt a warmth in his heart. This girl was indeed fulfilling her role as a virtuous wife. He wondered if she would also become a good mother in the future. He pushed the bowl of noodles toward Lin Yuxin. "I haven't eaten yet. You take the noodles. Eating too much millet rice might upset your stomach," he insisted. Lin Yuxin's gaze flickered, yet her tone remained frosty. "It's fine. It's not fine. You should eat the noodles. Besides, you're still growing," he countered, nudging the bowl toward her. As he did so, his eyes inadvertently fell on her chest, causing Lin Yuxin's face to flush crimson in an instant. You, get lost," she stammered, feeling insulted, and turned away, refusing to acknowledge him further. Amused, Qin Hao chuckled softly and took his bowl of millet rice to the kitchen, finishing it off in a few swift bites. Hearing the quiet sounds of eating from within, he felt reassured. After a while, when silence enveloped the room, he returned to their shared quarters. Lin Yuxin, upon seeing him, huffed and turned her head away, intent on ignoring him. Feigning ignorance, Qin Hao pulled out 100 yuan from his pocket and tossed it to Lin Yuxin. "Here, take this and buy some rice, flour, and eggs tomorrow." Without waiting for her reaction, he made his bed and lay down early. The next morning, Qin Hao rose early, boiling 2 potatoes for breakfast. He also prepared some porridge for Lin Yuxin, all the while glancing at the door to his father's room, waiting. He wished for his father to show some resolve and make a decisive choice. Yet, the door remained stubbornly closed. Qin Hao wondered if Wang Damei had once again whispered in his father's ear the previous night. Bang, bang, bang. "Dad!" Qin Hao knocked on the door, calling out. The door creaked open, revealing Wang Damei, who glared at Qin Hao and exclaimed, "What is all this shouting early in the morning?" Seeing her attitude, Qin Hao felt a surge of certainty that his father had once again wavered. This thought left him speechless and further fueled his frustration. He continued to shout at the door, "Qin Weiman, be a man. Show some backbone and end this marriage decisively." Wang Damei scoffed, retorting, "Is this how you treat your father? Your dad doesn't he want a divorce, and yet you insist on pushing him. How very filial of you. If you can get him out here, I'll cooperate whenever you wish." "I'm indifferent," she added, stepping to the courtyard entrance, looking at Qin Hao with a triumphant demeanor, akin to a victorious general surveying a defeated foe. Qin Hao opened his mouth, but the word "dad" remained lodged in his throat. Though anger coursed through him, he knew that this was still his father. Sighing, he decided to grant him some time. Once the new house was built, he would bring him over, and perhaps then a decision could be made. Without uttering a word, Qin Hao made his way to the production team office. Han Guohua had been waiting for a considerable time, having marked several spots on the map laid out on the table. Upon seeing Qin Hao arrive alone, he understood that Qin Weiman had once again hesitated. Nevertheless, he couldn't resist mocking Qin Hao, as what lay ahead would only exacerbate his frustration. "Qin Hao, there are only a few plots of land left in the village. Take a look and choose one." Qin Hao glanced at the map, feeling an urge to curse under his breath. Han Guohua was truly a piece of work. The marked plots were either awkward corners or situated at the foot of the mountain. None were desirable. As Qin Hao furrowed his brow deeper, he raised his gaze to Han Guohua, his eyes ablaze with fury. Sensing the tension, Han Guohua knew Qin Hao would be displeased. However, he felt secure, as Qin Hao could do nothing to him. Han Guohua relished the opportunity to dampen Qin Hao's spirit. Is there really no other option? Truly none? If there were, would I withhold them from you? You know the situation in our village very well, Han Guohua replied, adamant and unyielding in the face of Qin Hao's questioning. Seeing Qin Hao's resigned expression brought Han Guohua immense satisfaction. Unbeknownst to him, this was all a performance put on by Qin Hao. Despite the poor locations of these plots, they were, in fact, rare gems for him, especially the land at the foot of the mountain, which suited Qin Hao's needs perfectly. For a hunter like him, it was incredibly convenient, and he could even dig a cave to hide some items. In his heart, Qin Hao thought that if the land were just a bit larger, it would be even better. Sighing deeply, Qin Hao furrowed his brow, his finger finally settling upon the plot of land at the mountain's base. Han Guohua, inwardly elated, nearly burst into laughter. That parcel, nestled directly against the mountain's rocky foothills, was by far the most undesirable of all the available lots. Its precarious position meant that heavy rains would send torrents of runoff cascading down the slope, threatening to undermine and even collapse any structure built there. Moreover, the persistent waterlogging rendered the surrounding soil utterly inhospitable to cultivation. No crop could survive the relentless saturation. With great effort, Han Guohua suppressed his mirth, withdrew the official deed from his drawer, and handed it to Qin Hao. Here is the title deed for this residential plot, he said smoothly. Once you sign to confirm, the land is officially yours. Chapter 87. The residential land. Qin Hao had not received the documents when he spoke. Secretary Han, I genuinely do not wish to acquire this piece of land. Han Guohua feigned difficulty, but internally he was elated, thinking to himself how this little brat had often looked down upon him. Now, he had no choice but to accept this worthless land. Xiao Hao, I truly have no other option. However, I can allocate a bit more land around it. But the residential land cannot be increased. Qin Hao remained silent, his mind racing through details of the house, courtyard, and so forth. After a moment, he picked up a pen and circled a portion on the map. Uncle, since you've put it that way, I shall not make things difficult for you. Let us increase the residential land by 50 square meters, and this entire piece of land will belong to me. What do you think? Han Guohua adjusted his glasses, still reveling in his satisfaction. It was all wasteland. He could give as much as Qin Hao desired. Increasing the residential land by 50 square meters. Huh? Did he have the funds to construct such a large house? With a long sigh, Han Guohua looked at Qin Hao and remarked, only you could pull this off. I would never agree to it with anyone else. While speaking, he continued writing on the documents. Thank you, Secretary Han, Qin Hao replied. Moments later, the revised documents were completed, and Han Guohua handed them to Qin Hao. There are 2 copies. You must sign both. After Qin Hao signed and stamped the documents, Han Guohua escorted him out of the brigade office, fearful that he might reconsider. Once outside, Qin Hao could not help but laugh. He had struck gold with this deal. All he needed to do was construct a drainage channel to resolve the flood issue. The surrounding properties and land amounted to nearly 3 acres, 30 mu of land. It seemed prudent to plan carefully. Holding the land deed, Qin Hao strode home with purpose. He had much to attend to, particularly matters concerning Director Chen. Upon returning home, he retrieved a piece of wild deer antler he had previously hidden, wrapping it carefully in red cloth. He placed it in his satchel. No need to wait for me for dinner tonight, he announced. Following last night's incident, he and Lin Yuxin were still in a cold war. He nearly blurted out, "Where are you going?" but managed to suppress it in time. Still angry, Lin Yuxin was not ready to forgive Qin Hao. As Qin Hao left home, Lin Yuxin suddenly realized that he had said not to wait for him for dinner. But what time would he return? Would he encounter danger carrying such a valuable item? Countless thoughts buzzed in Lin Yuxin's mind, leaving her torn between pursuing him for answers or remaining silent. Frustrated, she stomped her foot in irritation. How exasperating. Ultimately, Lin Yuxin decided not to chase after him, but resolved to make steamed buns for dinner. No matter how late he returned, she could serve him hot buns along with a chive and egg soup, ensuring he had a warm meal. However, she remembered they were out of flour. Gathering some money and ration tickets, Lin Yuxin hurried to the supply and marketing cooperative. Meanwhile, Qin Hao rushed to catch the bus to the county town. As it was nearing noon, there were few passengers on board. Upon boarding, he immediately noticed two unfamiliar faces. How could he recognize them? In the surrounding villages, few ventured to the county, and he was familiar with the regulars. These two, with their distinctive attire and complexion, were clearly not from the village. Thus, Qin Hao paid particular attention to them as they sat huddled at the back of the bus, their eyes scanning the scenery outside, but shifting back and forth to observe the other passengers, even eyeing the ticket collector's money pouch. Qin Hao chose a seat far from them, keeping his hand on his satchel. While it did not contain much money, the wild deer antler was of considerable value. He maintained a heightened sense of vigilance until they reached their destination. Upon arrival in the county, he did not disembark immediately, but waited for the two men to exit first. As expected, he witnessed them working in tandem, stealing at least 2 wallets within a matter of minutes. Just as he was about to leap up and shout, "Catch the thief!" the duo had already passed the wallets to an accomplice waiting outside the bus. They noticed Qin Hao's gaze and shot him a fierce look before vanishing into the crowd. Not giving it much thought, Qin Hao exited the bus and headed straight to Wang Li's pharmacy. "Brother, long time no see." Wang Li greeted him with his usual friendly smile. "I don't have time for small talk. Take a look at this." Qin Hao presented the deer antler to Wang Li. Wang Li carefully unwrapped the red cloth, and upon seeing just a glimpse, he gasped in astonishment. "This is quite a treasure." He quickly uncovered the rest, retrieving a magnifying glass to examine the wild deer antler meticulously. After a moment, Qin Hao inquired, "How much is this worth now?" Wang Li squinted, pondering for a while before raising a finger. 1,000, he stated, nodding. "But I do not recommend selling it. It's not that I cannot afford it or do not wish to profit. Rather, there are those who need it more." His gaze shifted toward the window as he continued. "Moreover, you still have a tail." Confused, Qin Hao looked outside but saw nothing amiss. "What tail? You seem to have caught the attention of some thieves." Qin Hao chuckled. A few petty thieves did not intimidate him. "It's all right. Who needs it more?" "Chenyawa. The last deer antler you brought me, I delivered all of it to him. His father is in need." Qin Hao paused for a moment and asked, "Then why not continue collecting and sell it to him for a small profit?" Wang Li rolled his eyes. "That's none of your concern. Just ensure you deliver it to him. Are you worried he won't pay you?" Wang Li added, "Given your relationship, you wouldn't want to ask for money, would you?" Qin Hao grinned. "Leave it to me." Wang Li suggested, "Why not accompany me to meet Director Chen? I have to manage the store. I don't have time. You go alone. And watch out for that tail." "Understood," Qin Hao replied as he left the pharmacy, heading straight to the match factory. Upon reaching the gate, he passed through security checks and soon met Chen Yaohua. Chen Yaohua was delighted to see Qin Hao, offering him a cigarette and water. Without delay, Qin Hao took out the deer antler and handed it to Chen Yaohua. "Wang Li mentioned you wanted this." Chen Yaohua's eyes sparkled at the sight of the deer antler. "Although I may not fully comprehend this matter, by observing its shape and the texture of the fuzz, it is evident that this is no ordinary deer antler." The unscrupulous merchant inquired about its worth, claiming it to be valued at 1,000, yet insisted I should have it, asserting that it would be of use to you. Chen Yaohua chuckled, exclaiming, "What a despicable fellow." Rising from his seat, he retrieved a stack of money from the drawer of his desk. He presented the amount, ensuring it was neither more nor less, and handed it to Qin Hao. However, Qin Hao declined the offer, stating, "I have yet to express my gratitude for the last time. Consider this a gift." Chapter 88. The wolves enter the village. "This cannot be permitted. How can I benefit from your labor? Besides, I am not lacking in funds. Here, take this." Chen Yaohua pressed the money into Qin Hao's hand. Qin Hao did not refuse again, pocketing the cash and remarking, "Director Chen, you sought me out to request that I prepare some fine items for you, did you not?" Chen Yaohua, feeling somewhat embarrassed, could only nod in acknowledgement. "No problem. Once I acquire good items, I shall certainly provide them to you first," Qin Hao assured him. Chen Yaohua's expression brightened, and he expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, Brother Qin. Let us agree on this. I must take my leave now, or I will miss the bus home." "Do not leave just yet. The workday is almost over. Let us share a drink tonight, and I will arrange for a car to take you home afterward." "That would be too much trouble. We can do it another day." "No, it must be today. I will have the cafeteria prepare some delicious dishes right away." Unable to refuse such hospitality, Qin Hao acquiesced. In a private room of the match factory's cafeteria, Chen Yaohua summoned Wang Li. The three of them indulged in merry conversation, reveling in their drinks. After a long hiatus from drinking, Qin Hao, after consuming 3 cups of baijiu, felt a bit tipsy. When he finally opened his eyes, he found himself back at home. Lin Yuxin was muttering, "I cannot drink. I must have just a little." How unpleasant it is to vomit. I do not even know who I drank with, and they had to send me home. How embarrassing. The following morning, a hungover Qin Hao awoke early. He glanced at the steamed buns in the pot, and then at the sleeping Lin Yuxin, a smile spreading across his face. He did not rush to the mountains, as the scent of alcohol lingered on him. Any prey would surely avoid him, save for the wolf howls he had heard recently. He decided to return to bed, sinking into a deep slumber. At an unknown hour, Lin Yuxin hurriedly awakened Qin Hao. Qin Hao, Qin Hao. The bleary-eyed Qin Hao asked in confusion, "What is it?" "Wolves have entered the village." Recalling the animal carcasses he had seen on the mountain, he abruptly sat up, urgently inquiring about the details. "When did this happen?" "Last night. The educated youth site was attacked by a pack of wolves, and all the chickens and ducks in the yard were devoured. 2 young people were injured." Qin Hao furrowed his brow. He knew the wolves had come down from the mountains, but did not expect them to attack a human village. As he dressed, he said, "I will go to the scene. Do not be hasty. Let me prepare something warm for you to eat." Lin Yuxin busied herself in the kitchen, yet she refrained from voicing her reproaches towards Qin Hao. His previous words had struck a chord deep within her. Lin Yuxin was aware of her feelings for Qin Hao, yet she did not wish to be with someone who did not love her in return. Whether it was concern or heartache, from now on, until Qin Hao expressed his feelings, Lin Yuxin would keep her distance. Last night's dinner had become today's breakfast. 2 large steamed buns, pickles, and a bowl of scallion egg soup. Qin Hao savored every bite. After a night of drinking, consuming something warm was immensely comforting. After finishing his meal, before Qin Hao could reach the educated youth site, he heard the cadre from the brigade banging a gong, announcing, "Everyone, gather at the brigade office for a meeting." Qin Hao guessed it was about the wolf attack, and indeed, Brigade Secretary Han Guohua spoke at length. To summarize, there were 2 main points. First, the establishment of a village patrol team. Each night, 3 groups would patrol the village in shifts. Should they encounter wolves, they were to drive them away with the issued red tassel guns. Second, they were seeking skilled individuals to hunt the wolves in the mountains, offering a reward of 200 work points for each wolf captured. The individual who hunted the most wolves would receive a communal reward and a chance to work at the commune. Importantly, they would be provided with firearms and ammunition, and in the event of an accident leading to loss of life, the village would provide a one-time compensation of 500 work points. A collective intake of breath echoed through the crowd as everyone instinctively took a step back. 500 work points were substantial, yet they paled in comparison to the value of life. In the past, when wolves descended from the mountains, it was not uncommon for 10 or 8 people to perish. Once one entered the mountains, hunting wolves was akin to delivering food to the wild beasts. It was a one-way journey for most. Silence enveloped the crowd, and no one volunteered to participate. In stark contrast stood Qin Hao. Despite already possessing a hunting rifle, he recognized the value of additional firearms and would not let this opportunity slip by. "I will join the hunting team," Qin Hao declared, raising his hand high. Lin Yuxin, amidst the crowd, hurried over upon seeing Qin Hao's gesture. "Are you out of your mind? Why take such risks?" Qin Hao, noticing Lin Yuxin's anxious demeanor, smiled gently and replied, "Trust me, I will be fine." Lin Yuxin lowered her head in silence, her eyes filled with concern. "Please return home and prepare some provisions for me, preferably cornmeal." "Understood." Lin Yuxin was the first to depart from the brigade office. Upon seeing Qin Hao raise his hand, another individual promptly followed suit, Sun Lili. Qin Hao hesitated for a moment, but eventually approached him. "This time, you cannot come with me." "Why not?" Sun Lili protested. "If it were a single wolf, it would be safe to bring you, but this is a pack. The risk of exposure with 2 people is too great, so you cannot accompany me." Sun Lili reluctantly lowered his hand. "Can you handle it?" Qin Hao smiled calmly. Without a gun, he would have uncertainty. However, with truth in hand, he could at least ensure his own safety. "I can manage." With Qin Hao leading the way, several brave youths from the village also raised their hands. "I will join the patrol team. I will sign up too. Count me in." The atmosphere instantly became lively. Han Guohua cast a glance at Qin Hao. He felt a mix of admiration and frustration for this young man. Especially after several encounters with Qin Hao, he sometimes mused how wonderful it would be if Qin Hao were his son-in-law, bringing honor to the Han family. It was a pity that he had initially chosen the useless Qin Ziming instead. Han Guohua readily agreed to Qin Hao's participation in the wolf hunt. After all, if no one volunteered to hunt, the brigade's cadres would have to take the lead as per commune requirements. When it came time to collect firearms and ammunition, Han Guohua offered a few symbolic words of caution regarding safety. Qin Hao hardly listened, his eyes fixated on the rifle wrapped in red cloth. Before Han Guohua could finish his sentence, Qin Hao eagerly unwrapped the cloth, revealing a Mosin-Nagant rifle. This is indeed an old relic, a rifle gifted by the Soviet Union during the anti-Japanese war. Qin Hao possesses some knowledge about this firearm. Its performance is superior, with an extensive range, significant power, and high shooting accuracy. Additionally, it is equipped with a built-in sight, making it exceptionally suitable for long-distance kills. As for the ammunition, Han Guohua, while retrieving bullets from his pocket, reiterated his caution. This rifle has been in our village for many years, a remnant from the revolution, and there are only about 20 rounds left, so use them sparingly. Is it possible to acquire more bullets? What purpose do you need so many for? This rifle is rather antiquated. I require maintenance, and to test its accuracy, as I fear I may run out of ammunition. After contemplating for a moment, Han Guohua acknowledged Qin Hao's point and responded, I will find a way. You may use it for now. Subsequently, Han Guohua used Qin Hao as an example to inspire the others to actively participate in the hunting team, delivering an impassioned speech. Qin Hao was somewhat taken aback by the eloquence of his words. Such talent seemed unjustly confined to this village. However, he also understood that it would not be long before Han Guohua ascended in status. Especially with the upcoming wolf hunt, should it be handled adeptly, Han Guohua's path to officialdom would undoubtedly become more favorable. Chapter 89. Entering the mountains to hunt wolves. As Qin Hao made his way home, gun in hand, he was filled with a sense of triumph under the spring sun. Yet the passers-by wore expressions of schadenfreude, as if to say he would soon meet his demise in the mountains. What was the point of boasting when death was so near? In stark contrast, Wang Damei displayed an unusual demeanor, refraining from mocking Qin Hao and instead wearing a worried expression. Have you resolved Ziming's contract? She inquired, catching up to him. Qin Hao had no time for banter, merely replying that he had handled it before swiftly disappearing. Upon returning home, Qin Hao retrieved the solid oil he had acquired during his labor at the brigade's office. After some tinkering, he contemplated disassembling his firearm for maintenance. However, he was not well versed in weaponry. In his previous life, he had only used a semi-automatic rifle. Who could possibly know how to handle such an antique? As he pondered, a figure came to mind, the village's reclusive elder, Chen Xiaozi. This septuagenarian was rumored to have served as a lackey for the Japanese in his youth, and had even been part of the puppet army. Surely, he would possess some knowledge. Qin Hao was a man of action, and upon this thought, he shouldered his gun and made his way to Chen Xiaozi's abode. Upon entering, he found the elder smoking and exchanged no pleasantries, directly presenting the firearm to him and explaining his purpose. Chen Xiaozi's gnarled hands explored the weapon for a moment. This long-barreled piece is more accurate than the sambadage, he remarked, handing the gun back to Qin Hao. I will guide you, just follow my instructions. Following Chen Xiaozi's guidance, Qin Hao deftly disassembled the gun and meticulously applied oil, as instructed. Once reassembled, Chen Xiaozi took the gun once more, pulling the bolt repeatedly. There are no major issues. Go home and test your aim, he advised. Thank you, Grandfather Chen. I rushed over without bringing you anything, so please accept this 10 yuan. Use it to buy something you fancy. Chen Xiaozi grimaced, adamantly refusing the money. I don't want that. Just leave me the box of cigarettes in your pocket. Though the Union brand was not expensive, it was unavailable in the village. That box had been a remnant from the previous night's gathering with Chun Yaohua and others, and Qin Hao was unsure how it had ended up in his possession. Handing the cigarettes to Chen Xiaozi, he promised, when I next visit the county, I will bring you more. Chen Xiaozi retrieved a cigarette, striking a match to ignite it and savoring the rich aroma of genuine Yunnan tobacco. As for your wolf hunt, I have little to teach you. In my youth, we faced a wolf crisis ourselves, and the Japanese did not care for our survival. We formed hunting parties to drive away the wolf packs. We had several skilled old hunters among us, but it took the lives of over 10 men before we could scatter them. The wolves you face now are likely descendants of those. I can only wish you good fortune. Do not become their prey. Thank you for the warning, Grandfather Chen, Qin Hao replied. I will remember that wolves are intelligent and cunning. With that, he departed without returning home, instead journeying to a desolate area far from the mountains. With a series of clicks, he loaded the bullets and aimed at a distant tree. The shot rang out, and he carefully observed the bullet's trajectory and impact. After 5 shots, he had grasped the gun's accuracy, though it still left much to be desired. It is said that a marksman achieves perfection through practice, and indeed, he needed more bullets. Beyond 200 meters, it was merely a matter of luck. At 150 meters, he could only hope to hit. At 100 meters, he had some measure of precision, but at 50 meters, he was most accurate. Yet 50 meters was merely a blink of an eye for a wolf in the wild. Once a wolf closed in, death was almost certain. Therefore, maintaining a safe distance was paramount. On the way home, Qin Hao meticulously crafted his plans. By the time he arrived, the candlelight flickered dimly. He and Lin Yuxin exchanged glances, each with unspoken thoughts weighing heavily in their hearts. Lin Yuxin placed the steamed cornmeal rations into a cloth bag, along with a water pouch procured from an unknown source, but Qin Hao halted her before she could add more items. At dawn, before the sun had risen, Qin Hao strapped on his pack, slung the gun over his shoulder, and set off. Aware of the dangers associated with hunting wolves, Lin Yuxin could not suppress her concern and spoke up, though her thoughts were too numerous to articulate. Leaving her with only one sentence, "You must return safely." Qin Hao did not respond, but offered a nod in acknowledgement. The cold morning breeze sent a shiver through him as he met up with 3 young men at the village entrance, and together they ventured into the forest. Maintaining a distance of about a meter apart, they cautiously scanned their surroundings. After what felt like an eternity of walking deeper into the woods without sight or sound of wolves, one young man murmured, "Do you think the wolves have gone elsewhere?" Another quickly agreed. Qin Hao shot them a look, replying with conviction, "Do not entertain such thoughts. They are certainly still in the mountains." He had heard wolf howls before, and moreover, wolves had territories they would not abandon lightly. However, the young men appeared oblivious to this fact. Is that true? Just as they pondered Qin Hao's words, a chilling howl echoed from the depths of the forest. Instantly, silence fell among them, their hearts racing. Wolves. They truly were in the woods. The 3 young men began to panic. Shoo! Qin Hao immediately placed a finger to his lips, signaling for silence, and whispered, "Do not speak, follow me." The 3 young men nodded vigorously in agreement. Qin Hao parted the underbrush, revealing a chaotic trail of footprints leading deeper into the thicket, with several deep paw prints indicating the presence of an adult male wolf. This beast had snatched the only sheep from Widow Li's home in the neighboring village the previous night, leaving her in tears. Qin Hao patted his chest, assuring that he would vanquish the wolf and seek justice for her. He slowed his pace, stealthily moving like a civet cat. Clutching the gun barrel tightly with his left hand, his right index finger rested on the trigger, poised to lift the weapon and fire at any moment. Through the gaps in the branches, he spotted a gray-black wolf perched atop a massive rock, its head tilted back as it howled, its bushy tail occasionally sweeping across the ground. This wolf was robust, weighing an estimated 70 to 80 pounds, its fur glistening with a cold sheen under the morning light. Qin Hao held his breath, aligning the gun barrel with the wolf's throat, the most vulnerable spot. Bang! The bullet soared through the air, slicing with a sharp whistle. The wolf seemed to sense the impending danger. Abruptly turning its head, the bullet grazed its neck, striking the tree trunk behind it. Chapter 90. Spoils of War Roar. The wild wolf was enraged, its emerald eyes fixated on Qin Hao. Suddenly, it propelled itself off the ground with its powerful limbs, lunging forward like a black cannonball. Qin Hao, having anticipated the attack, rolled to the side to evade the wolf's assault, swiftly drawing the machete from his waist. He swung the blade, striking the wolf's leg and leaving a gaping wound that exposed bone. The wild wolf let out a mournful howl, becoming even more frenzied in its attacks. Relying on his nimbleness, Qin Hao circled around a massive rock, engaging in a tactical dance with the beast, seizing the opportunity to land another blow on the wolf's forepaw. After several exchanges, the wolf bore multiple wounds, its movements growing sluggish. Seizing the advantage, Qin Hao hurled the machete with great force, striking the wolf squarely in its left eye. The wild creature was rendered utterly defenseless, collapsing to the ground in convulsions. He approached, extracted the machete, and delivered a final, decisive blow to the wolf's head, ending its life completely. The wolf's blood stained the ground, resembling a tragic bloom. Qin Hao panted heavily, wiping the sweat from his brow as he gazed upon the massive creature, feeling a sense of profound relief. At that moment, the 3 youths who had followed him into the mountains witnessed the wolf lying in a pool of its own blood, finally emerging from their state of terror. They exchanged cautious glances and stepped forward. "Qin, how go is this wolf, dead?" One of the youths ventured to ask, stealing his courage. "It is unequivocally dead," Qin Hao replied, turning to face them. Upon hearing this affirmation, the tension in the hearts of the 3 youths dissipated, and they exhaled a collective sigh of relief, as if they had narrowly escaped the clutches of death. How go? You are incredible. You single-handedly took down the wolf. When it charged at us, I was utterly terrified. Thankfully, we followed you into the mountains. Otherwise, we might not have made it back alive. The three youths spoke in unison, expressing their admiration for Qin Hao while also feeling a twinge of guilt about their earlier cowardice. Qin Hao, however, paid them little mind. From the outset, he had not expected them to assist him. His only requirement was that they did not hinder him. His gaze remained fixed on the wolf, as he had no time to entertain their conversation. The wolf's pelt was of high quality, and he could fetch several hundred yuan for it in the county, enough to cover the cost of materials for constructing a house. Slaying this wild wolf was also a testament to the support he received from the three youths behind him. Otherwise, he would have fled as well. This achievement belongs to all four of us, Qin Hao remarked, casting a glance at the three youths. He then produced a rope he had prepared earlier and continued, "Come, lend me a hand. Let us carry this wolf down the mountain." "Of course. No problem." The three youths' eyes lit up at Qin Hao's words. While this accomplishment might hold little significance for Qin Hao, it was of utmost importance to them. Having slain the wolf would dramatically change their standing in the village. The three youths hastily approached, working together to bind the wolf's legs. They found a sturdy branch to use as a yoke and laboriously hoisted the wolf's carcass, making their way down the mountain without requiring any assistance from Qin Hao. In fact, the satisfaction was evident on their faces. By the time they reached the village entrance, evening had fallen. The villagers gathered around as they spotted the four, led by Qin Hao, carrying the wolf's body. "Young Hao, have you slain that man-eating wolf?" inquired Old Wang, squinting with admiration. "Indeed," Qin Hao nodded. "This is the very beast that terrorized our village." "Well done," Old Wang exclaimed, patting Qin Hao on the shoulder and glancing at the three youths who bore the wolf's carcass. "You have rendered a great service to our village." Upon receiving such praise, joy spread across the faces of Qin Hao and his companions. "Old Wang, we must first inform Secretary Han at the brigade office of this news," Qin Hao stated. "Go on then." Old Wang waved them off. The four continued toward the village. However, they did not head directly to the brigade office, but instead returned first to Qin Hao's home. "You three go to the brigade office to inform Secretary Han. I will take care of this wolf here," Qin Hao instructed the youths. Instantly, they understood his intention. Clearly, Qin Hao had his eye on the wolf's pelt. They recognized the unspoken agreement and said nothing further. After all, the credit for hunting the wolf was shared among them, and they had no objections. "All right, how go? We will be on our way," they replied, setting the wolf down, exchanging farewells, and swiftly departing toward the brigade office. Once the three had walked away, Qin Hao grasped the rope and tested it with a firm tug. Although he could drag the wolf, he was concerned that the pelt might rub against the ground, resulting in significant loss. He halted his efforts and called out to the side room, "Yuxin, come out and give me a hand." Inside the side room, Lin Yuxin was preparing dinner. She felt a tumult of emotions. Qin Hao had been out hunting wolves in the mountains all day, and it was impossible not to worry. Yet, another thought crept into her mind. Their marriage was merely a formality. They were not truly of the same world. Eventually, she would leave the village and return to her rightful place in life. Then, her relationship with Qin Hao would come to a definitive end. Did she perhaps? Lin Yuxin quickly suppressed that absurd thought, retreating to the kitchen to focus on her cooking, seeking solace in busyness to stave off her wandering mind. Just then, she heard Qin Hao's voice calling from outside. Lin Yuxin paused her work and rushed out of the side room. Her gaze immediately fixed on the figure standing at the door. Upon seeing Qin Hao safe and sound, a wave of relief washed over her. Before she could inquire about his well-being, her eyes were drawn to the lifeless wolf at his feet. It was her first encounter with a wolf. Though it lay still on the ground, she couldn't help but feel a shiver of fear. "Why did you bring it back?" Lin Yuxin stammered. Seeing Lin Yuxin's anxious expression, Qin Hao could not help but chuckle, then spoke. "This is a trophy, of course, we must bring it back. Do not ask so many questions for now. Come over and lend me a hand to carry it inside." "Are you sure it is truly dead?" Lin Yuxin still felt somewhat uneasy. Qin Hao teased, "Rest assured, it certainly will not rise to bite you." Upon hearing this, Lin Yuxin rolled her eyes and boldly stepped forward to assist Qin Hao in carrying the wolf into the side room. Phew! The wolf was not light, and even with just a little help, Lin Yuxin exerted considerable effort. As she was catching her breath, she caught sight of a wound on Qin Hao's left arm. "You are injured?" Lin Yuxin's voice was tinged with urgency and concern. Hearing this, Qin Hao finally noticed the long gash on his arm that he had not realized appeared. It was likely sustained during the struggle with the wolf. The wound was not deep, and with the exhilaration of hunting the wolf, Qin Hao had completely overlooked it. It was only upon Lin Yuxin's reminder that he became aware. Qin Hao quickly turned his eyes, clutching his arm, his expression turning to one of great pain. Yes, please come over and help me tend to this wound. Chapter 91. A step ahead. Lin Yuxin instinctively responded before preparing to rummage through the cabinet for bandages and medicine. However, as she took a step forward, she sensed something amiss. When Qin Hao returned, he was in high spirits, even helping to carry the corpse of the wild wolf into the house without uttering a word. Yet, the moment she inquired about his injury, he began to cry out in pain. It was evident. Qin Hao was being deliberate. That rascal. Lin Yuxin halted, her expression cooling slightly, laced with irritation as she said to Qin Hao, "If it hurts, then suffer. I won't concern myself with you." After saying that, she walked straight to the bedside and ignored him completely. Seeing this, Qin Hao realized his little ploy had been uncovered. He chuckled and remarked, "You're rather heartless, aren't you? I suppose I'll handle it myself then." Lin Yuxin shot him a glare, but remained silent. Qin Hao's smile deepened. It was best to keep quiet at such a moment. He filled a basin with clean water and began to wash his wound. It was merely a surface injury. After cleaning away the blood, he simply wrapped it with bandages, even too lazy to apply any ointment. Once he had tended to his wound, he took out a small knife and began to skin the wolf in the kitchen. Before long, a complete wolf pelt lay before him. Qin Hao examined it closely, feeling quite pleased with his spoils. Not only had he obtained a pristine wolf pelt, but there was also the rifle set aside nearby. All of this now belonged to the Qin family. However, at that moment, a flurry of hurried footsteps echoed outside the door. From the sound, it was clear that several people had arrived. "Qin Hao, open the door quickly." Han Guohua's voice, filled with anger, rang out from outside. Qin Hao paused, fully understanding the intent behind his presence. He did not respond immediately, but instead lifted the wolf pelt and rifle, rushing into the house to stow them away in the cabinet. Only then did he leisurely proceed to the front door, even taking a moment to remind Lin Yuxin, "Stay inside. I'll deal with Han Guohua." As soon as the door opened, Han Guohua nearly charged in but was blocked by Qin Hao. "Qin Hao, what are you doing?" Han Guohua expressed his discontent. Qin Hao glanced at him, and then at the village officials accompanying him, calmly stating, "Secretary Han, shouldn't that question be posed to you? Why are you bringing people to my home at this late hour?" Han Guohua demanded, "Where's the wolf you brought back? Why didn't you deliver it to the brigade office immediately?" "Ah, about that." Qin Hao feigned realization, saying, "I thought it might be too heavy, so I had someone notify you and plan to deliver the wolf's corpse tomorrow." "You're talking nonsense. I want to take it back to the brigade office right now." Han Guohua's expression darkened. The moment the door opened, he had already caught a whiff of the pungent smell of blood. Qin Hao was a scoundrel who would not stir without profit. Bringing the wolf's corpse home was surely a ploy to keep the pelt for himself. Though Qin Hao had rendered great service to the village, ensuring Han Guohua's promotion was all but guaranteed, Han Guohua also coveted that wolf pelt. He did not wish to sell it, but rather to keep it for himself, knowing its rarity. Even with wealth, acquiring such a pelt was not assured. Han Guohua had planned to report the kill and discreetly retain the pelt for future gifts, far more tangible than simply cash. Yet unexpectedly, Qin Hao had outmaneuvered him. This was directly opposing him. Thus Han Guohua had come to confront him. Unfazed by Han Guohua's fury, Qin Hao pointed to the corner of the kitchen, saying, "It's right there. If you're so eager, Secretary Han, take it away." Following Qin Hao's gesture, in the dim light, a bloodied animal carcass lay in the shadowy corner. It was difficult to discern that it had once been a wolf, as its pelt had been removed. Upon seeing this, Han Guohua realized that Qin Hao had beaten him to the punch. Enraged, he pointed at Qin Hao and shouted, "Qin Hao, are you mocking me? What is this?" Qin Hao maintained his composure, replying, "It's the wolf we killed in the mountains. If you can't see clearly, feel free to come closer." Han Guohua remained still, not wishing to look at the skinned wolf any longer. It was too grotesque and made him fear he might lose his dinner. He forced himself to appear calm, stating, "Where's the pelt? Bring it out immediately. I want to take it with me." Qin Hao laughed, saying, "What use is a pelt? I found it too heavy, so I skinned it and tossed it in the mountains. Now, all that remains is this meat. If you're so keen, take it away. I find it too odorous to keep in my home." "You." Observing Qin Hao's smug demeanor only fueled Han Guohua's ire. Were it not for the village officials present, he would have liked to slap the insolent youth. However, he had to suppress his anger, stepping closer to Qin Hao, whispering, "Qin Hao, don't play games with me. Hand over the pelt now, and I can offer you additional rewards at tomorrow's commendation." Qin Hao did not believe a single word of Han Guohua's promise. Even if Han Guohua were to be generous, the value of what he offered would never surpass that of the wolf pelt. Such a transaction was not one Qin Hao would entertain. He directly refused, saying, "Rewards? Thank you, but I don't need them." Before Han Guohua could fully unleash his wrath, Qin Hao quickly countered. "Secretary Han, why are you so fixated on that pelt? Planning to sell it?" Some matters were tacitly understood. Everyone was aware of Han Guohua's intentions regarding the pelt. However, bringing such issues to light changed everything. If the matter were not clarified, the entire village would soon be aware. Han Guohua was momentarily rendered speechless by Qin Hao's probing question. Nevertheless, he was not a village chief for so many years without gaining some acumen. The eyes shifted thoughtfully, and with utmost seriousness, the response came forth. "This wolf has wreaked havoc upon our village, and now that it has been slain, I must certainly report it. I cannot simply present this gruesome collection of bloodied remains to the commune, can I? Moreover, in such a ghastly state, who could possibly discern that it was once a wolf? Qin Hao, do not attempt to be cunning with me. Swiftly surrender the wolf pelt. For it is in your best interest, mine, and the welfare of all. Tomorrow, during the commendation, you shall be hailed as the greatest benefactor of our village." Han Guohua's retort was remarkably apt. Had it been anyone else, they would undoubtedly have complied and relinquished the wolf pelt immediately. However, Han Guohua grossly underestimated Qin Hao. Chapter 92, Funds in Place No. Qin Hao articulated the two words with a simplicity and coldness that left no room for discussion. He remained unfazed by the lengthy discourse presented by Han Guohua. This infuriated Han Guohua to the brink of fury. He gasped, struggling to contain his anger. It was evident that Qin Hao was resolute in his defiance, prepared to confront him to the bitter end. Were it not for the presence of several cadre members from the brigade, who might negatively influence his reputation, Han Guohua would have stormed into the house and turned the wolf skin inside out. However, he could not afford such an action. Otherwise, by dawn, tales would circulate throughout the village of the brigade's secretary barging into a villager's home at night to rummage through belongings, and Han Guohua's political career would be irreparably tarnished. "Qin Hao, what do you intend to do? Is there no room for negotiation in this matter?" Han Guohua demanded, suppressing his fury. Observing Han Guohua's current demeanor brought Qin Hao a sense of satisfaction, as he felt he was gradually repaying the grievances inflicted upon him by the Han family in his previous life. Qin Hao continued to feign innocence, responding, "Secretary Han, I should be the one asking you that. I have said all that needs to be said. What more do you desire? If you doubt my words, feel free to come in and search." As he spoke, Qin Hao stepped aside, deliberately creating a path. He understood Han Guohua well, who in turn was equally aware of Qin Hao's intentions. This was a clearly laid trap, waiting for Han Guohua to fall into it. Should he rush into the house, it would be enough to ruin him. Thus, despite the urge to confront Qin Hao, Han Guohua managed to restrain himself. A few village cadres, recognizing the tension, approached cautiously, advising, "Secretary Han, Qin Hao doesn't appear to be lying. Perhaps we should deliberate on this matter further? Indeed, Qin Hao has rendered considerable service to our village. We cannot allow trivial matters to create adverse repercussions," another added. "Please, Secretary Han, do not act impulsively." Although the village cadres were fully aware of the underlying issues, they felt powerless to intervene and could only help Han Guohua save face and retreat. Han Guohua's face turned a shade of iron, his eyes burning with malice as he glared at Qin Hao, wishing he could deliver a couple of slaps. Ultimately, all his fury coalesced into a single phrase, "Qin Hao, we shall see." With a sweeping gesture, he turned to leave. "Secretary Han, do take the wolf's carcass with you," Qin Hao called out with a victorious smile. Han Guohua paused, turning back to cast a fiery glare at Qin Hao before instructing the village cadres, "Take it away." As Han Guohua departed, Qin Hao closed the door and returned inside. Lin Yuxin had listened intently to the confrontation and was puzzled. It seemed as though Qin Hao was perpetually at odds with Han Guohua, as if they harbored a deep-seated enmity. From her understanding, there was no significant interaction between them. They were hardly acquainted. Yet, since Lin Yuxin's arrival at Qin Hao's home, she had witnessed multiple confrontations between the two. She could not fathom why Qin Hao consistently chose to clash with Han Guohua. Logically, it seemed unwise to oppose the brigade's secretary, as it appeared to be a self-inflicted predicament. Lin Yuxin wished to inquire further, driven by curiosity and a hint of concern for Qin Hao's future. However, she swallowed her words. This was not in her nature, especially since Qin Hao had just irritated her, and she was still simmering with indignation. Speaking now would be tantamount to admitting defeat. Noticing Lin Yuxin's silence, Qin Hao prodded, "What do you wish to ask?" Lin Yuxin remained unresponsive. Qin Hao observed her and remarked, "Women are truly peculiar. You initiated the conversation, yet now you choose silence. Are you deliberately teasing me?" Lin Yuxin shot him an exasperated glare and retorted, "I want to say that you are a jerk." In response, Qin Hao made a face and rummaged through the cabinet for the wolf skin and rifle. Just as he intended to head to the kitchen, Lin Yuxin's voice rang out again. "Stop with your nonsense. Clean out that cabinet immediately. Are you unaware of the foul odor? If you fail to do so, you can sleep on the kitchen floor tonight, clutching your wolf skin." Upon hearing this, Qin Hao finally noticed the stench emanating from the cabinet where he had placed the wolf skin. Indeed, the scent was quite overwhelming. Reluctantly, he complied with Lin Yuxin's directive. Otherwise, sleeping indoors that night would be impossible. After finishing the cleaning, it was already midnight when Qin Hao finally crawled into bed. The following morning, he packed the wolf skin into a burlap sack, intending to secure a fair price in the county town. On his way, he contemplated, if he sold the wolf skin to the fur trader, the proceeds would suffice for building a house, with some left over. However, upon arriving in the county town, he did not immediately act but instead made his way to the law firm. After so many days, he wanted to inquire about the verdict on Qin Ziming's case. At the firm, lawyer Cao Jianming was still tending to his pot of Jilan. Qin Hao approached him, handing him a pack of cigarettes. "Lawyer Cao, has my half-brother Qin Ziming's case been resolved?" Cao Jianming accepted the cigarettes, glanced at them, and smiled. "Yes, it was adjudicated yesterday afternoon. 2 months. Qin Hao let out a sigh of relief. Although 2 months was a short duration, it would at least provide him with some peace, free from Wang Damiai's persistent meddling. "Thank you," he replied. "There's no need for thanks. Having received your payment, I am obliged to handle your affairs properly," Cao Jianming stated, taking a puff from a cigarette. "However, your stepmother is rather troublesome. After the verdict, she was wailing in the courthouse, insisting on an appeal, only to be scolded by the police before she slinked away." Qin Hao could not help but chuckle. Wang Damiai was indeed like that, unreasonable, always convinced that her son had been wronged. "I understand. Thank you, Lawyer Cao. I will reach out if I need anything further," Qin Hao said, not lingering any longer as he slung the burlap sack over his shoulder and headed down West Street. The fur trader, Boss Li, was a stout middle-aged man. Upon seeing the wolf skin, his eyes lit up. "This wolf is remarkable. The fur is intact. It's a fine specimen. What price do you propose?" Qin Hao inquired. Mr. Li, the shopkeeper, scrutinized the wolf pelt carefully and ran his fingers over its dense, supple fur. "Very well," he said, "I shall offer you 5,000 yuan for it." Qin Hao mentally calculated the sum. Fair, indeed, and even slightly more generous than he had anticipated. "Agreed," he replied without hesitation. Mr. Li promptly withdrew to the counter and returned with the money. Clutching the crisp notes, Qin Hao felt a profound sense of relief. The funds for constructing his new home were now secured. Yet, as he strode back into the village, his footsteps carrying him past swaying willows and sun-dappled lanes, he found the hamlet abuzz with an extraordinary event, something momentous unfolding beneath the open sky. Chapter 93. Commendation. Yesterday, the 3 young men who hunted with Qin Hao emerged from the courtyard of the brigade headquarters, adorned with brilliant red flowers on their chests, accompanied by the sounds of drums and gongs, and surrounded by a throng of villagers eager to witness the spectacle. The villagers nearly all rushed over to partake in the excitement. At this moment, the 3 young men strode proudly at the forefront, their hearts swelling with joy. This was the first time in their lives they had basked in such glory, and they longed to mingle with the crowd, eager to stand out prominently. Thus, they paraded through the village in grand fashion. From a distance, Qin Hao observed this scene. It was evident that a commendation ceremony had been held in his absence while he was away in the county. At that moment, the 3 young men spotted Qin Hao. Their previously jubilant expressions suddenly stiffened. They hastened their steps toward him. Hao Gu, the leader, a youth named Go Sheng, awkwardly greeted Qin Hao. "Has the commendation ceremony begun?" Qin Hao inquired, casting a glance at them. Yes, the young man nodded, rubbing his hands together. "We intended to summon you, but someone from the village went to your home to find you, and you were not there." So, Secretary Han said you were not included. Another young man pointed to a bicycle behind him and produced 50 yuan from his pocket, saying to Qin Hao, "How go? This bicycle was a reward from the commune, and we also received 200 yuan. This is also yours. Please accept it." "Yes, How go accept it. You can ride the bicycle home later," Goxing echoed. Although Qin Hao could not attend the commendation ceremony to receive his rightful reward, the three young men decided to share their accolades with him. After all, it was Qin Hao alone who had exerted himself in hunting the wolf, while they had merely contributed as bystanders. Meanwhile, not far off, Wang Damei, who was observing the commotion, felt a surge of displeasure. Her own son, Qin Ziming, had been harmed by Qin Hao and was yet to learn how long his sentence would be. Yet here was Qin Hao, who had slain a wolf on the mountain, earning great merit for the village. She had thought that without his attendance, he would be forever estranged from the commendation. To her astonishment, the three young men had voluntarily chosen to bestow a portion of their reward upon Qin Hao. Particularly, the bicycle was something Wang Damei had dreamt of since Qin Ziming had once promised to buy it for her. Yet now, Qin Hao was poised to be the first in the village to ride a bicycle. Such thoughts ignited her ire. Truly, he was fortunate. Had her son been home, that bicycle would have been hers. Wang Damei consoled herself, her interest in the festivities dwindling as she turned away from the crowd with a stern expression. "All right, I shall accept it," Qin Hao said without any pretense, for it was rightfully his. Moreover, he had indeed been contemplating the purchase of a bicycle, given the frequent need to travel to the county, where walking or waiting for a bus proved inconvenient. Riding the bicycle at a leisurely pace, Qin Hao returned home. Upon entering the courtyard, he was met with Wang Damei's voice, sharp as a needle. "Oh, look who's back, our great benefactor. Riding such a fine bicycle. Are you afraid others might not know of your contributions to the village?" Qin Hao shot her a glance and scoffed. "If you envy me, let your son buy you one." With the land now secured, he could soon escape the clutches of this shrew. If she wished to cause a scene, so be it. With that, he pushed the bicycle toward the side room. "You." At the mention of Qin Ziming, Wang Damei's face paled. She strode over to the bicycle's wheel and raised her voice, laced with a hint of desperation. "If it weren't for your scheming, how could my son have fallen into this predicament? When my son is released, we will settle this." "Settle?" Qin Hao interrupted. "That will be in 2 months. Feel free to wait. I have heard that prison is akin to hell on earth, and your son will not enjoy a pleasant existence there. Upon his return, who knows if he will even be a normal person?" As Qin Hao had stated, life in prison during that era was not something most could endure. A dozen individuals crammed into a single room, overseen by a gang leader, commonly referred to as the prison tyrant. These individuals either had connections or had earned their status through sheer force. In any case, none were simple characters. Typically, those who entered with a better reception gift could expect to receive fewer beatings, while those unable to provide such gifts often faced daily assaults. Wang Damei had gathered some information about the conditions within the prison. Initially, she had been skeptical. However, upon hearing Qin Hao's words again, she could no longer maintain her composure. Really? Qin Hao's statements struck her like stones cast into water, rendering her speechless. She stared at him, her eyes wide, lips trembling, unable to utter a single word. Moments later, a heart-wrenching wail erupted from her. Wang Damei lunged forward, not toward Qin Hao, but toward the direction of her home, crying and pounding her thighs. "My son, how could you be so unfortunate? What will happen over these 2 months? My poor Ziming." Her cries were heart-rending, echoing through the courtyard walls and drawing the attention of curious neighbors. Some leaned over the wall, inquiring, "Wang Damei, what has happened now?" Wang Damei, undeterred, collapsed to the ground, her face smeared with tears and snot. "My son, if anything happens to you, what meaning does my life hold?" Standing nearby, Qin Hao observed her frantic lamentation with little emotional disturbance, finding the situation rather amusing. After all, it was Qin Ziming's own actions that had led to this chaos. Now, he was portrayed as the victim. At that moment, the courtyard door creaked open, and Qin Weiman peered out. Having just returned from the production team, he quickly grasped the situation upon seeing the commotion at the entrance. Frowning, he strode over and seized Wang Damei's arm. "What are you wailing about? Aren't you ashamed? You old fool." Wang Damei, upon seeing him, cried even louder, clutching his sleeve. Qin Hao said that prison is no place for a human being. You must think of a way to rescue Ziming. What can I do? Qin Weiman furrowed his brow deeply and exclaimed. That was a court ruling. Ziming made his own mistakes and must bear the consequences. What good does your lamenting do? I don't care. He is my son. Wang Damei struggled, attempting to shake off his grip. You go save him. If you won't, I will. I will confront them myself. Silence. Qin Weimin tightened his grip, forcefully pulling her up from the ground and dragging her towards the courtyard. Wang Damei continued to wail, her feet flailing on the ground, losing one of her shoes. Qin Weimin, let me go. I want my son. You useless man. You can't even protect your own child. Qin Weimin remained silent, gritting his teeth as he pulled her into the house. As they passed by Qin Hao, he paused momentarily, casting a glance at him, and finally murmured, let us return inside to rest. The door slammed shut with a resounding bang, sealing Wang Damei's cries within, leaving only faint sobs, muffled like a horn covered with a cloth. Chapter 94. Commencement. In the early morning, Qin Hao arrived at the plot of land. This location, situated at the edge of Nantang village, was desolate, backed by a towering mountain. In the distance, a few houses released wisps of smoke. Qin Hao approached, picking up a dry branch that had washed down from the mountain due to recent rains. It was evident that this was not an ideal place for habitation. A torrential downpour would surely cause the houses to collapse. However, Qin Hao had already devised a plan. He circled the foot of the mountain and selected a spot to excavate a flood drainage channel, ensuring safety from any potential hazards. At that moment, a cough resonated from behind him. Startled, Qin Hao turned to find Qin Weimin standing there. Dad, what brings you here? He inquired. Qin Weimin did not respond immediately, his murky eyes surveying the plot with a look of confusion. Xiao Hao, why did you choose this land? It's not suitable for building. Won't it collapse during the rain? Qin Hao smiled gently. Dad, I have a plan. I will dig a drainage channel on the eastern slope, which will alleviate concerns about mountain floods. Upon hearing this, Qin Weimin was taken aback. That must cost a considerable amount, and coupled with the building expenses. Do you have enough funds? Qin Hao brushed the dirt off his hands and elaborated on his vision. Dad, there's no need to worry about the finances. Excavating the channel and constructing the house is manageable. He gestured toward the plot, adding, I intend to build a 2-story small building. You will live downstairs, while I will reside upstairs, and we can cultivate a vegetable garden in front. Before Qin Weimin could respond further, the voice of Wang Damei cut in. Having noticed Qin Hao and Qin Weimin leaving early that morning, she had quietly followed them. Hearing Qin Hao's plans, she remarked sarcastically, Oh, so you've struck it rich, planning a 2-story building. One might think the Qin family has produced a wealthy magnate. Ignoring her, Qin Hao turned to his father. Dad, when it comes to the construction, I will rely on your supervision. Your experience will be invaluable to ensure everything goes smoothly. Qin Weimin nodded, although still harboring some concerns. Yet, seeing the determination in his son's eyes, he agreed. The following morning, Qin Hao visited Uncle Li's house. Uncle Li was a well-known mason in the village, skilled in the art of construction. After explaining his intentions, Uncle Li hesitated. How? Building a house is no small feat. It requires a significant workforce. And with the young people busy in the production team, finding help will be challenging. Qin Hao had anticipated this and pulled out 50 yuan from his pocket, placing it on the table. Uncle Li, I will pay 2 yuan per day for your assistance in finding workers. As long as they are willing to work, money will not be an issue. Upon seeing the money, Uncle Li's eyes brightened, and he quickly agreed. All right, Hao, don't worry. I will find people for you, ensuring the house is built beautifully. The news spread swiftly through the village. Initially, the villagers were skeptical, dismissing Qin Hao as mad for attempting to build in such a dilapidated area. However, when they witnessed him paying a deposit in cash, their attitudes shifted, and many rushed to offer their services. Even individuals from neighboring villages joined in. Although most were middle-aged women and the elderly, they worked diligently. Every morning, Qin Hao prepared breakfast for them and provided hearty meals at noon and night, ensuring each meal included meat, which further motivated them. Wang Damei, observing from her doorstep while snacking on sunflower seeds, sneered at Qin Weimin. Look at him. One might think he has a fortune. Perhaps this money has an unsavory origin. Enough of that nonsense. Qin Weimin shot her a glare. Wang Cuihua frowned, spitting out the seeds far away. While the house was being constructed, Qin Hao did not remain idle. He took the opportunity to go hunting with son Li Qiao in the mountains. Brother Hao, your hunting skills are remarkable, son Li Qiao remarked, enviously eyeing the wild rabbit in Qin Hao's hands. Qin Hao chuckled and handed the rabbit to son Li Qiao. Remember, hunting is not about brute strength, it requires cunning. In the future, we will not only hunt for ourselves, but also for sale. Sale? Where would we sell? Sun Liqiao, having never left Nantang village, clearly did not understand Qin Hao's words. The county town, Qin Hao had already considered this. Selling mountain goods individually was not profitable. He needed to sell in bulk. Sun Liqiao was his most trusted friend, and with his help, Qin Hao could easily rent a temporary stall in the county town and gradually expand the business. In the subsequent days, Qin Hao began teaching Sun Liqiao the techniques of hunting, how to track game, how to aim, and how to set traps. Sun Liqiao was diligent in his studies and quickly grasped the fundamentals. One day, Qin Hao took Sun Liqiao to the county town with a selection of mountain goods. The bustling town was filled with people. Qin Hao found a high-traffic area to display their products. Soon, inquiries about prices began to arise. Qin Hao quoted prices slightly lower than the market rate, and given the freshness of the goods, they sold out quickly. Sun Liqiao stared in awe, unable to contain his excitement. "Brother Hao, this is incredibly profitable. In just a short time, we made more than we would in a month of hard labor at the production team." Qin Hao smiled. "This is just the beginning. Our profitable days are yet to come." By midday, their mountain goods were completely sold out. Qin Hao turned to Sun Liqiao. "Let us go exchange some tickets and buy a few items to take home." They arrived at the entrance of the supply and marketing cooperative and soon spotted a ticket vendor in a distant corner. Just as they were about to approach, a cheerful young girl with a delicate appearance approached them. She scrutinized Qin Hao and Sun Liqiao for a moment before saying, "Are you two looking to exchange tickets? I have all sorts of tickets and can offer you a discount." The girl was thin, her face lacking any roundness, and her skin seemed pale, clearly a result of prolonged malnutrition. Yet, her voice was as melodious as a lark, refreshing and pleasant, making it difficult to refuse her. Sun Liqiao began to speak, but was interrupted by Qin Hao. He assessed the girl for a few moments before inquiring. "What types of tickets do you have? Grain coupons, meat coupons, cloth coupons, coal coupons. Whatever you desire, I can procure for you," exclaimed the girl. Qin Hao inquired, "Are they all affordable?" "Indeed, I am merely assisting others in selling them. I will provide you with the portion of my earnings," she replied. Observing the girl's innocent demeanor, Qin Hao's doubts were entirely dispelled. From her hands, he purchased 50 kilograms of grain coupons and 10 kilograms of meat coupons, the prices being approximately 10% lower than those offered by other coupon dealers. With a bundle of coupons in hand, Qin Hao and Sun Liqiao stepped into the supply and marketing cooperative. Chapter 95. Release that girl. After weighing rice and cutting a few pounds of pork at the supply and marketing cooperative, Qin Hao took out his ration tickets, ready to pay. However, at that moment, he suddenly noticed something amiss with the stack of tickets in his hand. Hastily, he spread them out, revealing an aged piece of paper beneath the first ticket, perfectly matching its size. Stacked together, it was difficult to detect. Observing this scene, Sun Liqiao beside him exclaimed, "Brother Hao, what's going on? What is going on?" Qin Hao curled his lip and chuckled bitterly. "We were just deceived by that little girl outside." He never expected that the seemingly innocent girl would pull such a trick, and he found it somewhat amusing. Having lived 2 lifetimes and encountered numerous schemes, he had surprisingly been outsmarted by a girl. "Brother Hao, let us hurry back to find her," Sun Liqiao exclaimed, eager to rush out of the cooperative. Qin Hao stopped him, saying, "Forget it. Do you think she is still waiting outside for us? She is long gone. We'll deal with her when we cross paths again." With that, Qin Hao rummaged through his pockets, took out the remaining ration tickets, paid the bill, and returned to the village with Sun Liqiao. In the following days, Qin Hao completely forgot about this incident. He watched as his new house gradually took shape and, in his spare time, continued to hunt in the mountains with Sun Liqiao. Time flew by, and a week passed. Qin Hao brought the mountain goods he had gathered to the county for sale. After a stroll around the county, he prepared to return to the village. As he passed through a dim alley, a sudden cry for help pierced the air. "Help! Help!" Following it, another voice shouted, "Damn it! Run! Keep running! I want to see where you can escape to. Let me tell you, no matter how much you scream today, it won't matter. If you can't pay back the money, you'll be sold to a brothel to settle the debt." Furrowing his brows, Qin Hao peered into the alley. He saw 3 men cornering a frail girl against the wall at the end of the alley. One of the bald men had his hands pressed against the walls on either side of the girl's head, threatening her menacingly. The girl, appearing to be in her early 20s, was petite and looked malnourished. It was none other than the girl who had deceived him with fake ration tickets. At that moment, she leaned against the wall, her head bowed, her hands tightly clasped in front of her, trembling in fear. Not receiving an answer, the bald man was satisfied and continued his threats. "Now you belong to us. Come back with us and earn money to pay off your debt. The girl stammered, I want to go. I will find a way to pay you back. The bald man scoffed, pay back? If your family had money, would you have borrowed it? Hurry up and come with us. We'll teach you how to serve people comfortably. Saying this, he grabbed the girl's arm, attempting to drag her out of the alley. I want to go. I want to go. The girl's face turned pale, tears rolling down her cheeks as she desperately tried to resist. Yet, her small frame was no match for the man. Despite her utmost struggle, the bald man's grip was like iron. As the three men prepared to take the girl away, Qin Hao licked his lips, stepped forward, and boldly declared, release that girl. His voice rang out loudly, startling everyone. What is going on? Trying to be a hero? Even if the King of Heaven came today, it wouldn't matter. It's only right to repay debts. The bald man looked at Qin Hao with disdain. The girl wiped her tears and timidly gazed at him, recognizing him, though she hadn't expected he would come to her aid. At that moment, the bald man gestured to his two companions, who understood his cue and approached Qin Hao, clearly intending to confront him. Seeing this, the girl panicked and stammered, Big brother, thank you. You should leave quickly, or they will hurt you. Though terrified, she still thought to warn Qin Hao to escape. However, Qin Hao did not respond. Instead, he chose to speak with his fists as the two men approached. With a swift motion, he landed a punch on one man's head. The impact left the man dazed, his head ringing. Qin Hao didn't stop there. He followed up with a kick to the man's abdomen. Ouch! The man cried out in agony, clutching his stomach and collapsing to the ground. Everyone present was stunned. They never expected Qin Hao to strike first, and with such ferocity. The other man lost his earlier bravado and dared not engage with Qin Hao. Seeing the opportunity, Qin Hao turned to the bald man and coldly asked, do you want to continue fighting, or shall we negotiate? The bald man pondered for a moment. Although they had the advantage in numbers, it was futile. This young man was too formidable. Cautiously eyeing Qin Hao, he asked, what do you want to discuss? Qin Hao replied, how much does she owe you? 50 yuan principal, 20 yuan interest, a total of 70 yuan. The bald man answered. Qin Hao counted out 50 yuan from his pocket and tossed it in front of the bald man. I'll pay the debt for her, but only the principal of 50. No interest. In just a few days, you dare to demand 20 yuan in interest? You might as well rob her. The bald man released the girl, picked up the money, and counted it. Although there was no interest, at least he was getting back the principal. Moreover, now that they were outside the alley with many people around, if the situation escalated, they would be in deep trouble. Their type of loan sharking and coercion could easily land them in jail. Fine, I'll let this slide today for your sake. The bald man waved his hand, signaling his companions to leave. Thank you, big brother. You're truly a good person, the girl said, wiping her tears. Receiving the good person card, Qin Hao frowned slightly and remarked, I didn't save you to be a good person. You owe me the money you tricked me out of, plus this 50 yuan. You must pay me back, or I will report you and have you locked up. Upon hearing this, the girl hurriedly replied, Big brother, please do not call the police. I still have some money in my pocket. Let me return a little to you first. However, after rummaging through her belongings for a while, she pouted and said, Big brother, I truly apologize. I've spent all my money. I only have this 30 cents left. How about you come home with me to retrieve the rest? I might have a bit more there. Qin Hao furrowed his brow and remarked, last time, you deceived me out of over 20 yuan. It has only been a few days, and you have already squandered it all? Given the prices in this era, even living in a county town, 20 yuan could last a month. Is this yet another of the girl's schemes? Is she attempting to lure me to her home for a nefarious purpose?